Chapter 1. In the depths of the illusory mountains, dense jungles teem with ferocious beasts, and dangers lurk at every turn. Both the human and demon races regard the illusory mountains as a perilous realm. Within the Celestial Hall, a young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes sat slumped in the main seat, his expression one of deep distress. System, is there truly no room for negotiation regarding this relocation? In this desolate and forsaken place, even after a decade or a century, it seems unlikely I will ever attract a disciple. Chen Daoxuan rubbed his temples, his head aching as he questioned the system. He was not a native of this world upon his arrival. He had acquired a golden opportunity. The system, the primordial destiny master system. By taking on disciples, he could grow stronger. Yet the Celestial Hall bestowed upon him was situated in the wilderness, devoid of any beasts, let alone humans. Within this grand hall, he was invincible, nearly omnipotent. Hunger would not claim him. However, the extent of this invincibility was confined to a radius of 5,000 meters around the hall. If all else fails, could you at least send me a disciple? Seeing the system remain unresponsive for an extended period, Chen Daoxuan could only grit his teeth in frustration. Though he was a supreme being within the hall, outside its boundaries, he was merely immortal. He had inhabited this world for over 3 months without encountering any living beings, not even a single wild animal. At present, he could only observe an initial task on the system panel. Initial task: recruit a disciple. By successfully acquiring a disciple of saintly qualification or above, he could receive a starter gift package. Well, it seems I shall not starve nor age here. I might as well wait. Realm, body refinement, chi condensation, chi sea, sky control, profound understanding, return to the void, annihilation, boundless spirit division, void refinement, combined body. Do you truly fear no retribution from the Cold family? A stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring figure was furrowing her brow, continually evading the pursuit of 3 practitioners at the profound understanding realm amidst the forest. With her sky control strength, escaping from those at the profound understanding realm was already a formidable feat. She had believed that by retreating into the illusory mountains, the 3 would abandon their chase. To her dismay, they showed no inclination to relent. Even with her cold Yanran's saintly qualification, regarded as the highest talent of the Moro kingdom in a millennium, she found herself in a desperate plight under the relentless pursuit of the 3. The daughter of the Cold family, truly worthy of her saintly qualification, managing to withstand us for so long. Regrettably, she is still too inexperienced. Given 5 more years, it is possible we might not be able to subdue her. Indeed, we could even perish at her hands. One of the assassins, an elderly man, chuckled as he stroked his beard in jest. Such a genius. To think she might meet her end at the hands of Liao Laos, and today just the thought sends shivers of excitement through me. A middle-aged man, plump and jovial, wore an expression of delight as he continued casting spells, attempting to impede Cold Yanran's escape. Second brother, do allow me to have my fun before you finish her off. Such a beauty. To kill her outright would be a grave waste. The final assailant licked his lips, his eyes filled with burning desire as he gazed upon Cold Yanran. It was well known that Cold Yanran was not only the foremost genius of the Moro kingdom, but also possessed unmatched beauty, earning her the title of the kingdom's greatest beauty. Countless cultivators and prodigies pursued her, yet no one had ever captured her heart. As for the threat posed by Cold Yanran, the trio dismissed it entirely. Had they not been confident in their abilities, would they dare to act against the talent of the Cold family? Damn it, has it truly been this long? Why has no support arrived from my family? Hearing the words of the trio only fueled Cold Yanran's anger and embarrassment, while a flicker of worry danced in her heart. With such audacity to pursue her, it was evident that the Cold family must have encountered difficulties. No longer willing to engage in verbal sparring, she sprinted deeper into the illusory mountains in a desperate bid to escape. The illusory mountains were a place of great peril within its depths. Not even those at the boundless realm dared to tread lightly, let alone pursue her. At this point, she had no choice but to gamble everything. After a long while, Cold Yanran consumed the last of her energy-restoring pills, her expression turning bitter. To think that the first genius of the Moro kingdom, with saintly qualifications, would face her demise here today. Recalling the vile words spoken by the three earlier, cold Yinran resolved firmly in her heart. Should her energy run dry, with no hope of escape, she would choose to end her own life. Why have you stopped running? Let me, Liao Laosin, enjoy myself thoroughly, and I shall let you go. How does that sound? The pursuers, upon seeing cold Yinran halt, licked their lips and grinned lewdly. Yet, cold Yinran remained silent, her icy gaze fixed upon the three, her silver teeth clenching audibly. Realizing her escape was futile, she raised her pristine hand, gathering her remaining energy, intending to shatter her own heart vein. Her actions were resolute, causing the pursuing trio to marvel at her determination, though Liao Laosan sighed in regret. Fortunately, the task was nearly complete upon returning. The reward would be sufficient for him to indulge himself elsewhere. Suddenly, all eyes widened in astonishment. The anticipated scene of cold Yanran's demise did not unfold. Instead, a strangely dressed youth appeared before her, grasping her delicate hand. "Ah, you there, who are you?" The leading elder furrowed his brow, questioning the newcomer, having utterly failed to discern how he had materialized. Yet, sensing his aura, he appeared as ordinary as a mortal. "I am cold Yanran of the Moro kingdom. If you are willing to lend me your aid, my family shall bestow great rewards upon you." Cold Yanran's eyes sparkled with hope, as if she had grasped a lifeline. She could not help but plead for assistance from the suddenly appearing youth. However, the youth seemed oblivious to their discourse, releasing her hand as he began to examine her with keen interest. As he scrutinized, he nodded excitedly in approval. "Ah, after such a long wait, I've finally found it. Today, I shall ensure you do not escape. And your appearance bears a striking resemblance to a succubus." The newcomer was none other than Chen Daoxuan, who, just as he was about to succumb to slumber, received a system alert indicating the presence of a talent meeting the criteria for apprenticeship within the vicinity. Upon receiving the notification, Chen Daoxuan wasted no time, his thoughts shifting as he materialized at this location. Upon his arrival, he witnessed cold Yanran preparing to take her own life. Startled, he quickly intervened. After waiting so long for a qualified, saintly genius to accept as a disciple, he could not allow her to perish and risk waiting indefinitely for another opportunity. As for the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them, Chen Daoxuan paid it no mind. Within the confines of this divine hall, he was akin to the embodiment of the celestial order itself, free from any apprehensions. After surveying cold Yanran for a moment, Chen Daoxuan's gaze brightened further. This potential disciple not only possessed exceptional qualifications, but was also a sight to behold. Moreover, she appeared to resemble a succubus rather than a mere human. "My dear lady, would you care to become my disciple?" Throughout, Chen Daoxuan had not cast a single glance at the three assassins. At present, everyone was within the confines of his hall. Even if they wished to flee, they would first need his permission. What mattered most now was to complete the system's task and secure this disciple. As for the trio, they were inconsequential. If you're able to subdue those three, I, cold Yanran, would willingly become your disciple. Cold Yanran scrutinized the youth before her once more, only to perceive him as an utterly ordinary individual. Save for his handsome features, he bore no trace of spiritual energy. Yet, the sudden appearance of this young man, who had effortlessly intercepted her powerful strike, suggested that he possessed some hidden cards up his sleeve. Could it be that he was a master concealing his true cultivation? Moreover, he seemed utterly unfazed by the three formidable opponents behind him, which incited a flicker of hope within Long Yanran. If this young man truly was a hidden master, what harm would there be in becoming his disciple? Survival was of paramount importance. "Very well, it's a deal." Upon hearing these words, Chen Daoxuan nodded with a light chuckle. "You little trickster, since you've been given an opportunity and proved to be useless, then perish." Liao Laosan sneered, raising his hand to gather spiritual energy, intending to reduce the young man to mere fragments. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found the young man had vanished without a trace. Before he could process this, he felt breathless, his throat grasped firmly in the young man's hand. Relax, it's only natural to feel a bit tense on your first time. Take a deep breath, yes, deep breaths. Feeling faint on your first time is perfectly normal. Chen Daoxuan's voice echoed in Liao Laosan's ear. Attempting to break free, he realized he was utterly powerless, his spiritual energy seemingly shackled. As the onlookers watched in astonishment, Liao Laosan's struggles grew feeble, until finally his head drooped down. Only then did Chen Daoxuan relent, taking a deep breath before casually tossing him to the ground. Indeed, the first time killing someone does bring about some tension. Chen Daoxuan sighed inwardly. It was his first kill since his transmigration. Although he understood the harsh realities of this world of cultivation, he still felt a sense of unease within. As for his earlier remarks, they were directed at himself rather than Liao Laosan. Yet this scene, witnessed by everyone else, appeared devilish in nature. "Brother, let's strike together. This lad is peculiar." The remaining two, shaken from their stupor, had not seen how Chen Daoxuan had moved, yet he had already snuffed out Liao Laosan's life while uttering those terrifying words about the first time feeling dizzy being normal. It was utterly terrifying. Daring not to be complacent, the two unleashed their signature techniques, launching a full-force assault upon Chen Daoxuan. Extreme Joy Claw, magical strike of fulfillment. As their attacks descended, Chen Daoxuan did not flinch, enduring the full brunt of the two expert strikes upon his person. Hit! Haha! Brother, it seems this lad is nothing special after enduring our combined assault. He must have turned to ashes. Witnessing the rising dust, the duo felt a sense of satisfaction in the destructive power of their strikes. Even a consummate expert in the realm of Tongxian would surely perish if they attempted to withstand such an attack. With that thought, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. How infuriating! Seeing this, Lung Yanran clenched her fists. Her heart heavy with remorse, this dashing young man had the instinct to flee, yet he was ensnared because of her. At that moment, a fit of coughing broke the tension, shocking the onlookers into wide-eyed disbelief. "Cough, cough, what kind of technique is this? Are you attempting to raise dust to choke me to death?" Emerging from the dust, Chen Daoxuan regarded the two with an expression of disdain. "This, impossible. This lad must have employed some defensive treasure. Brother, we must kill him and seize his treasure." The assassins snapped back to reality, ready to strike once more. "Enough, this is tiresome." Chen Daoxuan, however, did not grant them another opportunity. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. Just as the two prepared to mock him, a resounding bang echoed through the air. The two Tongxian experts exploded simultaneously, transforming into two clouds of blood mist. Is this truly feasible? Chen Daoxuan turned around, striving to present a more amiable demeanor as he smiled at the dazed Lung Yanran. This, I am your disciple, Lung Yanran, paying my respects to my esteemed master." Regaining her composure, Lung Yanran was overwhelmed with astonishment. The three assassins who had pursued her to the brink of despair had been dispatched so effortlessly. The earlier display, where he had merely waved his hand to obliterate two Tongxian experts in a blood mist, was an awe-inspiring feat of power. Surely, this young man before her was at the very least a master of the Guishu realm, if not an even more terrifying existence in the realm of oblivion. Without a moment's hesitation, Lung Yanran bowed deeply, respectfully performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows, fulfilling the rites of a disciple. It was worth noting that even in the kingdom of Morwa, the strongest experts merely reached the Guishu realm. None possessed the capabilities of the Oblivion realm. Excellent. I, Chen Daoxuan, hereby accept you as my disciple today, making you my foremost apprentice. Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction, smiling gently as he reached out to assist Lung Yanran in rising. Simultaneously, the long-awaited sound resonated in his mind. Upon hearing the system's announcement of task completion and reward distribution, Chen Daoxuan could not help but feel a surge of excitement within. Initial Gift Pack X1, Disciple Gift Pack X1, both have been transferred into the system space. The system unlocked a portion of new permissions. Without hesitation, Chen Daoxuan immediately chanted in his heart. Open the gift package. Ding, the initial gift package has been opened. Rewards obtained. Hongmeng Ruler, a treasure of virtue. Innate spiritual root enlightenment tea tree, and 1,000 system points. Ding, the disciple recruitment package has been opened. Rewards obtained. A vial of cleansing pill, mythical grade, chaos demon art, Hongmeng, and 1,000 system points. The rewards have been deposited into the system space. As a series of system prompts echoed, Chen Daoxuan felt a sense of elation. Merely gazing at those suffixes, one could tell they were akin to divine artifacts, alongside the legendary treasure of virtue and the innate spiritual root enlightenment tea tree. Perhaps these alone were sufficient to establish oneself as the strongest entity in this realm. With a flick of his wrist, the treasure of virtue, the Hongmeng ruler, materialized in his hand. The ruler, displaying a deep yellow hue, bore the inscription Hongmeng. Chen Daoxuan waved it casually, and instantly, 2 streams of deep yellow energy surged forth. Boom! A mountain dozens of miles away was directly obliterated by the deep yellow energy. How terrifying! What realm does the master inhabit? Just a casual gesture could bring down a mountain from such a distance. Such prowess had never been witnessed before. Surely, even a being of the Oblivion realm would find it difficult to achieve this. Right? Standing respectfully beside him, Lung Yanran felt cold sweat trickle down her forehead upon witnessing this spectacle. Yet, she was also somewhat exhilarated. Who would have imagined that today, through misfortune, she would gain such a formidable master? In this light, she ought to express her gratitude to those 3 assassins. Quite impressive, it feels remarkably intuitive to wield. What a pity. Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly, then shook his head with a sigh, lamenting in his heart that such a treasure could not be utilized beyond the confines of the divine temple. He had sensed that the moment the deep yellow energy crossed the temple's boundary, its power was diminished by billions of times, and as the distance increased, its potency waned rapidly. If it were otherwise, how could it merely shatter a single mountain? It seemed that even within this invincible domain, while he could launch remote attacks, they would suffer significant reductions in strength. Otherwise, he might as well never leave the temple's confines again. If enemies arose, he could simply slay them from afar with the ruler. However, this notion struck Lung Yanran with even greater astonishment. Such an overwhelming power, and the master was still unsatisfied. That ruler was of a caliber she had never encountered. Calling it a celestial artifact would not be an exaggeration. What sort of terrifying master had she pledged herself to? Moreover, the master appeared quite youthful. He must have consumed some elixir or employed a special technique to retain his youthful visage, which made his formidable strength all the more understandable. Even a god who had lived for thousands of years would not be surprising. As for the chaos demon art, it seemed it was not meant for her cultivation. Perhaps she should try that cleansing pill after testing the Hongmeng ruler. Chen Daoxuan casually returned it to the system space and retrieved the vial of mythical grade cleansing pill. What level of artifact is this jade vial? Upon seeing the vial containing the cleansing pill, Lung Yanran's eyes widened in astonishment. Sensing the faint aura emanating from it, she thought the master was about to test yet another celestial artifact. However, as Chen Daoxuan opened the vial, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. And with just one whiff, Lung Yanran felt a vague indication of a breakthrough. Such an artifact, rivaling celestial tools, was merely a container for a pill. What extraordinary essence must the pill within possess? In a mere instant, Lung Yanran had lost count of how many times she had been astonished. In her dazed gaze, she saw Chen Daoxuan pour out a single pill, tossing it into his mouth as casually as one would a jelly bean. Crunch, crunch, it tasted delightful, yet it seemed to have no remarkable effect. After consuming the cleansing pill, Chen Daoxuan waited for a moment and surveyed himself, only to find it brought about no effects, feeling as if he had merely eaten a jelly bean. Due to the influence of the heavenly Tao divine temple, within its confines, he was invincible and nearly omnipotent. His physique had already attained the level of the Hongmeng innate Tao body. So how could the cleansing pill possess any efficacy? Consider this pill as a gift for you, a token of our meeting. It should be of some assistance. That he then tossed the jade vial towards the somewhat dazed Lung Yanran. who was still reeling from shock. Such a treasure, the disciple is unworthy to accept. Long Yinran gasped in surprise, hastily catching the jade vial mid-air, carefully cradling it in her hands, bowing to return it. No need, it is merely a vial of cleansing pills. Having already taken you as my disciple, you may keep it. Chen Daoxuan chuckled lightly, not allowing Long Yinran to speak again before he produced a tome entirely black, emanating an aura of chaos. This chaos demon art is exceedingly compatible with you. Henceforth, you shall cultivate this technique. As he spoke, he tossed it to Long Yinran, who was still holding the vial of cleansing pill. Hastily, she caught the technique, intending to refuse. After all, having just become a disciple, to receive such generous gifts felt overwhelmingly undeserved. Yet upon touching the technique, she found herself utterly entranced. Her eyes could not tear away from the tome, as if it were tailor-made for her. Should she miss this opportunity, it would be a regret she could never amend in her life. Disciple expresses her utmost gratitude to the master. After a moment of hesitation, Long Yinran accepted the technique, expressed her gratitude, and could not help but sit cross-legged to study it. Observing this, Chen Daoxuan paid no mind, instead reviewing Long Yinran's information within the system. Senior disciple, Long Yinran. Race, demon clan, special physique, innate enchantment bone, cultivated technique, Morua, sacred canon, earth grade low tier. Talent, sacred grade. Realm, 4th level of sky control realm. Chen Daoxuan gazed at the information, inwardly clicking his tongue. A demon of the innate enchantment bone. Indeed, she was an enchantress. No wonder her figure and appearance were so impeccable, and due to the presence of the enchantment bone, she would possess an extraordinary allure to the opposite sex. Of course, when it comes to taking on disciples, talent is paramount. Physical appearance is of little consequence, yet it does hold some importance. As Chen Daoxuan continued to scrutinize her, Long Yinran exhaled deeply and lifted her gaze. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became somewhat peculiar. Master, you feeling the master's focused gaze, Long Yinran quickly averted her eyes. Too shy to continue meeting his gaze, the blush crept up her fair neck, adorning her cheeks and making her even more alluring. From a young age, she had discovered that all males, regardless of race, would experience an inexplicable impulse towards her. She never anticipated that today, the master would also be affected by this phenomenon. Could it be that the master deliberately took her as a disciple due to this special allure, wishing to keep her by his side? Otherwise, why would he bestow upon her such unprecedented gifts right after accepting her as a disciple, including that extraordinary elixir and this technique that left her astounded after merely a cursory glance? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Long Yinran found herself in a quandary. Even if the master harbored such intentions, it was true that he had saved her. Should she refuse him, or should she choose to comply? The more she pondered, the redder her face became, just as Long Yinran's thoughts were in turmoil. Chen Daoxuan spoke up. Do not misunderstand. I was merely surprised by your physique. Seeing Long Yinran in such a state, Chen Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness, and explained, your physique. Long Yinran was somewhat bewildered, yet for some reason, upon hearing the master's words, she felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. This was the first time a male had completely ignored her allure. Even those so-called prodigies and disciples from sacred lands would be influenced upon seeing her. Indeed, you possess the rare innate enchantment bone, a remarkably uncommon physique. Even without cultivating the path of allure, you would inherently exude an enchanting aura, which would only become more pronounced as your realm increases. However, such a physique, if lacking a sufficiently powerful backing, often ends up as a furnace for mighty beings after a moment of contemplation. Chen Daoxuan gently elucidated the peculiarities of her physique, and this information was naturally gleaned through the system. His words were, of course, somewhat delicately phrased. Indeed, even possessing a formidable lineage, one born with an innate charm may ultimately lead to a situation where even the ancestors of their family cannot withstand the allure of such charm after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Unless there exists an exceedingly trustworthy individual akin to a parent, only then may one hope to attain the highest realm of cultivation. How enlightening! Thank you, esteemed master, for shedding light on this matter. Upon hearing these words, Lung Yinran could not help but marvel inwardly, finally unraveling the mysteries that had perplexed her throughout her life. Due to the presence of this innate charm, she had indeed attracted her fair share of calamities. Fortunately, she was not a fool, and each time she managed to divert the attention of the many prodigies around her, allowing them to clash with one another, thus enabling her to escape unscathed. Might I inquire if there exists a method to suppress this innate charm, esteemed master? I wish to avoid causing undue trouble for the sect in the future. Lung Yinran gently bit her crimson lip, speaking in a soft and delicate tone. Ahem, fret not. The chaotic celestial demon art contains the path of the seductress. Those who cultivate this charm will progress more swiftly. Simply focus on your training. As for troubles, there are none that I cannot resolve. Chen Daoxuan chuckled lightly, ultimately raising his head confidently to gaze into the distance, his words imbued with such authority that Lung Yinran found herself momentarily entranced. Of course, Chen Daoxuan added silently in his heart, provided it remains within the invincible sphere of this temple. Master, in that case, may I commence my cultivation of the chaotic celestial demon art right away? Upon regaining her composure, Lung Yinran's eyes gradually brightened. The thought of her family potentially facing troubles stirred a sense of urgency within her. Although she could request assistance from her master, she felt that, given the immense favors he had already bestowed upon her, it would be somewhat ungrateful to impose further requests. Naturally, you may begin. The technique has already been granted to you. You can cultivate at any time. Do consume that cleansing pill before you begin your training. It should prove quite beneficial to you. Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly. Yes, master. With her master's consent, Lung Yinran immediately ceased her hesitation, gently uncorking the jade vial. Careful not to let the fragrant essence escape. After pouring out a single pill, she promptly sealed it again. Then, she cautiously stowed the vial away as if it were a precious treasure, glancing at her master once more. Seeing no further instructions from him, she slightly parted her lips and swallowed the cleansing pill. Yes, as soon as the pill entered her mouth, it dissolved into a liquid that coursed through her abdomen. Lung Yinran barely had time to ponder how her master had bitten into this substance with such crispness when she felt the spiritual energy within her sea of qi surging like a tempest. Beginning to expand rapidly, without a moment's delay, she promptly closed her eyes and commenced her practice of the chaotic celestial demon art. She had already memorized the first section of the technique, and with her master present, she believed that no mistakes would occur. As her cultivation progressed, her skin's pores began to expel a multitude of impurities, in less than the duration of an incense stick. Her realm had directly broken through to the 5th level of the air's sovereign realm. As time passed, an increasing quantity of impurities was expelled from her body, and her realm continued to break through without any semblance of a bottleneck. Buzz, the 6th level of the air sovereign realm, the 7th level, the 8th level, the 9th level, break. With a delicate shout from Lung Yinran, her entire aura underwent a profound transformation. The spiritual energy within her sea of qi began to slowly condense into a liquid state, and the liquid spiritual power continued to increase, until it filled her sea of qi, the size of which, originally fixed at a certain capacity, began to expand dramatically at that moment, growing 100-fold before finally ceasing its expansion. Phew! Moments later, Lung Yinran exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Her aura had remarkably leapt from the 4th level of the air's sovereign realm to the 1st level of the profound understanding realm. Even the injuries sustained from her prior pursuit had completely healed during her cultivation, leaving no trace of scars under the influence of the cleansing pill. How could it be so effortlessly that she broke through to the profound understanding realm? It was simpler than overcoming the bottleneck of a minor realm. Moreover, the previously fixed sea of qi had expanded by more than 100-fold, and the concentration of spiritual power was far beyond what should be expected at the profound understanding realm. What grade of technique has my master bestowed upon me in the form of the chaotic celestial demon art? In an instant, feeling the terrifying surge of her power, Lung Yinran was left in utter disbelief. In just a few short hours, she had broken through several minor realms and even surpassed the bottleneck of a major realm. If word were spread, Who would believe it? Ah! Suddenly, Lung Yinran let out a startled cry. Chen Daoxuan, who had been about to offer her words of comfort upon witnessing her breakthrough, was taken aback by her exclamation. What is it? Did something go amiss in your cultivation? Chen Daoxuan, disregarding the impurities expelled from her pores during her training, quickly placed a hand on her shoulder, inquiring with concern. Within the confines of the temple, he was confident he could resolve any issue. Even if Lung Yinran's cultivation went awry, he would be able to handle it. No, it is not that. Master the disciple merely discovered a layer of sticky impurities on her body, feeling it was disrespectful in front of you, esteemed master. Lung Yinran, feeling her masteress' sudden concern, spoke softly, her head bowed. The fact that her master did not seem to care about the layer of impurities only deepened her emotional response, sensing the warmth of her masteress' palm. Coupled with the previous gifts and teachings he had provided, Lung Yinran resolved to repay her master diligently in the future. Ah, I see. You startle me there. Those impurities are merely the residue expelled from the cleansing pill you just ingested. Simply wash yourself in the temple. Chen Daoxuan smiled gently, retracting his hand behind his back. That I in the temple? Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Yinran felt somewhat perplexed. The surroundings were merely wild mountains and forests. Where exactly was this temple? It seems my master has forgotten. Chen Daoxuan, upon hearing this, turned to gaze in the direction of the temple but found it empty, and he could not help but smack his forehead. Upon hearing the system prompt, he had rushed here immediately, inadvertently concealing the temple, fearing that visitors would shy away upon seeing it from afar. If such prodigies were frightened away, it would be a significant loss. Since his disciple had already been informed, there was no longer a need to conceal the temple. With a slight gesture towards the empty space, a grand temple suddenly rose from the ground with a thunderous sound. This magnificent edifice appeared as though it had existed since ancient times, imbued with an aura of antiquity and intricate patterns. The plaque bore the two characters Tian Dao, seemingly infused with the power of the 3,000 paths. Just gazing at the plaque rendered Lung Yinran momentarily transfixed, as if her soul had been drawn into it, swimming amidst the vast ocean of the 3,000 paths, completely losing her sense of self. Awaken! Observing this, Chen Daoxuan could not help but shake his head slightly, then called out gently. Hearing her master's voice, Lung Yinran jolted, coming back to her senses. The disciple is incompetent. I am grateful for your assistance. Esteemed master! Regaining her composure, Lung Yinran bowed in shame towards her master, yet her heart was filled with even greater astonishment. Merely glancing at that plaque had caused her to lose her consciousness, as if she had been pulled into the realm of the great laws. Just the temple where her master resided was so formidable. What kind of existence could her master possibly be? This temple, named after the heavenly path, what audacity does it possess? It is known that all things must adhere to the heavenly path. Even cultivators merely act in accordance with it, and defying it leads only to demise. To name it after the heavenly path is surely to invite its wrath. Could it be that her master is an existence fearless of the heavenly path? Lung Yinran dared not ponder further, forcibly convincing herself that the temple must possess a special array to wield such divine power. Otherwise, she could not comprehend how such a terrifying being would take her as a disciple. Fret not. Keep this jade pendant safe. In the future, you may freely observe the heavenly path plaque, which embodies the essence of the great Tao. Should you grasp even a fraction of it, it would indeed be a significant opportunity. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand, not reproaching her, and then seemingly conjured a jade pendant from nowhere, inscribed with the character for Lung, evidently prepared specifically for her. With this jade pendant, you may move freely within the temple without fear. Yes, thank you, master. Lung Yinran bowed respectfully, cupping her hands as she intended to receive the jade pendant. Chen Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback. To him, there was no need for such formalities between master and disciple, nor the myriad of cumbersome rituals. Thus, he casually conjured a length of rope and, instead of placing the jade pendant in her hands, gently adorned her slender neck with it. Between us, there is no need for excessive decorum. I place the pendant upon you. Now, go choose a room in the main hall that you fancy, and take the time to cleanse yourself properly. Chen Daoxuan said softly before turning to leave. "Thank you, master." Feeling the unintentional brush of her master's long fingers against her neck, Lung Yinran's ears flushed with warmth as she stammered her gratitude and hurriedly entered the main hall. Although she had been pursued by countless prodigies and formidable predecessors over the years, she had never experienced such intimate contact with a man. Upon entering the hall, Lung Yinran selected a side chamber nearest to the main hall, discovering it fully equipped with various amenities. There was even a wooden tub for bathing, emanating a gentle steam, clearly filled with freshly drawn hot water. "Master has even prepared this for me." Lung Yinran bit her crimson lip, her gaze shimmering like emerald waters. However, the sticky sensation clinging to her skin left her feeling quite uncomfortable, prompting her to hasten her actions. She shed her blood-stained garments and began her bath. After several days of relentless pursuit, Lung Yinran was utterly fatigued, and as she basked in the warmth surrounding her, she gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, outside the hall, Chen Daoxuan delved into the intricacies of his system. After taking on a disciple, the invincibility range of his divine hall expanded from 5,000 meters to an impressive 50,000 meters. Though this increase was tenfold, its practical utility was limited within the illusory mountain. Ferocious beasts roamed, and human figures were a rarity. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, believing that as time progressed, his range would one day encompass the heavens. In fact, before that day arrived, he might no longer need to rely on the invincibility of his divine hall. For at the moment Lung Yinran broke through, he received a new system reward. In her presence, he had not had the opportunity to examine it closely. "Ding, your disciple, Lung Yinran, has comprehended the first chapter of the Chaos Heavenly Demon Technique and has broken through to the Transcendence realm. Reward, 150 years of cultivation, 150 system points, complete mastery of the Chaos Heavenly Demon Technique." Upon seeing this notification, Chen Daoxuan could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Initially, he had worried about finding a suitable cultivation technique. Now, it seemed there was no need at all. As long as his disciple practiced, he, as the master, could simply relax and focus on teaching her. After receiving the rewards for his disciple's breakthrough, Chen Daoxuan found that he had fully comprehended the Chaos Heavenly Demon Technique within his mind. The divine abilities contained within felt as familiar as if he had utilized them countless times, allowing him to wield them effortlessly. From now on, if I take on more disciples and let them cultivate the system techniques, wouldn't I, as a master, be able to fully comprehend every technique? Chen Daoxuan mused, feeling a thrill of anticipation. It was important to note that system techniques were the primordial grade. Even celestial grade techniques paled in comparison, rendered as mere refuse in the face of such power. Let me see what this 150 years of cultivation has elevated me to, perhaps to the transcendence realm. After experiencing the technique, Chen Daoxuan focused his thoughts and opened his personal attribute panel. In his mind, since his disciple had reached the transcendence realm, he could not possibly be of a lower realm. Could he? Even if they both belonged to the transcendence realm, with the fully mastered primordial grade technique, the Chaos Heavenly Demon Technique, Chen Daoxuan was confident he could surpass realms, or rather, crush through countless levels. However, upon glancing at his personal panel, he was left dumbfounded. Even after repeatedly closing and reopening it, the information remained unchanged. Host, Chen Daoxuan race. Human special physique. Primordial innate Dao body cultivation technique. Chaos Heavenly Demon Technique. Complete. Talent. Primordial realm. Qi condensation realm. First layer. System. What is the meaning of this? 150 years of cultivation, and I'm still at the first layer of Qi condensation. Even if this 150 years were applied to a pig, it should at least achieve the Qi C realm. Right? Seeing his Qi condensation realm status, Chen Daoxuan's face darkened as he questioned the system incessantly about its workings. His talent was of the primordial grade. Logically, his cultivation speed should be astonishing. 100 years of cultivation only earned him the Qi condensation realm. The realms included body refinement, Qi condensation, Qi C, sky control, transcendence, return to the void, annihilation, infinite spirit division, refining the void, and integration. The primordial innate Dao body was the most formidable physique in existence, surpassing any special physique by countless times. yet it required 1,000,000 times more effort to cultivate. However, the host need not worry. The chi condensation realm of the primordial innate Tao body was still quite powerful. After a long while, the system's prompt finally resonated in his mind, and upon hearing it, Chen Daoxuan let out a sigh of relief that, "I see. But could you be a little more precise? Can my chi condensation realm contend with the transcendence realm?" For Chen Daoxuan, the essence of the realm was insignificant. What mattered was strength, as long as the power was formidable enough. What did it matter if he was in the chi condensation realm? Yet the system remained silent, as if urging him to experiment for himself. Very well, very well. I only hope my disciple can strive for greater heights, so that I, as her master, can break through my own boundaries sooner. Chen Daoxuan could only shake his head in resignation, though he took solace in the fact that each breakthrough of his disciple would grant him rewards. This breakthrough to the transcendence realm had yielded 100 years of cultivation. What if she were to break through to even higher realms in the future? Wouldn't he then reap 1,000 or even 10,000 years of cultivation? Even if this physique was an endless void, he could fill it. If one disciple was not enough, he could take on 2. If 2 were inadequate, then he could take on 3. He could easily recruit all the geniuses. But no males. A proper master wouldn't take on male disciples. After reviewing his cultivation, Chen Daoxuan turned his attention to the system points he had just acquired. System points. 2153.2 thousand of those points had come from the system package, 150 points from Lung Yinran's breakthrough. And the remaining 3 points were undoubtedly from the 3 Transcendence Realm adversaries he had vanquished. Soon, he comprehended the utility of the system points in the system shop. They could be exchanged for various precious items, even everyday goods, and could directly convert into cultivation. 1 system point could be exchanged for a year of cultivation, making them exceedingly valuable. After some contemplation, Chen Daoxuan converted 153 system points into cultivation, retaining 2,000 system points. With the increase of 153 years of cultivation, as he observed his status elevated to the 2nd layer of chi condensation, he couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He realized that each minor advancement now required 100 years of cultivation. Very well, I don't need to venture out for the time being, and I don't require excessively high cultivation that I might as well save the system points. With a sigh, Chen Daoxuan casually retrieved another item. It was the other reward obtained from the package, the innate spiritual root enlightenment tea tree. Selecting a suitable spot, he planted the enlightenment tea tree, which immediately took root, emanating waves of profound Tao resonance. Even simply sitting beneath the tea tree to cultivate would induce a frequent state of enlightenment. Thankfully, it was planted within the confines of the divine hall. Otherwise, if placed in the outside world, it would struggle to survive, even if it drained an entire spiritual vein of nutrients, just as Chen Daoxuan was about to pluck some enlightenment tea for a taste. Lung Yinran emerged gracefully from the main hall. Perhaps due to her cleansing of impurities or the effects of the cleansing elixir, the already ethereal beauty of Lung Yinran appeared even more captivating. Especially striking was her attire from the demon clan, which was quite revealing with scant fabric. Although there was a skirt, it exposed her long, supple legs with each step, accentuating her alluring figure that swayed gently. Most astonishingly, after cultivating the chaos heavenly demon technique, her innate charm was awakened, revealing faint, special lavender patterns upon her smooth abdomen, perfectly befitting her identity as a succubus. As Chen Daoxuan turned to gaze, he found himself momentarily entranced, inwardly exclaiming how truly deserving she was of her innate charm, nearly shouting, "Monstrous talent, aid me in my cultivation." Yet endowed with an invincible quality within the temple's confines, it took but a fleeting moment for her to regain consciousness. However, as Lung Yinran stepped out of the grand hall, she found herself rooted to the spot, gazing blankly in the direction of her master. In her eyes, it seemed as though all the colors of the world had faded, leaving only the figure of a man, his brows like swords, his eyes like stars, bearing a gentle smile, one hand casually resting behind him, exuding an aura reminiscent of celestial rhythms. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the tips of his hair to dance, while the tea trees behind him rustled in a harmonious chorus, as if celebrating their master. Call him a celestial being would be to diminish his grandeur. The very essence of the world's principles appeared to hinge upon his existence. Indeed, Chen Daoxuan chuckled softly, nodding in approval, though it was unclear whether he was praising her cultivation or her demeanor. It was all due to the merits of her master. The disciple felt a sense of shame. Upon hearing her master's voice, Lung Yinran snapped back to reality, swiftly waving her hands, unwilling to accept his commendation. Ah, this achievement is hardly related to my master. Chen Daoxuan merely clicked his tongue, choosing not to elaborate further. Is there anything unclear in your cultivation, or any other doubts? Speak freely, and I shall provide you with guidance. Not wishing to linger on the previous topic, Chen Daoxuan naturally shifted the conversation to matters of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lung Yinran adopted a more serious demeanor. When it came to cultivation, there was no room for negligence. Disciple has many questions and hopes for the master's insights. She meticulously voiced her confusions regarding the cultivation of the chaotic celestial demon technique. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan listened attentively, reaching out toward the enlightenment tea tree, which, with a remarkable sensitivity, extended a branch toward him. Surprised, Chen Daoxuan marveled at the tree's extraordinary responsiveness. He casually plucked some enlightenment tea, then gently caressed the branch, to which the tea tree responded with joy, swaying as if it were a pet basking in its master's affection. While Lung Yinran continued to express her uncertainties, she was momentarily taken aback by her master's subsequent actions, her words faltering. With a casual wave of his hand, Chen Daoxuan conjured a small pavilion beside the enlightenment tea tree, complete with tables and chairs, and even a fine set of tea utensils, after taking his seat with effortless grace. He beckoned to the dazed Lung Yinran to join him. Realizing what was happening, Lung Yinran quickly approached, her graceful steps leading her to her master, bending slightly as she prepared to receive his teachings. In her heart, she was awash with admiration, pondering the true extent of her master's abilities. Was such a miraculous act of creation truly within the realm of mortal practitioners? Surely, her master must have transcended into the realm of immortals. There's no need for such formality. Sit down and let us converse over tea. Chen Daoxuan observed his disciple's demeanor and couldn't help but smile wryly. Shouldn't the bond between master and disciple be one of mutual affection? Such rigidity would surely complicate matters in the future. Yes, master. Lung Yinran did not refuse, promptly taking a seat across from him, sitting up straight as if she were a student in a classroom. Yet, warmth filled her heart. She had not expected her master, with such unfathomable strength, to be so approachable. You will grow accustomed to this over time. Please continue, he encouraged, sensing her nervousness. Lung Yinran resumed, discussing her cultivation doubts. Chen Daoxuan intended to brew some tea. However, she, being considerate, took the initiative to prepare the tea herself. He was more than happy to relax. Why should he toil when he had a disciple to attend to him? Indeed, being a master was quite comfortable. The moment Lung Yinran grasped the enlightenment tea, a refreshing sensation enveloped her, leaving her astonished. Yet, having encountered many extraordinary phenomena in her master's presence, she dismissed any further contemplation. Once her questions were fully articulated and the enlightenment tea brewed, she remarked, quite good. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate for you. Listening to her disciple's cultivation dilemmas, which mostly pertained to the smoothness of her meridian flow, Chen Daoxuan pondered that verbal explanations would pale in comparison to a direct demonstration. Previously, he would have been unable to teach her, but after Lung Yinran comprehended the first chapter of the chaotic celestial demon technique, he had received the perfect reward for mastering it, rendering all issues trivial in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lung Yinran was momentarily taken aback. Having practiced the chaotic celestial demon technique, she knew it bore numerous restrictions. Yet it felt as if it had been tailor-made for her, to the very least. Only the demon race could cultivate this technique, and those with innate charm would be the most suited. She had not anticipated that her master would also possess such a technique. But then again, given his unfathomable nature, nothing seemed impossible. Clearing her mind of distractions, she focused intently on her master's execution of the technique. After Chen Daoxuan completed a full cycle of the first chapter of the celestial demon technique, Lung Yinran felt as if she had been enlightened, her previous confusions dissolving away, though minor issues remained. She was confident that with further practice, they would be resolved. Disciple expresses gratitude for the master's teachings. She stood and respectfully bowed to her master. Have you understood? Are there any lingering doubts? Chen Daoxuan gestured for her to sit again, inquiring with genuine concern whether her cultivation questions had been addressed. After all, he hoped for his disciple to break through her current realm soon, thus earning him greater rewards. The disciple's progress was of utmost importance. Having observed her master's demonstration, she found that most of her concerns had been alleviated, leaving only a small fraction to be resolved with further exploration. Upon hearing her master's words, she quickly replied, "I see. It's simple. The tea is ready. Pour yourself a cup." Chen Daoxuan murmured, then turned his gaze to the brewed enlightenment tea on the table, realizing he had been too engrossed in demonstrating the technique to savor it. The thought of the tea's effects made his eyes light up. Disciple was so absorbed in watching that I forgot to serve tea to my master. Please forgive me. However, as his words reached Long Yinran's ears, she was momentarily taken aback, then promptly knelt on one knee. My intention was not to scold you. It was merely a straightforward request. There's no need for misinterpretation. Chen Daoxuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was he not friendly enough? Why did his disciple seem so fearful of him? Yes, master. It was all the fault of her narrow-mindedness. Relieved, Long Yinran rose to respectfully prepare tea for her master before pouring herself a cup as well. Her temperament was not surprising. Possessing innate charm and having survived thus far, she always acted with utmost caution. Otherwise, she might have been swept away by numerous powerful predecessors long ago. Quite good, from now on. You shall be in charge of brewing tea. Chen Daoxuan paid no mind to her demeanor, only savoring a sip of tea and quietly praising her tea-making skills. Serving tea to my master is a blessing for me. Long Yinran beamed at her master's compliment. Then, under his gaze, lifted her cup to take a delicate sip. Yet, as the tea slid down her throat, her eyes widened in astonishment. She quickly closed her eyes to meditate, entering a state of enlightenment. After about the span of an incense stick, she slowly opened her eyes. This tea can actually facilitate enlightenment? Upon regaining her composure, Long Yinran gasped in disbelief, staring at her cup in wonder. What cultivator would not yearn for such a monumental opportunity to enter a state of enlightenment? Even as the most gifted individual of the Morua kingdom, she had never reached such a realm. This was truly an invaluable treasure. Indeed, this is enlightenment tea, designed to aid in achieving enlightenment. Did you manage to resolve the remaining 2 parts of your confusion? Observing his disciple's shocked expression, Chen Daoxuan raised his teacup once more, taking a sip while smiling gently. Enlightenment tea? Long Yinran could hardly believe that such a miraculous tea tree existed in the world. Upon hearing her master's words, she was left utterly astounded. If achieving enlightenment could be so effortlessly attained, what else was beyond her master's reach? Reporting to my master, during the moment of enlightenment, I have clarified all my doubts. The precious Wu Dao tea is a treasure that fills the disciple with a sense of guilt. Without pausing to express her astonishment, Long Yinran hurriedly responded to her master. This is well and good. As for the Wu Dao tea, despite its rarity, now that you have become a disciple under my tutelage, what is there that you cannot utilize? Chen Daoxuan said with a light chuckle, subsequently lifting the Wu Dao tea to sip. However, after tasting it, he furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a tinge of confusion. Why was he unable to enter a state of enlightenment? This Wu Dao tea, while possessing a delightful flavor and a rich aftertaste, seemed devoid of any extraordinary effects. Yet, this scene only deepened Long Yinran's reverence for her master. Such a precious elixir. Yet her master appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Could it be that the Wu Dao tea did not meet his refined palate? Such a divine substance, if placed in the outside world, would surely incite even the most formidable beings of the infinite realm to fight desperately for it. Master, I have a few questions I wish to ask for your clarification. Suddenly recalling something, Long Yinran gently shook her head to dispel her thoughts and turned to her master once more. After receiving a slight nod of assent from him, she continued, May I inquire about the grade of the chaos celestial demon art you have bestowed upon me? Is it not a legendary celestial grade technique? This speculation had arisen within her As she practiced the chaos celestial demon ART in the present world, martial arts are classified into 4 tiers: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, each further divided into superior, middle, inferior, and exquisite grades. Yet, to her knowledge, even within the hallowed grounds of cultivation, the highest tier possessed was merely mid-grade heavenly AS for the technique she had originally cultivated. It was a low-grade earthly art passed down through her family for generations. Even so, it had enabled her to become the foremost prodigy of the Moro kingdom. However, while practicing the chaos celestial demon art, she could distinctly sense that this technique was likely beyond the realm of the heavenly tier. Celestial grade? Not quite, Chen Daoxuan replied, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head in denial. Upon witnessing this, Lung Yinran silently lamented, realizing that she had perhaps overthought the matter. How could there be celestial grade techniques in this world, let alone one that she had acquired? Surely, it must be a top-tier technique within the heavenly grade. The celestial demon art is of the primordial level. Could a celestial grade technique, typically used for mundane tasks such as cooking, even be compared to the celestial demon art? Chen Daoxuan continued to elucidate, seemingly unbothered by her thoughts, while he was uncertain of how much stronger the primordial level arts were compared to celestial ones. He was certain they were not on the same level. Primordial level. Celestial grade techniques are only fit for mundane tasks like cooking. At that moment, Lung Yinran's eyes widened in disbelief. Her lips parted as if her entire worldview had shattered. If celestial grade techniques were merely suitable for cooking, then surely the heavenly grade techniques within the great holy grounds could only serve as tools for relieving oneself. As for the low-grade, earthly technique passed down from her ancestors, it might as well be deemed unworthy even for cleaning. Do you hear what others say? Understood, Master. Your grace is beyond measure, and I am at a loss for how to repay you. Once she regained her composure, Lung Yinran immediately performed a deep bow to her master. In her heart, she had come to believe that she would accept any request her master made of her, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Rise. There's no need to kneel so often that I do not place much importance on such formalities, Chen Daoxuan replied, exasperated as he helped her back to her feet, diverting his gaze as he noticed a slight sway. By the way, Master, I noticed the words Tan Dao inscribed above the Great Hall is at the name of our sect. After standing, Lung Yinran recalled something and could not help but ask. This? Indeed, our sect is called the Tian Dao Pavilion. Chen Daoxuan momentarily felt disoriented. He had never considered what to name the sect he had established. After all, prior to accepting disciples, he had been all alone. However, upon hearing Lung Yinran's words, he casually agreed to the name Tian Dao Pavilion, which sounded quite grand. The Tian Dao Pavilion, truly befitting of my master's sect, named after the Tao of Heaven. Taking a deep breath, Lung Yinran resolved to ensure that the name of the Tian Dao Pavilion would echo throughout the world, proving to her master that his efforts were not in vain. After conversing for a while longer at her master's behest, Lung Yinran finished her cup of Wu Dao tea in one gulp, once again entering the state of enlightenment. This time, her enlightenment lasted an entire day. Upon awakening, Lung Yinran found that her cultivation had indeed ascended to the second level of the Tongxian realm. Furthermore, upon Chen Daoxuan's examination, he discovered her foundation to be exceedingly stable, with no hidden dangers remaining to in turn. Chen Daoxuan received 100 years of cultivation and 100 exchange points. Thank you, Master, slowly opening her eyes. Lung Yinran gazed at her master with utmost respect. In the short span of less than 2 days since becoming his disciple, she had transformed from the 4th level of the Yukong realm to the 2nd level of the Tongxian realm. Moreover, she sensed that with her current strength, she might even be able to challenge foes of higher realms. At this thought, Lung Yinran hesitated, unsure whether to voice her thoughts to her master. Speak freely if you have something to say. Chen Daoxuan inquired, sensing her unease for the 100 years of cultivation. The system had automatically absorbed it, allowing him to reach the 3rd level of the condensing chi realm, leaving him uncertain whether to feel pleased or frustrated. Reporting to Master, I have been pursued and delayed in returning home. Ordinarily, my family would send someone to inquire about my well-being. However, there has been no news, so I fear my family may be facing some trouble. I wish to return. Long Yanran spoke cautiously, carefully observing her master's expression. Should he show even the slightest discontent, she would promptly apologize. After all, even in the worldly cultivation sects, joining often necessitated reducing contact with one's family to pursue the Tao. And for a master of his caliber, it might be even more imperative for disciples to sever worldly ties. Is that so? Are you confident? Chen Daoxuan asked, his voice steady as he regarded her. Had I returned previously with only the strength of the Yukong realm, I doubt I could have been of much assistance. However, now that I have practiced your chaos celestial demon art, my cultivation has reached the second level of the Tong Xian realm. I feel I can even contend with experts of the Gui Su realm. As Long Yanran felt the concern in her master's words, her heart fluttered, and she honestly shared her thoughts. In the Moro kingdom, the highest combat strength resided with the king, who possessed the strength of the Gui Su realm. As for her family, their strongest member was at the 9th level of the Tong Xian realm. Even so, they were one of the 3 prominent families in the Moro kingdom. Long Yanran had a hunch that the trouble her family faced was likely due to the actions of the other 2 major families. Do you know who has targeted you and your family? Chen Daoxuan inquired, nodding slightly as he pressed further. I do not know. Alas, the 3 who pursued me have all perished at your hands. I did not mean to imply any blame toward you. Long Yanran realized her mistake in speaking and hastily offered her apologies and no harm done. What you mentioned is indeed a valid suggestion. Since that is the case, let us inquire with those who pursued you. Chen Daoxuan responded, his expression brightening as if he had thought of something. Long Yanran, hearing this, felt a bit perplexed. 2 of the pursuers had been reduced to a mist of blood, and the 3rd had his neck crushed. How could they possibly ask questions? Could it be that her master possessed the ability to summon souls? It would not be surprising, given his celestial-like presence. It would be normal for him to dabble in such arcane arts. Yet, Chen Daoxuan clearly did not intend to summon souls. With a gentle wave of his hand, the remaining corpse floated beside the pavilion. Fortunately, not all had been reduced to blood mist. Otherwise, it would have posed some complications. With a light chuckle, Chen Daoxuan snapped his fingers, and a series of cracking sounds echoed as the broken neck of the corpse began to mend. To Long Yanran's astonishment, the lifeless body gasped for air and opened its eyes wide. Please do not kill me. Do not kill me. As I opened my eyes, the figure suspended in the air was writhing in a cacophony of despair, with liquid streaming down from his pant legs. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Yanran's pupils constricted in shock. He has been revived? This was utterly beyond her comprehension. Surely, such feats could only be executed by an immortal. Observing the man's struggles, it was clear he was not a mere zombie. He possessed a fully intact consciousness. A person who had been dead for over a day had returned to life. Silence. Chen Daoxuan uttered a cold snort, causing the assassin to immediately clamp his mouth shut, trembling uncontrollably. It was not that he desired to remain silent, but with Chen Daoxuan's frigid reprimand, he discovered that his throat had rendered him incapable of producing any sound. I shall inquire, and you shall respond. Should your answers fail to satisfy, you may die 1,000 times. Do you comprehend? Chen Daoxuan's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was exceedingly calm. Yet these words plunged the assassin into an icy abyss. It was as if the young man before him were the most terrifying demon in existence. Instantly, the assassin began to nod fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Good disciple, feel free to inquire as you wish. Chen Daoxuan finally turned his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed his disciple. His demeanor was entirely different from when he faced the assassin, leaving the latter bewildered by this stark contrast. Thank you, master. Long Yanran snapped back to reality, unable to recall how many times she had been astonished to the core by her master within this brief span of a single day. However, pressing for information was of utmost priority. Who sent you to pursue me? Woo woo woo. Oh, you can speak now. Only upon Chen Daoxuan's prompting could the assassin finally respond that it was the head of the Wang family who dispatched us. I shall divulge all that I know to spare my life. The head of the Wang family. Are you aware of the current predicament facing my Lung family? Why has no one come to my aid? Well, I only know that the Wang and Li families have allied against you at AS for the current situation. I have long been lying in ambush on the road and am unaware of any news from within the city. I truly possess no further information. Should I speak falsely, may the heavens smite me. Master, I have finished my inquiries. Lung Yinran cast a cold glance at the assassin, then bowed deeply to her master. Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly, gesturing with a flick of his hand, causing the assassin to float towards the Enlightenment Tea tree. Once they arrived before the tree, before the assassin could react, a root suddenly shot forth, piercing through him, instantly transforming him into nutrients that the tree absorbed. All of his Dao fruits were digested into the tree's essence. However, due to his low cultivation level, the effect on the Enlightenment Tea tree was negligible. Chen Daoxuan inwardly lamented the loss. This assassin's revival and subsequent demise had not granted him any points in the reward system. Otherwise, he would have considered reviving and killing the assassin countless times to amass an astronomical sum of points, exchanging them for eons of cultivation. Lung Yinran was taken aback, surprised to discover that this treasured Enlightenment Tea tree possessed such an aspect that a strong practitioner of the Xian realm had been reduced to mere nutrients. Truly terrifying. Master, the heads of the two great families are both at the 9th level of the Xian realm, on par with the head of my Lung family. Should they join forces, my family would indeed struggle to contend. However, I am confident in my ability to resolve this. I humbly request permission to descend the mountain. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin, contemplating a new idea. Since you are so determined to descend the mountain, I shall suppress my cultivation and engage you in a spar to test your strength. The system indicated his power vastly exceeded the ordinary realms. Today would be an opportune moment to test both his abilities and Lung Yinran's prowess. Within the confines of the Tiandao Hall, even if he utilized only the strength of the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm, he would not sustain any real harm. Thank you, Master. Lung Yinran's eyes lit up. She too wished to gauge her current strength and whether she could contend with practitioners of the Guishu realm. However, as the two positioned themselves, gazing at her master's suppressed cultivation, she was left dumbfounded. The Qi condensation realm, 3rd level. Master, I am currently at the 2nd level of the Xian realm, and I have been cultivating the primordial technique you provided. This suppression was excessively severe, was it not? The Qi condensation realm signified merely stepping into the path of cultivation, having just passed the body tempering stage and begun absorbing spiritual energy. No matter, simply unleash your full power. Chen Daoxuan's lips twitched slightly. His heart laden with helplessness, he had not intended to suppress himself to the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that after over 3 centuries of cultivation, his realm had only reached this level. What could he do? Very well. Then I shall make my move. Master, be careful. Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Yinran could only let out a faint sigh. It appeared she truly seemed too weak in her master's eyes. To spar with her at the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm meant a disparity of several great realms. Qi condensation, Qi Sea, Sky Control, Xian realm. Her true battle power was likely comparable to that of a Guishu realm practitioner. Did this not mean her master would need to traverse 4 or 5 great realms to spar with her? Yet, recalling her master's astonishing immortal techniques, she felt no concern about injuring him. No, she had no opportunity to do so at all. What a pity it was that she could not assess whether she could rival a Guishu realm practitioner. Commence, Chen Daoxuan commanded somberly, his own heart tinged with unease. For the gap in their realms was vast. The system had asserted that his strength surpassed the boundaries of realms. But to what extent was that strength? He could not ascertain. He certainly did not wish to lose face before his disciple. With Chen Daoxuan's command, Lung Yinran dared not exhibit even a hint of laxity, immediately unleashing her most potent attack. Heavenly Demon Finger. With a spirited shout, her body swayed with emotion, nearly dazzling Chen Daoxuan's eyes. Lung Yinran unleashed the divine ability she had comprehended from the first chapter of the Heavenly Demon Technique. Heavenly Demon Finger. A single finger thrust forth, akin to a celestial demon descending, as a hazy, gray demonic figure emerged behind her, mirroring her movements as it pointed towards Chen Daoxuan. Heavenly Demon Finger. Chen Daoxuan, witnessing this, similarly opted to counter with a heavenly demon finger. However, after he executed it, the outcome differed entirely from Lung Yinran's. Behind Chen Daoxuan, phantoms gradually materialized, ultimately revealing a total of 10 demonic figures, their eyes glowing crimson and exuding an overwhelming aura of malice, all simultaneously advancing towards Lung Yinran's finger, before their respective attacks could collide. The phantom behind Lung Yinran could no longer bear the oppressive force and dissipated into nothingness. Lung Yinran felt as though she were bound, cold sweat beading on her forehead. It was as if the 10 formidable demons truly stood before her. This strike was akin to the 10 demons launching an assault upon her. Fortunately, at the very moment their fingertips were about to meet, Chen Daoxuan instantly retracted all the power from his heavenly demon finger. It merely grazed Lung Yinran's fingertip, their index fingers connecting without producing any fearsome sound. The power of the Master's heavenly demon finger was truly terrifying. Lung Yinran felt as though she were confronting the 10 greatest demons. The mere pressure nearly shattering her resolve. I am ashamed, for I had thought I could exchange blows with my master. After taking a couple of deep breaths, she regained her composure and, with a hint of embarrassment, addressed her master. Little did she anticipate that her master, with merely the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm, could render her utterly defenseless, leaving no room for thoughts of resistance. It was overwhelmingly frightening. Had her master not suppressed his cultivation, would he not have been able to pierce a gaping hole in the heavens with a single finger? TSK. Chen Daoxuan clicked his tongue softly, astonished at how potent his 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm had proven to be. Had he not dissipated the force in time, that single strike might have slain Lung Yinran. Nonetheless, this left him uncertain about the realms with which he could contend. Master, may I retrieve my hand now? Just as Chen Daoxuan pondered this, Lung Yinran shyly inquired, her cheeks flushed. Following their finger-to-finger contact, they had maintained that position, and without Chen Daoxuan retracting his hand, she dared not move. Ahem, of course, while your power is sufficient for self-defense in the outside world, you may still encounter danger. Please wait a moment. Chen Daoxuan awkwardly cleared his throat, then with a thought, produced a fine jade pendant. He stored within it the full force of his heavenly demon finger. Although the power of an attack would gradually diminish once it exceeded the confines of the Tiandao Hall. However, the finger of demonic power was a manifestation of his own strength, unaffected by any departure from its realm. This jade pendant contained a strike of equal might to that prior blow. Wearing it would safeguard one's life in critical moments. Upon hearing this, Lung Yinran, who received the pendant, was overwhelmed with joy. She initially believed that her own prowess was already sufficient to dominate the other 2 prominent families in the Morwa kingdom. Now, with her master's jade pendant as her trump card, even those at the Return to Ruins realm, or even the Desolation realm, would only be left to lament. Only she, having faced Chen Daoxuan's finger, understood the sheer terror of that power. Disciple, thanks master. Once I resolve my family matters, I shall return at the earliest opportunity to serve you, master. Chen Daoxuan, upon hearing this, waved his hand slightly and returned to the grand hall. After bowing deeply towards the hall, Lung Yinran turned and made her way down the illusory mountain. She retraced her escape route from when she was being hunted. A sense of melancholy washed over her. She had not anticipated that within the span of just 2 days, her circumstances would undergo such a profound transformation. She had even encountered miraculous techniques that only immortals might wield, and all of this was due to her having taken an immortal as her master. Once she dealt with the affairs of the Lung family, which would also settle her family's debts, she would return to the mountain and devote herself to serving her master. With these thoughts, Lung Yinran quickened her pace to in the capital city of the Morwa kingdom, the Lung family. Head of the Lung family, heed my counsel, close the formation, and I shall grant you a path to survival, urged Wang Ming. You think I am but a child of 3? Well then, enough with the nonsense that Li family head. Let us attack together and shatter this formation sooner rather than later. As agreed, my Li family shall take 4 parts of the spoils. But that girl, Lung Yinran, is mine. Indeed, indeed. Wang Ming chuckled, yet inwardly mused, that girl may not give you the chance to enjoy her. It was absurd that these ancient men would harbor such nefarious thoughts over a mere girl like Lung Yanran. Nevertheless, Wang Ming could not deny that she was indeed captivating, not only in appearance, but also in her extraordinary talent. Being of the sacred tier, should she be utilized as a furnace, one might very well break through their bottleneck and step into the Return to Ruins realm. Now that the Li family head was aging and nearing his end, it was no wonder he was eager to use Lung Yanran as a vessel for his breakthrough. However, Wang Ming would not allow this to happen. Thus, he dispatched assassins, not to capture her alive, but to eliminate Lung Yanran directly. In the midst of conversation, the two had already struck the protective array of the Lung family several times. Moments later, the great formation of the Lung family began to show signs of cracks. Boom! With the final strike, the formation could no longer withstand the assault of two 9th-tier Transcendence Realm experts and shattered completely. Men, attack! At the moment the Lung family's defensive array was breached, Wang Ming summoned the many powerful members of his family to charge towards the Lung residence. The Li family head did not hesitate either, prompting his own descendants to enter the fray. The two then hovered in the air, positioned not far from Lung Zhan, the head of the Lung family, mocking him. The three families were roughly equal in strength, each being among the most formidable in the capital. Now, with the two families joining forces, their numbers were double that of the Lung family, and soon the cries of despair echoed through the Lung estate. As many of the younger members were besieged and fell, Lung Zhan, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of helplessness despite his deep-seated anxiety. Faced with the other two family heads, also 9th-tier Transcendence Realm experts, he had no time to assist his own younger generation. Do you not fear the Emperor's wrath for disrupting the balance among the three great families, leading to your utter destruction? As the situation grew dire, and more of the Lung family's younger members were injured, Lung Zhan gritted his teeth, attempting to invoke the Emperor's name to threaten the two. Do not invoke His Majesty to pressure me. Even our Emperor may find himself in peril. Do not expect him to come to your aid. Wang Ming replied with a disdainful smile, arms crossed, showing no sign of concern. The two were not in a hurry to engage Lung Zhan. They merely needed to intercept him and wait for their younger members to completely annihilate the Lung family. What do you mean by that? Hearing that even the Emperor was in danger, Lung Zhan's brow furrowed. If that were true, then the Lung family would likely have to accept their fate today. He could only hope that the girl had not encountered any danger and that she would not return to the capital to meet her demise. Just as Wang Ming was about to continue his verbal assault on Lung Zhan, intending to break his spirit, a young cultivator, clad in resplendent robes, rose gracefully into the air. You cannot even subdue a mere Lung family. How much longer do you wish for this young master to wait? The youth bore an expression of displeasure, showing no regard for the two 9th-tier Transcendence Realm heads, reprimanding them without hesitation. My lord, please remain calm. Lung Zhan and we are both 9th-tier Transcendence Realm practitioners. Should it come to a life-or-death struggle, it could indeed become troublesome. Our lives are of little worth, but should this involve your lordship, the consequences would be dire. Seeing this, Wang Ming and his companion immediately bowed respectfully to the youth. This young man was named Zhang Tianze, although his cultivation was only at the 5th tier of the Transcendence Realm. The two did not dare be disrespectful. After all, Zhang Tianze was the direct disciple of the Luo Tian sect as chief, and was likely to succeed as the next sect leader within 200 years. Given his prodigious talent, laughable, Zhang Tianze, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully, as if he had no fear of the 9th-tier Transcendence Realm at all. If you surrender Lung Yanran to me, allowing her to serve as my attendant, I shall spare your Lung family. What do you say? He then turned to the wary Lung Zhan, speaking in a calm tone. Why, lord, I must confess, Yanran is not currently at home. Might I implore you to have the two families refrain from hostilities? This matter can wait until Yanran returns for discussion. Though Lung Zhan was reluctant, he had no choice but to acquiesce under the current circumstances, feigning agreement for the time being, hoping to devise a plan once Yanran returned. The expressions of the two family heads behind Zhang Tianze shifted slightly at his words. The Li family head had come to attack the Lung family with the intent of taking Lung Yanran as a vessel for his own breakthrough, before his life ended. If Zhang Tianze also sought Lung Yanran, then his hopes would be dashed. As for Wang Meng, his face turned ashen. He had dispatched 3 9th-tier Transcendence Realm assassins to kill Lung Yanran. It was over. They were doomed. Even if Lung Yanran was extraordinarily gifted, facing 3 Transcendence Realm Masters, her fate would undoubtedly be sealed. As this realization struck him, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He had now thoroughly offended Zhang Tianze. He could only hope to find an opportunity to flee before news of this reached him. Just as everyone's thoughts diverged, Zhang Tianze was about to speak again when his eyes lit up, spotting a captivating figure soaring swiftly towards them from afar. Was that not the Lung Yanran he sought? A smile broke across Zhang Tianze's face as he waved slightly, signaling the 2 family heads to momentarily cease their actions. They had no choice but to comply. Upon seeing Lung Yanran's figure, Wang Meng stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Yet internally, he sighed in relief. Yanran, flee. Lung Zhan gritted his teeth, a flash of determination crossing his eyes as he turned to shout at Lung Yanran. His initial feigned agreement with Zhang Tianze was merely to temporarily alleviate the Lung family's casualties. He had never truly intended to hand over Lung Yanran as a bargaining chip for their salvation. Now, seeing Lung Yanran return to the family, he was resolute in his decision to aid her escape, even if it meant fighting to the death, leaving the survival of the younger generation to fate. You insignificant creatures, should you dare to thwart my grand designs, you shall find yourselves unable to live or die. Upon hearing Lung Zhan's words, the smile that adorned Zhang Tianze's face instantly vanished. Yet, Lung Yanran seemed to ignore his words entirely, quickening her pace instead. In a fleeting moment, she found herself hovering above the Lung family estate, confronting the gathered crowd. Initially, she had assumed it was merely the Wang and Li families collaborating. She had not anticipated the involvement of the chief disciple from the Luotian sect. This revelation caused Lung Yanran to furrow her brow. In times past, even facing the united front of the Wang and Li families would have posed a significant challenge for her, let alone contending with a formidable entity like the Luotian sect, which towered over the Moro kingdom. Her only recourse would have been to devise a strategy to safeguard herself. However, the situation had changed. With the thought of her master, an almost celestial being, standing behind her, Lung Yanran felt no trepidation in the face of her adversaries. Instead, she adopted a condescending demeanor, determined not to bring shame upon her Tiandao pavilion or her revered master. You insignificant rodents, have you considered the consequences of your actions against the Lung family today? Lung Yanran surveyed the assembly, her words causing jaws to drop in astonishment. Even Lung Zhan gazed at her in disbelief. His mind momentarily clouded. How could Lung Yanran exude such confidence when confronted by the combined might of the Wang and Li families, alongside the Luotian sect's chief disciple? Now it made sense. It was said that Lung Yanran possessed exceptional skills in handling affairs, and witnessing her in action confirmed this. She had appeared and immediately discerned the situation, recognizing that this noble was here for her, and thus boldly raised his banner. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Zhang Tianze, initially taken aback, soon experienced a revelation and began to applaud enthusiastically. The assembly, momentarily stunned by Lung Yanran's proclamation, quickly grasped the implications and regarded her with newfound respect. This woman was indeed exceptionally astute. As Zhang Tianze's applause echoed through the air, coupled with his explanatory remarks, the crowd collectively exhibited expressions of enlightenment, their gaze towards Lung Yanran now tinged with apprehension. This girl possessed a terrifying intellect. Having just made her appearance, she had swiftly assessed the entire scenario and instinctively chosen the most advantageous course of action. Aligning herself with Zhang Tianze rendered the Wang and Li families inconsequential. It was even conceivable that he might exact punishment upon the other 2 families on her behalf, thus bestowing compensation upon the Lung family. Truly formidable. The heads of the Wang and Li families felt a surge of anxiety. They had never anticipated that Lung Yanran possessed such cunning and foresight. This was becoming problematic. Should Zhang Tianze truly decide to support her, their families would face substantial losses. Not only would they fail to gain any advantage, but they might even suffer a significant setback. Indeed, you are quite remarkable, as my attendant. You may view them as mere ants, Zhang Tianzi proclaimed. Today, I shall lend you my support. Come, stand by my side. After lavishing praise on her, he scrutinized Lung Yinran, marveling at her beauty and feeling an irresistible urge to draw her closer. Yet, Lung Yinran remained unmoved, regarding him with an odd expression, as if he were a fool. You have 10 breaths to retreat. Should you choose not to, I shall spare your lives this time. Otherwise, you shall all remain here today. After a moment of contemplation, Lung Yinran spoke coldly to the crowd. Her words fell upon them, and they exchanged glances, ultimately turning their focus to Zhang Tianzi. It was acceptable to have a bit of spirit, but they were compelled to heed his commands. Come to me. Zhang Tianzi, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, found himself in an awkward position, his smile fading as he barked the command again. He extended his hand, conjuring a manifestation of spiritual energy shaped like a hand that reached towards Lung Yinran, aiming to seize her and draw her to him. The mere display of spiritual energy caused the 3 family heads at the 9th level of the Tongxian realm to gasp in astonishment. The purity of his energy surpassed even theirs. Should a confrontation ensue, a practitioner at the 4th level of the Tongxian realm could likely contend with them, if not surpass them. Break. Lung Yinran merely raised her delicate hand, nonchalantly pointing at the approaching hand. Was this girl mad? The esteemed disciple's casual strike could easily suppress most practitioners at the Tongxian realm's 9th level. How could Lung Yinran possibly withstand such a blow? Let alone with such a dismissive gesture. The onlookers were momentarily entertained, perceiving the unfolding scene as a grand joke. To owe them, Zhang Tianzi, as the chief disciple of the Luo Tian sect, should be able to quell nearly all adversaries of the Tongxian realm. How could Lung Yinran hope to counter him, especially with such casualness? Yet the instant the spiritual hand collided with Lung Yinran's fingertip, all present were rendered speechless. With a crisp crack, the hand shattered like fragile glass. Surely, that esteemed figure had shown restraint to avoid harming the girl, intending merely to intimidate her into submission. Had she truly failed to recognize the gravity of the situation? It seemed so, yet the girl from the Lung family had dared to slight him. The outcome would likely not bode well for her. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the assembly quickly found a convenient rationale to convince themselves. However, Zhang Tianzi's brow furrowed slightly, while others may have been oblivious. He knew the truth. Though he hadn't exerted his full strength, that strike should have been sufficient to subdue all opponents below the mid-tier of the Tongxian realm. Furthermore, he had gleaned an important insight from that exchange. Lung Yinran was not merely at the rumored level of Econ, but was indeed a practitioner of the Tongxian realm. Even the 3 family heads beside him had come to this realization. In no wonder she had managed to escape the clutches of 3 Tongxian assassins. She had concealed her true power. Wang Meng's eyes narrowed slightly as he finally comprehended how Lung Yinran had eluded the 3 assassins. Yinran, when did you break through to the Tongxian realm? Have you been concealing your cultivation? Even Lung Zhan, the head of the Lung family, appeared utterly astonished and could not refrain from asking. He had been entirely unaware of when Lung Yinran had achieved this breakthrough. These details could be discussed later with the family head. Previously, she had indeed been at the 4th level of Econ. However, upon encountering her master, she had ascended to the Tongxian realm in a single day. Lung Yinran glanced toward the family head and casually responded to his inquiry. She felt no need to hide her master's formidable abilities and was resolute in ensuring that her master's name and the Tiandao Pavilion would resonate throughout the world. Beyond that, she could not conceive of a better way to repay her master's kindness. How amusing. You achieved a breakthrough to the Tongxian realm in a single day. Do you consider yourself a reincarnated immortal? Since you wish to utilize my banner to quell the 2 great families, you ought to heed my counsel that if you want the horse to run, you must provide it with fodder. Surely, you understand this principle? Zhang Tianzi scoffed, dismissing her. Even if she had attained the Tongxian realm, what difference did it make? She remained within his grasp. Yet, this development was advantageous. A dual cultivation furnace of the Tongxian realm was far superior to one at the Econ realm. Once her potential was exhausted, even if she lost her cultivation, her enchanting visage could serve as a delightful attendant by his side. Impudence, Lung Yinran retorted. I am now a disciple of the Tiandao Pavilion. Even if I am but grass, it is my master who shall tend to me, not you." Upon hearing his words, her expression darkened, and she felt a surge of murderous intent toward Zhang Tianze. "Oh, so you have begun to flaunt your authority once more? Very well. I shall take this opportunity to educate you." Zhang Tianze remained unfazed. The Tiandao Pavilion. This little girl speaks boldly. Which sect would dare to claim the name of Tiandao? They would surely invite divine retribution upon themselves. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall depart. Qingtao go slash. Without waiting for Lung Yinran's consent, he unleashed his first strike with a hand shaped like a blade. Employing a full 80% of his strength, Tianma finger. Lung Yinran's pupils constricted as she faced the chief disciple of the Luo Tian sect. She dared not underestimate him, and immediately summoned her utmost power for her strongest counterattack. The two figures collided in an instant. Boom! As their forms clashed, dust erupted, tiles flew, and a flurry of sharp blade energies scattered outward. Anyone caught in the crossfire sustained deep, bone-exposing wounds. Ah, my leg, my eyes, are filled with dread. Young Master Zhang's move, merely the residual wave of his blade, is already so terrifying. It is certain that Lung Yinran has either sustained severe injuries or perhaps even perished. Those affected let out cries of anguish, and the onlookers are left utterly speechless, contemplating that if they were the targets, they would have been reduced to mere ashes. This strike, if exchanged with practitioners of the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm, would undoubtedly inflict substantial harm. Truly, he is the chief disciple of the Luo Tian sect. If he were to reveal all his hidden cards, he could likely exchange blows with even the formidable experts of the returning ruins realm. It is essential to remember that he is merely at the 4th level of the Transcendent Realm. The heads of the 3 great families, witnessing this scene, also opened their eyes wide in shock. Especially Long Zhan, who clenched his fists tightly, his palms slick with sweat, nearly unable to resist rushing forward to rescue Lung Yinran. However, he knew that if he acted, the other 2 family heads would not stand idly by. Thus, he was forced to endure in silence. As the dust settled, 2 figures emerged. Everyone was left agape, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths gaping as if they could fit an egg. To their astonishment, Lung Yinran was unscathed, while the once favored young Master Zhang was now horrifically injured, nearly losing half of his body. His right arm, along with his shoulder, had vanished without a trace, and dark, malevolent energy relentlessly corroded the wound. Thud! Zhang Tianze knelt on the ground in agony, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "So weak." Lung Yinran murmured, slightly dazed, unable to believe that this seemingly strong individual was, in fact, so feeble. Yet this remark of weakness also echoed her own self-assessment. After witnessing her master unleash the heavenly demon finger at the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm, she felt utterly diminished. How audacious to harm the chief disciple of my sect. Before the crowd could regain their composure, a grim-faced elder had already appeared beside Zhang Tianze, producing a medicinal pill and placing it in his mouth, while simultaneously using spiritual energy to suppress the encroaching malevolence. Considering your arduous cultivation journey, you should surrender and accompany this elder back to the Luo Tian sect to await your fate. Perhaps you may yet retain your life. The elder cast a dark glance at Lung Yinran, internally cursing her for the calamity that had befallen the chief disciple he was tasked to protect. Such a grievous failure would undoubtedly lead to punishment upon his return. He resolved to bring this woman back to the sect, hoping that the sect master would show leniency in her case. How bold to dare harm the chief disciple of my sect. Lung Yinran raised an eyebrow, although she could not discern the elder's realm. He was at least a powerful expert of the returning ruins realm. However, she had no intention of surrendering, for that would be a disgrace to her master. Furthermore, even if this man were a returning ruins expert, or even a more formidable figure of the annihilation realm, what of it? Her master had bestowed upon her a trump card for survival. With that thought, Lung Yinran wasted no time in pointing a finger at the elder. "Umph, a mere trick." The elder snorted coldly, gathering spiritual energy in his palm, transforming it into claws that lunged toward Lung Yinran. Upon collision, Lung Yinran let out a muffled grunt, retreating 10 paces to dissipate the force. The elder, seemingly unscathed, did not take a step back, casually concealing his trembling hand behind him, at a mere second-level transcendent realm practitioner unleashing such terrifying attacking power. What kind of divine ability has this girl cultivated? Yet, such trivial tricks are utterly futile against my strength at the 7th level of the returning ruins realm. Though the elder was secretly astonished, his confidence remained unshaken. Capturing this girl would be a simple task, given his prowess. The surrounding spectators were equally amazed. Was this the might of a returning ruins expert? The technique that had severely injured young Master Zhang was rendered ineffective. However, Lung Yinran's strength was indeed surprising, proving to be so formidable. If allowed more time to cultivate, could she not rival those of the returning ruins realm? The Lung family would surely dominate the other two great clans. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Even the three family heads were taken aback, never anticipating Lung Yinran to possess such might. They even felt that Lung Yinran could now contend with practitioners of the 9th level of the transcendent realm, possibly even gaining the upper hand. All of this seemed to stem from that fearsome divine ability. With this in mind, the two family heads cast wary glances at Lung Zhan. If Lung Zhan were also capable of employing that divine ability, would he not be able to effortlessly eliminate the two of them? Let us see how long you can resist. The elder wasted no time, advancing once more to attack Lung Yinran. She could only continuously respond with the heavenly demon finger. Even though her energy sea had expanded 100-fold due to the chaotic heavenly demon technique, the constant use of the heavenly demon finger was still exceedingly taxing. Before long, she felt her spiritual energy waning, making her defense increasingly challenging. The elder grew more alarmed with each strike, having initially assumed that such divine abilities would demand an immense toll, believing that a second-level practitioner of the transcendent realm would only manage to use it 2 or 3 times at most. Yet Lung Yinran had unleashed over 10 strikes without exhausting her energy. How could this not be astonishing? Alas, the disparity in realms remained overwhelmingly vast. What's this? Out of spiritual energy. Now, let us see how you shall resist. Seeing Lung Yinran cease her counterattacks, the elder could not suppress a mocking smile, raising his hand to seize her neck like a tea that moment. However, Lung Yinran sighed deeply. The crowd assumed she was lamenting her impending fate. But Lung Yinran instead retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom and, without hesitation, crushed it with a decisive crack. What a pity! I have ultimately used the trump card left to me by my master. She murmured softly, and before her stood a towering figure radiating dark malevolence, its crimson eyes fixed upon the approaching elder. With a single pointed finger, the elder sensed something was amiss and attempted to retreat. But under the gaze of the demon's blood-red eyes, he felt as if he were ensnared, utterly immobilized. He could only watch helplessly as the demon's finger struck his forehead. As the finger descended, the demon dissipated, as if it had never existed. Yet the chilling sweat that coated the spectators reminded them that the preceding scene had been all too real. That terrifying aura compelled them to kneel and tremble. Yet they found themselves bereft of control over their bodies. Looking back at the elder, they found him standing in place, his eyes devoid of life, a gaping hole appearing in his forehead. Malevolent energy seeped from the wound. And within moments, the elder was entirely consumed, scattering like dust. What exactly was that? The mere aura it exuded rendered me utterly paralyzed. I felt as though life and death had slipped from my grasp. So terrifying, I no longer wish to fight. I want to go home. I want to go home. I do not wish to die. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Monster, monster. As the elder disintegrated into dust, all present could not help but swallow hard, their gazes toward Lung Yinran filled with trepidation. Many with fragile minds were driven to madness upon meeting the demon's gaze. Even the 3 heads of the transcendent realm were shaken, struggling to suppress the urge to flee. Yinran, what was that just now? Lung Zhan was the first to regain his senses, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his voice laced with lingering fear. Just a method left to me by my master. However, the trouble has been resolved now. Family head, please tidy up the battlefield that I asked for the Li family and the Wang family. After today, yield 50% of your assets to my Lung family. And I may spare your lives? Do you consent? After nodding gently at Lung Zhan, Lung Yinran turned her gaze to the other two family heads. Had she not exhausted her spiritual energy earlier, she would have had no qualms about slaying the two right then and there. However, after today, the other two families would likely think twice before daring to challenge the Lung family. Yet now that she had offended the Luo Tian sect, trouble loomed ahead. She would likely need to seek her master as assistance again. With this thought, Lung Yinran felt a twinge of guilt. Having descended the mountain without resolving the initial troubles, she had inadvertently brought new complications to her master. I, Wang Ming, have no objections. After today, I shall gladly yield 50% of my assets. I of the Li family also have no objections. The two family heads exchanged glances and, with a respectful bow to Lung Yinran, immediately acquiesced. After witnessing that dreadful technique, they dared not gamble on whether Lung Yinran could utilize it again. If even a returning ruins expert could not withstand it, what were they? Furthermore, the prowess of Lung Yinran has become evident to all. Even if they do not concede resources today, once the Lung family is fully prepared, they can still suppress both families. Upon hearing the words of the two great clans, Lung Yinran turned her gaze towards Lung Zhan. Get lost. Lung Zhan immediately understood, snorting disdainfully as he ordered the two families to leave. Many of the younger members of the Lung family have suffered severe injuries and require immediate treatment. He does not have the time to seek trouble with the two clans right now. Farewell. The two, fearing to linger, took their kin and hastily dragged away those who were left dumbfounded, fleeing from the Lung family. You witch, you wicked witch. Just as Lung Yinran was calculating her next move and recuperating, a voice reached her ears. She lifted her gaze and discovered it was Zhang Tianzi, who had just been reduced to a heavily injured state by a mere finger. Kill me if you dare. Ha. The Luo Tian sect will not spare your Lung family. With a twisted expression, Zhang Tianzi seethed. Your methods won't work a second time. Will they? Today, your Lung family shall accompany me to the grave. His features contorted with rage, for the previous strike had not only grievously injured half of his body, but also shattered a portion of his energy sea, causing his spiritual energy to leak, rendering him unable to cultivate in the future. Once a distinguished disciple of the Luo Tian sect, a paragon among the gifted, had he not encountered this which, with his talent, he could have certainly ascended to the realm of obliteration and assumed the position of sect master. Yet today, this enchantress has severed his path to cultivation. How infuriating! What do you mean? Speak clearly, or I shall reduce you to a mere stick. Upon hearing his words, Lung Yinran's heart fluttered with unease. Disregarding her need to recuperate, she swiftly picked up a long sword from the ground and mercilessly plunged it into Zhang Tianzi's other arm. Before her master, she might appear gentle and frail, but against her foes, Lung Yinran is certainly no saint. Cough. Even if I tell you, what of it? Within the imperial palace of the capital, there is still an elder of the Luo Tian sect in the realm of return. Or do you think that is why the emperor cannot make an appearance? She continued, now you have killed my sect's elder and crippled me, the chief disciple. Your Lung family is finished. Which, spit. Zhang Tianzi glared at the alluring face before him, a visage that no man could resist. Yet at this moment, all that remained was hatred. It is all because of this damned woman. Clang. The sword gleamed as it flashed past. Zhang Tianzi's eyes, filled with resentment, began to blur, and he could only vaguely make out a headless body. Oh, it turns out to be my own. Lung Yinran's expression remained indifferent as she casually discarded the sword, yet her heart began to grow anxious. According to what this fellow said, there was indeed a powerful figure from the Luo Tian sect in the capital at this time. Now that the trump card given by her master had been used, what was she to do? Yinran, you should leave that if you cultivate successfully in the future, you can take revenge for our Lung family. After a moment of silence, Lung Zhan stepped forward and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Lung Yinran furrowed her brows that, in the past, she could have fought alongside the Lung family, repaying their nurturing with her life in battle. However, now she had become her master's disciple. If she were to perish here, would it not be a futile waste of her master's efforts? Contemplating this, Lung Yinran felt a pang of conflict within her. There is no need for the family head to say more. Today I remain a member of the Lung family. If the Lung family survives this calamity, it will not be too late to speak of it. Ultimately, Lung Yinran's gaze grew resolute, and she forced a self-deprecating smile. She never expected to find herself so cowardly, wishing to flee before even facing the enemy, that if she truly escaped, what face would her master have? What face would the Hall of Heavenly Path have? Even in death, she could not afford to tarnish her master's reputation. This, Lung Zhan was momentarily taken aback, wishing to persuade her further, but suddenly his expression changed dramatically as he turned to look. From the direction of the imperial palace, a fierce figure was rapidly approaching. What audacity! He could hardly believe that someone within the Morua kingdom would dare to strike down a member of the Luo Tian sect. Damn ants! The approaching figure exuded an overwhelming presence. Despite the distance of several miles, the voice resonated painfully in their ears, its power reaching the terrifying realm of the 9th level of return. Moments later, the figure hovered above the Lung family, gazing down upon them as if they were a group of worthless beings awaiting judgment. Who dares to make a move? Never mind. You ants shall all accompany me to the grave. Luo Tian's great palm. Before the Lung family could respond, the elder from the realm of return, seething with rage, raised his hand to unleash his divine power, conjuring a colossal hand that blotted out the sun. Exuding such immense pressure that the members of the Lung family could not stand upright, with that hand descending heavily upon the Lung family. Boom! As the elder from the realm of return struck down with his palm, the Luo Tian's great palm descended upon the Lung family estate with a thunderous roar. The younger members of the Lung family, merely feeling the terrifying pressure, found themselves prostrated on the ground. Unable to move, the vast disparity in realms extinguished any thought of resistance. Even Lung Zhan, the patriarch at the 9th level of the profound realm, could only grit his teeth and endure, his back bending further under the pressure. How terrifying! Is this the power of a return realm expert? He wondered if Lung Yinran would still be able to wield the formidable treasure she had earlier displayed, and if she could not. It seemed they would turn to ashes beneath this palm today. Indeed, the strength of the Luo Tian sect's experts was not something they could contend with. Their sect master possessed the power of obliteration. What a terrifying existence that must be. The Lung family is finished. In the capital, numerous factions observed this battle, and as they witnessed the impending doom of the Lung family, many clans began to stir with anticipation. They planned to act as soon as the return realm expert subdued the Lung family, seizing the opportunity to plunder the Lung family's assets within the city, especially the Wang and Li families, who had initially believed they would suffer significant losses and be compelled to compensate the Lung family with substantial resources. Yet now, hope rekindled within them. As long as the Lung family perished at the hands of the Luo Tian sect's expert, they would not only incur no losses, but could potentially reap substantial gains. It could be said that nearly 99% of the populace within the capital eagerly awaited the downfall of the Lung family. Meanwhile, Lung Zhan gazed at Lung Yinran with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, only to find her expression resolute, seemingly devoid of any means of survival. Our Lung family is truly finished. With a bitter smile, Lung Zhan, facing the impending Luo Tian's great palm, closed his eyes in despair. Finally, accompanied by a resounding boom, a handprint several dozen meters deep appeared on the ground surrounding the Lung family estate. Everyone assumed the Lung family had been utterly annihilated by the strike of the return realm expert. Yet, the members of the Lung family exchanged glances, unable to believe they had survived such a devastating blow. Ultimately, all eyes turned to the floating jade pendant before Lung Yinran, a jade pendant that bore no discernible grade, marked only with the character Lung, emitted a radiant glow, hovering in front of Lung Yinran. Is this the pendant given by my master? Lung Yinran herself was somewhat dazed. She had thought she was destined to perish, unable to repay her master's kindness. Yet, unexpectedly, this pendant, which allowed free passage into the Hall of Heavenly Path, possessed such extraordinary effects. Defensive treasure. The elder from a Luo Tian sect in midair furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback that Lung Yinran possessed a treasure capable of withstanding the strike of a 9th-level return realm expert. Nevertheless, even so, he did not regard it as a significant threat. The consumption of such treasures is immense. Even if it could withstand one blow, it would not last long. Once he annihilated the Lung family, he could claim this treasure for himself. A stroke of good fortune indeed. A treasure capable of withstanding his full force strike must at least be of the profound grade, worth a fortune at this moment. Within the serene pavilion before the Hall of Heavenly Tao on the illusory mountain, Chen Daoxuan was leisurely savoring his tea, awaiting the return of his disciple. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as a notification from the system reverberated in his mind, alerting him to a life-threatening attack against his eldest disciple. For a cost of 100 system points, he could unleash a remote strike with the power of his true form. Alternatively, for 1,000 system points, he could descend in person for a duration of 10 minutes, returning safely to the Hall of Heavenly Tao upon death or the expiration of time. He could also choose to refrain from intervening. The decision lay before him. Simultaneously, a mesmerizing image formed in the water mirror outside the pavilion, revealing the precarious situation of Lung Yanran to Chen Daoxuan. Observing the scene, although Lung Yanran bore no physical wounds, her demeanor appeared rather disheveled, prompting further furrows on Chen Daoxuan's brow. After much anticipation for the arrival of a disciple, the thought of allowing her to perish would indeed be a grievous loss. He had hoped to rely on Lung Yanran to attract more prodigies to join his sect in the future. Moreover, she was his first disciple. How could he permit her downfall? Besides, his eldest disciple was none other than a succubus. She had to be saved. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Daoxuan resolved to expend the 100 system points to execute a remote strike in order to resolve the crisis. With his declaration, he felt capable of launching an attack through the water mirror, directly intervening in the situation. Heavenly Tablet. Uncertain whether his cultivation at the third level of Qi condensation could vanquish the enemy with the Heavenly Demon Finger, Chen Daoxuan opted to employ a more potent spell from the Heavenly Demon technique, that a stone tablet, imbued with an ancient aura, materialized in his palm, which he gently cast towards the elder of the Luo Tian sect depicted in the water mirror. As Chen Daoxuan made his move, Lung Yanran's eyes widened in astonishment as she noticed the jade pendant before her gradually coalesce into a water mirror. Although the image was unclear, she could vaguely discern a figure who casually threw something. Despite the tumultuous waves in the mirror obscuring the face, she recognized it. "Master?" she exclaimed in surprise. The elder of the Luo Tian sect felt an unsettling change as the jade pendant manifested, an inexplicable urge to flee igniting within him. However, before he could react, a modest stone tablet materialized out of thin air within the water mirror. With a whoosh, it appeared directly above the elder's head, locking onto his aura. "Damn it, what sorcery is this? Why can I not move?" The elder, filled with terror, realized that as the tablet locked onto his aura, he lost all control over his body. Looking up at the stone tablet, he watched in horror as it began to enlarge, ultimately reaching a height of 3,000 zhong before ceasing its growth. The immense shadow it cast seemed to envelop the very heavens and earth, rendering everyone powerless. Their thoughts dulled, as if they were teetering on the brink of death. With a low hum, the tablet trembled slightly before plummeting downward. Boom! It struck the ground, embedding itself 100 zhong deep. As for the elder, he vanished without a trace, turning to ash the moment he came into contact with the tablet. Fortunately, the Cold family estate lay outside the tablet's ominous radius. Otherwise, they would have faced utter annihilation. What kind of terrifying power was this? After the tablet struck the ground, everyone regained control over their bodies, each feeling as though they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, as if they had already placed one foot in the realm of Yama. Had that strike been aimed at them, none would have withstood it. Gazing at the towering stone tablet, standing not far from the Cold family estate, entirely black and emanating a malevolent aura, one could see the gruesome visages of the 10 heavenly demons etched upon its surface, alongside rows of dense inscriptions, seemingly names. Look, new words have emerged at the bottom of the tablet. Luo Tian Sect Elder. Zhang Wanfeng, cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Realm. With a flash of black light, the information about the Elder appeared at the tablet's base. So, it seems that this 3,000 zhong tablet records the names of those who have perished by its hand. How terrifying. No, wait, Look, Zhang Wanfeng's name is vanishing. What could this mean? I understand his power must not merit place upon the tablet, leading it to disdainfully obscure his name, even at the 9th level of the Void Realm. He is deemed unworthy of being immortalized here. The cultivators in the city had yet to recover from the oppressive aura of the heavenly tablet when they were further astounded by this revelation. A formidable being at the 9th level of the Void Realm could easily topple their entire Luo kingdom. Yet he couldn't even leave a name upon the tablet after death. What kind of unfathomable entity possesses the capability to wield such power? The countless commoners in the city bowed in reverence towards the heavenly tablet, murmuring prayers for forgiveness for their sins. For the first time, everyone in the city felt so acutely aware of their proximity to death, including the mortals. What is this? Once Cold John regained his composure, he stammered, pointing at the heavenly tablet. Alas, it was Master who intervened to think that on her first venture down the mountain, not only did she exhaust the life-preserving means bestowed by her master, but she also required his direct intervention to avert the crisis. She felt a profound sense of guilt for burdening her master. Staring blankly at the heavenly tablet, Lung Yinran sensed its aura. Though it was her first encounter with such a divine phenomenon, she could feel the malevolence resonating with the chaotic heavenly demon technique she practiced, suggesting a connection to an even more potent spell within. There was a question I hesitated to ask. Cold John gazed at the heavenly tablet, unable to shake off his astonishment, before finally murmuring, "The head of the family has mentioned that after this, Yinran should reduce unnecessary interactions with the Cold family. However, you need not worry. I will address the troubles from the Luo Sect." Upon hearing Lung Yinran's words, Cold John paused, then chuckled bitterly. Indeed, the Cold family had become a burden to Lung Yinran, and due to her unique circumstances, they would inevitably attract the attention of even greater powers. Their family could not protect her. Perhaps it was for the best. After all, Lung Yinran was never truly one of their kin. "What realm does your master occupy?" Cold John's primary concern was the extent of Lung Yinran's master's power, and whether it was sufficient to safeguard her well-being. Her master's realm? I am uncertain. But even if he is not an immortal, he is close enough, I suppose. Lung Yinran hesitated, lacking a definitive answer, resorting to her own conjecture. An immortal? Cold John was taken aback that it made sense. Merely by intervening from afar, he could unleash such terrifying powers that it would not be an exaggeration to call him an immortal. After the initial shock, Cold John nodded in agreement without a hint of skepticism. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan, still enveloped in the water mirror, twitched his mouth in response to their exchange. An immortal? A third-level chi condensation immortal. Yinran, attend to your matters and return to the mountains swiftly. Seeing that the crisis had been averted, Chen Daoxuan had no desire to further involve himself with the Cold family. After leaving this instruction, he prepared to disperse the water mirror. The 3,000 zhong heavenly tablet diminished in size with his words, ultimately transforming into a small stone tablet no larger than a palm. With a whoosh, it vanished back into the mirror just before it dissipated. "Yes, I respectfully send off my master." Lung Yinran promptly knelt on one knee, bowing to the water mirror, once the mirror faded. The jade pendant that had been suspended before her returned to her chest. Gently caressing the pendant, she felt its residual warmth, a testament to her master's concern for her safety, providing not only a means of protection, but also a hidden safeguard. With this thought, Lung Yinran yearned to return to the illusory mountain and serve her master. As for the troubles within the city, she would leave them to the head of the family to handle. I have decided to return to the mountain immediately to contemplate how to address the impending troubles from the Luo Sect. Gazing at the ravaged Cold family estate, her heart remained surprisingly calm. Her gaze shifting to the horizon. Today, not only had she eliminated the chief disciple of the Luo Sect, but she had also slain 2 elders at the Void Realm. Even the Luo Sect would feel the sting, and they certainly would not let the Cold family off easily. Thus, she must elevate her cultivation to a higher realm before the Luo Sect's retribution fell upon her. In times past, such feats would have been deemed utterly impossible. Yet today, the circumstances have shifted. Under the guidance of my esteemed master, there exists no challenge insurmountable. Fear not and proceed. The Luo Sect having suffered the loss of two powerful experts from the Guishu realm, will not act hastily until they have thoroughly investigated the matter. Lung Zhan nodded gravely, and alongside numerous descendants of the Lung family, they watched as Lung Yinran ascended into the sky. This day proved momentous for the capital of the Moro Kingdom, marked by an abundance of unforeseen events. Previously, many noble families awaited the downfall of the Lung family, eager to seize their resources and enterprises. However, now all families stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that even a formidable expert from the 9th level of the Guishu realm in the Luotian sect had fallen at the hands of the Lung family. Particularly, the Li and Wang families were engulfed in a state of utter turmoil. Ultimately, after deliberation, they resolved to deviate from their earlier agreement of a 50-50 split, conceding an additional 10% and surrendering 60% of their assets. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, a middle-aged man adorned in an opulent dragon robe, exuding an extraordinary presence, listened to the report from his subordinate, astonished beyond measure. As the emperor of the Moro Kingdom, he found himself utterly powerless in the face of a 9th-level Guishu realm expert from the Luotian sect. Who would have thought that the seemingly inconspicuous Lung family possessed such terrifying capabilities, especially when recalling the ethereal appearance of the 3,000 Zhang celestial monument? Even from the palace, he felt as if death beckoned him. What extraordinary serendipity must Lung Yinran have encountered to become so formidable overnight? At Shiwang Mountain, within a quaint pavilion outside the Hall of Heavenly Tao, Chen Daoxuan found himself momentarily taken aback upon receiving a notification in his mind. The reward for slaying a 9th-level Guishu realm expert amounted to 90 system points. Previously, the reward for defeating a Tongxin realm adversary was a mere 1 point. It seems that with each ascending level in the Guishu realm, the reward increases by 10 system points. By this calculation, the 100 system points expended in that recent encounter was nearly recouped. Initially, he had felt a pang of regret for spending 100 system points in one go. Yet for the sake of his soul disciple, he could not afford to be indifferent. Now, however, upon reflection, he realized it had only cost him 10 points, which alleviated his concerns considerably. Upon checking his system points, he discovered system points 2164. How is it that my system points have actually increased? Chen Daoxuan mused in confusion, promptly examining the record of his point gains. Host's primary disciple, Lung Yinran, defeated a 7th-level Guishu realm expert, earning 70 system points. Host's primary disciple, Lung Yinran, defeated a 4th-level Tongxin realm expert, earning 4 system points. Aha! It appears that his disciple's victories also contribute to his own system points. This turn of events seems to be a net gain rather than a loss. With Yinran having forged enmity with the Luotian sect, he could, upon her return to the mountain, seize an opportunity to orchestrate her confrontation with them. Prosperity awaits. As he contemplated this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. In his mind, the Luotian sect had transformed into a veritable treasure trove of system points. He had resolutely decided to arrange for Yinran to descend the mountain and harvest this bountiful opportunity at the appropriate moment. While he could not condone indiscriminate slaughter of innocents for system points, targeting enemies was another matter entirely. Yet the 9th-level Guishu realm expert appeared rather weak. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, Chen Daoxuan found himself perplexed. Although he knew his own 3rd-level Qi condensation realm possessed formidable strength, he lacked an accurate expectation of his capabilities. Consequently, he had prepared for the possibility of needing to strike twice to eliminate his foe. To his astonishment, however, a single blow had reduced the 9th-level Guishu realm expert to dust. It was simply astonishingly weak. Fortunately, this thought remained unspoken. Otherwise, there would surely be cries of monster. How could one, at the 3rd level of Qi condensation, obliterate a 9th-level Guishu realm expert and then complain about their weakness? Was that truly their fault? Clearly, it was the adversary who was excessively powerful. Without his disciples around, he found himself brewing tea alone. Oh, how he missed his enchanting demon disciple. If only Yinran were here, he would not have to brew tea himself and could instead enjoy her delightful company within the grand hall of the Luotian sect. The sect leader sat regally at the head of the table, flanked by several elders. Aside from the sect leader, Luo Wu Jinren, who stood at the 5th level of the annihilation realm. The remaining elders were all at the very least experts of the Guishu realm. Among the various cultivation factions in the northern region, including the Luo Tian sect, only 4 possessed annihilation realm experts at their helm. Leader, with less than 3 months remaining until the once-in-a-century opening of the Qiyun Valley's secret realm. Why is the chief disciple yet to return? If we delay the opening of the secret realm, it could spell disaster. One elder furrowed his brow, expressing dissatisfaction regarding the chief disciple Zhang Tian's absence at this critical juncture. Should they miss this opportunity without the chief disciple to lead them into the secret realm, the Luo Tian sect would suffer tremendous losses. Without the chief disciple present, they would have no standing to compete with the other 3 sects for resources. Rest assured, Tian'er will not neglect such an important matter. His descent was precisely for this reason that Tian'er has discovered a young woman from a minor family within the Moro kingdom possessing a unique constitution. Should they engage in mutual cultivation, it is certain to enhance his realm significantly. That be why the time Tian'er returns, he may well achieve the 7th or even 8th level of the Tongxin realm and participate in the secret realm. This secret realm will surely be a grand triumph for our Luo Tian sect. Luo Wu Jinren reassured, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing the elder's concerns, he remained unfazed, fully aware of Zhang Tian's purpose for descending. In fact, he had arranged for 2 Guishu realm elders to accompany him, ensuring everything would proceed without a hitch. Should all go well, this secret realm would present an opportunity for the Luo Tian sect to surpass the other sects and secure its position as the foremost power in the northern region. Ah, I see. In that case, I shall cease my worries. The elders collectively inhaled sharply at his words, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The strengths of the chief disciples from the 4 major sects were closely matched. If Zhang Tianza could manage to break through a few small realms, he would dominate the secret realm. The thought of the Luo Tian sect reaping vast resources within the secret realm and potentially eliminating the other sect's prodigies within its confines sent waves of excitement through the elders. Yet just then a figure stumbled into the hall, breathless and panicked. Sect leader, grave news. The disciple's face was pale with terror, and before he could fully cross the threshold, he tripped and fell, landing awkwardly on the floor. You imbecile! One elder scolded, indignant at the lack of decorum displayed before the sect leader. Calm yourself before speaking. After regaining composure, the disciple swallowed hard and stammered. I must report, the life token of senior brother Zhang has shattered. He dared not meet the sect leader's gaze, his head bowed as he spoke in trembling tones. Zhang's senior brother? Which Zhang disciple has met such an unfortunate fate? Investigate immediately. Discover who has dared to harm our Luo Tian sect's disciples and eliminate them. Luo Wu Jinren commanded, his heart remaining untroubled that in the world of cultivation, life and death were commonplace. Losing a disciple was merely a part of the cycle. Avenging him would serve as a warning to others who dare strike at a disciple of the Luo Tian sect. The shattered life token belongs to Master Brother Zhang Tianza. What did you just say? Zhang Tianza's life token has shattered. With a sudden crack, the revered Master Luo Wu was momentarily taken aback by these words. The armrest of his chair crumbled into fragments under his grip, and the overwhelming aura he exuded nearly spiraled out of control. The terrifying pressure of the extinction realm erupted forth, compelling the elders present to bend slightly at the waist just to withstand it. Meanwhile, the disciple who had come to deliver the message was pressed firmly against the ground, unable to move even a finger, and it seemed that if this continued, he would surely perish. Master! One elder quickly exclaimed upon seeing the dire state of the disciple. This utterance jolted Master Luo Wu back from his momentary loss of composure. He swiftly reined in his aura, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the surrounding elders, while the disciple gasped for breath on the ground. As if he had narrowly escaped death. No, the master had dispatched Elder 3 and Elder 7 to accompany Tian'er to the Moro kingdom. How could there be any mishap? Suddenly, a realization struck Luo Wu, causing him to furrow his brow. The only powerful figure in the Moro kingdom was the Emperor, who was merely at the 3rd or 4th tier of the extinction realm. Both Elder 3 and Elder 7 should have easily subdued him. How could Tian'er have encountered trouble there? The command tokens of Elder 3 and Elder 7, they too have shattered. The timing of their tokens' destruction was far too close. It must be the work of a single individual. Hearing the Master's words, the disciple trembled as he added, "It is true." Nonsense. Elder 3, now at the 9th tier of the extinction realm and on the brink of breaking through to the realm of annihilation, could not possibly have fallen in the Moro kingdom. Upon hearing this, Luo Wu was instantly filled with wrath. The loss of his chief disciple, Zhang Tianze, was already a devastating blow he could scarcely bear. Should he also lose 2 elders, one of whom is Elder 3, at the 9th tier, he felt he might just spit blood from the sheer outrage. How could a mere Moro kingdom, with its strongest being only at the 4th tier of the extinction realm, inflict such a grievous loss upon the Luo Tian sect? Everything the disciple says is the truth. The disciple, sensing the Master's fury, bowed his head even lower, but the facts of the 2 elders and the chief disciple's tokens shattering were undeniable. What else could he do but report honestly, "Leave now, and do not speak of this to anyone," Luo Wu commanded after a long silence, dismissing the disciple with a wave of his hand before surveying the other elders present. All felt a chill as they met his gaze, lowering their heads in fear, aware that the Master was genuinely enraged this time. The loss of 2 elders, coupled with the chief disciple, Zhang Tianze. Right before the opening of the secret realm, even if they wished to find someone to temporarily replace Zhang Tianze, there was simply no time left. Elder 2, you shall journey to the Moro kingdom and thoroughly investigate who has harmed Tian'er and the 2 elders. I, Luo Wu, shall ensure that this scoundrel meets a gruesome end. Furthermore, our sect has faced such misfortune in the Moro kingdom. The Emperor must bear some responsibility. He shall be punished accordingly if he fails to recognize the gravity of the situation. Humph! Luo Wu's gaze fixed coldly on Elder 2 as he issued his command, his words dripping with murderous intent, teeth clenched in barely contained rage. Yes, I shall attend to this matter immediately. Elder 2 hastily bowed and exited the Grand Hall, heading towards the direction of the Moro kingdom. Do not publicize this matter for the time being, that I will make further plans concerning the secret realm. You may all disperse. After Elder 2 departed, Luo Wu left with a final remark, rising to sweep out of the hall. The remaining elders exchanged glances, sighing in despair before retreating to their respective quarters. A day later, an eye-catching figure traversed the illusory mountains with remarkable speed, her ample form rising and falling rhythmically. Why are the ferocious beasts in these illusory mountains not attacking me this time? Cold Yinran pondered, recalling that during her previous entry into the mountains, the beasts had charged at her and the 3 assassins on sight. Yet this time, they seemed to be avoiding her entirely. No, that wasn't quite right. Even when descending the mountain, she hadn't encountered any beastly disturbances. In her haste to return to the Cold family, she hadn't paid attention to this detail. Reflecting on this, Cold Yinran found herself halting momentarily, sensing the presence of a beast, which, instead of fleeing, was pursuing her. Moments later, a towering tiger beast, standing at least 7 or 8 meters tall, appeared before her. However, upon locking eyes with her, the beast turned and fled in terror. What the Tiger King possessed at least the strength of the profound realm. Why was it so frightened of her? Could it be Cold Yinran suddenly recalled the jade pendant gifted to her by her master? Glancing down at it resting against her chest, the only possibility was that it was due to this pendant. Having confirmed that the beasts were indeed avoiding her, Cold Yinran once more sped towards the heavenly Dao Hall, feeling considerably more at ease without the need to be on guard against sudden beastly attacks. Only after Cold Yinran had left for some time did the profound realm Tiger King exhale deeply, relieved as it watched her depart. How could she carry the aura of that sacred temple? Not to be trifled with. Not to be trifled with, the ferocious beasts within these illusory mountains were fully aware of the temple nestled halfway up the mountainside. Their instincts compelled them to stay at least 10 miles away. It was as if an ancient giant beast resided within that temple, causing them to tremble and cower at the mere sight of it. Now that Cold Yinran bore the aura of the temple, it was only natural that the beasts would keep their distance. Not only would they avoid provoking her, but they would flee at the mere sight of her. With her speed noticeably increased, cold Yinran soon returned near the temple. Upon spotting the figure sitting serenely in the small pavilion, she felt the pent-up grievances in her heart suddenly surge forth. Like a child who had been wronged, she struggled to hold back her tears, her nose tingling as her eyes reddened upon seeing her elder. Back already. Chen Daoxuan had long since noticed his disciple's return and smiled gently, gesturing for her to come and sit down. Master, remembering how she had not only attracted trouble during this descent, but had also used the life-saving token given to her by her master, and ultimately required her master to step in and rescue her. Cold Yinran felt a wave of shame wash over her, originally fearing that her master would reprimand her harshly upon her return. She was instead met with his gentle smile, allowing her to sit quietly without a single word of reproach. In cold Yinran's mind, all male creatures were invariably drawn to her at a glance. Yet her master was entirely different. He treated her with such kindness and made no demands of her. What merits had she, cold Yinran, possessed to deserve such a benevolent master after having cultivated countless lives in her previous existence? Why are you standing there? Come sit down and tell your master what transpired. Chen Daoxuan, noticing her lingering in place, spoke once more. Yes, master. Only upon hearing this did she hastily approach and take her seat in the small pavilion. Seeing that the tea in her master's cup had nearly run dry, she respectfully poured him another cup before sitting opposite him. Have you been wronged? Chen Daoxuan observed her demeanor with satisfaction, acknowledging her thoughtfulness. After taking a gentle sip of tea, he inquired softly. Yet this concern became the final straw that broke cold Yinran's composure. Why should she, in her effort to protect herself, have to kill the chief disciple of the Luotian sect only to be hunted down by the elders backing him? Why should she, after reluctantly fighting back, still fear retribution from the Luotian sect? If she had no sect or master to support her, would she not have been reduced to a mere pawn for Zhang Tianzi? As these thoughts raced through her mind, tears welled up in her already reddened eyes, cascading down her stunningly beautiful cheeks. Previously, she had endured alone, striving to maintain her dignity among many talented individuals, but now she had someone who cared for her and protected her. Master-disciple cold Yinran choked on her words, attempting to voice her grievances and feelings towards her master. However, before she could continue, her master stood and enveloped her in an embrace, gently patting her back. It's all right. From now on, I will be your support. Cry if you need to. Once you've let it all out, there will be no more grievances left. Chen Daoxuan let out a long sigh, reflecting on how his eldest disciple was endowed with an innate charm that inevitably attracted numerous perils. It was indeed remarkable that she had managed to navigate this treacherous path without falling into the clutches of those with ulterior motives. Without a doubt, he understood that she must be harboring a myriad of suppressed emotions. As the beauty in his arms sobbed, he found himself devoid of any wicked thoughts, solely wishing to alleviate the grievances weighing upon her heart. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lung Yinjin buried her face in her master's embrace. Venting all the injustices she had endured over the years, after a considerable time, she shyly lifted her head from his chest, only to notice that her tears had thoroughly soaked his garments. How unbecoming of a disciple! With her head lowered and cheeks flushed, she dared not meet her master's gaze. The memory of her earlier display of vulnerability made her wish to vanish into a crevice in the ground. Just returning from the mountain, she had burst into tears before her master. What a spectacle! How could Lung Yinjin allow herself to be so unrefined in front of her revered mentor? All is well. But has your heartache subsided? Chen Daoxuan chuckled lightly, ruffling her hair. Following the earlier commotion, he felt that their relationship had grown considerably closer, shedding the stiffness that once characterized their interactions. The disciple felt much better. Might the master now release her? Lung Yinjin, her face still crimson, indicated that she was indeed fine. Yet, despite the comforting breadth and warmth of her master's embrace, she couldn't shake the sense of shyness that enveloped her. The sensation of his hand resting on her waist and the firmness of his arm made her feel as if she might lose her composure. If only her innate charm could exert its allure on her master as well. How delightful that would be! In a moment of whimsical distraction, her thoughts drifted aimlessly to, do sit down and recount your journey to me, Chen Daoxuan finally remarked, snapping Lung Yinjin back to reality. realizing her master's hand had returned to its rightful place. She obediently settled opposite him. She began narrating the events of her descent from the mountain, while Chen Daoxuan leisurely sipped his tea, listening with an air of tranquility. He even relished the attention of his disciple pouring tea for him, finding it exceedingly pleasing. However, suddenly, upon hearing a particular phrase, the teacup he had raised froze in midair, and his expression darkened considerably. Tea, oh, how the horse run. One must provide it with fodder. What sect does that insufferable chief belong to? Chen Daoxuan's countenance turned grim, losing interest in the tea entirely, slamming the cup down onto the stone table. How dare someone utter such lewd words to his disciple? Even he, as her master, had not dared to utter such foulness. Reporting to master that Zhang Tianze is the chief disciple of the Luo Tian sect, a disciple of the sect leader, Luo Wu Jinren, as for Luo Wu Jinren's cultivation, is said to have reached the level of the Void Realm 5th stage. Lung Yinjin had not anticipated her master's sudden shift in demeanor due to this revelation. Though she had felt immense anger at Zhang Tianze's words, that ire had dissipated after she had slain him. Who could provide her with fodder? Zhang Tianze. Did he even qualify? No need to elaborate further. I have no desire to know the realm of that Jinren. Chen Daoxuan interrupted her with a raised hand, already contemplating the potential enmity between Lung Yinjin and that sect. If the opportunity arose, he could reap some system points. However, given that his disciple had not suffered any significant losses, indeed, her adversaries had perished in utter defeat, he felt reluctant to annihilate their sect outright. Yet now, since the Luo Tian sect appeared to be courting their own destruction, he could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. After all, in the cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevailed. If their sect was eradicated, they could only blame their own weakness. Inform the Lung family to disseminate the news. In half a month's time, let the Luo Tian sect prepare for extermination. Those who leave the sect may keep their lives. However, those who remain shall face no mercy. After exhaling deeply, Chen Daoxuan spoke to Lung Yinjin with a tranquil tone. Although his demeanor was calm, his words struck Lung Yinjin with a jolt. The Luo Tian sect was one of the 4 major sects in the northern region, with its leader being a formidable figure in the Void Realm. With a single command, the Luo Tian sect could obliterate not just the Lung family, but even the entire Moro kingdom. Yet, in her master's eyes, this powerful force seemed merely childish play. With just a few words, he had sealed the fate of the Luo Tian sect. As for whether her master could indeed bring about the sect's downfall, she held no doubt whatsoever. In her heart, she believed her master to possess miraculous abilities, perhaps not far from that of an immortal. The Luo Tian sect, in her master's eyes, was likely no more than a swarm of ants, and the Void Realm was but a larger ant. The disciple acknowledges the command. I shall promptly inform the Lung family to relay this message. After a moment of astonishment, Lung Yinjin quickly acquiesced, her heart stirred by her master's decision to eradicate the Luo Tian sect. Such a powerful force could hardly have caught her master's attention. The intention to annihilate it was undoubtedly to support her. With a master like him, she would have no regrets, even if she were to perish. Without delay, Lung Yinjin retrieved a communication jade pendant from her bosom and conveyed the news to the family head, Lung Zhan. She then took a moment to prepare tea for her master once more. You must be weary after all this. Rest well for a day. I have something wonderful to show you. Chen Daoxuan mused, considering that the upcoming half-month would be ideal for helping Yinjin enhance her strength. He rose and made his way toward the main hall, with Lung Yinjin eagerly trailing behind him. Her curiosity piqued about the wondrous thing her master had mentioned. Upon entering the Hall of Heavenly Tao, Chen Daoxuan approached a tightly shut room. With a subtle gesture, the door swung open, releasing a misty vapor that obscured the interior. Though intrigued, Lung Yinjin maintained her decorum before her master. Once Chen Daoxuan stepped inside, she quickly followed. Upon entering the chamber, Lung Yinjin finally beheld its contents and arrangement, a large pool filled with water. Yet this water possessed a peculiar quality, seemingly brimming with dense spiritual energy. Within the Hall of Heavenly Tao, the spiritual energy was already abundant, earning it the title of a sacred cultivation ground. However, in this room, The concentration of spiritual energy was so overwhelming that Lung Yinjin found it almost unbearable. Merely breathing felt like an influx of spiritual essence flooding into her being that if one were to cultivate here, a single day would equate to over 100 days in the outside world. Master, this water. No, this is not water. This is spiritual energy, so concentrated that it has coalesced into a liquid form. Lung Yinjin initially intended to inquire whether this liquid was a treasure of some sort. Yet, she suddenly realized that this was no ordinary water. It was merely spiritual energy that had condensed due to its overwhelming density. Even a small vial of this could fetch a fortune. How much would such a vast pool of liquid spiritual energy be worth? Indeed, this is the essence of spiritual energy after your descent. I had some idle time and thought to casually set up a gathering array, preparing a cultivation chamber for you to. It seems I may have exerted too much force. Once the array was established, the spiritual energy began to liquefy, and thus, it had to be transformed into a hot spring. Chen Daoxuan explained, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he observed his disciples' astonished reaction. He had not anticipated that his casual setup of a gathering array would yield such an outrageous effect. After all, it was merely the most basic formation he had exchanged for a single system point in the system shop. Ultimately, he could only attribute this extraordinary result to his own overwhelming prowess within the Hall of Heavenly Tao. Is this merely a basic formation set up by my master? Lung Yinjin's lips parted in awe. Despite her awareness of her master's strength, she found herself repeatedly astonished. These feats far exceeded her understanding of the world. Do not dwell on such trivialities. Although the cultivation chamber was not successfully created, this hot spring is also quite beneficial for cultivation. Wait a moment. I shall add some more ingredients. Chen Daoxuan gently touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed that he had not even managed to create a cultivation chamber. However, as long as it could enhance his cultivation speed, who was to say that a hot spring could not be considered a cultivation chamber? With a casual wave of his hand, he plucked a handful of fresh enlightenment tea leaves. Before Lung Yinran could comprehend why her master had suddenly produced tea leaves, intending to accept them to brew tea for her esteemed teacher, she was abruptly taken aback. Her astonishment. The precious tea leaves, known to assist one in entering a state of enlightenment, were casually tossed into the hot spring by her master. In that moment, Lung Yinran felt her heart twitch painfully. For some reason, it hurt so much. She herself could hardly bear to drink it. She had only tasted a cup before entering a state of enlightenment. It had even elevated her realm by an entire level. Yet her master had thrown it into the hot spring? Could it be that he intended to brew tea with this liquid spiritual energy? Yes, that must be it. With such a large pool of spiritual liquid, brewing the enlightenment tea would provide enough to savor for several months. By the way, do you still have the marrow-cleansing pill that I gave you? Chen Daoxuan, however, paid no heed to these thoughts and instead inquired of Yinran. The marrow-cleansing pill bestowed by her master was even more precious than an elixir, and she had always kept it close. Lung Yinran promptly responded to her master's query. Yes, I've taken one out and thrown into the pool. Chen Daoxuan stated nonchalantly. The marrow-cleansing pill could be consumed directly, but if it were to be dissolved in this spiritual liquid, soaking and absorbing it would naturally pose no problem. Throwing the marrow-cleansing pill into the pool. Lung Yinran was momentarily stunned by this suggestion. She had once consumed a marrow-cleansing pill and was well aware of its value. Just that single pill, combined with the chaos celestial demon technique taught by her master, had allowed her to break through from the fourth level of Skyward Realm to the profound understanding realm in less than a day. It had even cleansed her body of numerous impurities, greatly enhancing her aptitude and meridians. Its worth was certainly on par with the enlightenment tea. However, since her master had said so, Lung Yinran would naturally not defy his wishes. Yet, thinking about where she had stored the marrow-cleansing pill, her face turned a deep shade of crimson. Under the astonished gaze of Chen Daoxuan, she reached into her wrapped clothing and retrieved the jade vial containing the marrow-cleansing pill. Lowering her head, she dared not meet her master's gaze, offering it to him with both hands that it was still warm. Chen Daoxuan watched as she took the jade vial from her clothing, nearly blushing himself. He immediately shook his head, dispelling distracting thoughts, reminding himself, "She is your disciple. Yet upon receiving the vial, feeling its residual warmth and a faint milky fragrance, Chen Daoxuan found himself slightly flustered at a moment later. He noticed a few drops of crimson blood falling to the ground. "Master, are you all right?" Lung Yanran, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly saw the blood and was startled, quickly looking up to express her concern. "It's nothing, I just drank too much enlightenment tea and got a bit overheated." Chen Daoxuan regained his composure, feigning calmness as he wiped the blood from his nose, using his thoughts to suppress the heat within. So it seems that although the enlightenment tea is a divine substance, it should not be consumed in excess. Even a master of his caliber had a nosebleed from drinking tea, and no wonder he had decided to brew the enlightenment tea in such a large pool, to dilute it. Perhaps, indeed, master is quite thoughtful. Lung Yanran had no doubt about her master's words, and even justified his act of brewing the tea in the spirit pool. If Chen Daoxuan were to learn her thoughts, he would surely be astounded by the disparity. This disciple is quite perceptive. After clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness, Chen Daoxuan chose not to elaborate further. He opened the fragrant jade vial, and a rich aroma of elixir wafted out. He took one marrow-cleansing pill and casually tossed it into the spirit pool before sealing the vial and handing it back to Lung Yanran. After a moment's hesitation, she placed the jade vial back in its original spot before his eyes. "What are you doing?" Chen Daoxuan was momentarily speechless, finding his disciple's method of storing pills quite unique. "Reporting to Master, the pills you gifted are far too precious. Only in this manner can I feel at ease," Lung Yanran quickly explained, fearing her master might misunderstand. "I see." Chen Daoxuan sighed. "As long as you are happy. Now that the spiritual liquid contains both the enlightenment tea and the marrow-cleansing pill, you should immerse yourself and absorb its essence. That IT is sure to elevate your realm significantly." Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly, yet could not help but think, what if he were to bestow her a few more pills in the future? Would she be able to hold them all? Yet, his disciple was indeed quite capable. She should be able to accommodate a fair amount. "Ah, isn't it meant for drinking? Master intends for me to bathe in this spirit pool?" To Chen Daoxuan's surprise, Lung Yanran was startled by his words, her mouth agape in disbelief, her cute demeanor contrasting sharply with her stature. Just this pool of spiritual liquid was an invaluable treasure. It also contained the divine substance that could lead one to enlightenment. The enlightenment tea and a marrow-cleansing pill bestowed by her master. This pool of spiritual liquid could truly be considered one of the most precious treasures in the world, yet master was not asking her to drink it, but rather to bathe in it. Wasn't that a bit too extravagant, drinking? Naturally not. With such a large pool, if it were for drinking, wouldn't it be enough to burst someone? In any case, whether absorbed through drinking or bathing, what difference does it make? How could you entertain such an absurd notion? Chen Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how his disciple could think of using the vast pool of spiritual liquid for drinking. They exchanged glances, both unable to comprehend the other's thoughts. Lung Yanran was at a loss for words. Was her thinking really so outlandish? If she were to take a small vial of this spiritual liquid to the outside world, it would likely be enough to incite fierce competition among powerful beings of the returning ruins realm or even the annihilation realm. To use such precious spiritual liquid for bathing. Who had the more absurd notion? "Stop dawdling, hurry up and get in." Chen Daoxuan dismissed the matter, prompting her directly. Seeing her master so insistent, Lung Yanran dared not voice any further objections. Approaching the spirit pool, she unhesitatingly removed her shoes and socks, tentatively dipped her crystalline toes into the spiritual liquid before stepping into the pool. "I shall take my leave for now. It is best to bathe without clothing for optimal effect. Focus on your cultivation." Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction at the sight, turning to leave while conveniently shutting the hall door behind him. Once Lung Yanran saw her master depart, she recalled his reminder. She swiftly removed her garments and placed them by the edge of the pool, carefully setting the jade vial containing the marrow-cleansing pill down. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a small sense of disappointment welled up within her. If only her master hadn't left, it seemed there would be nothing wrong with that thought. Lost in her musings, her cheeks flushed slightly. "Lung Yanran, how could you harbor such thoughts about your master? This is utterly disrespectful." Coming to her senses, she shook her head to dispel the distracting thoughts and slowly made her way towards the center of the pool. The moment she stepped into the pool, a wave of comfort washed over her, akin to the warmth of her master's embrace. No, even more comforting than that. Reaching the center of the pool, she gradually settled into a cross-legged position, submerging her entire body in the spiritual liquid, with only her neck and head exposed. Even before beginning her cultivation, the spiritual liquid was already cleansing her pores and under the influence of the marrow-cleansing pill. Subtle impurities were being expelled from her body. Feeling the extraordinary effects of the spiritual liquid, she dared not delay any longer and promptly began to circulate the chaos celestial demon technique. Focusing intently on her cultivation, in no time, her expression became completely tranquil, her demeanor exuding comfort and peace as she unknowingly entered a state of enlightenment. Naturally, it is Chen Daoxuan's merit that the profound tea of enlightenment was bestowed. The abundant spiritual energy swiftly coalesced within her chi si as she cultivated, and the already pure liquid-like spiritual power posed no challenge for her absorption. The bottleneck at the second level of the cold Yanran's Xian realm began to gradually loosen. Alas, having a succubus as a disciple is perilously dangerous. I wonder if Yanran has made any mistakes during her cultivation. Perhaps I should take a glance? Chen Daoxuan recalled the scene that had caused him to bleed, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in disapproval. Within the confines of the celestial hall, he was an omnipotent being that if he wished to see, a mere thought could conjure the image. No, I, Chen Daoxuan, am a proper master. How could I engage in such surreptitious spying on my disciple? Moments later, seated in a quaint pavilion savoring the tea of enlightenment, Chen Daoxuan once again raised his hand to dab away the blood from his nose. Sigh, this enlightenment tea is indeed fortifying. After just a couple sips, I find myself feeling overheated. With a flicker of thought, he cleaned the bloodstains, muttering to himself, wondering whom he was truly deceiving, upon hearing these words. The tea of enlightenment beside the pavilion rustled softly, as if shaking its head in denial, indicating that it would never cause one to feel overheated and that it should not be blamed. This tea of enlightenment is a superior treasure among the innate spiritual roots. What divine object could possibly induce such discomfort? Perceiving the commotion from the tea, Chen Daoxuan cast a sidelong glance. The rustling tea immediately ceased its swaying, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, with an air of unspoken grievance. However, it finally settled down. Simultaneously, the capital of the Morwa kingdom was far from tranquil, in the Cold family estate. Long Zhan naturally received Cold Yanran's transmission. The news spread. Within half a month, all those who did not withdraw from the Luotian sect would face merciless annihilation, prompting the Luotian sect to prepare for extinction. Upon receiving this news, Long Zhan's first reaction was disbelief. Was Cold Yanran truly mad? The Luotian sect held an almost colossal status in the hearts of these individuals. Even the emperor of the Morwa kingdom had to bow his head before the Luotian sect. Not to mention that Luo Wu, the sect's master, was a terrifying powerhouse of the annihilation realm, and there were at least 10 elders of the return to the void realm within the sect. With such strength, should they wish to obliterate the Morwa kingdom, it would only take a single knight. In the northern domain, who would dare to utter such arrogant boasts of exterminating the Luotian sect? Even the other 3 top sects would find it impossible to accomplish without uniting forces. Thus, Long Zhan promptly summoned several elders of the Cold family, who were in the Xian realm, to convene in the main hall for discussion. What are your thoughts? Long Zhan scanned the assembled individuals and noticed the lingering scars from the previous day's battle on their bodies, prompting a silent sigh. Family master, this matter should not be taken lightly. It could very well provoke the wrath of the Luotian sect. One elder spoke first. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Moreover, even if Cold Yanran had acquired some opportunities, it was inconceivable for her to bring about the sect's downfall. In my opinion, it would be wise to let this matter rest. The elder, seeing the others concur with his viewpoint, regained confidence and continued. Ultimately, they were all afraid of incurring the Luotian sect's wrath, and most present shared his sentiment. Do you truly believe that after the battle of the previous day, the Luotian sect would let the Cold family off the hook? The chief disciple had perished at Yinran's hands, and 2 elders of the return to the Void Realm had also fallen. Many noble families in the capital had witnessed this, and the news could not be concealed, even if the Cold family refrained from assisting Yinran in disseminating this information. Would the Luotian sect refrain from unleashing their fury on the Cold family? Do you believe that the Luotian sect has not already dispatched someone to the capital to investigate? In my view, it would be better to follow Yinran's suggestion and spread the news. Yet, upon hearing the opinions of the assembly, Long Zhan could only shake his head with a bitter smile, casting a scornful glance at the crowd. The Luotian sect had suffered such immense losses. Would they simply brush it aside? When the time came for them to arrive in the Morua capital, they would not even need to investigate. A casual inquiry would reveal the circumstances of the previous battle. At that point, how could the Cold family escape punishment? Since that is the case, it would be better to spread the news as Yinran suggested. Perhaps it could buy the Cold family some time. If, in half a month, Yinran truly performs a miracle, the crisis would naturally dissipate. If Yinran fails, then the Cold family would likely meet their end. Upon hearing Long Zhan's words, the crowd exchanged glances, yet they knew this statement was factual and could not be refuted. In that case, everyone, let's take action. This news might just win the Cold family a chance at survival. Seeing the situation, Long Zhan ceased to speak further, instructing everyone to begin their endeavors. Before sighing and departing, one could not help but wonder if Yinran's mysterious master would lend assistance. If that great figure were to intervene, the annihilation of the Luotian sect might not be an impossibility. After leaving the hall, Long Zhan recalled the attack that had emerged from Yinran's jade pendant that day. The towering stone tablet, radiating a dreadful aura, had effortlessly reduced a Luotian sect powerhouse of the return to the Void Realm's 9th level to dust in an instant. Should that great figure intervene, the outcome would indeed be uncertain. Surely, Yinran must have made arrangements in her heart. Long Zhan left with his hands clasped behind his back, no longer dwelling on the matter, as it was beyond his capacity to handle. The Cold family, without further hesitation, utilized their various enterprises within the capital to disseminate the news. Within a day, the entirety of the capital was abuzz with the revelation. Even ordinary folk who had not engaged in cultivation were discussing the impending extermination of the Luotian sect in their leisure time. In the resplendent imperial palace, the emperor of the Morua kingdom paused in his actions upon hearing the reports from his subordinates. You mean to say, this news originated from the Cold family? Your Majesty, although the news did not come directly from the Cold family, its source lies within their shops throughout the city. How intriguing, the Luotian sect to be exterminated in half a month. Is it? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in the emperor's eyes. For years, the Morua kingdom had endured oppression from the Luotian sect, annually paying substantial resources, essentially a protection fee. Recently, the chief of the Luotian sect had come to the capital, behaving arrogantly while he, the emperor of the Morua kingdom, could only offer smiles within the palace, entirely unable to interfere with the chief's actions. Cold Yinran, I hope you do not disappoint me. He recalled the towering stone tablet that had appeared in the sky that day, evoking memories of the dread that had enveloped him. With Cold Yinran's Xian realm strength, it was laughable to think she could annihilate the Luotian sect, but since she dared to convey this message, it must be that she had received support from that terrifying figure behind her. If the Luotian sect were truly to be destroyed, it would be a tremendous boon for him as the emperor of the Morua kingdom. Just as he was envisioning the future, a figure rushed forth, kneeling before him. What news do you bring? The emperor of the Morua kingdom, Wu Feiyang, glanced down at the newcomer. Your Majesty, the second elder of the Luotian sect has already arrived at the palace gates. Upon hearing the guard's words, Emperor Wu Feiyang was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that the visitor was not here with good intentions, he understood that the Luotian sect must have learned of the deaths of the chief and elder. Invite him in. Wu Feiyang quickly composed himself, instructing the guard. However, before the guard could rise, a figure swaggered into the hall, and no need for that. The old man, who entered uninvited, addressed the emperor with a courteous tone. Please do not take offense, Your Majesty. The visitor was none other than the second elder of the Luotian sect, clad in a Taoist robe, with a kindly appearance and polite speech. Yet Wu Feiyang was not foolish enough to believe that the other truly expressed regret. Elder, It is customary for me to personally welcome you. It is I who has committed a breach of etiquette. As Wu Feiyong spoke, he subtly gestured to his subordinates, dismissing all present. Under the eaves, one must bow their head, as long as the Luotian sect exists. The emperor of the Morwa kingdom must obediently comply. After all, who could rival him in strength or stature? Of course, the reference is to sheer might. Surely, your majesty can surmise the purpose of my visit? The second elder, upon hearing Wu Feiyong's words, merely smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent, and casually found a seat, sitting down as if he were the master of the place. One could somewhat infer that the elder was here to investigate the incident involving the chief disciple and the two elders' untimely deaths. After Wu Feiyong finished speaking, he noticed that the second elder did not respond, but continued to look at him with a smile, indicating a desire for him to elaborate. As the emperor, he was accustomed to others speculating about his thoughts. Yet when facing the members of the Luotian sect, he could only cautiously guess their intentions. This sensation greatly displeased Wu Feiyong. Yet he felt utterly helpless. In a moment of frustration, he wished that Lung Yinjin could have acted a fortnight earlier to strike against the Luotian sect, leaving not a single living soul. However, no matter how unwilling he felt, he still had to put on a smiling face and recount the events that transpired in the capital the previous day, detailing everything to the second elder. Initially, the second elder maintained a smile, but upon hearing that Lung Yinjin had used a divine power from a jade pendant to slay an elder with a single blow, his expression became solemn, especially towards the end, when he learned that the third elder had nearly eradicated the Lung family, only to be suddenly thwarted by a towering celestial monument, killing him instantly. The second elder's complexion darkened further. He had initially assumed that the two elders had encountered other sects or rogue cultivators, even powerful beings from beyond the northern domain. However, it now appeared that his assumptions were entirely misguided. It was a seemingly inconspicuous family from the Morwa kingdom that had slain the chief disciple Zhang Tianze, along with two elders at the returning ruins stage, one of whom was even at the 9th layer of returning ruins. To his knowledge, the highest realm in the Morwa capital was Wu Feiyong himself, at the 5th layer of returning ruins. Furthermore, the so-called four great families had no one at the returning ruins stage, making the slaughter of two elders seem implausible. The issue clearly lay with that jade pendant and Lung Yinjin. As for the words of the Morwa kingdom's Emperor Wu Feiyong, he held no doubts. Knowing he would not dare deceive him in that moment, he found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. Logically, a mere minor family in the Morwa kingdom could be easily eradicated with a flick of his hand. Yet, the third elder, who was also at the 9th layer of returning ruins, had fallen victim to the Lung family's methods, and he was unwilling to wager his life on whether the Lung family possessed further capabilities. What is your assessment of the power behind that celestial monument? After a moment's contemplation, the second elder inquired, why strength is modest, and I cannot ascertain the precise level of power. However, it must surely be that of a 2nd or 3rd layer of the annihilation realm. Wu Feiyong feigned deep thought for a moment before assertively responding. You suggest it was the work of a powerful being from the annihilation realm? It seems prudent to return and report to the sect master before making any decisions. After a brief moment of scrutiny, the second elder accepted Wu Feiyong's words and abandoned his intentions to act against the Lung family, if that annihilation realm expert were still near the capital. Even if he could obliterate the Lung family in an instant, he too would fall victim to the hands of the annihilation realm powerhouse. With that, the second elder rose, preparing to depart. Observing this, Wu Feiyong's eyes sparkled with a glint of cunning as he stood and intercepted him. What does your majesty imply by this? The second elder, do not misunderstand. I merely have another piece of news to convey to you. Oh, pray tell. Today, the Lung family has released a message stating that in half a month, the Luotian sect should prepare for annihilation. The news has already spread throughout the city that I wonder if the elder requires my assistance to suppress the news, lest it tarnish the reputation of the Luotian sect. Wu Feiyong clasped his hands respectfully, presenting himself as a devoted ally of the Luotian sect, to proclaim the annihilation of the Luotian sect in half a month. Such audacity! There is no need to suppress the news. When the time comes, if he dares to show himself, the The Luotian sect will ensure that the world knows the cost of opposing us. Humph. The second elder's expression turned icy. With a cold snort, he departed without further delay. Sweeping his sleeves behind him, I bid farewell to the second elder. Wu Feiyong slightly inclined his hands in a gesture of respect as the elder left. Only after confirming that the second elder had completely exited the palace's confines did he retract his respectful demeanor, returning to his previous nonchalant expression. Haha, a splendid show awaits. I wonder if that individual will truly take action. I am eager to see who possesses such terrifying divine powers. A hint of mockery flickered in Wu Feiyong's gaze. In responding to the second elder's queries, he had spoken nothing but the truth. Save for one matter, his assessment of the strength of the one who acted, the second or third layer of the annihilation realm. That strike was something Wu Feiyong had never witnessed before in its sheer terror. If he were to speak honestly, he would assert that it far surpassed anything from the annihilation realm. Yet, if he were to divulge the truth, whether the second elder would believe him was another matter. If he did believe it, and the Luotian sect chose to back down, the powerful figure would abandon their plans to annihilate the Luotian sect, resulting in a significant loss for him. The northern domain is on the brink of change. The mere thought of an enigmatic powerhouse emerging in the northern domain, possibly even one beyond the annihilation realm, stirred a sense of unease within Wu Feiyong. After leaving the palace, the second elder dared not linger and made his way directly towards the Luotian sect. After all, a mysterious annihilation realm expert might be lurking in the vicinity of the capital, and according to the news, they were likely an enemy for the second elder of the Luotian sect. This was exceedingly perilous. Thus, he did not even dare to glance at the traces left by the celestial monument at the Lung family's estate. Otherwise, his and the Luotian sect's thoughts might have changed. At the Luotian sect in the council hall. You mean to say that an annihilation realm expert has intervened? Upon hearing the news relayed by the second elder, the real person behind the Luotian sect, Wu furrowed his brow slightly. He found it hard to fathom how an annihilation realm expert could exist within the Morwa kingdom. Moreover, even if they had encountered such an expert, one would think that merely disclosing their identity as members of the Luotian sect would deter any lethal intentions. Could it be that this individual is not from a northern domain, but rather hails from elsewhere, intending to participate in the secret realm 2 months hence? Indeed, Sect Master, according to what Wu Feiyong has said, the one who acted must possess the strength of the second or third layer of the annihilation realm. If they were not an annihilation realm expert, they could not have slain the third elder, who was at the 9th layer of returning ruins, with a single strike. It seems Wu Feiyong has spoken truthfully. Humph! Even if they are of the annihilation realm, what of it? In half a month, they will annihilate my Luotian sect. Such bravado! I shall await their arrival in half a month to see just who they truly are. We are aware of their presence, while they remain in the dark. We must not fall victim to any ambushes. Notify the disciples of the sect to refrain from unnecessary outings during this half-month period, lest they become targets for that individual. Wu coldly snorted. Although it could not yet be fully confirmed that the one who acted was indeed a third layer of the annihilation realm, he remained exceedingly confident in his own strength. Furthermore, within the Luotian sect, he could also leverage the sect's grand formation. Even facing a 6th layer of the annihilation realm, he felt he could hold his own, and even against a 7th layer, he could ensure his survival. Additionally, he had already formed some suspicions. From Zhang Tianze, he had learned that the young lady from the Lung family, named Lung Yinjin, possessed a unique constitution, making her exceptionally suitable as a furnace. It was likely that the one who acted had regarded this aspect, choosing to keep Lung Yinjin close while intending to cultivate her to an even higher level before utilizing her, thus aiding the Lung family in their endeavors. However, attempting to elevate oneself by stepping on the Luotian sect was clearly not a wise move. Yes, we take our leave. Numerous elders accepted their orders and departed, while Luo Wu Jinren let out a long sigh, his brows furrowing as he closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. The sudden demise of the chief disciple of their Luotian sect had cast a shadow over him. Even if they sent disciples into the secret realm 2 months hence, they would reap little benefit. These days had been fraught with worry for him, and in his heart, he had cursed the mysterious expert from the silent realm countless times. Meanwhile, That very same enigmatic figure, who occupied the thoughts of many, was comfortably asleep, lost in dreams. Outside the small pavilion, the Wu Dao tea tree seemed to bow under its own weight, its numerous branches weaving together to form a natural hammock. Lying atop, it was none other than Chen Daoxuan. The branches of the Wu Dao tea tree occasionally emitted ripples of Dao rhythm, enhancing the sweetness of Chen Daoxuan's slumber. Yet as time passed, it seemed that, drawn by the Dao rhythm of the tea tree, a similar aura began to manifest around Chen Daoxuan. No, it was not merely a Dao rhythm. It was the very essence of the 3,000 Dao. The Wu Dao tea tree began to tremble slightly, though whether from excitement or fear was uncertain. Moments later, it emitted a soft green glow, accompanied by a resounding thrum, and astonishingly, it grew nearly double in height. Not only did the trunk expand, but many new branches sprouted, adorned with tender new leaves unfurling slowly. The Wu Dao tea tree, it seemed, had attained a sudden enlightenment due to the Dao rhythm emanating from its master. Am I still dreaming? Why does it feel like the Wu Dao tea tree has grown significantly? Chen Daoxuan, awakened by the sudden commotion, rubbed his eyes and yawned, staring at the noticeably taller Wu Dao tea tree. Feeling rather dazed, if sensing his confusion, the tree extended a branch to gently touch his hand, but a thought surged through the branch into his mind. I just witnessed the Dao rhythm emanating from my master, and I have attained enlightenment. What the heck? You mean to say that even the Wu Dao tea tree can achieve enlightenment? Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to suppress an expletive. Simultaneously, a twinge of sorrow welled up within him. Others can achieve enlightenment by drinking Wu Dao tea, while he could only savor its flavor. And now, the tea tree had found enlightenment through observing him. Was this not utterly unfair? It seemed that anyone could attain enlightenment, even the Wu Dao tea tree itself, while he remained unable to do so. Alas, alas, although there was no need for rest within the confines of the heavenly Dao Hall. A nap was indeed quite pleasurable. Moreover, without the need to cultivate, what else could one do but sleep? He wondered how Yanran was faring in her cultivation. Chen Daoxuan could only sigh in resignation, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Even the tree could comprehend the Dao through observing him, while he himself could not. Beside him, the Wu Dao tea tree, with its limited intelligence, could not fathom why its master, surrounded by the 3,000 Dao, still yearned for enlightenment. Was not the master himself the embodiment of the Dao? It seemed the master's realm was too elevated for it to comprehend. After all, how could someone as formidable as the master make mistakes? Although Chen Daoxuan's own cultivation level was merely that of a third-layer qi condensation cultivator, easily dispatching a ninth-layer Guishu realm expert. Within the heavenly Dao Hall, he was an omnipotent entity, which explained the tree's behavior. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chen Daoxuan opted to further study the basic array formation he had exchanged from the system. Time flew by during his cultivation in the heavenly Dao Hall. The spiritual liquid pool enveloping Lung Yanran gradually lowered as she absorbed its contents. Initially, only half of her neck was exposed, but after 2 days of cultivation, the terrifying absorption capacity of the chaotic heavenly demon art had lowered the water level to her chest, with her collarbone clearly visible. This pool of spiritual liquid was paired with a mythic-grade marrow-cleansing pill and a batch of Wu Dao tea. With such a significant amount of spiritual liquid absorbed, her cultivation had surreptitiously broken through 2 minor realms, reaching the 4th layer of the Tongxian realm. Furthermore, due to the presence of Wu Dao tea, she had remained in a state of enlightenment, and her rapid breakthroughs had not incurred any foundational risks. As days passed, Lung Yanran's aura swelled increasingly. Fluctuations from her realm breakthroughs reverberated throughout the hall. Yet thankfully, this astonishing scene went unseen. Otherwise, exclamations of a prodigy would surely have ensued. Even among the sacred disciples in the cultivation sanctum, none could possibly break through with such ease. Almost every 2 days, she would ascend a layer of cultivation. 10 days swiftly passed, and the spiritual liquid in the pool had nearly run dry. The remaining liquid was fully absorbed by Lung Yanran within half an hour. Only then did she slowly open her eyes. After exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Lung Yinran felt her own cultivation level and was taken aback. In such a short time, I have actually broken through to the 7th layer of the Tongxian realm. However, consuming such a vast pool of spiritual liquid seems to have made breaking through 5 realms quite feasible. After her shock subsided, she gazed at the now empty spiritual pool and couldn't help but chuckle. Little did she realize that had it not been for the excessive consumption required by her chaotic heavenly demon art, even a sacred disciple cultivating a heavenly tier technique would have found that pool of spiritual liquid sufficient to attempt a breakthrough from the 2nd layer of the Tongxian realm to the Guishu realm. After all, the homing level technique came with immense strength, which naturally entailed significant resource consumption. She then looked at the now barren spiritual pool, where not a single drop of precious liquid remained, and her brows furrowed slightly. Having utilized such a vast amount of her master's precious spiritual liquid, this gratitude seemed impossible to repay. From now on, Yinran's life would belong to her master. Should he need anything, she would gladly do whatever was required. Yinran resolved firmly in her heart. However, now that her cultivation was complete, there was no time to dawdle. She stood up to don her robes and pay her respects to her master, to inform him of the results of her breakthrough. Yet as she rose, she inadvertently brushed her hair and suddenly froze. A scream echoed through the great hall, as if Yinran had been greatly startled by tea that moment. Chen Daoxuan, still in slumber, heard his disciple's cry and, without even opening his eyes, swiftly concentrated his thoughts, instantly appearing in the grand hall of the hot spring. What happened? What is going on? As soon as Chen Daoxuan materialized, he began to inquire, but before he could finish, he was left agape at the scene before him. There stood Yinran, entirely unclothed, her hands resting atop her head. No, upon the 2 horns that had inexplicably sprouted from her skull, just as she had been adjusting her hair. She had touched the unexpected growth, causing her to shriek in shock. Their eyes met, and after a moment of silence, Master, why did you suddenly barge in? Lung Yinran froze momentarily under her master's gaze before exclaiming again, her face flushing red as she resembled a boiled shrimp, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Ahem, I thought I heard you scream and feared something was amiss. Please, put on your clothes, and we can discuss this further. Chen Daoxuan cleared his throat, feigning calmness, but couldn't resist stealing another glance before vanishing from the grand hall. Back in the small pavilion, he couldn't help but wipe away a trickle of blood from his nose. Alas, the Wu Dao tea had truly been too stimulating. Hearing this, the Wu Dao tea tree could only sway a bit in distress, feeling wronged. It was clearly his eldest disciple who was the one truly overexcited. In the grand hall, after Chen Daoxuan's departure, it took Lin Yinran quite some time to regain her composure. Yet from her neck to her ears, she remained flushed and warm. Being seen by her master didn't seem inappropriate. After all, he had barged in out of concern for her. Moreover, the gaze of my esteemed master did not evoke any feelings of disdain. Rather, it instilled a sense of embarrassment within Lung Yinran as she reflected on the earlier scene. Wishing desperately to find a crevice to hide in, feeling unworthy to face her master again. Despite her innate charm, which garnered the admiration of countless men, no one had ever gazed upon her form in such a manner. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Lung Yinran timidly donned her garments, carefully returning the jade vial to its rightful place before exiting the grand hall, like a child who had committed a misdeed. She walked with her head bowed to the pavilion nearby. In a soft voice, she uttered, "Disciple pays respects to the master." The atmosphere became subtly charged, both parties involuntarily recalling the earlier moment. So, do you have any queries regarding this round of cultivation? Chen Daoxuan casually broached the subject. In response to my master. This disciple has been immersed in the path of enlightenment during this cultivation. My mind is clear, and I have no doubts. However, I feel quite ashamed for consuming such a vast quantity of spiritual liquid, yet only managing to break through 5 minor realms. Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Yinran hastily replied, "There is no need for undue self-deprecation. The technique I have bestowed upon you is of primordial caliber. While it greatly enhances your power, the resources required for cultivation also increase exponentially. Achieving 5 realms is commendable indeed." Chen Daoxuan nodded reassuringly. having already learned of Lung Yinran's breakthrough from the system's notifications. Her advancement of 5 minor realms had also granted him 500 years of cultivation and 500 system points, naturally augmenting his own strength to the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. That I understand now. But why have 2 horns suddenly sprouted from my head? Lung Yinran pondered, a sudden realization dawning upon her as she touched her head and inquired. There's nothing to worry about. This is merely the result of the chaos heavenly demon art, which has awakened your potential and enhanced your physique. With your innate charm, should you continue to cultivate, you could traverse the path of the charming heavenly demon, brimming with potential. If you find these horns unsuitable, I can devise a method to conceal them. Chen Daoxuan observed her closely and found that the newly sprouted horns were remarkably fitting for Lung Yinran's aura. This was indeed the essence of a succubus. He then focused his thoughts and glanced at Lung Yinran's current profile. Eldest disciple, Lung Yinran. Race, demon. Special physique, charming heavenly demon, primary. Cultivation technique, chaos heavenly demon art, first volume. Talent, supreme saint level. Realm, 7th level of the profound understanding realm. The originally ordinary saint-level talent, transformed by the technique and the cleansing elixir, had now astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the saint level, and it was likely that she would soon ascend further. Furthermore, the addition of a special physique category indicated the transformation of Lung Yinran's constitution. A succubus, you say? Does my master find these horns appealing? If you do not favor them, I shall hide them, but if you do, I shall keep them. Lung Yinran's face flushed as she lowered her head, her fingers gently fidgeting as she spoke softly. Yes, keep them. I find they suit you quite well. After a lengthy conversation between master and disciple, Lung Yinran began practicing the heavenly demon finger outside the hall, while Chen Daoxuan sipped tea and dozed, occasionally offering guidance. Despite this, Lung Yinran felt she had made significant progress. 0.5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the annihilation of the Luotian sect, as foretold by Chen Daoxuan, had finally arrived. Master, the half-month period has come to an end. What must this disciple do? Lung Yinran paused her cultivation and approached her master, awaiting his instructions, rather than feeling apprehensive about the impending mission against the Luotian sect. She felt a flicker of anticipation. With her current strength at the 7th level of the profound understanding realm, it was impossible for her to obliterate such a colossal entity as the Luotian sect. Even if she could fight above her level, defeating a powerful practitioner at the returning ruins realm would be remarkable enough. Confronting someone at the annihilation realm, however, presented a daunting disparity. Merely surviving would be a significant challenge. Thus, Lung Yinran had long believed that her master intended to personally intervene in the destruction of the Luotian sect. Has half a month passed so swiftly? Chen Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback, as he had not given much thought to the obliteration of the Luotian sect. However, the prospect of the impending influx of system points invigorated him somewhat. He summoned the system in his mind. System, exchange for 100 jade slips, also exchange for 10 formation discs. Ding! Total expenditure, 200 system points. Jade slips, beginner, x100 formation discs, beginner, x10 have been added to your system backpack. Although he had spent 200 system points in one go, he felt no regret. As long as he could annihilate the Luotian sect, he would undoubtedly earn several thousand system points in return. That 200 system points were but a drop in the bucket. Without delay, he retrieved a full 100 jade slips from his system backpack and placed them upon the stone table before him. Lung Yinran, witnessing her master suddenly produce a mound of jade slips, felt a bit dazed. However, knowing that her master had his reasons for his actions, she refrained from questioning him, instead quietly observing. 50 each of the heavenly demon finger and the heavenly steel should suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Daoxuan began to act, infusing each jade slip with the full force of his power. Now that his realm had ascended 5 levels, he was considerably stronger than before. Moreover, within the confines of the heavenly Dao Hall, he did not need to worry about replenishing spiritual energy, and before long, he had divided the 100 jade slips into 2 stacks, each containing 50, one for the heavenly demon finger and one for the heavenly steel. This display left Lung Yinran, who had been waiting nearby, utterly astonished. She had previously experienced the power of the heavenly demon finger, and a practitioner at the returning ruins realm had found themselves as fragile as paper before that strike, perishing in an instant. She had also witnessed the might of the heavenly steel when her master had wielded it from afar, reducing a powerful practitioner at the 9th level of the returning ruins realm to dust upon contact, leaving no trace of their name upon the steel, even in death. In that moment, she began to grasp her master's intent. He intended for her to unleash a torrent of firepower, reducing the Luotian sect to rubble. Just envisioning the scene of 50 heavenly steel, each towering 3,000 zhong, crashing down in unison was breathtakingly terrifying. Yet there remained a significant concern. The sect leader of the Luotian sect, Luo Wuzhen, was a formidable being at the annihilation realm. Even with such an arsenal of jade slips brimming with terrifying power, what if she lacked the opportunity to unleash them? While it was conceivable that the annihilation realm practitioner could withstand the might of the jade slips, capturing her, a practitioner at the 7th level of the profound understanding realm, would likely not pose a significant challenge. Before Lung Yanran could voice her concerns, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand again, placing 10 formation discs upon the stone table. The already modest table was now overwhelmed with jade slips and discs. The basic defensive formation should be inscribed like this, and this one, which can reflect attacks, must also be included. Moreover, this restriction formation cannot be overlooked. Otherwise, if they attempt to flee, we shall suffer greatly. A spiritual energy enhancement formation. Yes, and this one too. Lastly, let us set up a teleportation formation that in case of unforeseen circumstances, should there be a hidden powerful ancestor within the Luotian sect capable of withstanding the bombardment of the jade slips, it may serve as a means of escape for Yanran. Chen Daoxuan continued to murmur to himself as he inscribed one basic formation after another on the discs, though these were merely the most rudimentary formations. The results of his work were strikingly different. All existing flaws were rectified. What should have been formations inscribed with 10 runes became those inscribed with over 10,000 runes. Fortunately, within the confines of the heavenly Dao Hall, he need not worry about resource consumption, and he faced no difficulty in the process. Each formation disc inscribed with 10 runes was classified as a yellow tier formation. Those with 100 runes were classified as a profound tier formation. Those with 1,000 runes were classified as an earth tier formation, and those with over 10,000 runes constituted a heavenly tier formation. Within these 10 discs, the master had inscribed heavenly tier formations. Chen Daoxuan merely sensed numerous flaws within the foundational array and took it upon himself to rectify them, contemplating that inscribing additional runes would further enhance its stability and strength, albeit unaware of the deeper implications therein. However, Lung Yanran comprehended the significance, gazing at the 10 array discs imbued with heavenly tier formations before her. She found herself questioning whether she was dreaming, given the might of the Luotian sect. It was likely that their protective grand array was merely an earthly tier formation, a remarkable feat in itself. Even among the myriad sacred lands, the formations rarely exceeded heavenly tier. Regardless of the faction, establishing a high-tier formation necessitated immense effort, the meticulous selection of a suitable location for the array eye, and the consumption of countless resources to bring the formation to fruition. Generally, utilizing array discs to inscribe formations would yield results at most of the profound tier. After all, convenience in transport precludes the attainment of optimal conditions, and the use of various rare materials to aid the formation's operation becomes impossible. Should one attempt to inscribe a high-tier formation, instability among the runes could easily lead to the shattering of the array disc. 1 had never heard of a disc capable of accommodating a heavenly tier formation. What a shocking revelation. If someone could indeed achieve this, could they not rely solely on these discs to launch a direct assault on sacred lands? Take these 100 jade slips and these 10 array discs with you. When the time comes, remember to first use the restraining formation to encircle the Luotian sect, and then activate the defensive formation AS for what to do afterward. Feel free to act according to your discretion. Once Chen Daoxuan had completed his tasks, he contentedly raised his head to instruct Lung Yanran. While Chen Daoxuan could overlook many matters, now that he had resolved to annihilate the Luotian sect, he could not allow a single head to escape. It was not merely out of fear of leaving future threats, but rather because each head represented system points. He had even prepared himself for the possibility that should Lung Yinran fail, to extinguish the Luotian sect with these means. He would grit his teeth and expend 1,000 system points to personally raise the Luotian sect to the ground. The disciple understands. Yet, it was a pity. She had thought she might be fortunate enough to witness her master in action. Lung Yinran gazed at the array of jade tokens and arrayed discs on the table, a twinge of sympathy for the Luotian sect rising within her. Under such overwhelming firepower, they would surely be reduced to ashes, not even leaving behind a complete corpse. Pitying, yet deserving, rest assured, if the situation warrants, I shall make my presence known. However, in such a low-stakes scenario, I trust you can handle it most adeptly. Remember, not a single person must be spared. The very essence of a Luotian sect must be utterly shattered. Chen Daoxuan smiled slightly, devoid of interest in personally intervening, that if possible, it would be best if he did not step outside the confines of the Hall of Enlightenment until he had confirmed his status as the strongest in this realm. Only by adhering to the path of survival could one grasp the truth. Besides, the Luotian sect was merely led by a master of the annihilation realm. Did such a trivial matter necessitate the personal involvement of a peerless expert at the 8th layer of chi condensation? Absolutely not. The disciple comprehends. Does the master have any further instructions? If not, I shall descend the mountain to confront the Luotian sect. Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Yinran's gaze turned Isa, since her master had spoken. Not even an ant from the Luotian sect was to be spared. There seemed to be nothing else requiring attention. Her safety ensured, she would depart swiftly. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxuan merely reminded her to prioritize her safety, then stood up, stretched lazily, and reclined once more upon the rattan chair woven from the Enlightenment tea tree. The disciple take her leave. Lung Yinran bowed respectfully, collecting the jade tokens and arrayed discs from the stone table into her storage pouch, and then turned to make her way down the mountain. Within the Luotian sect's council hall, Master Luo Wu occupied the main seat. Despite the date having reached the halfway mark of the month, he displayed not a hint of tension. Present in the main hall, besides the remaining 7 elders of the Luotian sect, was an additional individual whose aura was no less formidable than that of Master Luo Wu. Both being experts at the 5th layer of the annihilation realm. In the northern domain, such beings were exceedingly rare, and only the masters of the other 3 top sects could rival their status. Brother Yangchun, today marks the day foretold by the mysterious annihilation realm expert, the day of our Luotian sect's demise. Should the need arise, I implore you to lend your assistance. Master Luo Wu said with a beaming smile as he turned to the man. This Yangchun was the sect leader of the Jinding sect, his cultivation level comparable to Luo Wu's. Of course, that we are both inhabitants of the northern domain, with a reckless, ignorant annihilation realm expert suddenly emerging. This sect leader shall not permit him to act so brazenly in our territory. Perhaps the rumors of the Luotian sect's impending doom were merely a ruse to buy time for his escape from the northern domain. At this moment, that individual might have already fled to an unknown location. However, do not forget the promise you made to me, Brother Luo Wu, Yangchun said with a chuckle, secretly thinking Luo Wu was overly timid, allowing himself to be intimidated into a half-month-long closure of the mountain gates. Such cowardice was indeed a disgrace to the 4 major sects of the northern domain. Of course, I have not forgotten. When our Luotian sect participates in the secret realm, we shall consider ourselves an affiliated team of the Jinding sect, taking only 50% of the resources acquired. After speaking, Master Luo Wu could only sigh internally. Had it not been for the sudden demise of their chief disciple, he would not have resorted to such a desperate strategy. The pretense of inviting Yangchun to confront external threats was merely a facade to ensure the Luotian sect's disciples had a reliable backing in the secret realm. Although they would receive only half the spoils by aligning with another sect's affiliated team, it was still better than having nothing. However, following this encounter, it was likely that the Jinding sect's strength would surpass their own for the next 2 centuries. As noon approached, with no sign of the mysterious individual, Master Luo Wu began to believe that the rumors had stemmed from a careful assessment of their sect's strength, leading to a hasty retreat. Brother Yangchun, let us not waste this trip. Allow me to treat you to some exquisite wine brewed from over 10 varieties of spiritual fruit, after waiting another 2 hours without any visitors. Master Luo Wu concurred with Yang Chun. The stone of anxiety within his heart lifted, and he began to summon servants to serve wine and dishes, eager to entertain his guest. Meanwhile, he had already resolved that after today, he would dispatch someone to the Morua kingdom to completely annihilate the Lung family, thereby solidifying the Luotian sect's reputation. The countless disciples of the Luotian sect, initially tense, now relaxed upon witnessing their leader and Yang Chun enjoying their wine. I truly expected someone fearless to confront our Luotian sect today, yet it seems it was merely bluster. Just our sect's protective grand array would be beyond the grasp of an ordinary annihilation realm expert. Surely, that person must be afraid. The disciples of the Luotian sect murmured among themselves, devoid of any concern over impending annihilation. Outside the Luotian sect, many on the surrounding peaks, eager to witness the battle of annihilation realm experts and seek enlightenment and breakthroughs, were becoming increasingly impatient. Among them were those hoping to partake in the spoils should the Luotian sect indeed fall, coveting any techniques or treasures left behind. TSK, it seems that mysterious expert will likely not show today. If they truly possessed the strength to obliterate the Luotian sect, they would have acted by now, likely fearing the consequences. What a pity, such a wasted trip. Had I known this would take so long, I would have preferred to hunt a few beasts instead. The onlookers lamented, convinced the mysterious individual would not appear. Some had even begun to pack up, preparing to leave. Could it be that the master truly left the northern domain with Yanran? On a nearby peak, Long Zhan felt a surge of unease, growing anxious. If the Luotian sect failed to be eradicated today, the Lung family would surely face annihilation tomorrow. Just then, a striking figure moved swiftly through the forest towards the mountain peak where the Luotian sect resided. Lung Yanran, having departed from the illusory mountain, did not even return to the Morua kingdom but hurried directly towards the Luotian sect. Remembering her master's directive to leave no survivors, she refrained from revealing herself immediately. Instead, she donned a flowing black robe and a hood that enveloped her completely, fearful of being discovered prematurely. Uncertain of the extent of the restrictive formation bestowed upon her by her master, Lung Yanran resolved to exercise caution and wait until she reached the foot of the mountain where the Luotian sect resided before activating it. After all, should her judgment falter and the people of Luotian sect escape, she would have no face to return to her master. Fortunately, her journey was devoid of unexpected encounters, and upon arriving at the base of the Luotian sect's mountain, dusk was approaching, with the sun beginning to set. Halt! Who goes there? Depart at once. Today, the Luotian sect does not accept visitors. As she reached the foot of the mountain, Lung Yanran was intercepted by two figures. A mere glance revealed that they were but two disciples of the Skyward Realm. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized each by the throat, lifting them effortlessly as if they were mere chicks. Taking a deep breath, she felt a wave of dizziness, which was only natural, recalling her first meeting with her master. Lung Yanran mimicked her master's words, whispering softly in the ears of her captives. The words fell upon them like a curse. After struggling valiantly, the two soon succumbed to silence. Once she had dispatched them, Lung Yanran clapped her hands upon her storage pouch and produced two formation plates. Channeling a strand of spiritual energy into one, she activated the grand formation inscribed upon it, in accordance with her master's instructions. The first formation she activated was the restrictive formation, designed to prevent the Luotian sect's members from fleeing. With a soft hum, an invisible barrier rapidly expanded, enveloping a radius of 5, 10, and eventually 100 miles. Only when the circular barrier reached a span of 500 miles did it cease its expansion, solidifying into a transparent yet remarkably resilient form. This range not excessive? Lung Yanran pondered. Bewildered, having taken great care to approach the Luotian sect's entrance before activating the restriction. Had she known the extent of this formation, such effort would have been unnecessary. Without further contemplation, she hurriedly directed a stream of spiritual energy into the second formation plate, activating the defensive formation. Given the commotion, it was certain to alert the Luotian sect's members. She could not afford to be careless. As Lung Yanran activated the defensive plate, Another circular barrier appeared. But this time it did not expand endlessly. It merely encompassed her immediate vicinity of 10 meters. Testing her movement, she realized that as long as she carried this formation plate, the barrier would follow her. 10 meters was sufficient. Immediately, she ascended into the air, heading towards the Luotian Sect's entrance. Such a significant disturbance naturally drew the attention of the Luotian Sect and nearby wandering cultivators. What is happening? What is this? One cultivator felt a sense of unease. Sensing imminent danger, I shall not partake in this commotion. Fellow practitioners, if fate allows, we shall meet again. What on earth is this? Why can't I escape? Many timid wandering cultivators, upon sensing something amiss, decided to leave temporarily. Yet, as they attempted to flee in various directions, they found an invisible barrier blocking their paths, extending even into the skies above and the ground below, leaving no avenue of escape. The larger the barrier, the more fragile it became. This barrier was so vast that it should not be particularly difficult to breach. Fellow cultivators, let us combine our efforts to shatter this accursed barrier and flee this place. Agreed, let us strike together. A glance exchanged among them revealed shared anxiety, and upon one practitioner's suggestion, they all consented. In an instant, dozens of cultivators, including those of lower realms like the Skyward and Mysterious realms, and several formidable beings of the returning Ruins realm, united their strength. With a resounding boom, their collective assault struck the barrier. The result left them dumbfounded. Not even a crack. What a joke, with such a multitude joining forces. Even a peak returning Ruins cultivator should have been reduced to ashes. Yet, they had not even managed to budge the barrier. Panic surged among the onlookers. After several more attempts proved futile, they conceded, opting to retreat to the farthest edge of the barrier surrounding the Luotian Sect and observe the situation. This was clearly an assault on the Luotian Sect. If they could eliminate the one who set the barrier, the problem would cease to exist. Meanwhile, within the Luotian Sect, although Real Man Luo Wu and Real Man Yang Chun had spent the afternoon drinking, they were not intoxicated. Upon witnessing the sudden anomaly, they exchanged a knowing glance. The gathered crowd within the grand hall stood as one. Emerging onto the plaza of the Luotian Sect, their astonishment. The intruder had indeed dared to come to their doorstep. If I falter, I may require your assistance, Brother Yang Chun. Real Man Luo Wu squinted at the barrier above, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The individual who had erected the barrier must possess great confidence, intending to prevent the Luotian Sect's members from escaping. For a moment, he found himself uncertain of the intruder's true power. Indeed, Real Man Yang Chun replied, his expression now grave, sharing the sentiment that the intruder's audacity was excessively brazen. Soon, Lung Yinran's figure appeared above the Luotian Sect, and the gathered crowd finally laid eyes upon her. Are you the master of that cold Yinran, a figure of the Desolation realm? Real Man Luo Wu narrowed his eyes, observing the protective formation enveloping her, which obscured her true realm. Coupled with her black robe, concealing her visage, misunderstandings naturally arose. The disciples and elders of the Luotian Sect fixated on the shadowy figure, an inexplicable tension settling among them. Concurrently, they were puzzled as to when such an extensive barrier had been established. Could it be that for the past fortnight, the intruder had stealthily infiltrated the vicinity and laid this formation in advance? Such deep scheming and calculation, plotting for half a month without their notice, truly terrifying. No one could fathom that the 500-mile barrier originated from a portable formation plate. Such astounding revelations, if told outright, would be met with disbelief. Unless witnessed firsthand, who could believe that a formation capable of isolating the heavens and earth across 500 miles could arise from a mere portable plate? Even Lung Yinran, upon activating the formation plate, was taken aback by its formidable effect. Yet, acknowledging her master's celestial nature, she accepted this reality. Lung Yinran paid little heed to Real Man Luo Wu's words, instead contemplating how to unleash her power to swiftly conclude the battle. However, Real Man Luo Wu below furrowed his brow. Merely a cowardly wretch unwilling to reveal themselves. Do not think the sect leader is unaware. Your intent to save that cold Yenran is merely a ploy to cultivate her as a prime furnace. Yet, do you not think the price of coming to oppose the Luo Tian sect today is rather steep? Real man Luo Wu's voice echoed, amplified by spiritual energy, so that the nearby onlookers could hear every word. Since the intruder sought to disrupt the peace of the Luo Tian sect, he saw no reason to show leniency and aimed to unveil the intruder's true intentions that it would be best if Lung Yanran could overhear this revelation. Upon learning the truth, she might not willingly submit to this enigmatic figure. What? A shocking revelation. Lung Yanran was a special physique highly suitable for being a furnace? No wonder the mysterious figure would risk enmity with the Luo Tian sect to protect the Lung family and Lung Yanran. Clearly, they were not to be underestimated. The onlookers, upon hearing the news, wore expressions of sudden enlightenment. Initially, they believed that this enigmatic figure was drawn to the enchanting beauty of Lung Yinzhan, thus choosing to oppose the Luo Tian sect, a notion that seemed rather irrational. However, upon learning this explosive revelation, they finally comprehended the situation. There exist certain rare physiques in the world, and if one could utilize them as a furnace for dual cultivation, it would indeed offer immense advantages, even to powerful cultivators at the peak of the Desolation Realm and beyond. For the sake of cultivation, what actions would one not dare to undertake? Yet to be at odds with the Luo Tian sect. The actions of this mysterious individual seemed excessively reckless. As Luo Wu, the esteemed master, concluded his words, the cloaked figure trembled with palpable fury to, have I exposed your true self, and now you are enraged? Do you realize that the protective formation of my Luo Tian sect is nearly impenetrable, even by those at the 9th level of the Desolation Realm? To dare speak of annihilating my sect is laughable. Elders, activate the protective formation. I shall confront this cowardly figure myself, with unwavering confidence. Luo Wu issued commands to the gathered elders, then soared directly out of the sect's grand formation. He was exceedingly assured of his strength. For years, none in the northern domain had instilled fear in him, and this mysterious figure would be no exception. Moreover, according to the information provided by the second elder, this individual was merely at the 3rd level of the Desolation Realm, far from being his adversary. Even if he boasted the strength of the 8th or even 9th level of the Desolation Realm, he could always retreat back into the protective formation, allowing him both offensive and defensive options, rendering him nearly invincible. It was solely the audacity of this mysterious figure to come seeking death that was astonishing. How dare he slander my master? You shall pay for this. Lung Yinzhan clenched her fists, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickering in her stunning eyes for the very first time. As she spoke, she removed her hood, her expression frosty as she gazed at Luo Wu, who had just emerged from the Luo Tian sect. Discovering that she possessed a unique physique capable of being used as a furnace was indeed surprising to her. Yet, her fury stemmed not from this revelation, the sole reason for her seething rage. Causing her to grit her teeth and tremble uncontrollably was that this despicable Luo Wu had dared to defame her master. Such an act was worthy of unimaginable punishment. Lung Yinzhan, the mysterious figure, was taken aback. Was it not a powerful ally behind her that had come forth? However, as Lung Yinzhan removed her hood, revealing her face, everyone was left dumbfounded. Each person was tense, fearing that the mysterious figure was not the legendary powerhouse of the Desolation Realm, but rather Lung Yinzhan herself. No matter her strength, she was merely at the Transcendence Realm. How could she dare to confront the Luo Tian sect alone? So it was you sent to create a diversion. Where, then, is that mysterious figure behind you, lurking in the shadows with some cunning plan? Alas, it seems questioning you may yield no answers. Nevertheless, I do not believe that mysterious figure would simply stand by and watch as you perish. Luo Wu had not anticipated that the figure beneath the black cloak would be Lung Yinzhan, momentarily taken aback. Yet he quickly scoffed. Regardless of the circumstances, that mysterious figure could not possibly allow Lung Yinzhan to meet her demise, for that would mean all his efforts were in vain. Although a protective barrier that appeared to be a defensive formation enveloped Lung Yinzhan, Luo Wu paid it no mind. Such portable formations, whether inscribed within a treasure or contained within a formation plate, were likely mere yellow-tier formations, primarily designed to conceal one's aura and obscure their true realm, thus misleading the onlookers. Yet he was a formidable master of the Desolation realm, capable of shattering it with a mere flick of his hand. Die. If by chance I encounter that useless Zhang Tianza on the road to the Yellow Springs, be sure to inform him that I must have been blind to have raised him to the position of chief. With that, Luo Wu unleashed the Luo Tan Grand Palm, his face twisted with derision as he executed the high-tier Earth-grade technique of the Luo Tian sect. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant against any sudden ambush from the mysterious powerhouse. In his hands, this technique far surpassed that of the third elder from the Guishu sect back in the Moro kingdom. A colossal handprint emerged, exuding a terrifying pressure that made cultivators hundreds of miles away feel their scalps tingle, instinctively wanting to flee. Even a mountain would likely crumble to dust beneath this strike. How terrifying! Is this the might of a Desolation realm master? Even at a distance of 100 miles. I can sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from that palm. Alas, Lung Yinzhan is doomed. Even if that mysterious powerhouse were to intervene now, it would be too late to save her. It is a pity to lose such an enchanting visage at a mere glance. The surrounding cultivators sighed in regret, many of whom had once been captivated by Lung Yinzhan's beauty, unable to bear witness to such a gem fading away, turning their heads in sorrow. Yet, facing the terrifying Luo Tan Grand Palm, Lung Yinzhan stood her ground, gazing coldly at Luo Wu without flinching. It was as if the overwhelming pressure had rendered her momentarily stunned, incapacitated from fleeing. The onlookers witnessed this scene and could only lament. Lung Yinzhan's fate appeared sealed. This palm strike would be insurmountable even for an ordinary Desolation realm master, let alone a mere Transcendence realm cultivator like Lung Yinzhan. Soon, she would be reduced to mere fragments. Her body unrecognizable. Behold the might of our master. A mere Transcendence realm cultivator dares to challenge the Luo Tian sect, utterly oblivious to the consequences. To witness our master unleash the sect's power is a privilege of a lifetime. The disciples of the Luo Tian sect gleamed with excitement, envisioning their master's imminent victory. Some even gleaned insights from Luo Wu's demonstration of power, feeling invigorated at the prospect of advancing in their cultivation after a period of seclusion. Not just the disciples, but even the elders were intently observing Luo Wu's execution of the Luo Tian Grand Palm. Even the Guishu realm masters among them found inspiration in witnessing their master in action. Such opportunities were rare. After all, as one of the four great sects of the Northern Domain, their master rarely took action, having not done so in the public eye for nearly a decade. This fellow has evidently made significant progress in his cultivation. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Once this secret realm concluded, my Golden Cauldron sect shall undoubtedly surpass the other three sects, claiming the rightful title of the foremost sect in the Northern Domain. Yang Chun, witnessing the power of the strike, couldn't help but squint slightly, a sense of crisis creeping in. Even he, should he attempt to counter the strike, would find it impossible to withstand as for Lung Yinzhan of the Transcendence realm. Her demise was a foregone conclusion. Simultaneously, Yang Chun expanded his consciousness, ever wary of a potential ambush from the mysterious powerhouse. The Luo Tan Grand Palm finally descended upon Lung Yinzhan, not precisely upon her, but rather upon the barrier before her. None among the gathered had any illusions about the barrier's capacity to withstand even a moment of the impending strike. Boom! Buzz! First came a thunderous crash that compelled the disciples in the Luo Tian sect courtyard to hastily cover their ears, nearly rupturing their eardrums from the terrifying shockwave. Just as everyone strained to catch a glimpse of the horrific fate that awaited Lung Yinzhan, they were rendered speechless. Each of them gaped, mouths agape, as if they could fit an ostrich egg within. This cannot be. I must be dreaming. Yes, I must be dreaming. How is it that Lung Yinzhan remains unscathed? To their astonishment, Lung Yinzhan continued to regard Luo Wu with an expression of cold indifference, while the barrier before her shimmered with countless golden inscriptions, dissipating the full force of the strike upon contact. This scene was incomprehensible to all present. Not only were the scattered cultivators and disciples of the Luo Tian sect bewildered, but even Luo Wu himself was momentarily taken aback. He had unleashed a full-force strike, without holding back. He understood better than anyone the sheer magnitude of its power. Yet, it had been entirely absorbed by that barrier. No, this was not merely a formation. This was a defensive treasure of heaven-tier quality or higher. I did not anticipate that your benefactor would be so generous, bestowing upon you such an invaluable defensive treasure. However, the spiritual energy required to activate such a treasure is beyond what a mere transcendence realm cultivator can sustain. Once I eliminate you, this treasure shall belong to me. Luo Wuzhenren was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing through countless possibilities until a sudden clarity struck him. There was only one explanation for such extraordinary effects. It must be a celestial-grade treasure. Apart from that, he could not conceive of any other potential existence. However, to activate a celestial-grade treasure, the consumption of spiritual energy was immense. Even with Lung Yanran being a profound realm cultivator, she likely could not utilize it more than a few times. If she were to launch a few more attacks, her spiritual energy would be utterly depleted, and at that moment, the treasure would belong to him. The very thought of this brought a sinister smile to Luo Wuzhenren's face. Initially, he believed that losing the chief disciple would render them incapable of competing for resources within the secret realm, putting Luo Tian sect 2 centuries behind. Yet if he could obtain a celestial-grade treasure, the situation would be entirely different. With such a treasure, he could still elevate Luo Tian sect to become the foremost sect in the northern region, and he himself would ascend as the most formidable figure in the north. In retrospect, he had to thank that mysterious individual. How generous they were! Hiss! So it is, to his astonishment, Lung Yanran possessed a celestial-grade treasure. It seemed that such a precious item had never graced the northern region before. Even the 4 major sects could only produce earthly-grade treasures at most. Today was truly an eye-opener. Upon hearing Luo Wuzhenren's words, everyone around him displayed expressions of sudden realization. Yet, to Lung Yanran, this scene resembled a gathering of individuals lacking any semblance of intellect. If they were to discover that the so-called invaluable celestial-grade treasure was merely a portable defensive array plate hastily crafted by her master, she could only imagine their reactions. However, none of this mattered anymore, for after today, these people would likely never have the opportunity to be foolish or astonished again. Noticing Luo Wuzhenren's self-assured demeanor as he prepared to strike again, Lung Yanran decided to take action. She gently patted the storage pouch at her waist, and a jade pendant appeared in her hand. A jade slip for storing divine abilities? How naive to think such a thing could challenge Luo Tian sect. It is uncertain whether to commend her cuteness or deem her foolish. The crowd erupted into incredulous laughter at this sight. Yet one individual's eyes glinted with excitement. Lung Zhan had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power wielded by Lung Yanran's jade pendant. But soon his expression stiffened. Even though that strike was formidable, could a single jade pendant possibly overcome the vast defenses of such a large sect, fortified by a protective array? You needn't worry. I won't kill you first. I wish for you to witness the complete annihilation of Luo Tian sect before you are the last to join them. The detestable insects that slander my master and tarnish his reputation. Holding the jade pendant, Lung Yanran cast a cold glance at Luo Wuzhenren, who displayed a hint of caution. She decided to be straightforward and declared that this strike would not be directed at him. With a gentle lift of her wrist, she hurled the jade pendant towards the direction of Luo Tian sect's protective array. Buzz, seeing Lung Yanran suddenly throw a jade pendant towards the protective array. The disciples of Luo Tian sect felt no concern. Their protective array was of superior earthly grade. Even those at the annihilation realm would find it challenging to breach. How could a mere jade pendant, containing a divine ability, possibly shake it? However, as the jade pendant shattered, its divine power manifested, unleashing a terrifying aura that enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. A modest celestial tablet emerged, rapidly growing until it reached a height of 3,000 zhong before ceasing its expansion. The tablet was adorned with vividly lifelike depictions of fearsome celestial demons. And although it was merely an inanimate object, those present felt as if they were being scrutinized by those 10 demonic visages. The overwhelming malevolence radiating from it left everyone gasping for breath. Cultivators below the profound realm could not withstand the fear and collapsed to the ground. Even the profound realm experts trembled. While the experts of the annihilation realm felt their backs drenched in cold sweat, with beads of perspiration continuously rolling down their foreheads. Yet the most shocked were Luo Wuzhenren and Yang Chunjinren, who stood in the square. As annihilation realm cultivators, they sensed that terrifying power more acutely than anyone else. This was an attack that could only be unleashed by a cultivator at the 9th layer of the annihilation realm. And the tier of this divine ability was at least celestial grade. How could such a divine ability appear in the barren northern region? This was impossible. Quick, channel spiritual energy into the array. We must resist this strike together. This divine ability is no ordinary one. The elders of Luo Tian Sect were the first to react, urgently calling upon the disciples to pour their spiritual energy into the protective array as if it were of no concern. Once the celestial tablet fully formed, it came crashing down upon the protective array of Luo Tian Sect. Boom! Crack! Crack! As the 3,000 Zhang tablet filled with malevolence descended, the protective array of Luo Tian Sect instantly manifested cracks. It was on the brink of collapse, visibly weakening and nearing shattering. Numerous elders and disciples spat out blood. Although the residual force from that strike was minuscule, it still inflicted significant injuries upon them. Go! Ultimately, it was Yang Chunjinren, perceiving the dire situation, who quickly summoned his spiritual energy from the 5th layer of the annihilation realm to stabilize the array, halting the impending disaster. The terrifying celestial tablet slowly dissipated, transforming into countless specks of black light that, in the wake of that strike, Luo Tian Sect's protective array had sustained severe damage. Even with the combined spiritual energy from all the disciples and the stabilizing influence of Yang Chunjinren, it had suffered grievously. Out of the 10 array nodes, 7 had been shattered, leaving it on the verge of being rendered inoperative. Restoring it to its original state would require immense effort, resources, manpower, and time. Yet, thankfully, they had managed to intercept that dreadful strike. Had the crowd not reacted swiftly, it was entirely possible that the terrifying celestial tablet could have breached the array and caused the deaths of a significant number of Luo Tian Sect disciples. Hiss, how terrifying! When that dreadful divine ability manifested, I could almost see my master, who had ascended many years ago, beckoning me. Dao friend, are you all right? You seem unwell, cough. It's nothing, I just need to change my pants in the woods before I can explain everything to you. As the celestial tablet faded away, the scattered cultivators finally felt their near-death sensations dissipate, each experiencing a profound sense of survival. When they looked at Lung Yanran, a hint of fear crept into their gazes. Little did they expect that Lung Yanran not only possessed a celestial-grade defensive treasure, but could also summon such a terrifying jade pendant. It was a pity that, despite its formidable power, it had not breached the protective array of Luo Tian Sect. Ultimately, the disparity in strength was simply too vast. How terrifying! So this is your trump card. No wonder you dare to appear at Luo Tian Sect. Had that strike been aimed at me, I fear I would have met my end right then and there. Yet, you were too greedy, underestimating the strength of Luo Tian Sect's protective array, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Luo Wuzhenren forced a stiff smile, though his voice trembled slightly. Thankfully, that strike had not been directed at him. It was utterly terrifying. Such means should only exist within sacred cultivation grounds. He think it could nearly obliterate Luo Tian Sect's protective array. However, he could not believe that the opponent could unleash such a life-saving trump card a second time. A divine ability unleashed with the full might of a 9th layer annihilation realm cultivator was so precious that he doubted even the entirety of Luo Tian Sect's wealth could procure another. He refused to believe that she could produce a second one. TSK, I already informed you that sparing your life is merely for you to witness the downfall of Luo Tian Sect. However, I must admit, your sect array has managed to withstand a blow, which has earned my respect. Lung Yanran observed the reactions of the onlookers, all of whom believed she could not produce a second jade pendant. Thus, she decided to be unrestrained. As her master instructed, she would unleash a barrage that left no survivors. Yet, she was somewhat surprised that Luotian Sect could withstand a strike with their protective array. However, recalling that the power contained within the jade pendant was merely an attack suppressed to the condensation realm, Lung Yinran felt reassured. How many major realms had her master transcended to unleash a divine ability from the condensation realm? Condensation, Qi, void manipulation, profound realm, returning ruins, annihilation. Lung Yinran could hardly keep count. Once more, she patted her storage pouch, but this time she had no intention of taking her time. She swiftly retrieved 30 jade pendants, each containing the divine ability of the Celestial Tablet. As for the 50 jade pendants containing the Celestial Demon Finger, they were more suitable for single-target attacks and were not ideal for a barrage. Thus, she refrained from using them just yet. 30 jade pendants, identical to the previous one, hovered at Lung Yinran's waist, as if encircled by a jade belt. Her slender waist was adorned. The jade pendants exuded a faint aura of malevolence, complemented by the chilling demeanor of Lung Yinran in her black robes. Complete with 2 horns atop her head, in a moment of daze, onlookers seemed to glimpse a demon. 30. What a jest. Just moments ago, that terrifying divine artifact, the jade pendant, she possessed a full 30 of them. One strike had nearly shattered the protective formation of the Luotian Sect. If all 30 were unleashed, would it not flatten the very mountaintop? Gazing at the long line of jade pendants, everyone felt their minds clouded, their ability to think fading. The singular thought that surged in their hearts was to flee. The farther away, the better. The multitude of cultivators watching had already begun to feel regret upon seeing those 30 jade pendants. Was this high-level affair something they could bear witness to? If, by chance, Lung Yinran missed through one of the pendants in their direction, it would surely spell their doom. Even the protective formation of the Luotian Sect, one of the 4 great sects of the northern domain, had been nearly obliterated by that singular blow. They could not possibly believe they could withstand such a terrifying strike. Yet the most panicked were clearly not them, but the multitude of disciples and elders gathered in the plaza of the Luotian Sect. Even the esteemed Yang Chunjinren was among them. All faces paled with fear at the appearance of those 30 jade pendants. They had barely managed to withstand one strike relying on the sect's formation, and now there were 30. How could they possibly survive? If true, it would be nothing short of a massacre devoid of any suspense. Impossible. Those jade pendants were far too precious, containing the full force of a 9th-level annihilation realm strike. How could there be so many? You must be bluffing. These are all illusions, mere fabrications. Kill you, and once you are dead, everything will end. Upon seeing the 30 jade pendants, Luo Wuzhenren nearly went mad. Although he questioned the authenticity of Lung Yinran's pendants, cold sweat streamed down his face uncontrollably. Luotian Great Hand Seal. Blood Refinement / Xianming Demon Explosion. In that moment, Luo Wuzhenren's only thought was to eliminate Lung Yinran before him. That way, all danger would vanish. He was eager to see how long a mere Enlightenment Realm cultivator could sustain the heavenly defense artifact. With all his might, he unleashed his cultivated divine abilities toward Lung Yinran. Yet throughout it all, Lung Yinran did not spare him a single glance. She was utterly confident in the defensive formation bestowed by her master. Ignoring the frenzied Luo Wuzhenren, Lung Yinran merely flicked her fingers at her waist, sending forth one jade pendant after another, each imbued with the power of the heavenly monument, hurtling toward the summit of the Luotian Sect. As the pendants soared and detonated, generating terrifying heavenly monuments akin to the earlier one, all were left in shock. It was indeed real. All 30 jade pendants were authentic. Each one contained the same divine abilities as the previous pendant. Their power undiminished. A total of 30 heavenly monuments loomed over Luotian Peak, each towering at 3,000 jahn. In an instant, they obscured the sky, blocking out the scant sunlight, casting the Luotian Sect into a vast shadow. Flee! Quickly flee! Elders, dismantle the protective formation and let us escape. This is beyond human endurance. Release me. I do not wish to die. I have a bright future ahead. Let me go." In an instant, chaos erupted within the Luo Tian sect. Every disciple exerted their utmost effort to flee from this place, to escape the shadow of those 30 heavenly monuments. Even the elders were not exempt. As the monuments revealed themselves, they reacted faster than the disciples, immediately dismantling the protective formation and fleeing with all their might, desperate to distance themselves from the area. Among them, the one fleeing the fastest was none other than the annihilation realm Yang Chunjinren. In his haste, Yang Chunjinren barely had time to evade, crashing into several panicked Luo Tian sect disciples, turning them to mist. With a thunderous roar, the 30 heavenly monuments descended inexorably toward the ground. Boom! A cacophony of deafening sounds erupted, the earth within a 500-mile radius quaking violently, fissures appearing on the ground, until the 30 heavenly monuments landed completely, centered upon the peak of the Luo Tian sect. A 100-mile radius was reduced to rubble, leaving behind only the towering monuments, exuding a dense aura of malevolence and overwhelming pressure. The once verdant mountains and forests had transformed into a vast expanse of heavenly monument debris. As for the disciples and elders of the Luo Tian sect, none could escape the devastation of that strike. Only Yang Chunjinren staggered in the air, bloodied, having barely evaded the cataclysmic impact through secret techniques. Yet, even with the 30 heavenly monuments crashing down, the residual force nearly shattered his body. Now his form was marred by horrific wounds, a pitiful sight. This Luo Tian sect, is it gone? Of course, 30 terrifying divine abilities unleashed simultaneously. Even 10 or 100 Luo Tian sects could hardly withstand it. The Luo Tian sect had genuinely been exterminated. Hiss! Thankfully we were far enough away. Just now I saw many cultivators who were not part of the Luo Tian sect perish within that 100-mile radius. They sought to draw closer for opportunities, and now, not even their corpses remain. In that moment, all gazes trembled as they beheld the 30 heavenly monuments within the 100-mile radius, those with weaker mental fortitude fainting from the sheer terror. The obliteration of the Luo Tian sect had also claimed many wandering cultivators who sought to benefit from the chaos, all lost to the indiscriminate destruction. Right just now I saw Luo Wuzhenren unleash his full powers against Lung Yanran. I wonder what the outcome was. Could it be that after annihilating the Luo Tian sect, Lung Yanran also perished at Luo Wuzhenren's hands? Suddenly, someone recalled something. Previously, all minds had been captivated by those 30 terrifying divine abilities, leaving no one the chance to witness Luo Wuzhenren's attack on Lung Yanran. Now, upon hearing the reminder, all eyes turned once more toward Lung Yanran, and Luo showed their astonishment. Lung Yanran remained unscathed, her expression as icy as ever, standing resolutely within her protective shield. Clearly, those 3 strikes had failed to breach her defenses. Devil woman! You wicked sorceress! Die for this sect master, Luo Wuzhenren. After a moment of shock, utterly lost his sanity, unleashing his spiritual power, his hair disheveled and face twisted in rage. Today, let us see if you can withstand this sect master's self-detonation of the annihilation realm's 5th level. With a thunderous roar, he assumed a stance of defiance against death. Observing this, Lung Yanran's brow furrowed slightly as she placed her hand on her storage pouch at her waist. Should the defensive formation prove inadequate against the self-detonation of an annihilation realm powerhouse, she would utilize the teleportation array to escape at the first opportunity. Yet, after Luo Wuzhenren's fierce shout, he suddenly pivoted, fleeing in the opposite direction from Lung Yanran, with unprecedented speed. Huh? How absurd! The old fool had been so bold, yet now he fled in utter disgrace. The most astonished was Yang Chunjinren, a fellow Annihilation Realm cultivator. Initially, upon witnessing Luo Wuzhenren, a 5th-level Annihilation Realm sect master, preparing to self-detonate for vengeance, he felt a pang of sorrow, a deep empathy. But to his shock, the old man turned tail and ran. Damn it! Once Yang Chunjinren regained his composure, he too could no longer remain still and chose to flee in the opposite direction of Luo Wuzhenren. After all, Lung Yanran's attention was focused solely on Luo Wuzhenren, leaving her unable to act against him. Given a moment, he was confident that he, as a fifth-level annihilation realm cultivator, could break through the confines of this formation. His initial intent to assist the Luo Tian sect had merely been for personal gain. He had never planned to exert himself too much. Merely watching from the sidelines sufficed. Little did he know that the Luo Tian sect had provoked a monster. Even possessing a heavenly tier defensive treasure would have been sufficient, but to have 30 pieces of the Jade Pendant, capable of unleashing the full force of the 9 heavens of annihilation, seemingly without cost, was utterly astonishing. Even if he summoned the entirety of the Golden Cauldron sect, in the face of that terrifying bombardment, they would only be reduced to mere cannon fodder. He had no inclination to engage with Lung Yanran. His sole desire was to flee this place swiftly and return to the Golden Cauldron sect to hide away, fervently hoping that Lung Yanran and her enigmatic, formidable ally would not set their sights on the Golden Cauldron sect. Upon witnessing the panic-stricken escape of Zhenren Luo Wu, a faint smile finally graced Lung Yanran's lips. She did not hasten to pursue. Instead, she descended slowly, meticulously inspecting the 30 celestial steels. Her master had instructed that not a single survivor should be left. Carelessness was not an option. Yes, she muttered her master's commands. She scrutinized the gaps between each celestial steel. Ultimately, she discovered that not a single soul had survived. Whether they were juniors below the Transcendence realm, or elders of the Transcendence, or returned to Ruins realms, all were reduced to nothing under the relentless barrage. Even an elder of the Return to Ruins realm, though he had somehow evaded the initial strike, was still crushed to death by the aftermath. His internal organs obliterated in a tragic end. It would have been far better to perish beneath the celestial steel than to endure such suffering. Lung Yanran felt no sympathy at this sight. She casually remarked, and with a flick of her hand, unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that shattered his body into fragments, ensuring he could not employ any secret techniques to feign death. She would not allow even the slightest oversight regarding her master's orders. No traces must remain. Observers from afar, witnessing this battle, felt their temples throb with dread. It was utterly terrifying. She was nothing short of a demon. With a mere gesture, she obliterated the Luo Tian sect, one of the 4 major sects of the northern region, and remained so composed, devoid of any emotional upheaval. She hardly regarded the fleeing Zhenren Luo Wu. Whether out of a belief that she could not catch him or that her trump cards were exhausted, it was unclear. After what felt like an eternity, Lung Yanran finally completed her inspection of the grove of celestial steels and felt a sense of relief. She raised her gaze towards the direction of Zhenren Luo Wu's flight and leisurely took to the skies. Meanwhile, Zhenren Luo Wu's eyes were bloodshot, continuously unleashing his divine powers against the barrier before him. The seemingly fragile, transparent barrier did not ripple even the slightest under his assaults, let alone break. Damn it! What level of formation is this? Could it possibly be a heavenly tier formation? Impossible! How could they have laid a heavenly tier restriction formation right under my nose without my knowledge? Furthermore, establishing a heavenly tier formation is extraordinarily challenging. It could not have been completed in merely half a month. Could it be that this is a conspiracy that has been brewing for decades against my Luo Tian sect? Zhenren Luo Wu had exhausted a substantial portion of his spiritual energy, yet he saw no hope of breaking the formation. The restrictive barrier was far sturdier than their sect's protective formation. Despair enveloped his heart, and he could not help but speculate how the opponent had accomplished this. Yet, no matter how he pondered, there was no answer. That moment, a figure had silently appeared behind him. Sect Master Luo, your Luo Tian sect has been annihilated. No, to be precise, it only lacks you for complete eradication. Witnessing the destruction of your sect must be quite unpleasant, yes? However, you can only blame yourself for this. I initially intended to grant you a swift end, but you dared to speak such audacious words, slandering my master. Such a transgression deserves punishment. Lung Yanran gazed at Zhenren Luo Wu with an icy demeanor, as if enumerating his crimes. Her arrival signified the imminent demise of Zhenren Luo Wu. Who is your master? He stammered, panic etched across his face. When was this formation laid? Could it be that there were ulterior motives towards my Luo Tian sect all along? Realizing the futility of escape, Zhenren Luo Wu ceased his attacks and instead fixed his gaze upon Lung Yanran, demanding answers. Pre-planned. I'm sorry, but everything that transpired today was merely a whim of my master. As for my master's name, you are not worthy to know. Now, Sect Master Luo, it's time for you to depart. Do not keep your disciples waiting too long on the road to the underworld. Lung Yinran's expression remained unwavering, her contempt for Jinren Luo Wu palpable, especially given his audacity to insinuate that her master had ulterior motives in taking her as a disciple. Her master, so gentle and devoted to her without asking for anything in return. How dare this despicable Jinren Luo Wu defile her name? Such a crime was unforgivable. Without a moment's hesitation, Lung Yinran flicked the jade pendant towards Jinren Luo Wat once. He became fully alert. Fixating on the pendant, he was acutely aware of the terrifying power it contained. However, though the celestial steel was formidable, it was not a technique personally wielded by Lung Yinran, thus lacking agility if he timed it right. Perhaps he could evade that strike. Moreover, he could potentially redirect the impact onto the barrier behind him, creating an opportunity to escape. Jinren Luo Wu was indeed calculating astutely. He planned to use the terrifying celestial steel's power contained within the jade pendant to breach the barrier. If it unfolded as he envisioned, the collision between the celestial steel and the barrier could indeed provide him with a chance for survival. After all, with the might of the 9 heavens of annihilation, even if it could not completely shatter the barrier, it would surely create a gap. Even the other cultivators, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel a flicker of hope to them. Lung Yinran now appeared as a ruthless demoness, and they all wished to flee the barrier, distancing themselves from her as much as possible. Otherwise, she might turn her attention to them after dealing with Jinren Luo Wu. Alas, Jinren Luo Wu's plans did not come to fruition. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Lung Yinran's indifferent gaze. She was no fool. How could she not perceive his intentions? The jade pendant did not contain the celestial steel's power, but rather the heavenly demon finger. With a crisp crack, the pendant shattered, unleashing its contained power. Here it comes. No, wait. This is not the same technique. Jinren Luo Wu heightened his focus, preparing to dodge, but as the pendant shattered, panic seized him. From the broken pendant emerged a tangible, chaotic heavenly demon, exuding a dense aura of malevolence, its crimson eyes fixed hungrily on Jinren Luo Wu. Merely locking gazes with that heavenly demon made Jinren Luo Wu feel as though he were staring into a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Completely losing control of his own body, he could only tremble helplessly, watching as the heavenly demon extended a finger towards his brow. With a soft sound, the heavenly demon's fingertip pressed against Jinren Luo Wu's forehead. In an instant, Jinren Luo Wu ceased to tremble, maintaining his previous posture, his expression frozen in terror at the last moment. Following that singular touch, the heavenly demon dissipated into malevolent energy, as if it had never existed. Yet the hole in Jinren Luo Wu's brow served as a grim reminder to all that the terrifying entity was not an illusion. Bereft of external support, Jinren Luo Wu's corpse plummeted downward, crashing to the ground from hundreds of meters above, his form unrecognizable upon impact, devoid of spiritual energy. That single touch not only severed his life force, but obliterated his consciousness in an instant. Even those with divine soul preservation techniques would meet a demise if faced with the heavenly demon finger, truly a repugnant entity. Lung Yinran frowned at the grotesque mass of flesh and blood on the ground. With a casual wave of her hand, she summoned a surge of spiritual energy that reduced it to a mist of blood, and as a gentle evening breeze swept through, the last trace of Jinren Luo Wu vanished from this world, leaving only a spatial ring behind. With a gentle gesture, she retrieved the spatial ring. After dispatching Jinren Luo Wu, Lung Yinran rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, having utilized barely half of what her master had given her. The Luo Tian sect had been entirely eradicated. Should she take the remaining items back or utilize them effectively to eliminate the remaining cultivators trapped within the barrier? In a moment of hesitation, Lung Yinran found herself in a quandary. The command from her master was clear: to leave no one alive from the Luo Tian sect if she were to slay these meddlesome cultivators. She wondered if it would provoke her master's displeasure due to the innocent bloodshed. The remaining loose cultivators within the barrier silently observed her from a distance, afraid to make a sound. If they knew that Lung Yanran was contemplating whether to annihilate them all, they would likely lose their composure. There was also a master of the Desolation Realm who had escaped from the Luo Tian sect earlier. Perhaps it would be best to deal with him first. Associating him with the Luo Tian sect seemed justifiable enough. Suddenly, Lung Yanran recalled the bloodied figure of the Desolation Realm expert who had narrowly escaped the earlier explosion, and she turned to fly toward the direction etched in her memory. She passed numerous peaks along her route. The cultivators upon them bowed in reverence upon seeing her. The Divine Lady is formidable. The Luo Tian sect has offended her. Their annihilation is their own folly. We implore you, Divine Lady, spare us. We have no ties to the Luo Tian sect. Many cultivators could not help but beg for mercy, showering praise upon Lung Yanran. Yet, she paid their words no heed, solely focused on locating that Desolation Realm master. Observing her actions, the cultivators surmised her intentions. However, the sight of a master in the profound realm tirelessly pursuing a Desolation Realm expert was indeed an eye-opener for them. Yet, none would dare question Lung Yanran's capability to slay a Desolation Realm expert. The recent demise of the Desolation Realm's Luo Wu Jinren stood as a testament to her prowess. Meanwhile, Yang Chun Jinren hid within a cave on a mountain peak, watching in terror as Lung Yanran searched for him. The very profound realm cultivators he would have easily dispatched in the past now instilled such fear in him that he dared not show his face. What on earth has that old ghost Luo Wu stirred up? Why must I accompany you to your doom? He cursed vehemently, trembling in the cave, his mind racing with invectives against the Luo Tian sect. Initially, he had thought they were merely dealing with a Desolation Realm master of the third layer. Yet now, the mysterious power behind Lung Yanran had not even revealed itself, with just her profound realm strength. She had decimated the Luo Tian sect and was now relentlessly hunting him down. How unjust! As Yang Chun Jinren seethed with anger, wishing he could drag Luo Wu Jinren back from the underworld to punish him 1,000 times over. He suddenly sensed a piercing gaze. Found you, Lung Yanran said, her expression serene as she regarded a particular cave, a hint of a smile playing at her lips. Yet, to Yang Chun Jinren, that smile was more terrifying than facing a devil. It was not the ferocity of an enemy that struck fear, but rather the chilling realization that an adversary could smile while contemplating his demise. As Lung Yanran glided closer to the cave, she retrieved a jade pendant identical to the one she had used to slay Luo Wu. In that moment, Yang Chun Jinren made a resolute decision and burst forth from the cave, a look of determination on his face as he knelt before Lung Yanran. Divine Lady, I am Yang Chun, the sect leader of the Golden Cauldron sect. I came to the Luo Tian sect solely to discuss matters of the secret realm, with no intention of colluding with them. I beseech you to spare my life, and from this day forth, the Golden Cauldron sect shall follow you as our leader. His voice, laced with spiritual energy, echoed through the mountains as he bowed 3 times before her, pleading for his life. His forehead struck the hard rock. Blood oozed from the impact. In such a moment of supplication, he dared not shield himself with spiritual energy. His cries for mercy reverberated through the valley, causing Lung Yanran, who had initially intended to activate the jade pendant and use the heavenly demon finger to annihilate him, to pause in surprise. She had anticipated facing yet another Desolation Realm expert, only to discover that he was the leader of one of the 4 great sects. The Golden Cauldron sect, after all, was not lacking in strength compared to the Luo Tian sect. If she could turn him to her advantage, he might prove useful, even for handling trivial matters. Her thoughts swirled in uncertainty over whether to eliminate him. Yang Chun Jinren kept his head pressed firmly to the ground, sweat beading on his forehead from anxiety, the sting of his wound a constant reminder that he was still alive. Not only was Yang Chun Jinren tense, but all the cultivators within the barrier were equally anxious, observing Lung Yanran's every move, eager to learn her decision that if begging for mercy proved effective, they would surely emulate Yang Chun Jinren and kneel without hesitation. After all, cultivators must not be too proud. When the time comes to kneel, it is imperative to do so rather than risk one's life. Her master had only commanded her to annihilate the Luo Tian sect. How to deal with the others was beyond her authority. Perhaps it would be best to heed her master's wishes. Finally, Lung Yinran cast a casual glance at Yang Chunjinren, who lay prostrate before her. Just over half a month ago, she had been a mere void realm cultivator, nearly perishing under the pursuit of two profound realm experts. Though gifted, her strength had not yet solidified. Who could have imagined that, in such a brief span, one Desolation realm sect leader would lie dead at her feet, while another knelt before her? Lung Yinran was acutely aware that all of this was a gift from her master. Without her master, she would have long since become a mere skeleton in the illusory mountain, devoured by ferocious beasts. Whether to spare these individuals, of course, depended on her master's wishes. "Thank you, divine lady. Thank you." Yang Chunjinren's eyes lit up with hope upon hearing her words, as long as she did not strike him down outright. There was still a chance for salvation. After all, the Golden Cauldron sect was one of the four great sects of the northern region to know. With the Luo Tian sect destruction, it was now one of the three. Even if that formidable figure deemed them lacking, surely they could still be of use for some tasks. Furthermore, he was eager to witness the true strength of the being capable of providing such precious magical jade pendants, allowing a mere profound realm cultivator to obliterate the Luo Tian sect. Under the watchful eyes of all, Lung Yinran slowly raised the jade pendant in her hand. Yang Chunjinren was taken aback and panicked. What was she planning to do? Though he could not directly contact her master, this pendant was crafted by her master and symbolized his will that if the pendant faced up, they could live. If it faced down, he would have to join the Luo Tian sect in death. It is simply a matter of chance, Lung Yinran stated calmly, tossing the jade pendant to the ground. Yang Chunjinren felt a surge of terror as he witnessed the pendant fall. Oh my heavens! Do you not understand the immense power contained within that pendant? Do you think it is merely a trinket? If it shatters and activates its magic, there will be no chance to see whether it lands face up or face down. We will all be doomed. With a chime, Yang Chunjinren's heart raced, and he shut his eyes tightly, fearing the pendant would activate. Fortunately, the pendant was crafted from a special material and did not shatter upon a gentle fall. It spun slowly on the ground, and everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the pendant, eager to see whether it would ultimately land face up or face down. This outcome was intimately tied to their lives. As the pendant finally came to a halt, revealing its result, a collective sigh escaped their lips. Few at his face up. Hooray! We are saved. Many wept tears of relief, overwhelmed by the emotional roller coaster. Quickly, thank the Divine Lady for her mercy. In an instant, upon witnessing the pendant's outcome, all present seemed to have achieved a monumental victory, bowing in deep respect toward Lung Yinran. They harbored no doubts that had the pendant landed face down, this cold-faced sorceress would have ruthlessly extinguished their lives. No one questioned Lung Yinran's capability. At the very least, the mysterious figure behind her undoubtedly possessed such power. Thank you, Lady Cold, for your mercy. The esteemed Yang Chunjinren exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained, and fortunately, he was kneeling rather than standing. Otherwise, he might have collapsed to the ground. What was merely an act of tossing a jade pendant had left everyone present feeling as if they had traversed the gates of the underworld. No need to thank me. Rather, express your gratitude to my master, Cold Yinran remarked, casting a calm glance at the weak Yang Chunjinren as she casually summoned the jade pendant back to her hand and stowed it away in her storage pouch. Consider yourselves fortunate to have survived. After casually uttering this phrase, Cold Yinran retrieved the array plate inscribed with the sealing formation from her bosom, waved her hand over it, and deactivated the formation. The barrier, which had made everyone eager to flee, instantly dissipated. In an instant, all present hurriedly took flight in various directions, desperate to escape this cursed place. If that female demon were to change her mind, it would spell disaster. Even Yang Chunjinren wished to leave hastily. Lady Cold, may I take my leave? He cautiously inquired. Glancing at Cold Yinran to go ahead, she replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yang Chunjinren felt as if he had received a reprieve. Bowing 3 times before Cold Yinran with resounding thuds before attempting to depart. Wait! Cold Yinran suddenly called out, startling Yang Chunjinren, who had just taken flight, causing him to stumble and fall back to the ground. A wave of fear washed over him. Could it be that this female demon had changed her mind? What do you mean by the secret realm? He stammered, evidently misunderstanding cold Yinran's intentions, upon realizing that she was merely inquiring about the secret realm. Yang Chunjinren finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shuang Mountain, Tiandao Hall. Reclining on the Wudao vine chair, Chen Daoxuan was delighting in the constant stream of notifications popping up from his system. Host's eldest disciple, Cold Yinran, has slain an enemy of the seventh heaven in the Tongxian realm, earning 7 system points. Host's eldest disciple, Cold Yinran, has slain an enemy of the fifth heaven in the Guishu realm, earning 50 system points. Host's eldest disciple, Cold Yinran, has slain. The notifications continued to ring out in rapid succession, and without a doubt, Chen Daoxuan could surmise that the Luotian sect had been thoroughly bombarded by Yinran's might. Finally, with the last notification, it declared Host's eldest disciple, Cold Yinran, has slain an enemy of the fifth heaven in the Jimmy realm, earning 500 system points. Host's eldest disciple, Cold Yinran, has completely annihilated the Luotian sect, earning an additional 1,000 system points. With the last 2 notifications, he came to understand the outcome of the battle. The Luotian sect had been eradicated, and its Jimmy realm sect leader had fallen. To his surprise, the destruction of the sect had yielded an extra reward. 1,000 system points was no trivial sum, equivalent to the reward for slaying 2 fifth heaven Jimmy realm powerhouses. A delightful surprise indeed. View information, Chen Daoxuan mentally commanded. Host, Chen Daoxuan, race, human, special constitution, primordial innate Dao body, cultivated technique, chaos celestial demon art, perfection. Talent, primordial, realm, 8th heaven of chi condensation, system points, 4399. Originally possessing only over 2,000 system points, this battle had effectively doubled his wealth. If used to enhance his cultivation, it would suffice for over 4,000 years of advancement, just from the sect leader and the additional rewards. He had accumulated 1,500 system points, while several Guishu realm elders had contributed a few hundred more DAS for the Tongxian realm and lower-ranked disciples. Their contribution had been minimal. TSK, only over 2,000 system points earned. The Luotian sect was reputed to be one of the 4 great sects, yet this was all they could muster. How careless. However, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but frown upon realizing he had only earned over 2,000 system points. He was also quite dissatisfied with the Luotian sect's strength, lamenting the lack of formidable opponents. Yet, reflecting on the fact that his expenditure for annihilating the Luotian sect had only been 200 system points, he felt somewhat relieved that it seemed he would have to send Yinran out on more expeditions in the future. Encountering unwise forces was a direct source of system points. System, convert the 399 points into cultivation. Chen Daoxuan resolved, planning to send Yinran out for further training once she returned. She couldn't just remain cooped up on the mountain. Although he could gain cultivation and system points as his disciple advanced, nothing compared to the rewards of slaying and heroically venturing forth. Contemplating his current realm, which was still at the foundational level, merely above the body refinement realm, Chen Daoxuan felt quite displeased. Thus, he spent 399 system points to exchange for 399 years of cultivation. 399 years of cultivation exchanged successfully to Host's realm has been elevated to the first heaven of Qi Si. First heaven of Qi Si. First heaven. 300 years of cultivation, and it only granted me 2 realms. Chen Daoxuan was taken aback upon hearing the notification that it was already expected for a minor realm in Qi condensation to require 100 years of cultivation, but the Qi Si realm shouldn't be that much higher. Surely 200 years would suffice for at least 1 realm advancement. Based on his expectations, he thought he would at least reach the second heaven of Qi Si. However, it appeared that this Qi Si realm required 1,000 years of cultivation to elevate a single minor realm. What a scam. 1,000 years of cultivation for a single realm in Qi Si. What about the Yuku realm? The Guishu realm? System, are you certain you're not messing with me? Chen Daoxuan felt utterly bewildered, repeatedly questioning the system that if this continued, wouldn't his future breakthroughs become increasingly arduous? Ding. Every individual's constitution differs. The host's Qi Si realm is far beyond that of this realm's Qi Si. The system provided a response similar to the last time. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's expression darkened. Each person's constitution is different. Yinran can break through a realm in a day, even in the Tongxian realm. As her master, I find myself needing 1,000 years of cultivation to advance a single minor realm in Qi. Fortunately, he could enhance his cultivation through the system. Using system points to exchange for cultivation was a blessing. Otherwise, the agony of self-cultivation would be unbearable. However, upon hearing the system's words, Chen Daoxuan involuntarily began to inspect his Qi. Although he was like a divine entity within the Tiandao Hall, capable of anything, his body was still firmly at the Qi condensation realm, with no Qi yet established. Now, upon introspecting, Chen Daoxuan found himself bewildered. Where's the Qi? System, come forth. Where's my Qi? What he saw in the location designated for the Qi was an expanse of nothingness, devoid of any Qi. It was no wonder Chen Daoxuan reacted this way. When he focused inward, he could only perceive a void where the Qi should be, utterly absent of its presence. What the host perceives is indeed the Qi. Please examine it more closely. The system finally responded after a lengthy pause, as if it were reluctant. Hearing this, although Chen Daoxuan felt displeased, he had no choice but to delve deeper into his Qi. Yet, it remained a void, with no trace of the Qi to be found. Wait, something's amiss. It seemed there were some tiny specks of dust shimmering faintly. Chen Daoxuan blinked, then brought his consciousness closer, ultimately finding his perception bizarrely penetrating the void in his dantian. What the hell? Is this my Qi? Chen Daoxuan was astonished, observing his surroundings. This was not a Qi, but a vast expanse of starry sky, a universe of galaxies. The faintly shimmering specks he had seen earlier were the stars within this universe. Countless star systems and galaxies stretched out before him. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan felt a surge of heat in his consciousness, prompting him to investigate the source of this warmth. What the hell? Is there a sun too? After a considerable time, Chen Daoxuan finally withdrew his consciousness from his Qi, rendered speechless. This thing is a Qi, 1,000 years of cultivation for a single realm. Huh. No problem, I accept it. Worth it? Why are you trembling? Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan felt the Wudao rot tan chair beneath him tremble incessantly, causing him some discomfort. Meanwhile, the Wudao tea tree conveyed a message through the vines entwined with the chair. Hearing in his mind the Wudao tea tree express its fear, Chen Daoxuan's lips twitched involuntarily. A mere tea tree can feel fear. Never mind, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Yet he still restrained his aura. With the terrifying presence diminished, the Wudao tea tree ceased its trembling in its heart. It mused on how formidable its master truly was. Just moments ago, it had sensed a presence akin to an entire world emanating a dreadful aura. Perhaps even a being at the level of Jimmy, or one beyond that, a Wuyang realm expert, would struggle to perceive its master's terror. However, as a Wudao tea tree, it was inherently sensitive to various auras and Dao rhythms, and the sensation of confronting an entire world had utterly frightened it. Oddly enough, it had been quite some time since any new notifications had arrived. Why had Yanran not returned yet? Chen Daoxuan felt a bit bewildered. Logically, given that the system had already announced the extermination of the Luotian sect, Yanran should have returned directly via the teleportation array. Yet, there was still no sign of her. However, considering that Yanran possessed many trump cards bestowed by him, and that the system would provide warnings in case of danger, Chen Daoxuan decided not to dwell on it further and resumed his deep slumber. Ever since he broke through to the Qi realm, sleep had become even more delightful, splendid. After the annihilation of the Luotian sect, Lung Yanran was indeed hurrying back, but she had chosen not to use the teleportation array to her. That array was a life-saving measure left by her master. Although it seemed her master had crafted it with relative ease, she was reluctant to waste it. The items bestowed by her master should be conserved as much as possible. As Lung Yanran departed, the news of the Luotian sect's demise rapidly spread throughout the northern region. As one of the four great sects, the destruction of the Luotian sect and the fall of its master, the Jimmy realm's Luo Wuzhenren, was monumental. Such news could hardly be concealed, especially since Lung Yanran had no intention of keeping it a secret. What? The Luotian sect, one of the four great sects, has been annihilated? Good sir, Do you truly comprehend the gravity of your statement? I advise you to refrain from spreading such rumors. Should the Luotian sect catch wind of it, you will not fare well. And how could they even find out? The very peak where the Luotian sect once stood, and indeed, the entire area within 100 miles, was now dominated by dozens of terrifying celestial monuments. As for the Luotian sect itself, it had long since been reduced to dust. Even Luo Wuzhenren, a 5th-level Jimmy realm expert, had fallen. What remnants of the Luotian sect could possibly remain? Madness, you are mad. Truly mad. Keep your distance from me, lest you draw the wrath of the Luotian sect upon this humble path. In an inn within the capital of Morwa Kingdom, many were discussing this matter. However, the majority found it hard to believe the veracity of such claims. In their eyes, the Luotian sect was one of the most powerful forces in the northern region. How could it possibly be annihilated in a single day? Surely, this was merely the latest rumor propagated by those who had previously spread tales of the Luotian sect's demise a fortnight ago. Yet as numerous cultivators who had witnessed the battle near the Luotian sect returned to the capital, shock rippled through the crowd. The Luotian sect had indeed ceased to exist. Not a single survivor remained. Had it not been for this old man's timely retreat, he too might have been reduced to ashes by that cold sorceress. Lung Xinzi, by the way, I advise you all to steer clear of the Lung family in this city. They are not to be trifled with. That I shall not elaborate further, but do excuse me. I must procure a few new pairs of trousers, for my visit to the Luotian sect left my garments utterly ruined. After many eyewitnesses recounted the fall of the Luotian sect, the people of the city begrudgingly accepted the harsh reality. After all, among these individuals were several masters of the Tongxin realm, not prone to deceit. Moreover, spreading falsehoods could invite the wrath of the Luotian sect. Meanwhile, within the palace, the Emperor of Morwa Kingdom received reports from his subordinates. As the one most concerned with this affair, Wu Feiong had dispatched several aides to the vicinity of the Luotian sect 2 days prior to confirm whether the sect would indeed face annihilation today. What? That Lung Yinran, with her mysterious backing, managed to eradicate the Luotian sect all on her own. A barrier that could encompass a radius of 500 miles, impervious even to Jimmy realm experts. With a single strike, she rendered the Luotian sect's protective formation nearly inoperative. What? She executed that kind of technique 30 times in succession. Even Luo Wuzhenren of the 5th Jimmy realm was killed in a single blow. Yang Chunjinren only escaped with his life by kneeling and pleading for mercy. Hiss! Wu Feiong, upon hearing the meticulous account from his subordinate, was left speechless in astonishment for what felt like the umpteenth time. Each piece of news was more astonishing than the last. That he had anticipated that the mysterious powerhouse behind Lung Yinran would personally intervene. Yet that individual had not even shown their face. A decree was promptly issued. From this day forth, the status of the Lung family within Morwa Kingdom shall be equal to that of the royal family. All privileges shall be granted to the Lung family, and any request they make must be accommodated. After a considerable time, Wu Feiong regained his composure from the shock and promptly instructed his subordinates. Yes, I shall attend to this matter at once. Once his subordinates departed, Wu Feiong attempted to lift the teacup to calm his nerves, only to find his arm trembling uncontrollably, spilling most of the tea. How terrifying! What manner of being stands behind her? Such individuals must not be offended. Even if there is no opportunity to curry favor, one must ensure they do not harbor any grievances. Meanwhile, Lung Zhan, who had witnessed the fall of the Luotian sect, returned to the Lung family but chose not to speak of the incident. He gladly accepted the privileges conveyed by the royal family, and on that day, families from all over the capital of Morwa flocked to visit the Lung family. Families that had previously harbored grievances against the Lung family, such as the Li and Wang families, presented lavish gifts in hopes of obtaining forgiveness. Lung Zhan graciously accepted the offerings, and the Lung family naturally ascended to become the foremost family in Morwa Kingdom. All of this was due to the extraordinary influence of Lung Yinran. Yet within his heart, Lung Zhan sighed. He understood that from this point forward, it would be difficult for the Lung family to forge any further connections with Lung Yinran. She had repaid all debts of gratitude to the Lung family. In truth, she was not a descendant of the Lung family. Rather, she had merely been raised by them. The benefits she had brought to the Lung family had far exceeded their contributions. At the Jinding sect, Yang Chunjinren, still drenched in blood and having had no time to cleanse himself, fled back to the sect in a panic. Halt! Who dares to intrude upon my Jinding sect? The gatekeeper disciples of the Jinding sect, spotting a bloodied figure rushing toward them, hastily shouted in reprimand. Yet that figure showed no sign of stopping and barreled straight toward their gate, prompting the disciples to prepare for an enemy alert. However, as the disheveled figure drew near, all the gatekeepers were momentarily taken aback. Zhongzhu. Disciples pay their respects to the Zhongzhu. Who could have anticipated that the usually ethereal and dignified leader of the sect would appear in such a disheveled state? No need for formalities. Yang Chunjinren had no time to quibble with them. He waved them off and allowed them to rise. As he stepped through the sect's gates, he finally felt a modicum of safety. The thought of that female demon still sent chills down his spine. Had he not knelt quickly enough, he might well have ended up on the same road to the Yellow Springs as Luo Wuzhenren. That old scoundrel! Zhongzhu, what has transpired? Were you ambushed by another sect? Are the enemies in pursuit? Should we activate the protective formation? The eldest disciple among the gatekeepers inquired urgently after rising. Do not panic. This matter does not concern you. Furthermore, do not spread rumors about this disheveled appearance of mine. Understood? Yang Chunjinren took several deep breaths to steady his mind, regaining his usual composure. After issuing instructions to his disciples, he returned to his cave dwelling. At the same time, he couldn't help but ponder whether activating the protective formation would even be effective if that female demon truly intended to strike at the Jinding sect. Reflecting on the formidable Luo Tian sect, Yang Chunjinren felt a jolt of anxiety. What use was the protective array of the sect, amidst the chaotic barrage of supernatural forces, had it not been for my swift escape? I would have met my demise alongside the Luo Tian sect. After a thorough cleansing in my cave dwelling, Yang Chunjinren arrived at the Grand Hall, gathering all the elders currently present in the sect. Sect Master, how did your negotiations with the Luo Tian sect fare? As soon as everyone had assembled, one elder inquired, well aware of the sect master's purpose for visiting and own need for discussion. Yang Chunjinren interjected sharply. We shall never speak of that matter again. Remember, we must not mention any intentions of collaboration with the Luo Tian sect. Upon hearing the elder's words, Yang Chunjinren quickly reprimanded him, forbidding any further reference to the topic. If that female demon were to discover this, it would spell disaster. It seems the sect master did not reach an agreement with Luo Wuzhenren, another elder mused. However, this was of little concern. With the demise of their chief disciple, the Luo Tian sect had lost its competitive edge within the secret realm. The reprimanded elder felt somewhat bewildered, despite not understanding the sect master's furious demeanor. He did not dwell on it. What competition could there possibly be? The Luo Tian sect has been utterly annihilated. Annihilated, do you comprehend? In less than a breath's time, the entire Luo Tian sect was wiped out before my very eyes. That old bastard Luo Wuzhenren is dead for good. Remember this. Should you encounter a woman named Lung Yanran with horns atop her head, never, under any circumstances, provoke her to no, not even in conversation should you dare to retort. Nor should you cast her even a fleeting glance. If I discover anyone has dared to incite that female demon, I shall be the first to have them flayed alive. Do you understand? Yang Chunjinren's eyes betrayed a flicker of terror as he recounted that horrifying scene. Issuing stern commands to all present elders, he wished to avoid the day when that female demon appeared at the gates of the Jinding sect, especially if she were wielding a collection of supernatural talismans. The Luo Tian sect has been annihilated? Do not repeat what our sect master has said. Do not provoke the one called Lung Yanran. Understood? Yes, understood. In that moment, the senior members of the Jinding sect engraved the name Lung Yanran firmly in their minds. The mere thought of a figure that could instill such fear in their sect master rendered them unwilling to challenge her. Beyond the Jinding sect, the two other major sects in the northern domain also received news of the Luo Tian sect's obliteration by a woman of the Tongxian realm. Initially, these sects were skeptical, even dismissing the news with derision. However, as the word spread, doubts began to creep in, prompting them to send emissaries to investigate the matter. the findings left the remaining two sects utterly dumbfounded. They promptly announced to the world that they had no affiliations with the Luotian sect, hoping to avoid incurring the wrath of the one responsible for its destruction at Shuang Mountain. A striking figure hurried along. The thought of her waiting master brought a rare smile to Lung Yinran's otherwise icy visage. She believed she had fulfilled her master's instructions admirably, and still had numerous talismans and formation plates left unused. If her master were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly commend her, wouldn't he? At that moment, Lung Yinran sported an expression akin to a young girl eagerly anticipating praise from her elder. Had those who witnessed her effortlessly annihilate the Luotian sect seen her like this, they would surely shake their heads in disbelief, insisting that such a demeanor could not belong to the notorious female demon known for her ruthless eradication of entire sects. Along her journey, she encountered no ferocious beasts, and soon arrived at the entrance of the Tiandao Hall. Turning her gaze towards the Dao comprehension chair, she found her master peacefully slumbering upon it. A twinge of confusion arose within Lung Yinran. Why did such a powerful immortal seem to have little interest in cultivation? He was either drinking tea or sleeping, and she had never once seen him engage in training. Could it be that his daily practices consisted merely of sipping tea and dozing? Never mind, if I can't understand it, I won't dwell on it. After all, whatever my master does is undoubtedly correct. With utmost stealth, Lung Yinran approached her master, intending not to disturb his rest. As she neared, gazing upon his serene countenance, she marveled at the perfection of his being. Ever since meeting him, the men of this world had lost their appeal in her eyes, even becoming objects of disdain. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself inexplicably drawn to lean in closer. Gingerly, she pressed her lips to his, whispering to herself, surely, he won't notice. A flush crept across her face. But the opportunity was too tempting to resist. Finally, with a steely resolve, she thought, should he awaken and reprimand her, it would be worth it. Oh no, she gasped inwardly, realizing she had been too forceful, as her kiss had produced an audible sound. In that instant, her cheeks burned with embarrassment, a wave of regret washing over her. How could she have lost control like that? What had she done to her master? This was a disaster. He would surely find out. At that moment, Chen Daoxuan, her master, stirred, rubbing his eyes and yawning as he sat up. You're back, he asked, appearing utterly oblivious to Lung Yinran's earlier actions. Disciple has fulfilled the master's command. The Luotian sect has been dealt with. Lung Yinran replied, exhaling a sigh of relief as she fought to suppress her embarrassment while bowing respectfully. Good, well done. Chen Daoxuan continued, you have worked hard, go wash yourself in the spirit pool, and then return to share your experiences with me. Ah, Lung Yinran was taken aback. That hadn't the precious spiritual liquid in the pool been completely consumed by her? She had absorbed every last drop, leaving none behind. Yet, the palace was equipped with a gathering formation set by her master. And even if the liquid was depleted, it wouldn't take long to restore it. Hurry along now. Chen Daoxuan chuckled lightly, sensing her confusion. Upon hearing this, Lung Yinran couldn't help but marvel at her master's prowess. To think that such valuable essence was not a rare commodity. It could be quickly replenished even after being used up. Hence, she refrained from further protest, bowed once more, and stepped into the grand hall. Once inside, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but touch the faint red mark lingering on his face. My disciple seems to have a rather mischievous side, daring to act improperly while I was asleep. Could it be the influence of the Meiteon demon path she is cultivating? Ah, never mind. I shall overlook it this time. A smile crept across his lips as he recalled the earlier scene. Feeling no trace of anger, since Lung Yinran entered the realm of the Tiandao Hall, he had been aware of her presence, and all her actions had not escaped his keen perception. He wondered, as her mastery of the Meiteon demon path deepened, would she become a rebellious disciple? Just the thought of it made Chen Daoxuan feel a twinge of unease. Yes, unease, in the spirit pool hall. Lung Yinran shed her garments and plunged into the cool waters, the refreshing essence soothing her earlier heat. Yet, the memory of nearly being caught by her master caused her cheeks to redden once more. Lung Yinran, your master saved your life and bestowed upon you the supreme Honglung level cultivation technique, granting you various precious divine objects. How dare you show such disrespect and seek to overstep your bounds? Have you lost your senses? Lung Yinran immersed her entire being, including her head, in the spiritual liquid, unable to suppress a wave of regret for her earlier actions. After soaking for a full hour, she finally regained her composure, returning to her usual cool demeanor. As she stepped out of the spiritual pool, Lung Yinran initially intended to retrieve a clean dress from her storage pouch, but her gaze suddenly caught something. She discovered, unbeknownst to her, a clothes rack had appeared in the spiritual pool hall, neatly adorned with numerous garments. Most of them belonged to her master, and one set was carelessly tossed in a corner of the rack. As if it had just been changed, it seemed her master had bathed in this spiritual pool. As a disciple, assisting her master with laundry seemed quite reasonable, didn't it? The heat that Lung Yinran had struggled to suppress flared up once more at the sight of her master's attire. Pretending to be nonchalant, she stepped forward, cradling the garments in her arms, and made her way to the edge of the pool. However, upon reaching the edge, she hesitated to place the clothes down and begin washing them. Instead, she buried her head in the fabric, inhaling her master's scent, completely entranced. Her master's fragrance was simply divine. The thought of washing them seemed almost unbearable. Speaking of which, with so many garments left here by her master, surely it wouldn't be noticed if one set went missing, would it? Blushing, Lung Yinran ultimately decided to tuck that set of clothes into her storage pouch, leaving her intentions unclear. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed a rather serious issue since beginning her cultivation of the chaotic celestial demon technique. She often found herself unable to resist indulging in rather inappropriate thoughts whenever she beheld her master. Unable to act on those desires toward her master, she could only extend her claws toward her master's garments. Soon, she returned to the clothes rack, where she noticed not only her master's clothing, but also several feminine outfits. In the hall of Heavenly Tao, with only herself and her master present, it was evident that these were prepared by her master for her. Her master was indeed meticulous and gentle, making it hard to resist. Alas, her master was like the bright moon in the sky, too daunting to touch. Yet, these garments were somewhat peculiar, never before seen in the northern region. Observing the neatly stacked feminine attire on the rack, curiosity piqued, she selected one set. Why was there so little fabric? Could it belong to the southern barbarians? Holding the garment for a moment, Lung Yinran felt her cheeks flush. She realized these clothes seemed to cover only the most critical areas, leaving vast expanses of skin exposed. It bore a striking resemblance to the rumored attire of the southern barbarians. However, the texture was akin to a sheer black veil, smooth and delicate like silk, unlike anything the southern barbarians could produce. Regardless, they were prepared specifically for her by her master, and she couldn't waste such heartfelt intentions. Ultimately, Lung Yinran decided to don her master's garments in fact, as she had never encountered such attire before, it took her half a day to figure out how to wear them properly. Once dressed, she gazed into the bronze mirror within the spiritual pool hall, momentarily lost in her reflection. The garments prepared by her master were indeed extraordinary. They accentuated her already alluring figure even more. Yet, as it was her first time wearing such clothing, she felt somewhat out of place. Nonetheless, considering her master was awaiting her report on the recent events, Lung Yinran dared not delay. Striding out of the grand hall, she made her way to the small pavilion. Chen Daoxuan sensed his disciple's emergence and cast a casual glance her way. Chen Daoxuan believed his composure was remarkable. Under the influence of the Hall of Heavenly Tao, even if he occasionally experienced emotional fluctuations, they would quickly settle. But upon seeing his disciple in such attire, he was taken aback. This was what one truly called a seductive demon. Chen Daoxuan gasped, unable to suppress his astonishment. The black silk evening gown, revealing shoulders and back, accentuated Lung Yinran's figure even further. The sheer fabric above her abdomen was almost transparent, allowing glimpses of her well-defined abs, as well as the alluring purple mark that appeared after cultivating the celestial demon technique, coupled with the two demon horns atop her head. The only thing missing to complete the image of a seductive demon was a pair of black wings. In that moment, Chen Daoxuan could only exclaim that the system points spent were truly worth it. After Lung Yinran descended the mountain, he had idly soaked in the hot springs of the spiritual pool hall. Subsequently, he had casually set up a clothes rack and spent several system points to exchange for a few outfits, including some for Lung Yanran, placing them on the rack. Initially, he had thought one system point per outfit was somewhat expensive, considering it equated to a year's worth of cultivation. Yet now, upon witnessing Lung Yanran donning the system-exchanged evening gown, he felt it was a bargain. He even wished to exchange for more. After all, as a master, one ought not to let their disciple lack beautiful clothing. Master. Is something wrong, master? Lung Yanran stood before her master, greeting him, yet noticed he was staring intently at her, lost in thought. Shyly, she fidgeted with a strand of hair and softly called out a couple of times, "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely pondering a challenging cultivation issue," and became momentarily distracted. "Are the clothes I prepared for you fitting well?" Chen Daoxuan finally snapped back to reality, quickly composing himself and responding with calmness. "I proceed, and my apologies, master, for interrupting your contemplation. The garments you prepared for me fit splendidly." "Thank you, master." Upon hearing that her master had been deep in thought regarding a cultivation dilemma, only to be interrupted by her, Lung Yanran felt a pang of guilt. A problem so significant that it warranted her master's attention must be crucial indeed. Not only did her master refrain from approaching her, but he also expressed concern over whether her clothes fit well, warming Lung Yanran's heart. Truly, her master was the finest man in the world. However, she couldn't let her secret of hiding a set of her master's clothing be discovered. In the midst of their conversation, Lung Yanran bowed deeply to her master once more, a flash of white nearly blinding Chen Daoxuan. "Ahem, as long as they fit, let us discuss the matters at hand regarding your descent from the mountain." Chen Daoxuan could only clear his throat to mask his embarrassment and shift the topic. "Yes, master." Upon hearing her master mention serious matters, Lung Yanran's demeanor turned notably solemn as she began to report the entire process of her descent. While recounting the details, her hands were not idle, as she proactively prepared tea for her master. Chen Daoxuan found himself enjoying the leisurely atmosphere, thinking to himself that having his disciple brew tea was indeed a delightful experience. He savored the tea while listening to Lung Yanran's report, occasionally nodding in approval of her actions. This time, he did not invite Lung Yanran to share the tea with him. After all, the Enlightenment tea was a divine substance, and with Lung Yanran's current cultivation level, she could not indulge in it as he did, that if she drank too much, it could backfire, leading her to lose her way in her cultivation path amidst the tea's profound essence. After a while, Lung Yanran had narrated the entire sequence of events from her journey. Only then did Chen Daoxuan set down his teacup. "Well done, since the Luotian sect has provoked my disciple. Their demise is deserved. Their extermination is merely a consequence of their own actions. As for those onlookers among the loose cultivators, there may be some kind-hearted individuals among them with a modicum of merit. If they were all wiped out, it would only add to our karmic burdens, adversely affecting future cultivation." Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan commended his disciple for not eliminating all the onlooking loose cultivators. In the Hall of Heavenly Tao, he was an omnipotent being, fully aware of certain hidden truths of the world. Those who committed numerous wrongs would inevitably accumulate karmic burdens, which might not affect them immediately, but could lead to inner demons during significant breakthroughs in the future. Should their karmic burdens be too profound, they might even incur divine retribution. Conversely, cultivators who frequently performed acts of kindness or vanquished those steeped in evil could accrue some merit. Such individuals, whether in fortune or cultivation, would find their paths smoother, occasionally encountering unexpected strokes of good luck, although these concepts were still beyond Lung Yanran's current understanding. However, he certainly did not wish for his future disciples to encounter the tribulation day and thus forfeit their path to immortality due to the weight of their karmic burdens. To his astonishment, such a rule truly existed. The disciple expressed profound gratitude to the master for the enlightening counsel. Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Yanran was greatly shaken. She had never anticipated that karmic obstacles and merits were indeed real. She harbored no doubts about her master's assertions, instead feeling that her own realm was simply too low and her perspective too narrow to be by the way. "Master, this ring is a storage ring belonging to the esteemed Zhenren Luo Wu. As for the spatial treasures of others, they were all obliterated under your celestial monument's divine might. I only managed to bring back this one. Nonetheless, Jinren Luo Wu is indeed wealthy enough to rival a nation. For the treasures contained within this ring could purchase an entire country. It is a pity that even the treasure vault of the Luo Tian sect has been utterly destroyed. Suddenly, Long Yanran recalled something. Retrieving a ring and presenting it to her master with both hands it matters not. In my eyes, they're merely scrap metal and weeds. Chen Daoxuan dismissed it nonchalantly, pondering what valuable items these cultivators could possess. What he could casually exchange in his system was worth 1,000 times more than their treasures. He readily accepted the ring, intending to store it within the system's space. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he silently invoked the system. System, can this ring and the treasures within be redeemed for system points? Ding! After the host accepted disciples, the redemption privileges have been activated. The storage ring and its treasures can be exchanged for a total of 331 system points. Would you like to proceed with the redemption? Upon hearing the system's response, Chen Daoxuan hurriedly replied, yes, redemption completed, total of 331 system points acquired. Hearing that the ring had yielded 331 system points, Chen Daoxuan initially felt elated. This meant he had discovered yet another method to earn system points in the future. However, his joy was swiftly overshadowed by a pang of regret. Damn it, how many system points had he lost from the annihilation of the Luo Tian sect? This was a tremendous loss. Chen Daoxuan immediately began to pound his chest and stamp his feet, feeling as though he had missed out on thousands of system points. Jinren Luo Wu's own storage ring had already been exchanged for over 300 system points. If he had emptied their treasury and collected all their spatial treasures, wouldn't he have easily amassed at least 800, if not 1,000, system points? Chen Daoxuan was filled with remorse. Had he known this earlier, he would not have crafted so many celestial monument talismans to decimate the Luo Tian sect into oblivion. There were other ways to annihilate the Luo Tian sect while preserving their treasures. Master, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Seeing her master suddenly clutching his chest with a pained expression, Long Yanran was startled and hurriedly inquired with concern. She didn't remain idle, quickly moving closer to her master. Bending down to massage his chest, it's nothing, just some painful memories resurfacing. By the way, our heavenly Dao pavilion should prioritize frugality in the future. If we kill enemies again, remember to reclaim all their treasures. After all, we cannot afford a waste, right? Chen Daoxuan was equally startled by Long Yanran's sudden proximity. Not expecting her to react so strongly, he gently pressed her hand down, signaling that he was fine and instructing her to return to her previous position. After all, her hair occasionally brushed against his cheek, an irritating sensation that made him somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he did not forget to reiterate his earlier admonition about not wasting resources. Yes, Master, in the future, when I annihilate entire families, I will ensure they surrender all their treasures before taking action. Long Yanran was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why her master suddenly seemed concerned about the scrap metal and weeds he had mentioned earlier. Yet, she resolved to follow her master's instructions without question. Never mind. That's the general idea, as long as you understand. Chen Daoxuan was slightly surprised, bemused at how his adorable disciple seemed to harbor a rather heavy heart for killing. He had merely suggested that in the face of enemies, yet for Long Yanran, it had transformed into annihilating entire clans. However, none of this mattered, as long as they provoked his heavenly Dao pavilion. Destruction was inevitable, and he certainly would not refuse the system points that came his way. Little did he know that, at this moment, his beloved disciple was already notorious in the northern region as a ruthless killer. Known for annihilating entire families without a second thought. By the way, Master, there is one more thing. Jinren Yangchun mentioned that in 2 months, a secret realm will open in the northern region, believed to have been left behind by ancient immortals. This secret realm should contain many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and various powerful factions from the northern region, as well as prodigies from other regions, may come to seek their fortunes. Would you like me to venture there? Master, after speaking, Long Yanran stood quietly beside her master, awaiting his decision. Initially, she thought her master would dismiss the matter of the secret realm, but having heard him mention frugality and the collection of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, She decided to propose the secret realm as a means to gather a wealth of resources for her master, as for the so-called legacy left by the ancient immortals. Lung Yinran felt no inclination. What legacy could possibly surpass the cultivation methods imparted by her master? Upon hearing about the secret realm, Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment. Currently, each breakthrough he achieved required 1,000 years of cultivation. If he were to exchange system points, it would be a 1-to-1 ratio, equating to 1,000 system points that as of now, he had only accumulated a little over 4,000 system points if he were to use them for cultivation. He might only reach the 5th level of the Qi realm, falling short of even the Sky Ascendant's realm. That if Yinran's strength were to increase, he could also receive rewards. However, the pace of such enhancement was evidently insufficient for him. Secret realms typically came with abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and many prodigies from various regions would participate. If there were any geniuses with saint-level qualifications among them, he could seize the opportunity to accept a second disciple. Thus, not only could he exchange heavenly materials and earthly treasures for a substantial amount of system points, but he could also gain an additional disciple, beyond the initial rewards for accepting disciples. Each time a disciple broke through, he would also receive rewards from every angle. Chen Daoxuan perceived the secret realm as an excellent opportunity. Very well. In just over half a month, you have progressed from the 4th level of the Sky Ascendant's realm to the current 7th level of the Profound Understanding realm. Going to this secret realm will also be beneficial for your growth as for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Just collect them as a side task. I do not place much importance on them. After mulling over the matter, Chen Daoxuan chuckled lightly. Master. Upon hearing these words, Lung Yinran felt a wave of emotion. It was evident that her standing in her master's heart was of utmost importance. He did not seem to care much about the heavenly materials and earthly treasures at all. Allowing her to participate in the secret realm was merely to help her adapt to her current strength and gain experience by battling with various prodigies. All right, it is settled then. You shall descend the mountain to explore the secret realm in 2 months. Yes, master. However, during these 2 months, you must not remain idle. Focus on diligently practicing the first part of the celestial technique, the heavenly demon finger, as I shall provide you with some guidance. Really? Master will personally guide me in my cultivation. Thank you, master. Upon hearing that her master would guide her in practicing the heavenly demon finger, Lung Yinran's eyes sparkled with excitement. She felt immensely grateful that her master could impart such a transcendent technique to her, and she would never dream of imposing on him for personal instruction. Chen Daoxuan, however, did not think much of it. He simply smiled and ruffled Lung Yinran's hair. The improvement of his disciple's cultivation was far more significant to him than his own personal practice. He eagerly anticipated the day when his disciple would reach a higher realm, rewarding him with cultivation years amounting to 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 years with each breakthrough. Feeling her master's affection, Lung Yinran felt her head grow warm, almost as if she might begin to steam from the overwhelming sensation. Before long, the two stood opposite each other in the open space before the main hall. Chen Daoxuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the gentle breeze caressing his robes, giving him an ethereal appearance befitting a celestial being. Opposite him, Lung Yinran focused her mind, adjusting her state to its utmost peak. Master, I shall make my move. Heavenly demon finger. At last, with a delicate exclamation, Lung Yinran made her move. The heavenly demon finger was unleashed, directed at her master. Now, her cultivation level was vastly different from before. As she executed the heavenly demon finger, the ethereal projection of the demon became more substantial, and the aura of malevolence intensified considerably. Yet her master, unfazed and unhurried, extended a single finger in response, not even employing any divine powers, merely brushing against her fingertip. With the collision of their fingers, the demon's projection dissipated instantaneously, causing not even the slightest ripple. Once more, in front of the Hall of Heavenly Tao, Lung Yinran exerted herself repeatedly, launching the heavenly demon finger towards her master, only to have each attempt effortlessly neutralized by him. After deflecting her strikes, Chen Daoxuan would calmly point out the deficiencies in her technique, advising her on what needed improvement. She diligently committed his words to memory, enhancing the power of her heavenly demon finger with each iteration. However, despite her immense cultivation from the chaotic heavenly demon technique, which had expanded her energy reservoir 100-fold, she could not withstand such intense expenditure. After nearly 100 attempts, Long Yanran was drenched in fragrant sweat, her energy reserves reduced to a mere thread. Yet, her master did not call for a halt, and she was unwilling to relent. How could she shy away from an opportunity to receive her master's guidance? Gritting her silver teeth, she gathered the last vestige of energy from her reservoir towards her fingertip, intent on executing one final heavenly demon finger. Yet, she ultimately underestimated the consumption of the technique. Would that scant energy suffice? Before she could unleash the move, her energy was entirely depleted, even drawing on reserves beyond her limits. Suddenly, Long Yanran felt her body weaken. Stumbling forward, she could only close her eyes in shame, not wanting to witness the disappointment on her master's face at her current state of disarray. However, after a moment's wait, instead of feeling the pain of falling to the ground, she felt enveloped in warmth, a sense of security, and a delightful fragrance. Her eyelashes fluttered gently as she opened her eyes, and indeed, she found herself in her master's embrace. The inadequacy of her status as a disciple weighed heavily on Long Yanran. Whether from embarrassment or other reasons, she buried her face deeply into her master's chest, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heart. In a soft voice, she remarked, "The heavenly demon finger is immensely taxing. To execute it over 70 times is already quite remarkable. Among peers, the heavenly demon finger is sufficient to suppress any formidable adversary. 70 times is enough to vanquish 70 opponents at the profound realm. This is indeed commendable, so there is no need for concern." Chen Daoxuan, however, felt no peculiarities, merely stating the reality of Long Yanran's current prowess. After speaking, he glanced down at the exquisite figure in his arms, realizing with a start that he felt a surge of heat, but upon reminding himself that she was, after all, his disciple, he quelled the surge of illicit desires. Striving to maintain composure, though a lingering impulse remained. Seeing Long Yanran utterly drained of energy after executing the heavenly demon finger over 70 times, the strain on her body made it impossible for her to stand. Thus, Chen Daoxuan simply wrapped one arm around her waist while lifting her legs with the other, carrying her towards the grand hall. Long Yanran let out a delicate cry as her master suddenly lifted her. Instinctively, her arms wrapped around his neck as she allowed him to carry her forward, her head lowered in silence. What was her master planning? If he desired, she would comply. Yet if she were too proactive, would he mistake her for someone lacking in modesty? Her nose twitched slightly, inhaling the pleasant aroma emanating from her master, her thoughts drifting far away, her face growing increasingly flushed. Ultimately, she could only hide her head against his chest, fearing he might notice her unusual state. Soon, Chen Daoxuan entered the grand hall, arriving at the room she had chosen. With a thought, the door swung open, and he walked steadily to the bedside. Long Yanran felt her heart racing, her head spinning. She wished to serve her master, perhaps due to her nervousness and racing heartbeat. Along with the dizziness, she inexplicably murmured a thought aloud, revealing her inner feelings. Upon uttering those words, Long Yanran froze, wishing she could slap herself twice. How infuriating! How could she let such thoughts slip out? What if her master did not have that intention? Wouldn't that be utterly disastrous? Yet, simultaneously, a part of her was apprehensively excited about how her master would respond. Chen Daoxuan was evidently taken aback by her sudden declaration. He paused momentarily before gently placing her on the bed. "You've expended too much energy, and now there is not a trace of spiritual power left. Do you still have the strength to serve your master? Lie down. I shall take this opportunity to help you clear your meridians and eliminate the hidden dangers left from your previous cultivation." With a wry smile, Chen Daoxuan reflected on what thoughts occupied his disciple's mind. She was so weak that he had to carry her into the room, and yet she was thinking of serving him. Perhaps preparing tea or massaging his shoulders. Alas, today he would take it upon himself to care for his disciple, ensuring her meridians were properly aligned and addressing any residual issues from her previous cultivation. Upon realizing her master's rejection of her intentions, Long Yanran felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. Over the years, she had been pursued by countless talented individuals, even coveted by formidable elders. Yet now, for the first time, she had expressed her feelings to a male, only to be turned down. However, it seemed her master had misunderstood her intentions, though her mind was a tumult of thoughts. She ultimately complied with his instructions, obediently flipping onto her stomach on the bed, curious about how he would help her clear her meridians. Chen Daoxuan gazed at his disciple lying on the bed, her figure long and curvaceous, causing him to gulp. He repeatedly reminded himself, "This is a disciple, just a disciple, merely here to help her clear her meridians. Nothing more, nothing more." After a moment, he managed to suppress the rising heat within him once more. He could not help but privately lament. As expected of a natural beauty cultivated through the chaotic heavenly demon technique, she possessed an allure so potent without even practicing seductive arts. If he felt this way, how could anyone else resist? It seemed he needed to equip his disciple with more protective measures to ward off those with ulterior motives. Without further hesitation, he summoned a vial of spiritual liquid from the spirit pool hall, the liquid hovering in mid-air without dripping a drop. Following that, he conjured a branch about the length of his forearm, laden with tea leaves. With a thought, the tea leaves and branch transformed into fine particles. Merging into the spiritual liquid, I should retrieve a wash marrow pill for you. Initially intending to fetch the pill himself, Chen Daoxuan suddenly recalled the peculiar hiding place his disciple used for her belongings. Hence, he instructed Long Yanran to retrieve it herself. From her silk garment, Long Yanran produced a jade vial and placed it beside the bed, promptly burying her head deeply into the bedding. How mortifying! Chen Daoxuan paid little mind, merely noting the unique method his disciple employed to conceal her items. Given the ample space, he had no qualms about it. After retrieving a wash marrow pill from the vial, Chen Daoxuan contemplated before leaving the vial on the bedside instead of returning it to its previous location. The wash marrow pill was likewise transformed into fine particles, blending into the spiritual liquid. The small amount of spiritual liquid, now enriched with the branches and leaves of the enlightenment tea tree and the wash marrow pill, became even denser. Everything is ready. Today, I shall let you experience what it means to have an oil massage. Chen Daoxuan murmured with a hint of a smile, brimming with confidence. Long Yanran, upon hearing this, felt somewhat bewildered. An oil massage? What could that possibly entail? Nevertheless, she chose not to inquire further, silently awaiting her master's next move. Before long, Chen Daoxuan took some of the spiritual liquid from the floating mass, placing it into his palms, and used his spiritual power to refine it further. Yet, just as he was about to proceed, he furrowed his brow. An oil massage naturally required direct contact with the back. Although Long Yanran's silk evening gown revealed part of her shoulders and back, it was still insufficient for this method to work effectively. You need to expose your skin, otherwise the spiritual liquid cannot be absorbed perfectly. Will you do it yourself, or shall I assist? If you find it inconvenient, then never mind. I shall think of other methods to help you eliminate the early concerns in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Daoxuan ultimately decided to inquire about his disciple's opinion, that if the master is willing to alleviate the disciple's concerns, how could the disciple possibly refuse? Well, let me handle it myself. Upon hearing her master's words, Long Yanran instantly flushed from her neck to her earlobes. However, she understood that her master had her best interests at heart, so she did not hesitate and readily agreed. Sitting up, she boldly removed her long skirt right in front of her master, using her arms to shield a few key areas. She then quickly lay back down on the bed. Chen Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback. His intention was merely to loosen the back of her evening gown, not to have her undress completely. For a brief moment, the suppressed desire surged within him again, and he hastily focused his thoughts to quell it. Fortunately, Long Yanran did not witness his lapse in composure. Otherwise, he would have had no way to attribute the heat to the Wu Dao tea. The one feeling the heat was clearly the enchanting demoness. Yet, since Long Yanran had already removed her garments, he felt it inappropriate to explain further, which would only heighten the awkwardness. He could only casually grab a blanket from the bed and cover her lower body. The unintentional contact as he draped the blanket over her caused him to inwardly exclaim, "Goodness, how resilient!" However, With everything in place, he no longer delayed and pressed his hands firmly against Lung Yinran's back. Beginning to apply pressure to one acupuncture point after another, he utilized the special spiritual liquid, channeling his spiritual energy into the points to dispel the hidden ailments within her. He felt the smoothness of Lung Yinran's back. Chen Daoxuan, at that moment, had clarity of mind, solely focused on helping his disciple clear her meridians and pave the way for her future. However, to be honest, this process was undeniably pleasurable for Lung Yinran. Her earlobes were nearly crimson with embarrassment. How mortifying it was to be seen completely by her master. Yet, the comfort of his touch made her want to drift off into slumber. His hands were so warm and strong. Her master was simply the best. Oh no, she had just sweated profusely while sparring with her master. Would he find it unappealing? However, her master, being so gentle, did not seem to mind. How she adored her master. After a full half hour, Chen Daoxuan completely exhausted the spiritual liquid and let out a long breath. All right, the hidden concerns left over from the Yukong realm have been dispelled for you. I've also helped you clear your meridians. You'll feel the effects during your cultivation. I will step outside now. Please cleanse yourself in the Lingqi Hall and soak your body for a while. Chen Daoxuan stood up, reluctantly shifting his gaze away from his disciple's pristine back, and exited the room without looking back. Earlier, he had been entirely focused on clearing his disciple's meridians and eliminating hidden dangers. His mind clear, but now that everything was completed, he feared that at any moment he might be captivated by her innate allure. After Chen Daoxuan left, Lung Yinran slowly curled up on the bed, gazing at the closed door, slightly lost in thought. Did her master not harbor any feelings for her? A flicker of disappointment crossed her heart, but she quickly remembered that she would be spending every day with her master in the future. Opportunities would surely arise, and her eyes brightened again. Reaching for her dress, she prepared to soak in the Lingqi Hall, but her hands suddenly froze mid-air. It seemed her master had only asked her to expose her back. So why did she undress entirely? How embarrassing. How utterly embarrassing. Suddenly recalling something, Lung Yinran let out a delicate cry, clenching her fists in regret. Her master had only wanted her to reveal her back, yet she had misinterpreted his intentions. However, the last time in the Lingqi Hall, her master had seen her. Perhaps it was not such a big deal to be seen again. In fact, she might even hope her master wished to see her. Coming to this realization, Lung Yinran finally accepted her monumental blunder. After putting on her dress, she dejectedly made her way to the Lingqi Hall for a bath, outside the Tiandao Hall, in front of a small pavilion. Chen Daoxuan absent-mindedly rubbed his fingers, the earlier scene lingering in his mind. Just as he was lost in thought, the Wudao tea tree beside him began to shake. What happened? Chen Daoxuan snapped back to reality, curiously asking the Wudao tea tree. The Wudao tea tree felt quite aggrieved. How could he ask what was wrong? Just a moment ago, it had been basking in the sun, feeling like the happiest tree in the world. But suddenly, with a crack, a branch had been lopped off. Although it would grow back, it hurt terribly. Master, next time you need a branch, could you please give me a heads up? The abrupt loss of a branch without warning was enough to frighten a tree to death. Cough, understood. I will be more careful next time. Chen Daoxuan's lips twitched, so that was the issue. He had indeed acted hastily. Upon entering the Lingqi Hall, Lung Yinran submerged her entire body in the spiritual liquid. With her spiritual energy completely depleted, her absorption of the liquid was several times faster than usual. After an hour, her spiritual sea was once again filled with energy. In fact, after a complete cycle of depletion and replenishment, her spiritual energy had become even purer. However, Lung Yinran did not rise. Instead, she continued to soak in the spiritual pool, closing her eyes and reflecting on her master's guidance from earlier, the following day. After washing her clothes from yesterday and hanging them on a rack, she donned a new outfit before exiting the Grand Hall. This outfit is quite nice as well. Chen Daoxuan noticed his disciple's appearance and couldn't help but gaze at her most captivating feature, her legs. Her legs, round and smooth, were now adorned with black stockings. The snug and ample thighs were accentuated by the lace trim of the stockings. leaving Chen Daoxuan internally praising her while also becoming more determined to select several outfits from the system's store to prepare for her when she descended the mountain to participate in the secret realm. Greetings, Master. Thank you for the insights you provided yesterday. I have absorbed about 70 to 80% of it and feel my application of the Tianma finger has significantly improved. Approaching her master, Lung Yinran respectfully bowed before standing to the side, sharing her progress in cultivation. Good. Come, today we continue. In these 2 months, I shall assist you in cultivating the Tianma finger to a minor accomplishment. After finishing his tea, Chen Daoxuan rose and walked to the open area once more as before. Lung Yinran practiced the Tianma finger repeatedly, while Chen Daoxuan offered continuous guidance, occasionally demonstrating the technique himself. Following yesterday's special massage from her master, Lung Yinran discovered that not only was her cultivation flow seamless, but she also felt a subtle reduction in stiffness, and her meridians were noticeably more resilient, thus enhancing the power of her abilities. After more than an hour, when Lung Yinran's spiritual energy was depleted, she lay back in her master's embrace, obediently being carried into the room as soon as she was placed on the bed. Lung Yinran instinctively reached to untie the silk ribbon on her back, eager for her master to commence the special and delightful oil massage. Yes, that was it. Yet, Chen Daoxuan stood up directly, and upon seeing Lung Yinran's smooth, pristine back, he raised an eyebrow. Yesterday, my primary intention was to help you eliminate the concerns left from the Yukong realm. Today, there's no need for the oil massage. You should rest for a while, and then go to the Lingqi Hall to recover. With that, Chen Daoxuan pushed the door open and left without lingering. This left Lung Yinran feeling profoundly disappointed. Yesterday had been a special treatment. She had thought that such massages would be a daily occurrence after training. Today, without her master's massage, she felt an emptiness. Lung Yinran lay on the bed, feeling weak and pouting in discontent. She had been looking forward to it while nestled in her master's arms. Now, suddenly learning that there would be no more massages in the future, she didn't know how to cope. By the way, the garments of my revered master remained tucked away in my storage pouch, but a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Lung Yinran's mind as she recalled the attire she had previously concealed. With a swift motion, she tapped her storage pouch and retrieved her master's robes. After contemplating for a moment, she felt that while holding the robes allowed her to sense her master's aura, it was still rather uncomfortable. Moments later, she stuffed 2 pillows of indeterminate material into the garments, causing them to swell pleasingly. This is much more comfortable, though it cannot compare to the warmth of my master's embrace. It is certainly preferable to nothing at all. Giggling at her handiwork, Lung Yinran flopped on her makeshift hugging pillow, clutching it tightly to her chest, inhaling the unique scent of her master, her long, delicate legs instinctively squeezing the pillow tighter. After an extended period, she finally stored the robes away and made her way towards the spirit pool hall. Yet for reasons unknown, she appeared even more fatigued than after her recent training session. Inside the spirit pool hall, Lung Yinran felt rejuvenated once more, but a hint of distress soon clouded her brow. Why master's garments have become soiled. They must be cleansed. However, washing them may cause the essence of my master to fade. What shall I do? Her master had changed into yet another set of clothes. A gasp escaped her lips. I have an idea. Moments later, she diligently washed the set of clothes she had previously hidden, hanging them up to dry. While she tucked away the recently discarded garments of her master into her storage pouch, from now on, whenever my master changes in a new attire, I shall wash and air out the old ones. This way, my master will remain oblivious to any irregularities and may even commend me for my industriousness. Mumbling her thoughts to herself, Lung Yinran chuckled, droplets of saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth. This demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual aloof and icy beauty. Should Chen Daoxuan witness this scene, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "My disciple is quite the contrast." The ensuing days were filled with relentless training, followed by her master carrying her into the chamber for rest, after which she would return to the spirit pool to replenish her spiritual energy. 2 months passed in a blink. Although Lung Yinran's cultivation remained at the 7th level of the profound realm, her strength had vastly improved compared to 2 months prior. After a month and a half, Under her Master's daily personal guidance, her heavenly demon finger technique reached a minor success. She could now conjure a near-physical manifestation of the heavenly demon with it. Yet the malevolent aura and fluidity of her technique were far from her Master's level. The heavenly demon her master summoned appeared almost lifelike, reminiscent of an ancient fiend, leading Lung Yanran to speculate that her master had likely perfected this divine ability. In the final half-month, her master directly imparted the skills of life and death combat, significantly enhancing Lung Yanran's overall prowess. Master, the secret realm of Qiyun Valley will soon be unveiled. The journey is lengthy. And with the potential arrival of outstanding talent from the other 4 domains, I plan to descend the mountain early. I wonder how you feel about this. On this day, as usual, Lung Yanran soaked in the spirit pool before approaching her master. However, she had no intention of continuing her training today. With the secret realm's opening imminent, it was time for her to set forth. Has it truly been 2 months already? Chen Daoxuan paused at his disciple's words. Momentarily taken aback, for some reason, within the confines of the heavenly Dao Hall, his perception of time seemed to have inexplicably dulled. Perhaps it was due to his unparalleled existence within this realm, where time had become inconsequential. That is well. During your descent, remember this. Everything else is secondary. My only concern is your safety, and no matter the circumstances, always prioritize your well-being, that if you encounter trouble, handle it as you see fit. Should it prove insurmountable, I shall assist you. With a gentle smile, Chen Daoxuan approached and ruffled Lung Yanran's hair. He held a deep satisfaction for his disciple. As long as she stayed safe, he had complete confidence in nurturing her to the realm of the immortals. Or even beyond, I understand. Thank you for your concern, Master. Lung Yanran felt the warmth of her master's hand and instinctively squinted her eyes in comfort. Her heart brimming with warmth. What remains from the annihilation of the Luotian Sect sufficient? If not, I can prepare more for you to prevent any bullying upon your descent. Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment before inquiring softly. That will not be necessary, Master. I wish to rely as much as possible on my own strength during this descent. If I remain sheltered under your protection, when will I ever stand on my own? Besides, the trump cards you provided me during the destruction of the Luotian Sect still remain largely unutilized. They will suffice. Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Yanran promptly shook her head in refusal, her eyes filled with determination. She did not wish to forever remain a mere sheltered flower, relying on her master's protection. She aspired to become a being of value to her master, rather than a fragile vase that could only seek aid. Indeed, it pleases me greatly to see you think this way. In that case, go forth. Remember, with me as your backing, even if you encounter immortals, you need not bow your head. Chen Daoxuan expressed his surprise, followed by a smile of appreciation. Yes, I understand, Master. Await my triumphant return. Lung Yanran bowed deeply towards her master before turning on her heel and descending the mountain without a glance back. She committed her master's words to memory. Even when facing immortals, she need not lower her head. Truly, her master's casual words were imbued with such authority that it left her utterly enamored. Presently, she still possessed over 4,000 system points. Should she encounter danger, it would be more than sufficient to resolve the situation with ease. She wondered how many system points she could earn this time. If only she could accumulate 10,000 to break through to the sky's sovereign realm. Chen Daoxuan harbored no concerns regarding his disciple's safety. If she truly encountered peril and could not resolve it with her trump cards, the system would provide a warning, allowing him to offer assistance at any moment. Despite currently being just an unremarkable peak master of the Qi realm, he held unwavering confidence. Outside the Qiyun Valley, various factions had already established their presence. Each force claimed a mountain peak in close proximity to the secret realm's entrance. Yet, of the original 4 great sects, only 3 remained. Apart from the Jinding sect, there were the Hongguang sect and the Piyuan Temple, the most powerful force in the northern region. They naturally secured the closest mountain peak to the entrance. Brother Yangshan, you were present when the Luotian sect was obliterated. Could you enlighten us about what transpired? Rumors outside claimed that a mere junior of the profound realm single-handedly annihilated the Luotian sect, an assertion that seemed utterly ludicrous to them at this moment. Lu Feng, the leader of the Hongguang sect, and Kong Kai, the abbot of Piyuan Temple, approached the Jinding sect's mountain peak, their expressions filled with curiosity as they inquired about the events of that day. As fellow great sects, their strengths were relatively comparable, except for Abbot Kong Kai, who possessed the prowess of the 6th level of the Annihilation realm. The other 3 leaders were all at the 5th level. If one could easily obliterate the Luotian sect, it posed a similar threat to them. This left the other 2 factions feeling apprehensive. Haha, this matter is not one you need to delve into too deeply. As for the rumors circulating outside, I can only say they are not exaggerated in the slightest. They never truly faced that terrifying divine ability bombardment. They cannot even fathom its horror. All you need to remember is to avoid provoking that profound realm very long. We are all top-tier sects in the northern region. I do not wish for you to follow in the footsteps of the Luotian sect. Yang Chun's expression turned wry at their inquiries. Are the rumors exaggerated? Not in the least. They failed to capture the sheer terror of that day. Yet he still sought to caution them, knowing full well that all of them were elite forces within the northern region. Should they also face annihilation, the already weakened northern region would be unable to withstand further encroachments from other realms, leading to a dire situation where they would become vulnerable. Thank you. We are now aware. Might I inquire whether the ethereal being you mentioned, the Cold Fairy, will grace us with her presence at this secret realm? After all, this realm permits only practitioners of the transcendental realm to enter, and it is rumored to house the legacy of immortals. Surely, such a lure would capture the Cold Fairy's interest, would it not? Real Master Lu Feng inhaled sharply, while others might dismiss this notion, the esteemed Yangchun Master, a formidable expert at the 5th level of the Annihilation realm, has no need to fabricate tales that would tarnish his reputation. Yet a flicker of concern crossed his mind. Should that formidable existence choose to partake in this secret realm, how would their factions respond? It remains uncertain. However, if she truly attends, your disciples must remain vigilant to avoid the calamity of extermination. Yangchun Master himself was unsure whether that fearsome enchantress would indeed participate. After all, on that day, Cold Yinran had specifically inquired about the secret realm's details from him, which undoubtedly indicated her curiosity about it. Just as the 3 were mulling over this matter, they simultaneously turned their gazes toward a particular direction. There, a magnificent palace was floating in the heavens, supported by an enormous avian creature, evidently a being of the Annihilation realm. What a terrifying force it must be to tame such a creature. Step aside. Do not obstruct my young master's path. Just as the 3 stood astonished, an elderly man resembling a coachman shouted toward the mountain peak where the Golden Cauldron sect was located. This peak was the closest to the entrance of the secret realm. It was clear that he had set his sights on this location. May I inquire, esteemed sir, whence do you hail? The 3 exchanged glances, quickly discerning that the newcomer was not from the northern domain. The mere sight of the colossal creature hauling the palace instilled a considerable sense of pressure upon them, not to mention the seemingly unassuming coachman. They could not fathom his depth, and he likely possessed the power of an infinite realm expert. In their northern domain, they had never encountered an infinite realm entity, and thus they dared not provoke him lightly. Zhang Lao, what is happening? A voice emanated from within the palace, calm yet tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. Reporting to my young master, it is merely insignificant ants from the northern domain. I shall expel them at once. The elderly man bent respectfully as he replied to the palace. Expedite the process. I, your young master, have endured a long journey and wish to rest, should those ants prove unwise. A mere slap will suffice. The youthful voice within the palace resonated again, revealing a disdain for the northern domain, the mere borderlands devoid of any infinite realm experts. Were it not for the rumors of immortal legacies here, I would not deign to visit this desolate locale. Rest assured, I shall attend to this immediately. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's expression turned cold as he gazed at the Golden Cauldron sect members atop the mountain. You have 10 breaths to vacate. Otherwise, bear the consequences. His tone was utterly devoid of emotion, as if he were stating an obvious fact, completely disregarding the 3 Annihilation realm experts present, the impetuous young disciples of the Golden Cauldron sect. Unaccustomed to such indignities, bristled at the affront that in the northern domain, they were typically addressed with deference, surrounded by sycophants and admirers. Yet, Yangshan Master understood. This young man was not to be trifled with. Gather your belongings and depart. With a decisive command from Yangshan Master, though the disciples felt a twinge of resentment, they had no choice but to comply. Yangshan Daoist, if you do not mind, I invite you to my PN temple to await the opening of the secret realm together. The abbot of Konkai sighed and extended the invitation. Thank you, abbot. Moments later, the members of the Golden Cauldron sect swiftly retreated from the mountain peak, and the elderly coachman made no further attempts to hinder them. After all, in his eyes, the people of the northern domain were but ants. Engaging them in conflict would sully his reputation. Upon returning to the eastern domain, would he not become the subject of ridicule for exerting authority over such a barren land? Soon, as the palace descended upon the mountaintop, a young man emerged, frowning as he took measured steps outward. His attire and demeanor bore the hallmark of a refined gentleman, and he ostentatiously wielded a folding fan. Indeed, this is a desolate land. I wonder if the rumors of the immortal legacy within this secret realm hold any truth. That I fear it is but a figment of imagination. How could an immortal leave a legacy in such a place? The young man surveyed the various factions gathered in the northern domain, his expression one of disappointment. However, having come this far, he could only wait for the realm's opening and test his luck. Though his tone dripped with disdain for the northern domain, his cultivation was undeniably at the 9th level of the transcendental realm. A T merely around 20 years of age, such prowess marked him as an extraordinary talent. While many factions in the northern domain felt slighted by his scorn, none dared to provoke him, begrudgingly acknowledging their own lack of strength. Wang Yin, what a surprise to encounter you here. Might I trouble you for a place to rest? At that moment, a figure swooped in swiftly, the voice preceding the arrival. Ren Shui, upon hearing the familiar voice, Wang Yin furrowed his brow and turned to face the newcomer, who indeed was Ren Shui. The Ren family in the eastern domain was hardly inferior to their own Xianyao palace. Ren brother, what brings you to this remote place? Are you also here for the secret realm? Wang Yin greeted him with a faint smile as Ren Shui approached. Alas, it is my father who insists I venture out for training. I happened to hear of this secret realm about to open, so I was dispatched here that I wasn't even permitted to bring a guardian along. Unlike you, Wang Yin, Ren Shui sighed heavily, casting an envious glance at the palace and the infinite realm coachman accompanying Wang Yin. Like Wang Yin, he emanated the aura of the 9th level of the transcendental realm. In the northern domain, a practitioner of his age reaching the skyward realm was already considered a rare prodigy, much like Cold Yenran when she attained the 4th level of the skyward realm, earning the title of an unparalleled genius in a millennium. However, this disparity in cultivation is closely tied to the quality of resources and techniques available. Even with similar potential, the use of differing resources and training methods could result in a vast chasm in cultivation levels. Come now, Ren brother, do not feign humility. Everyone knows you are the prize jewel of the Ren family. Your ancestors surely bestowed upon you some protective measures for this journey. Wang Yin clearly did not buy into his words. As the Ren family's genius poised to become the next family head, it was implausible that he would embark on this journey without any safety measures. Let us not dwell on that. Ren Shui quickly shifted the topic, eager to avoid further probing. Wang brother, I must share some news I received on my way here. It appears that even the saintess from our eastern domain may very well attend the secret realm. Surprised, Wang Yan's interest piqued at the mention of the saintess. Oh, the saintess herself intends to partake in this secret realm. That certainly lends credence to the rumors of an immortal legacy within. He paused, momentarily taken aback, realizing that if the saintess was interested, the authenticity of the realm's treasures was likely genuine. A surge of excitement coursed through him. The saintess was the object of desire for nearly all the prodigies in the eastern domain. Not only was she renowned for her unparalleled beauty, regarded as the most exquisite maiden in the eastern domain, but she also possessed exceedingly rare saint-tier qualifications. Moreover, her backing by a powerful faction meant that aligning oneself with her would undoubtedly bestow significant influence in the eastern domain. Throughout their conversation, the two had entirely overlooked the many northern domain factions surrounding them. scarcely acknowledging their presence. As they continued their discussion, both were suddenly taken aback and turned to look in unison at a particular spot. There stood a woman, her face veiled in white gauze, adorned in an immaculate white gown. Yet she wore no shoes, revealing her slender, smooth, jade-like feet, with two small bells adorning her ankles. The woman traversed the air with grace, each step covering 100 meters, the bells tinkling melodiously with her movements. While it appeared she merely walked upon the air, this was, in fact, a refined technique. With mastery, one could achieve distances of thousands of meters with a single step. Regardless of whether it is used for travel or for combat, it is exceedingly practical. Even the two small bells above the woman's ankles are not mere adornments. They are genuine top-tier magical artifacts, capable of producing sounds that can disturb one's mind. The woman surveyed her surroundings and sought a secluded mountaintop to rest. If Lady Shinip does not mind, why not wait for the secret realm to open together with us? Not far from here lies the closest peak to the secret realm, and having heard from my brother that the Saintess might arrive, I have already instructed someone to clear a clean space for her. Should the Saintess feel weary, I would be honored to offer my resting palace for her respite. Wang Yin, noticing that the Saintess did not spare him a glance, felt a twinge of displeasure in his heart. Yet he still smiled and called out to Li Shinhua. Meanwhile, Ren Jiai, the genius from the Ren family, watched Wang Yan's actions with quiet astonishment. What a sycophant! Yet, even with such flattery, it was unlikely that Li Shinhua would reciprocate. Who in the eastern region did not know of her cold demeanor, especially towards men? Then I shall thank you, my friend, Li Shinhua mused for a moment before ultimately accepting Wang Yan's goodwill. After all, it was somewhat comforting to be in the company of someone from the eastern region within the northern domain. With a few strides, she appeared atop the mountain, though it seemed as if she stood on the ground. A closer inspection would reveal that her delicate feet hovered just above the surface, untainted by the dust below. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Li Shinhua merely nodded slightly to Wang Yin and Ren Jiai before finding a large rock to sit upon, closing her eyes in silence. Ahem, since that is the case, we shall not disturb the Saintess's cultivation. Let us wait until the secret realm opens and then proceed together. Wang Yin intended to strike up a conversation, but, seeing Li Shinhua's demeanor, he decided against it. Indeed, as the rumor suggested, she was quite unapproachable. If only there were an opportunity to unravel her facade and reveal a completely different expression, how splendid that would be. Alas, the forces backing Li Shinhua were not to be trifled with in the northern domain, and such thoughts remained confined to Wang Yan's late-night fantasies. He was not foolish enough to invite his own demise. Although the Golden Cauldron sect felt displeased at having their mountaintops seized by the eastern region, the disparity in strength forced Master Yangshan to swallow his frustration. Suddenly, Master Yangshuan's gaze fell upon a figure that invoked both fear and surprise. Cold Fairy, I had suspected you would come to the secret realm. A place has been prepared for you here. Master Yangshan, amidst the puzzled expression of Abbot Konkai, rose abruptly and respectfully gestured towards a figure. Abbot Konkai, curious, turned to look in that direction. At a glance, he promptly averted his gaze and closed his eyes to recite his scriptures. This was no fairy. She was clearly a demoness. Just a fleeting glance at Lung Yenran made Abbot Konkai feel a surge of heat within, awakening an impulse to break his vows. Moreover, with his profound understanding of Buddhism, he could clearly sense that Lung Yenran was not of the human race, but rather a member of the demon clan. Even if she were human, her cultivation would undoubtedly be of demonic arts. She was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing someone call out to her, Lung Yenran turned to see Master Yangshan. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind as she wondered why they did not occupy the mountaintop closest to the entrance of the secret realm. However, she had no intention of engaging with Master Yangshan and merely cast a brief glance before heading towards the mountaintop occupied by the eastern region. A spectacle was about to unfold. Master Yangshan, seeing that Lung Yenran ignored him, dared not feel anger. Since the last incident, she had become his heart's demon. She was nothing short of the most terrifying female fiend. Now that this fiend was heading towards the mountaintop seized by the eastern region, a clash was inevitable. He could only wonder if she would once again display the terror of that day. With a mere flick of her hand, she could unleash 30 celestial tablets, Even the forces of the eastern region would likely find it challenging to contend with. Regardless, whether Lung Yanran or the forces of the eastern region suffered losses, it would be favorable for them. If they could both sustain injuries, it would be even better. Then neither would be in a position to compete for the secret realm, and the opportunity would belong to their three sects. As Lung Yanran passed a peak, she suddenly sensed something amiss and furrowed her brow. A rogue cultivator at the profound realm was approaching her with a lecherous expression. Esteemed fairy, I must confess, I fell in love with you at first sight. Might I ask if you would consider becoming my Tao partner? I am the chief disciple of the Celestial Sect, and the next sect leader shall undoubtedly be me. If you feel our acquaintance is too brief, we can take our time. The man boasted incessantly about his merits, but given that he had reached the profound realm by the age of 30, he was indeed among the top talents in the northern domain, second only to the chief disciples of the four major sections. Thus, he felt confident in his charm. Fairy, have you considered my proposal? He continued, if you agree, we could even consummate our union tonight. Suddenly, his words faltered, choking in his throat, leaving him only able to utter incoherent sounds. Lung Yanran frowned, conjuring a spiritual hand with a flick of her wrist, which grasped his throat. Disgusting creature, with a slight exertion, he ceased to struggle, his neck having been crushed in an instant. Lung Yanran casually tossed his lifeless body into the forest below. Master Yangchun, after this, please take care of the Celestial Sect. That should be no problem, right? After dispatching the man, Lung Yanran coldly addressed Master Yangchun, who was watching from afar, ready to enjoy the spectacle. Fear not, cold fairy. No one from the Celestial Sect will appear in the northern domain henceforth. Master Yangchun, meeting her icy gaze, shivered, as if transported back to the day of the Luo Tian sect's annihilation. Without a moment's thought, he acquiesced, secretly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Indeed, she was a female fiend. Whenever she took action, it was certain to result in total extermination. Lung Yanran dismissed the matter from her mind, suppressing her revulsion. Truly, apart from her master, all men were the same. Following her master's admonition, she knew not to leave any survivors. However, with the secret realm imminent, she had no time to personally eradicate the Celestial Sect. Suddenly, a voice caught her attention. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter such a stunning beauty in this barren northern domain. That lady, come closer, so I can admire you properly. The genius from the Ren family, who had been chatting with Wang Yin while awaiting the opening of the secret realm, found himself captivated by the unexpected appearance of Lung Yanran. He paid no heed to her casually dispatching a cultivator of the first level of the profound realm. In fact, even Lung Yanran, at the 7th level of the profound realm, seemed hardly formidable to him. In this desolate northern domain, even if a genius truly emerged, they would undoubtedly be hindered by the disparity in cultivation techniques, resulting in greatly diminished combat prowess. Even at the same level, he was confident he could suppress 10 cultivators of the same realm from the northern domain. Upon hearing the voice, Lung Yanran finally noticed that the mountaintop closest to the secret realm was indeed occupied. Furthermore, judging by his cultivation, the young man had already reached the 9th level of the profound realm at a tender age. In the northern domain, she had never heard of such a prodigy. Had she known that the mountaintop was inhabited, she might have opted for another location to settle. However, the young man's remarks had irked her, especially after just experiencing an unwelcome advance. She was further provoked by his words. With a placid expression, Lung Yanran began to make her way toward that mountaintop. Haha, quite perceptive. I see. This is good. I have never favored using force. Wang Yin, my brother, I might need to borrow your resting palace for a moment. Would that be convenient? Ren Shui, seeing the woman approach, could not help but smile knowingly and spoke to Wang Yin beside him. It's a small matter. Feel free, Ren brother. Wang Yin maintained a calm demeanor as he casually spoke. However, when his gaze fell upon Lung Yanran, an uncontrollable surge of wicked desire ignited within him. Had it not been for his intention to preserve his image before the saintess Li Shinruo, he might have even considered claiming this woman for himself. How could he allow that brat Ren Shui to take advantage of her? It must be said, this suddenly appeared woman from the northern region was truly no less striking than the saintess Li Shinruo. Yet, their temperaments were starkly different. Although both exuded an icy, aloof aura, Li Xin radiated a divine presence that commanded respect and deterred intrusion. In contrast, this northern woman emanated a subtle malevolence, hinting at danger. And her figure was even more alluring than Li Xinruo's, epitomizing the beauty of the mortal realm. But as Lung Yanran approached, both were momentarily taken aback. How could this woman possess horns upon her head? Was she not of the human race? Could it be that there were demons in the northern region? How delightful! This would allow me to keep her close and nurture her. Ren Shui was initially taken aback, but soon broke into a wider grin. A demon. Even Li Xinruo, who had remained silent perched upon the boulder since her arrival, could not help but open her eyes to regard Lung Yanran upon sensing her aura, a saint-level talent, and not merely any low-tier demon bloodline. This revelation startled Li Xinruo. She possessed a divine ability that enabled her to discern the talents and foundations of others. Upon employing this ability on Lung Yanran, she discovered that they both shared a saint-level aptitude, and the demon blood flowing within her was anything but ordinary. How perplexing. How could there be demons in the northern region? Since that war against the demons, they had retreated to the western region, rarely showing themselves elsewhere. Unable to fathom this anomaly, Li Xinruo decided not to continue her cultivation, intrigued by Lung Yanran, eager to uncover whether she possessed any special abilities. Or would she truly become a mere plaything for Ren Shui? Li Xinruo resolved that if the opportunity arose, she might intervene to rescue her and bring her back to the Holy Mountain. A genius with saint-level aptitude, if nurtured at the Holy Mountain, could become a significant asset in the future. As she approached the mountain's peak, Lung Yanran's gaze inadvertently flicked to a bird emanating the aura of the annihilation realm. Her brow furrowed slightly. This posed quite a challenge. She had intended to rely solely on her own strength during this expedition into the secret realm, wishing to avoid excessive dependence on her master's power. Yet, with an annihilation realm beast present, the disparity in their realms was too vast, leaving her without a complete assurance of victory. Should a confrontation ensue, she might ultimately have to resort to the power contained within her master's jade pendant to eliminate it. Hee, Brother Wang Yin, look at how this woman is fixated on your bird. She must be terrified, having never seen an annihilation realm beast in the northern region. Ren Shui chuckled, pointing and mocking Lung Yanran for her apparent naivety. Little did he know, Lung Yanran was merely contemplating the necessity of employing her master's strength should she need to vanquish the annihilation realm bird. Throughout, she had never regarded the annihilation realm as a genuine threat. I shall grant you 3 breaths to vacate this mountain peak. Lung Yanran snapped back to reality, casting a cold glance at the few individuals atop the mountain, a lone woman and 2 young men, all at the 9th layer of the profound realm, radiated a formidable aura, likely able to contend with a Guishu realm expert. Yet, in Lung Yanran's eyes, they were of little consequence. After 2 months of rigorous training with her master, her heavenly demon finger had reached a minor mastery. Faced with the profound realm, she was confident she could easily dispatch them. However, only one person atop the mountain, an elderly man who appeared to be a mere coachman, eluded her ability to gauge. By her estimation, he must at least be a formidable presence at the 8th or 9th layer of the annihilation realm. But this was of little importance when descending the mountain. Her master had advised her that even in the presence of immortals, she need not bow her head. How much less so to these individuals? Did I mishear? This lady, do you know what you just said? Ren Shui exclaimed, his exaggerated expression bursting forth as he laughed heartily, patting Wang Yan's shoulder. He simply could not fathom how this demoness from the northern region dared to issue such a brazen command for them to leave. Indeed, her words implied that she had already regarded Lung Yanran as her personal slave, as if she were a mere possession. I have changed my mind. The others may depart, but this loathsome creature must remain. Upon hearing this, Lung Yanran frowned, unable to comprehend how such detritus could exist in this world. Yet, it was evident that neither Ren Shui nor Wang Yin took her words seriously. They remained composed, eagerly anticipating the outcome after the 3 breaths had elapsed. Even the various factions of the northern region leaned in, anxious to observe, awaiting the unfolding drama. Just moments ago, a prodigy from the eastern region had arrived, commanding them to leave within 10 breaths. Now, however, the cold demoness demanded they vacate within 3. The question lingered. Could this cold demoness truly handle the situation? The 3 breaths quickly elapsed, and the individuals atop the mountain remained unresponsive. 3 breaths have passed. What do you intend to do about it? Ren Shui smirked, unabashedly revealing his intentions. Why don't we retreat to the palace and spar closely for a while, then deliberate slowly? Lung and Ran sighed softly. To be honest, she had no desire to court trouble. After all, given her current strength, there would still be many situations she could not handle. In that case, she would have to rely on her master to clean up the mess. Yet, facing such a repugnant individual, she could not simply endure. Even for the sake of her master and the reputation of the Tiandao Pavilion, she could not take a step back. Thus, she slowly raised a finger towards Ren Shui, her crimson lips parting. Heavenly demon finger. In an instant, a malevolent energy manifested upon her fingertip, coalescing into an almost tangible shadow of the heavenly demon, suffused with dark malevolence. The heavenly demon avatar roared as it charged towards Ren Shui. A single finger aimed directly at him. What the hell? Brother Wang Yin, save me. Ren Shui felt his scalp prickle as he witnessed the heavenly demon hurtling towards him, realizing he had severely underestimated Long Yanran. This single strike made him feel the breath of death. Under the gaze of the heavenly demon's crimson eyes, he found himself paralyzed, unable to evade the impending strike aimed at his forehead, and could only scream for Wang Yin. After all, Wang Yin was accompanied by a formidable expert of the infinite realm. If he called out, that expert would surely rescue him. Yet it was evident that Wang Yin had no such intention. If Ren Shui were to perish in the northern region, it would pose no loss to him, but on the contrary, it would cause the Ren family to lose their heir, which he would find most enjoyable. Moreover, he did not believe that Ren Shui possessed no means of survival. If he could force out such a protective item, it would eliminate one more threat once they entered the secret realm. Even the saintly Shinra, witnessing the heavenly demon finger, could not help but feel a chill run down her spine, pondering to herself, if she were to face this strike, what were her chances of survival? Ultimately, she concluded that her odds were barely above 30%. Under this attack, she could muster at most a 30% chance of defending herself. What a terrifying demoness! If she could be brought under her banner, she would undoubtedly be a tremendous force. Damn it! Ren Shui, seeing Wang Yan's in action and realizing the heavenly demon was about to strike his forehead, gritted his teeth and unleashed his spiritual energy, shattering a jade pendant he held. As the pendant shattered, Ren Shui's heart bled. This was a life-saving talisman gifted by his ancestor. Who dares to harm a descendant of the Ren family? In an instant, a fearsome figure materialized before Ren Shui, emanating an aura unlike anything the onlookers had ever witnessed. Though it was not the true body that had descended, this ethereal form radiated the strength of a 9th-layer infinite realm expert. With this avatar, he could easily slaughter the entire northern region without issue. The elder regarded the approaching heavenly demon avatar, casually waving his hand, and with a resounding bang, the heavenly demon dissipated. A demon girl. Is it? Humph. I shall strip away your cultivation, and when the secret realm concludes, Chirue will take you back to the Ren family for handling. The elder's gaze turned icy as he swiftly locked onto Long Yanran, who had just attacked Ren Shui. Beside him, the saintess Lu Shenhua felt a twinge of regret. She had not anticipated that Ren Shui would possess a fragment of his family's ancestor, now that the ancestor had personally intervened. Even her influence might not be able to save this demoness. Upon hearing the elder's words, Ren Shui's eyes brightened. If he could render this demoness powerless, he would be free to do as he pleased. This aligned perfectly with his intentions. Thank you, ancestor. Ren Shui hastily expressed his gratitude towards the ancestral figure. Meanwhile, the elder of the Ren family did not delay. He raised his hand and aimed a strike at Long Yanran's head. If this blow were to connect, it would utterly incapacitate her. Cursed be the circumstances, she found herself unable to move, with no time to utilize the trump card bestowed by her master. Long Yanran wished to employ the array plate and jade pendant given by her master to counter the attack, but soon realized that after the elder's assault commenced, she had lost all control over her body. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable. Was she truly incapable of activating her master's hidden cards? In despair, Lung Yinran closed her eyes, murmuring to herself, "Master, I am inadequate, unable to serve by your side any longer." The thought of never seeing her master again pierced her heart with agony. She feared not death itself, but rather the prospect of being forever separated from her master, lamenting that she had yet to express her feelings. What is this scent, master? After a prolonged moment, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Instead, a delightful fragrance wafted into her nostrils, prompting Lung Yinran to open her eyes in astonishment. She beheld her master, one arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her close to his chest, while the other hand effortlessly intercepted the terrifying blow from the Ren family's elder. "Who might you be?" The elder was momentarily taken aback. Unable to discern the depth of the young man's prowess before him, he sensed only the first level of the Qi realm. Yet this youth had effortlessly thwarted an attack imbued with the might of the 9th level of the boundless realm. However, Chen Daoxuan paid no heed to the elder's spectral form. He merely pinched Lung Yinran's cheek gently. "Why are you still crying? Did I not assure you that I would safeguard you? You have done remarkably well. If the opponent cannot prevail, seeking assistance is not a fault. Moreover, that young man has backing. Do my disciples lack support?" With a smile, Chen Daoxuan delicately tidied Lung Yinran's hair. In that moment, her world seemed to fade away, leaving only the gentle visage of her master in her eyes. "Master's disciple." Lung Yinran sniffled, wishing to say something, but her master gently placed a finger on her lips, silencing her. "Let us set aside that matter for now. I shall resolve this issue." Chen Daoxuan smiled slightly, then wrapped one arm around Yinran's waist and raised the other, pointing his fingertip at the elder's phantom. "You old fool, have you always been so audacious as to bully my disciple? My Yinran has been wronged and is in tears, which displeases me greatly. Today, I shall collect a portion of your essence as interest. Next time we meet, I shall wipe out your entire clan." As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan maintained a smile, as if discussing trivial matters. He was indifferent to the Eastern Domain or the Ren family. Having bullied his disciple warranted a reckoning, and he intended to ensure their family departed together, so they would not be lonely. "Heavenly Demon Finger," he murmured casually, employing the same technique. Yet the power unleashed was worlds apart from what Lung Yinran had summoned. In an instant, a chaotic heavenly demon, reminiscent of an ancient deity, coalesced, exuding a malevolent aura that distorted the very fabric of space around it, its eyes gleaming a blood red, as if a sea of blood resided within. "Who on earth are you?" The elder of the Ren family panicked, realizing at that moment that despite his avatar possessing the 9th level of the boundless realm, capable of sweeping across the northern domain, he had lost all ability to act under the gaze of the heavenly demon. In terror, he cried out to Chen Daoxuan, I am but an unremarkable master, unwilling to see my disciples suffer." As Chen Daoxuan's voice fell, the heavenly demon surged forward like a streak of black light towards the elder's phantom. Bang! With a soft sound, the elder's avatar shattered, and the heavenly demon gradually dissipated into the ether. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. The formidable avatar of the Ren elder had simply vanished in an instant. The same technique, wielded by this young man, seemed as if an authentic ancient deity had descended. The oppressive aura of the heavenly demon left them breathless, nearly causing them to faint. Ren Shui's expression remained frozen in excitement from the elder's appearance. But moments later, he snapped back to reality and immediately fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Spare me, esteemed senior, spare me." In that instant, everyone present was taken aback, many still reeling from the elder's terrifying pressure. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, the once fearsome elder had been vanquished by this suddenly appearing youth with a mere finger? When the elder emerged, all forces in the northern domain had felt the weight of an insurmountable mountain, instilling a deep-seated fear within them. Yet this young man appeared remarkably tranquil, not only strikingly handsome, but also emitting no discernible aura. He had even deliberately concealed his realm to that of the 1st level of the Qi. However, none among them were foolish enough to believe that someone capable of effortlessly dispatching the elder's avatar was merely a fledgling in the 1st level of the Qi, not to mention the prodigies from the Eastern domain. Even those from the northern domain attending the secret realm were all at least cultivators of the airborne realm. Esteemed senior, please forgive me. I was blind to your greatness, looking down on you. Ren Shui, devoid of any sense of superiority from the eastern domain, could only repeatedly bow and plead for mercy. It's nothing. Just a little skirmish among children. Nothing to fret about. Chen Daoxuan, observing the scene, smiled slightly, as if he had no intention of holding Ren Shui accountable. The various factions present could not help but sigh inwardly. The senior, though formidable, possessed a magnanimous spirit that was truly admirable. Even the saintly Shenru, upon hearing that Chen Daoxuan did not intend to pursue the matter with Ren Shui, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Look at this child, bowing so fervently that he has injured his head. Let me see. Upon hearing this, Ren Shui's heart felt as if a great weight had been lifted. He had not anticipated this senior would refrain from attacking him. He lifted his head, intending to express his gratitude for the mercy shown. However, Chen Daoxuan, with a cheerful demeanor, gently patted his shoulder, causing Ren Shui's previously exuberant eyes to lose their luster. His head tilted, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. This child, being young, is it not wonderful that he can fall asleep after merely a few words? Alas, alas, sigh. Chen Daoxuan, I've always been magnanimous and shall not hold this against you. Chen Daoxuan, feigning surprise, suddenly recalled something. Were there others bullying you earlier? Point them out, and I shall deal with them all at once. He spoke softly to Lung Yinran, nestled in his embrace. Reporting to Master, there were none. Lung Yinran, nestled against her master, obediently lifted her head to respond, glancing curiously at the unconscious Ren Shui on the ground. She had been too absorbed in the warmth and scent of her master's chest to notice Ren Shui's condition. How could he dare to sleep while conversing with Master? Had his heart meridian been severed, rendering him lifeless? Upon probing with her spiritual energy, she suddenly realized that Ren Shui was not merely asleep. He had indeed perished, his heart meridian shattered. Oh, dead? Tiske, such a young life extinguished. What a pity. Hearing her disciple's words, Chen Daoxuan displayed a hint of regret, as if he had not been the one to so gently sever Ren Shui's heart meridian. That monk, yes, you, the one with the brightest head and the longest neck. Kindly come over and assist. Please perform a rite for this young man. After all, he is not a local and has met his end far from home, which is rather pitiable. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan caught sight of a bald monk who was staring at him with an open mouth. He promptly turned to the monk with a smile and said, Indeed, I am KNGKI, and I shall adhere to your esteemed command. That monk was none other than the abbot of Puyin Temple. KNGK, startled by the fearsome young man calling his name. KNGK, I trembled, and of course did not dare to refuse. He wobbled forward, first bowing respectfully to Chen Daoxuan before commencing the rite for the deceased, Ren Shui. In an instant, all present looked back at Chen Daoxuan, feeling a chill run down their spines. What a colossal misunderstanding had just occurred. They had presumed him to be a magnanimous elder. It turned out that this fellow, smiling all the while, had just taken a life. Moreover, after the deed, he wore an expression that suggested he was entirely uninvolved, seeking someone to assist in a rite for Ren Shui. How utterly absurd. Although Lung Yinran was known throughout the northern domain as a ruthless killer, capable of annihilating entire families without a second thought, at least she could discern emotions. Yet this elder, it was impossible to gauge what lay within his heart. Has the rite concluded, or is there anything else you wish to instruct this humble monk? After a moment, Abbot KNGK, I rose again, uttering a Buddhist chant, and bowed to Chen Daoxuan. While everyone felt that this elder, despite his casual disposition toward killing, exhibited a trace of kindness. After all, he did ensure a rite was performed, did he not? Cremate him. Chen Daoxuan expressed satisfaction with the speed of the rite performed by KNGKI. It was completed in less than half a minute. He then smiled and articulated the next task. Cremate. Abbot KNGK, I appeared somewhat perplexed. What did he mean by cremate? Must I teach you how to do that? The man is dead, the rite has been performed, and it is time to turn him to ashes, is it not? Just how professional is this monk? Chen Daoxuan regarded Abbot KNGK with a questioning gaze, his skepticism regarding the monk's expertise apparent. What? I understand. With a wave of his hand, Abbot Kate Ngk, I summoned flames with his spiritual power, incinerating Ren Shui's remains into ashes. With another wave, a gust of wind swept by, scattering the ashes. Well done. You may return. In the future, should similar matters arise, I shall rely on your expertise again. Truly professional. Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction, signaling for Abbot Kate Ngk to depart. The monk, as if granted a reprieve from death, bowed deeply and fled back to his mountain. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. Damn it, ashes got in my mouth. Nearby, Wang Yin, who had been in a state of shock since the Ren family's ancestor was dispatched in an instant, suddenly began to cough. He had been standing not far from Ren Shui, and now the ashes, carried by the wind, had settled all over him. Stupefied, everyone was left in disbelief. Within less than 5 minutes of Chen Daoxuan's arrival, they had made countless erroneous judgments about this elder. Initially, they thought he was merely a bit kind-hearted, at least helping with the rite after taking a life. Yet, after the rite, he simply scattered the ashes. Where was the slightest trace of kindness in that? He was practically a living Yama. How infuriating. They had all been deceived by this elder. Everyone's lips twitched uncontrollably, utterly unable to discern the true nature of Lung Yanran. This formidable master. Was he benevolent? His words did seem kind, but in mere moments, one could inexplicably lose their life, after which they would receive a rite, only to have their ashes scattered away. What kind of divine operation was this? Cough, cough, cough. Ugh, how disgusting. Damn it. That wretched Rinche, even his ashes, he sullies my dignity. Wang Yin kept patting the ashes off himself, occasionally gagging, his once elegant demeanor shattered in an instant. Stop patting. If you get the ashes on the master, I will kill you. Lung Yanran suddenly furrowed her brow and shot a furious glare at Wang Yin. Though he had not openly disrespected her, he had tacitly allowed Ren Shui to use his palace. While Lung Yanran had no intention of taking his life, she certainly felt displeased. Understood. Wang Yin straightened up at Lung Yanran's admonition, fearful of this elder approaching him to pat his shoulder while offering a compliment about how well he had slept. He certainly did not wish to meet the same fate as that fellow Ren Shui. Simultaneously, Wang Yin resolved that upon returning to the sect, he would never again venture into the northern domain. It was far too terrifying. These powerful beings in the northern domain did not play by the rules. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan's gaze shifted to the white-clad Holy Maiden who had remained silent. He began to walk slowly toward her under the watchful eyes of all. Lung Yanran noticed this and raised an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis arise within her. Why was the master approaching that woman? Although the woman was quite beautiful, in terms of figure, how could she compare to herself? As she walked, Lung Yanran found herself comparing the woman to herself. Upon reaching the large stone, the Holy Maiden, Li Shinra, did not dare to maintain her status and lightly leaped down. Li Shinra, I have the honor of meeting the esteemed elder. Li Shinra performed a graceful bow, appearing composed despite her inner nervousness. My dear girl, do you have a master? Chen Daoxuan wore a gentle smile. Upon his arrival, the system had alerted him to a candidate meeting the criteria for an apprentice. That candidate was none other than Li Shinruo. In response to the esteemed elder, I am taught by the 7 elders from the mountain. Yet, strictly speaking, I do not have a master. Li Shinruo was momentarily taken aback, never expecting the elder would ask such a question. Could he be trying to probe in her background? Nevertheless, she answered honestly, as she was in no position to refuse assistance from the mountain that not bad, quite good indeed. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Chen Daoxuan stated openly, his intention clear. For him, acquiring disciples was currently the quickest way to gain system points. Apart from slaying individuals and obliterating entire families, the rewards from a disciple's cultivation advancement were significant. If he could gain another disciple, the rate at which he accumulated system points would multiply. Moreover, when a disciple engaged in combat and defeated foes, he would also earn system points. Collecting disciples was the way to go. Additionally, he found Li Shinruo quite appealing, rivaling Yanran in beauty, but primarily, Li Shinruo's remarkable potential with her holy level aptitude was what truly mattered. As soon as Chen Daoxuan finished speaking, he noticed Lung Yanran pouting in discontent. The master intended to take this woman as a disciple? Wouldn't that mean competing for the master's affection? How infuriating. Yet, she could not defy her master's wishes. It was vexing. She hoped this woman would lack discernment and decline the offer. Lung Yanran sulked, feeling as though her most cherished treasure might be divided in half. This matter of apprenticeship is of great significance. I hope the elder will allow me some time to consider. Shinrua had not anticipated the elder's sudden proposal, and after a moment of surprise, she replied respectfully, "Very well. Should you wish to join my Tiandao pavilion after the secret realm concludes, you may follow Yanran back to Shiwang Mountain to find me." Chen Daoxuan paid little mind. Taking on disciples was a matter of fate. If the two were not destined to be, he would not force it that he would not, for the sake of system rewards, abduct a talented individual with holy level aptitude and coerce them into becoming a disciple. After all, he had plenty of time and would eventually encounter suitable disciples. "Thank you for your understanding, esteemed elder." Shirua sighed in relief, thinking that this elder was not so difficult to deal with after all. He was quite reasonable as for the apprenticeship. She did not take it to heart. She planned to return to the Eastern Domain directly after the secret realm concluded. In her view, being able to instantly slay the Ren family's ancestor's avatar in the infinite realm was not sufficient grounds for her to seek out a master. After all, there are elders on the mountain who can achieve such feats. Observing this, Chen Daoxuan did not appear overly concerned and promptly turned his attention to the entrance of the secret realm. The identity he assumed could only be maintained for a brief 10 minutes, and now 5 or 6 minutes had already elapsed. "Yin, from here on, you shall rely on yourself within the secret realm. I must return shortly. However, it seems that this secret realm will not open for another 5 days. With a resigned sigh, he decided to activate the secret realm in advance, sparing you the torment of waiting in this desolate wilderness. As Chen Daoxuan's words fell, everyone was momentarily taken aback. While deducing the precise opening time of the secret realm is no small feat, many formidable beings are capable of such calculations. Yet the notion of opening a secret realm ahead of schedule was utterly unheard of. Even Li Shinra, the saintess of the Eastern Domain, had never encountered tales of secret realm being opened prematurely. However, Chen Daoxuan seemed unfazed by the astonishment of the crowd. He simply wrapped his arms around Lung Yanjun's slender waist and stepped through the air, arriving directly at the entrance of the secret realm that moment. The entrance was adorned with flickering inscriptions, though their glow was unstable. Chen Daoxuan casually placed his hand upon the stone pillar inscribed with these runes, pouring in his spiritual energy as if it were an inexhaustible resource. As he continued to channel his energy into the entrance, the inscriptions began to shimmer with increasing rapidity. Everyone as surprise. His method of prematurely opening the secret realm was not reliant on any esoteric techniques, but rather the simplest of approaches, filling it with spiritual energy. A secret realm is fundamentally a space created by a powerful being, and the conditions required for its opening are quite straightforward. Unless there are specific conditions set by the realm's master, it will naturally open once the spiritual energy within reaches its limit. Thus, various secret realms have different intervals for opening, ranging from a few years to several hundred or even 1,000 years. The idea of directly filling the secret realm with spiritual energy to hasten its opening is known to many. Yet no one has dared to attempt it. The reason being, it is simply beyond their capabilities. Even a being at the 9th level of the infinite realm might only be able to open the secret realm a few days in advance, expending at least 80% of their spiritual energy in the process. And recovering such a substantial amount of energy would take considerable time. Who would be willing to pour their energy recklessly for just a few days' advantage? However, for Chen Daoxuan, such concerns were non-existent. After breaking through to the Qi realm, he discovered that his spiritual energy seemed boundless. His Qi was extraordinary, akin to an entire universe. He even speculated that had he not been within the confines of the Heavenly Path Temple, he could fill his energy reserves in an instant. Outside the temple's omnipotent domain, it would take him a century to absorb the energy he needed through conventional means. Thus, while the amount of energy required to open this secret realm in advance was immense, far exceeding the combined spiritual energy of everyone present, to Chen Daoxuan, it was merely a trivial matter. Under the gaze of those who regarded him as a sudden upstart, the inscriptions above the secret realm's entrance illuminated brilliantly in an instant. It truly became filled with spiritual energy and successfully opened. To ensure everything was secure, Chen Daoxuan poured forth even more energy from his palm, intending to fill it further. With a crack, the stone pillar emitted a faint sound, revealing a nearly imperceptible crack. Observing this, Chen Daoxuan silently withdrew his hand, for no one had witnessed this incident. Should any issue arise later, he would not be held accountable, that he held no concerns for Lung Yanjun's safety, as her teleportation array had yet to be utilized. Moreover, should the array fail, he could personally guarantee his disciples' safety. As for the others, their fates depended on their own fortunes. The secret realm is now open. Go forth. Remember, if you can fight, then fight. If you encounter something beyond your capabilities, use the jade pendant and array I provided. If those fail, count to 3 in your heart, and I shall ensure your safety. After speaking, Chen Daoxuan gently ruffled his disciple's hair, signaling her to enter the secret realm. Though his tone was calm, his words conveyed profound concern for his disciple and unshakable confidence in his own abilities. Yes, master, rest assured. Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Yanjun felt warmth in her heart, wishing she could forego this troublesome secret realm and simply accompany him back to the mountain, devotedly serving her master. Yet, contemplating her master's formidable prowess, she realized that if she did not strive for improvement, she would merely be a decorative vase, incapable of assisting him. Resolutely suppressing her impulse, she steeled herself to ensure she would not disappoint her master. With her master smiling down at her, Lung Yanjun reluctantly stepped into the portal of the secret realm, glancing back thrice with reluctance in her eyes. Only after Lung Yanjun's figure vanished into the teleportation array did Chen Daoxuan turn around. Observing the numerous factions behind him, all staring longingly at the array, yet hesitant to step forward. Why is everyone frozen in place? I thought there were many here to participate in the secret realm. Yet it seems only my disciple is taking part. Chen Daoxuan mumbled, bewildered. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd, as they felt their temples throb with anxiety. Who would dare approach the fearsome figure standing before the teleportation array? Engaging him in conversation could very well lead to an abrupt slumber, a fate too regrettable to endure. Are you not entering? Chen Daoxuan then turned to Li Xinruo, who stood quietly to the side awaiting her turn, and inquired softly that I do not dare. Senior, Li Xinruo replied candidly, revealing her reason. In no matter. Even if we lack a master-disciple bond, it matters not. Go ahead. Should you encounter my yin-yin within, you may assist each other. With a light chuckle, Chen Daoxuan remarked, glancing at the timer on his interface, which now showed only 2 minutes remaining. Hearing this, Saintess Li Xinruo bowed slightly to Chen Daoxuan before stepping into the secret realm, not daring to look back. The sooner they entered, the greater their advantage, allowing them to take the lead over others. Perhaps this single step could secure them the inheritance of an immortal. Faced with the potential of such an inheritance, Li Xinruo would not hesitate. After she vanished into the teleportation array, Chen Daoxuan's attention shifted to Wang Yan, a prodigy of the Eastern Domain at the 9th level of the Profound Realm. Under Wang Yan's nervous gaze, Chen Daoxuan approached him. May I inquire if there is anything you wish to command of me, Senior? Rest assured, should I encounter any danger to your disciple within the secret realm, I will surely lend my utmost assistance. Though Chen Daoxuan wore a calm smile, Wang Yan could not suppress the fear that gripped his heart upon meeting his gaze. After all, he had just witnessed how that same smile had been the precursor to Ren Jirui's demise. You are quite commendable, Chen Daoxuan replied, satisfied by his words, and lifted his hand to pat Wang Yan on the shoulder in encouragement. Yet, suddenly recalling that this young man was covered in ashes, he halted mid-motion, revealing a look of distaste. This action nearly brought Wang Yan to tears. A trickle of liquid began to flow down his pant leg, quickly soaking the ground beneath him. Chen Daoxuan was taken aback, retreating 3 steps in astonishment, staring incredulously at the young man before him. How can one your age not manage to relieve oneself without soiling their trousers? Though Chen Daoxuan was bewildered by the situation, he remained utterly shocked, stepping back 3 paces while staring at the youth before him. How could you react so strongly after I merely complimented you? Please, senior, spare me. No, no, I misspoke. I truly am not sleepy and do not wish to fall unconscious. Wang Yin trembled, feeling the dampness of his trousers. Hastily pleading for mercy, he vividly recalled how this very senior had smiled and patted Ren Jurui's shoulder, only for him to collapse into an eternal slumber. His ashes scattered. Senior, please do not hold my young lord accountable. Once we return to the Eastern Domain's carefree palace, we shall certainly present a grand token of gratitude for your generosity. The aged coachman, who had been standing a short distance away, could no longer remain still upon witnessing the unfolding scene. He hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply in an act of supplication on behalf of Wang Yin. When he had journeyed to the Northern Domain, he believed that with his cultivation at the third level of the infinite realm, he could effortlessly conquer the entire region. However, he never anticipated encountering such a formidable deity of death upon his arrival. Even the avatar of the esteemed Run family ancestor was effortlessly shattered by this individual's mere gesture, suggesting that he was likely in existence beyond the infinite realm. The individuals from the Eastern Domain are indeed peculiar. Very well, think as you wish. Chen Daoxuan, bewildered by the words of the two, casually waved his hand at them. Nevertheless, his physical presence had little time remaining. Only 10 seconds were left. Allow me to offer a word of caution. If you engage in a fair competition for opportunities within the secret realm with my disciple Yanran, I shall not seek retribution afterward. However, should any of you harbor ill intentions or threaten the life of my disciple, then that master from earlier may indeed have his hands full. As Chen Daoxuan surveyed the multitude of forces present, not a single individual dared to meet his gaze among the thousands. Although his tone was remarkably calm, a shiver ran through the crowd. None would dare question Chen Daoxuan's prowess. With his final words, the time of his manifestation came to an end, dissipating into specks of starlight before the eyes of the onlookers. This astonishing spectacle left everyone even more stunned. He simply vanished. What kind of supernatural ability is this? Elder Zhang, can you discern the level of that individual? What technique did he employ to depart without any fluctuations of spiritual energy? Even a teleportation array wouldn't yield such an effect, would it? Wang Yin sighed with relief upon the departure of that terrifying figure, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Although Chen Daoxuan had never intended to target him, it felt as though he had brushed with death. I cannot perceive his true level. He only radiates the aura of the first level of the Qi-Si realm. As for his departure, it must be some form of secret art. Even I could not detect how he left or where he went. This person is quite fearsome. It seems only our palace master in the carefree palace could surpass him. The elder furrowed his brow. Expressing his judgment, he dismissed the notion of the first level of the Qi-Si realm, for anyone with sense would not believe that such a terrifying individual could be merely at that level. Which Qi-Si realm practitioner could effortlessly block an attack from the 9th level of the infinite realm? Who could casually shatter the avatar of a 9th level infinite realm being with a mere finger? Not to mention, he had filled the secret realm with spiritual energy, opening it 5 days early. No Qi-Si realm individual could accomplish such a feat. Even he, at the 3rd level of the infinite realm, would find it difficult to achieve, exhausting all his spiritual energy. The idea of him being at the 1st level of the Qi-Si realm is laughable. If that fearsome figure were truly at the 1st level of the Qi-Si realm, I would be inclined to faint from disbelief. Wang Yin chuckled bitterly, swearing he would eat his own words if that individual were indeed at the 1st level of the Qi-Si realm. Yet he suddenly remembered that his own trousers were damp, that he hurried back to his residence to change into a fresh set of clothing. After imparting a few more words of caution to Elder Zhang, he hastily entered the secret realm. Soon after, the various forces of the Northern Domain surged forward, eager to enter the secret realm as well. In an instant, only the infinite realm elder from the carefree palace, the fearsome beast of extinction, and the many elders and sect leaders of the Northern Domain remained the illusory peak in a small pavilion. Chen Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes after having closed them. Initially, he intended to take a brief rest after Long Yanran descended the mountain, as his absence would extend to at least half a month. However, before long, a notification echoed in his mind that host's eldest disciple, Long Yanran, has slain an individual at the 1st level of the profound realm, rewarding 1 system point at that moment. Chen Daoxuan speculated that Yanran might have encountered trouble before even entering the secret realm, thereby abandoning his plan to sleep. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he received his second notification. The host's eldest disciple, Lung Yanran, is in a life-or-death crisis. Will you intervene to save her? A long-distance strike from your true self requires 100 system points. Manifesting your true self for 10 minutes. Death will result in resurrection at the Heavenly Path Hall. Requires 1,000 system points. Chen Daoxuan's mind raced. Yanran had brought numerous trump cards with her, including dozens of talismans capable of unleashing his 8th-level Qi Realm strike, as well as formation plates. Yet, she still faced a life-threatening predicament. It was evident her opponent was formidable, leaving her with no opportunity for resistance. Although his Qi Realm strike had grown significantly stronger, for safety's sake, he chose to expend 1,000 system points to intervene personally. After all, an opponent capable of overwhelming Yanran, despite her many trump cards, must possess at least the strength of the Infinite Realm, surpassing the Extinction Realm. Even if it were merely a first-level Infinite Realm opponent, the reward for defeating them would be 1,000 system points. A guaranteed profit? Wait a moment, system. I killed the avatar of that 9th-level Infinite Realm being. Why haven't I received any rewards? Where are my 9,000 system points? Chen Daoxuan suddenly recalled something. Staring at the panel that showed just over 3,000 system points, feeling bewildered, he had indeed slain the avatar of that 9th-level Infinite Realm Ren family ancestor. With those 9,000 system points, he could even directly spend 1,000 to ascend to the next great realm, the Sky Sovereign Realm. Yet, the system notification was conspicuously absent of the reward he had hoped for. Where is the reward for eliminating such a significant Infinite Realm figure? Chen Daoxuan grew anxious. This was supposed to be a surefire profit, yet it turned out to yield only 9 system points, and that was from killing that first-level Profound Realm Ren Shui. He shouted for the system to return his 9,000 system points as he felt increasingly aggrieved. Yet, the system offered no response, seemingly disinterested in this unreasonable individual. If he could earn system points by merely killing avatars, wouldn't he be able to train a batch of experts, summoning avatars daily to slay? If it came to that, it would be a disaster. In any case, he decided he no longer wanted those 9,000 system points. Just return the 1,000 I spent, and we can call it even. System, speak to me, system. Darling, what are you doing? Why won't you respond? Damn it, I've suffered a loss. Initially believing this to be a guaranteed profit, he ended up with only 9 system points, which he obtained from slaying that first-level Profound Realm individual. After shouting for a while longer with no further response from the system, Chen Daoxuan resigned himself to his fate. He could only hope that his disciple would muster some spirit and clear out all the treasures within the secret realm, enabling him to rake in a substantial profit. Furthermore, if he could recruit that Li Shinra into his fold, it would be even better. Just the reward for accepting a disciple would net him at least 1,000 system points. By the way, what was that fellow's name? The Rin family from the Eastern Domain. He should find an opportunity to pay them a visit. If it weren't for that old geezer from the Rin family, I would not have wasted this 1,000 system points. When the time comes, he would have to earn back those system points tenfold from the Ren family. Hopefully, the Ren family strength will not disappoint me. Chen Daoxuan suddenly recalled that old man from the Ren family, who had attacked his disciple, bullying the weak. Were it not for that individual, he would not have needed to spend 1,000 system points that he promptly noted the name of the Eastern Domain's Ren family in his mental ledger. 1,000 system points would be enough for him to elevate to the second level of the Qi realm. Sigh, perhaps a nice bath will help alleviate my frustrations. Chen Daoxuan let out a long sigh before making his way to the Spirit Pool Palace. With a mere thought, he caused the previously cool spiritual liquid in the pool to emit steam. Compared to the refreshing liquid, he preferred to indulge in it as if it were a hot spring. As the essence enveloped and cleansed his entire body, Chen Daoxuan finally managed to forget his troubles, his expression transforming into one of relaxation. After soaking in the spiritual liquid, he casually picked up a set of clothes from the hanger. Where had the previously unwashed set gone? Tisk, did Yanran wash my clothes? Quite considerate. Chen Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback, but then the reason dawned on him, but a smile crept across his face. He was quite pleased with his disciple. As he donned the garments washed by Yanran, he noticed a faint fragrance lingering on them. How peculiar! Perhaps she had used some kind of fragrance after washing. Indeed, female disciples are remarkably attentive. Chen Daoxuan chuckled softly. Content, and reclined once more in his Dao understanding rattan chair, basking in the sun as he drifted into an afternoon nap. Within the secret realm, Lung Yanran, upon her entry, finally understood why this secret domain was named the Crimson Cloud Valley. Since her teleportation to this place, she looked around and discovered a mysterious, faint red mist enveloping the space. Resembling crimson clouds, it gave her the sensation of strolling through the sky, shrouded in red clouds. The crimson mist also rendered visibility to less than 10 meters. Even her spiritual sense was suppressed. Any attempt to pierce through the mist for exploration could only extend to just under 50 meters before becoming futile. With no other choice, Lung Yanran cautiously selected a direction and began her exploration. Although the limited range of spiritual sense was less than ideal, it sufficed as long as she was careful, allowing her to anticipate dangers and respond in advance. Fortunately, she was the first to enter. Had others known that someone could still utilize spiritual sense in Crimson Cloud Valley, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Numerous forces from the northern region had ventured into this valley multiple times and had naturally accumulated considerable experience. The most fundamental consensus among them was that not only was visibility extremely limited within the valley, but the crimson clouds also hindered the release of spiritual sense. That it could even be said that even if spiritual sense could be released, it would barely extend a meter from the body, rendering one's eyesight far more useful. Before long, another figure clad in white entered the secret realm. Also a first-time visitor to the Crimson Cloud Valley, furrowed her brows slightly. The inability to utilize spiritual sense here was rather troublesome. Nevertheless, it mattered little. According to the map, she merely needed to head north to reach the Crimson Cloud Immortal Palace. But which way was north? Li Xinrua opened the intelligence and map she had prepared beforehand and smiled lightly. However, upon looking up at the surrounding crimson clouds, she found herself unable to discern the direction, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered. It should be this way. Ultimately, Li Xinrua confirmed a direction and nodded resolutely before she began to navigate through the layers of mist, advancing on her exploration. Coincidentally, this direction was the same path that Lung Yanran had chosen earlier. Following closely, Wang Yin, now dressed in fresh attire and holding a folding fan, also appeared in the secret realm. This is the stage for my brilliance. Surely, the Saintess Xinrua has already made her way to the Crimson Cloud Immortal Palace. I cannot fall behind. Wang Yin regained the confidence befitting a genius disciple. In this secret realm, aside from Li Xinrua being stronger than him, only that Lung Yanran required caution. As for the other forces from the northern region, in his eyes, they were merely stepping stones to his acquisition of the Immortal's legacy, utterly insignificant. With that thought, Wang Yin took out a compass and proceeded in the direction indicated by the needle. Yet, this direction was directly opposite to that chosen by Lung Yanran and Li Xinrua. On the map, the true north was marked as the Crimson Cloud Immortal Palace, while the exact south bore a large green skull symbol, indicating a perilous location. Before long, more individuals from the northern region began to teleport into the secret realm. Although the positions were random, each person was at least a kilometer apart from one another. In the outside world, a kilometer would easily provoke conflict and bloodshed. However, within this realm, due to the crimson clouds limiting visibility and spiritual sense, encounters were not easily facilitated. Nevertheless, everyone remained highly alert, ever wary of potential enemies. Most chose to head towards the Crimson Cloud Immortal Palace, where they hoped to obtain the Immortal's legacy. However, two groups diverged, heading west and east, as both locations also held opportunities to the west lay the Spirit Pool, which appeared every 200 years with a small pool of spiritual liquid, and even spiritual stones could be found. To the east was a battlefield, where each time the secret realm opened, some individuals managed to acquire several treasures, with rumors suggesting that the prized artifact of the Golden Cauldron sect originated from that battlefield. Such artifacts were of mid-grade earth rank, a pinnacle existence within the northern region. Even if one could not acquire an earth rank item, obtaining an Xian rank artifact would still be a tremendous fortune. Compared to the ethereal and elusive legacy of the Immortals, they preferred tangible opportunities. However, none chose to venture south. Although they were unaware of the dangers lurking there, the terrifying reputation of the South was well known among the people of the northern region. Initially, the northern region forces participating in the Crimson Cloud Valley were oblivious to any dangers in the south. Yet, as their participation increased, they gradually uncovered the truth. Each time someone ventured south, they never returned, having perished within the secret realm, leading to no one daring to approach that direction thereafter. Soon, everyone embarked on their respective journeys. I could see this moment. Lung Yinran furrowed her brow as she observed a beast, seemingly on the verge of collapse from the injury she had inflicted, shakily rising to its feet. Something's amiss. Despite sustaining such severe wounds, it appeared unaffected, seemingly impervious to pain. She scrutinized the beast before her. Analyzing its peculiar state, it seemed devoid of awareness, acting purely on instinct, lunging at her with the intent to tear her apart. Roar! The beast let out a fierce roar, charging at Lung Yinran once more. Even with one leg severed from injury, it continued to run with the limb dangling, showing no sign of pain. Lung Yinran's gaze sharpened as she condensed her spiritual energy and effortlessly struck the beast's head, shattering it. The decapitated beast finally swayed before collapsing to the ground. No longer moving, it seemed that the beasts here could only be slain by destroying their heads. However, as long as there were weaknesses, everything would be manageable. Observing this, Lung Yinran had already formed a judgment. It appeared that the beasts in this place had undergone some form of corpse transformation, becoming mindless monsters driven solely by a desire to kill. She speculated that this might be a trial of the secret realm. If she could pass this trial, perhaps she would reach the location of the so-called Immortal Palace. To that point, she could gather rare treasures and bring them back to her master. Having resolved these thoughts, Lung Yinran quickened her pace, aided by her spiritual sense extending 50 meters ahead. She chose to circumvent battles wherever possible, engaging only when absolutely necessary. This strategy allowed her to feel no pressure whatsoever. Meanwhile, Li Shenhua encountered the same mindless beasts. After dispatching a few with ease, she too realized that these creatures could only be defeated by shattering their heads. I must hasten my pace. That which is likely far ahead of me. Suddenly, Li Shenhua spotted a fresh corpse of a monstrous creature on the ground, one that she had not slain herself. The lingering spiritual energy indicated it had been killed only moments ago. Without needing to think, she could guess who was responsible. Determined not to fall behind Lung Yinran, she accelerated her pace, attempting to dispatch the monsters with swift headshots. The legacy of the Immortals was something she was determined to acquire. She could not allow it to fall into someone else's hands. In this world, immortal tier cultivation methods had long been lost. Even within her sacred land, the highest tier available was merely at the heavenly level. Yet, there were indeed prodigies in the world practicing immortal tier techniques. However, those individuals, without exception, have all acquired the legacy of the Immortals and obtained the profound techniques passed down by them. It could be asserted that in this world, the sole way to cultivate immortal-grade techniques is to locate the source of the Immortals' inheritance and gain their acknowledgement to obtain such techniques. She, Li Shenhua, possesses the aptitude of a saint. Had she existed before the cessation of immortal-grade techniques, the path to achieving immortality would not have been beyond her reach. Yet now, the pinnacle of techniques in this world barely reaches the celestial grade. And her pursuit of ascension to immortality has been irrevocably sealed. With abundant talent and lofty aspirations, she finds herself in a state of profound distress, lacking a technique sufficient to support her cultivation to the realm of immortals. Before long, as the two ventured deeper into the southern lands, the monsters they encountered grew increasingly formidable. The presence of beings of the skyward realm had nearly vanished, with all monsters possessing the strength of the profound realm. Yet, whether it be Lung Yinran or Li Shenhua, both wielded an overwhelming power when faced with beings of the profound realm. This was hardly sufficient to deter their progress, and their pace remained largely unaffected. However, Lung Yinran soon noticed a peculiar decline in the number of monsters. When oddities arise, one must be vigilant. She deliberately slowed her pace, ever wary of her surroundings. With a wolf's howl, crimson mist illuminated a multitude of red dots. No. To be precise, eyes. Lung Yinran's expression grew grave as she beheld the myriad of crimson eyes within the scarlet clouds. There must be dozens, if not hundreds, of demonic beasts. Confronting the assault of over 100 beings of the profound realm was no trivial matter. Furthermore, these were creatures devoid of pain, driven solely by the instinct to kill. With a tremor of the earth, a wolf demon, towering more than 10 zhang high, nearly the height of a 10-story building, revealed itself. Fixating its predatory gaze upon Lung Yinran, saliva dripping from its mouth. Clearly, it was the leader of this wolf pack. Lung Yinran was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that this monstrous pack would have a leader, capable of commanding the other wolves through howls. This complicates matters. These monsters, lacking the sensation of pain, could only be defeated by shattering their skulls. If a leader were to direct them, it would become exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, this wolf demon, renowned for its iron-hard skull, had a head far sturdier than that of other monsters. TSK, this assessment seems rather excessive, does it not? The highest level permitted within this secret realm is the profound realm. And yet the difficulty of this trial is so daunting. Is this truly the standard for an immortal's inheritance? Very well. It provides an opportunity for warm-up. When they reach the immortal palace, they shall compete for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Lung Yinran regarded the multitude of profound realm monsters and their leader from the void realm, murmuring casually. Faced with the glaring eyes of over 100 profound realm wolf demons and the leader from the void realm, Lung Yinran exhibited no signs of panic. Even if this were indeed a test from the immortals. So what? If there are immortals in this world, none could compare to her master. Lung Yinran's confidence stemmed from her master, whose strength was so formidable that she could not yet fathom its depths, only aware that her master had told her not to worry about any problem she might encounter. Whoa! As if sensing the disdain directed at it, the leader of the void realm wolf demon howled to the heavens. Immediately, its subordinates, eyes glowing red, coordinated their assault on Lung Yinran. TSK, disgusting creatures, do not soil the garments my master has specially prepared for me. Lung Yinran raised an eyebrow, deftly dodging to the side and casually striking down, causing the skull of a profound realm wolf demon to shatter, resulting in its demise. At the same time, her figure subtly approached the leader of the void realm wolf demon. To avoid alarming it, she even slowed her pace in dispatching the wolf demons. In a matter of moments, Lung Yinran estimated that the distance for her celestial demon finger was now sufficient, and she decided to no longer hold back. Humph! With a cold huff, her spiritual energy erupted, sending all wolf demons within 10 meters flying, clearing a space around her. Celestial demon finger. She then cast a frigid gaze toward the wolf demon leader, pointing directly at it. Although the wolf demon leader possessed some semblance of awareness, it ultimately resembled a mindless creature. Prior to this, its eyes had been vacant, yet upon witnessing the celestial demon finger, a look of unwarranted terror flickered in its gaze. The most alarming aspect was its realization that it could not evade. This single strike robbed it of control over its own body. However, it quickly devised a plan. With a howl, the profound realm monsters began to recklessly charge toward it. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 successive sounds, 3 profound realm wolf demons were entirely pierced through by the force of the strike. Seeing this, Lung Yinran's brow furrowed. She had not expected the wolf demon to devise such a tactic. Nevertheless, this did not pose an issue. With her current strength, she could execute the celestial demon finger nearly 100 times. Even if the opponent consistently used its subordinates to shield itself, they would undoubtedly perish at her hands. Yet, just as she intended to raise her hand and continue utilizing the celestial demon finger to exert her dominance, she observed the wolf demon leader glance at her with trepidation before turning tail and fleeing deeper into the wilderness. The other wolf demons, witnessing this, also abandoned their assault on Lung Yinran and hastily followed their leader in retreat. Is this not a trial? Why are they fleeing? Lung Yinran felt somewhat bewildered, but regardless, as long as she passed the checkpoint, she was disinclined to pursue further inquiries. Thus, she continued onward. The multitude of profound realm wolf demons and a leader from the void realm, even placed in the northern region, would easily extinguish all forces save for the three major sections. Even the Morua kingdom would be unable to withstand them. Yet now, in Lung Yinran's hands, they posed no threat whatsoever. And she need not even employ the trump card her master had provided her. Little did she realize, in just 2 or 3 months since becoming her master's disciple, she had transformed from a mere skyward realm genius with saintly potential into an existence capable of suppressing the Morua kingdom single-handedly. Not long after Lung Yinran departed, Li Shinrua arrived at the location where she had confronted the wolf demons, the remains of so many profound realm wolf demons. It seems I have underestimated that witch's strength. Li Shinrua pondered as she observed the traces of battle on the ground. The bodies of 2 or 3 dozen wolf demons, all of the profound realm. Despite her efforts to quicken her pace throughout the journey, she found herself unable to catch up to Lung Yinran. Thanks to Lung Yinran clearing the path, she had saved quite a bit of time. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly fallen even further behind. With this thought in mind, Li Shinrua hastened her steps, fearful that the immortal inheritance might be seized by another. The wolf demon leader fled deeper, ultimately arriving before a stone cave, leaving all the profound realm wolf demons outside and entering alone. Inside the cave, the walls were riddled with holes of varying sizes, within which lay the eerie remains of various demonic beasts. To be precise, they resembled beings like these wolf demons, though they appeared to be corpses. Their muscles occasionally twitched. Clearly, these monsters had originated from within this cave. Any beast capable of being stored in these holes must possess at least the strength of the Void Realm. Moreover, 2 of the largest corpses emanated an aura of the Annihilation Realm, instilling fear even in the wolf demon leader. As the wolf demon delved deeper, traversing a lengthy corridor, it arrived at an enormous chamber. The center of the cave had been entirely hollowed out, resembling a luxurious palace within a mountain. Artifacts piled high on one side like a small mountain, and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures were similarly heaped as if they were refuse. At the very center lay a coffin crafted from unknown wood. Oh! The wolf demon approached the coffin, prostrating itself on the ground, continuously reporting the information it had just gathered. Rumble, with a series of sounds. The coffin slowly opened, revealing a figure seated within. The being's skin was a deep green, clearly not a living person. Oh! Someone dares to venture toward my demon cave, a being of the profound realm, yet capable of unleashing strength of the void realm. Very well. Let her be a test subject. This time, none of the cultivators participating in the secret realm shall escape. The opportunity to emerge from this place has finally arrived. The figure within the coffin, upon hearing the wolf demon's report, exhibited no sign of panic. Even if a genius of the profound realm occasionally appeared in this secret realm, capable of suppressing those of the void realm. So what? Such geniuses were always destined to perish at his hands whenever the secret realm was activated. None had ever managed to enter his domain and escape unscathed, no matter how talented. With the 2 annihilation realm beasts he had nurtured, he could easily suppress them. Ultimately, they would merely become the nourishment for his resurgence. As he began to fantasize about escaping this coffin and regaining his invincibility in the world, the sounds of a struggle echoed from outside the stone cave. Ha! Call your pack back and let her into. I am quite curious to see the expression on this prodigy's face when she encounters the myriad of beastly corpses I have nurtured over the past millennia. Upon hearing the command from the coffin's occupant, the wolf demon leader let out a howl, summoning all his subordinates back into the cave. The one engaged in battle with the wolf pack was none other than the cold and graceful Lung Yinran, who had arrived here first. Was this stone cave the second trial? It masqueraded as a celestial palace, yet emitted a dense aura of death. Truly laughable, as Lung Yinran observed the sinister cave before her. She couldn't help but question whether this secret realm was truly the abode of immortal inheritance. Such a heavy stench of decay could not possibly be the work of righteous cultivators. It would not be an exaggeration to label it as the abode of evil. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed. After all, her purpose in entering this secret realm was never to seek the elusive immortal legacy. Possessing the primordial level skill, the chaotic celestial demon technique, bestowed by her master, how could she ever settle for practicing the so-called celestial techniques that were merely fit for cooking? Her intentions for participating in the secret realm were twofold. Firstly, to engage in combat and hone her skills. Secondly, to gather rare materials from within, to present as tributes to her master. After all, this was a place associated with immortal inheritance, so it surely harbored an abundance of celestial materials. Bringing them all back would certainly earn her master's praise. With thoughts of her master's commendation in mind, Long Yinran hesitated no longer and strode directly into the depths of the cave with her long legs. Following closely behind, Li Shinruo also arrived at the entrance of the cave. Having encountered no further strange, beastly corpses along the way, Li Shinruo finally caught up with Long Yinran's pace. Without any delay, she rushed into the cave as well. Her longing for celestial techniques left her no room to ponder why this celestial palace was suffused with the aura of death. Yes, soon, as she entered the cave, she caught sight of a figure in the distance. Long Yinran, too, sensed the presence and turned her head. Their gazes met, and it was Li Shinruo who broke the silence. Fairy Long, your formidable prowess is truly admirable. Given that we are likely to encounter greater dangers in this cave, why not join forces? Li Shinruo proposed, glancing at the beastly corpses exuding the aura of the returning ruins realm, nestled in the hollows of the stone walls. No need for that. If you are afraid, simply follow behind me, Long Yinran replied, crossing her arms defiantly. She cast a disdainful glance at the saintess Li Shinruo, finding her utterly irksome. If this woman were to become her master's disciple, would that not mean a fraction of her master's affection would be diverted? Moreover, this woman had audaciously refused her master's offer to take on disciples. With that, Long Yinran turned her back and strode deeper into the cave, dismissing the beastly corpses on the walls as threats. Even without relying on the trump card given by her master, she felt no fear when facing the returning ruins realm. Observing this, Li Shinruo could only furrow her brow and remain silent. However, she did not hasten her pace to prove herself, instead maintaining a leisurely distance behind Long Yinran. Having someone to scout ahead was certainly advantageous. Additionally, for some unknown reason, ever since entering the cave, she felt a vague sense of unease. There was something distinctly abnormal about this place. Why would the immortal inheritance be found in such a location? As the two ventured deeper, they soon arrived at a vast chamber. The pack of wolf demons was now prostrated before a coffin, within which lay a figure silently observing the two of them. What surprised them both the most were the two largest hollows in the walls, each housing a beastly corpse of the annihilation realm. As for the strength of the occupant of the coffin, the two could not discern its depth. Long Yinran subtly placed her hand on the storage pouch at her waist, preparing to utilize her master's trump card if the situation turned dire. After all, with her current cultivation at the 7th level of the profound realm, while she could subdue those of the returning ruins realm, facing an annihilation realm adversary was still exceedingly challenging. May I inquire if you are the one presiding over this trial? Could you kindly elucidate how one might pass it? Li Shinruo, having surveyed the chamber, felt a glimmer of understanding. Those annihilation realm beastly corpses on the walls were likely not meant to be slain by the challengers. Rather, enduring a few exchanges with them would suffice for passing. Otherwise, considering that the highest participants in this secret realm were merely of the profound realm, who could possibly defeat an annihilation realm entity? Moreover, beastly entities possessed inherent advantages over human cultivators, being tougher and more resilient. It was already difficult to triumph over adversaries of the same realm, let alone those two realms higher. The occupant of the coffin appeared slightly bewildered by Li Shinruo's inquiry. Upon the entry of the two, he had anticipated their expressions of terror upon encountering the annihilation realm corpses. Yet now, they displayed no signs of panic and instead inquired about the trial. Had they lost their wits? How amusing. Were they treating this place as the Red Cloud Celestial Palace? It must be said, in all his millennia, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The occupant of the coffin paused for a moment, then swiftly grasped the entire situation, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was a first for him, but none of it mattered. Once he dealt with these two, he would begin to reap the talents that had entered the secret realm. At the same time, a flicker of fervor flashed in his eyes as he gazed at Long Yinran. He inwardly resolved to refine this woman into a corpse puppet. Such a rare specimen would be a pity to merely use as sustenance. All of this, of course, was influenced by his innate charm and the allure of the path of the celestial demon. What do you mean? Li Shinrua pressed, her brow furrowing in suspicion. And who might you be? Even Li Shinrua, though not the sharpest, could sense something amiss in the occupant's words. She had followed the map to reach the Red Cloud Celestial Palace. Yet it seemed this individual's words hinted at something entirely different. Ha! Since you both have come to offer yourselves as nourishment, I shall ensure you die with clarity. I am Qi Yunzi, or rather, to be precise, the corporeal form of Qi Yunzi. As for this place, it is not the Red Cloud Celestial Palace, but rather a cave specifically established to suppress me. The occupant of the coffin chuckled, not bothering to conceal the truth from them. Years ago, when Qi Yunzi was ambushed by the demonic path, he was gravely wounded and fell, requesting a friend to seal his corpse within the mountains, knowing that the cultivator of the demonic path specialized in corpse puppetry, aware of the high probability of his corpse undergoing transformation after death. He had indeed been correct. Now, his corpse had developed its own consciousness. Thus, the occupant of the coffin and the multitude of beastly corpses had come into existence. Li Shinrua was taken aback, never anticipating that she had ventured in the completely opposite direction, arriving at the most perilous location within the secret realm. This was indeed troublesome. If those two Annihilation Realm beastly corpses truly engage in combat, she would likely struggle to cope, and the possibility of escape was uncertain. As for Lung Yanran, she paid no heed to the occupant's words. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the towering piles of celestial materials and various weapons nearby. Oh, many. Her master would surely adore these. A smile involuntarily graced Lung Yanran's face, leaving Li Shin momentarily stunned, even causing the occupant of the coffin to stare in disbelief. Shouldn't one be more concerned about how to escape in such circumstances? Why was she so entranced by those celestial materials? Watching Lung Yanran's excited demeanor, fixated on the celestial treasures, Li Shinrua felt as though her mind was faltering. Fairy Lung, your life is paramount. We should unite and escape this place first. At a time like this, we ought not to be preoccupied with celestial materials. Li Shinrua wiped the sweat from her brow, urging her. How amusing. I never expected that one would still have the presence of mind to concern themselves with celestial materials in my presence. I am uncertain whether to commend your bravery or to deem you foolish. The occupant of the coffin was momentarily taken aback before bursting in a hearty laughter. Is this all the treasures you possess? Are there no others? Lung Yanran, however, was entirely oblivious to the words exchanged between the two. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the person within the coffin and, without the slightest hint of politeness, inquired. She had not forgotten her master's admonition to demand all heavenly materials and treasures from an opponent before taking their life, avoiding any unnecessary waste. How utterly ridiculous. Eliminate the two of them. The occupant of the coffin was baffled. This woman not only showed no fear, but also dared to question him. Thus, he ordered that the two be subdued. As his command echoed, the two corpses of the silent extinction realm sprang into action. Perhaps due to prolonged inactivity, a cacophony of creaking bones filled the air as they rose. Simultaneously, the slumbering corpses of the return to Ruin's realm in the passageway, where the two had entered, awakened, blocking their escape. Cold fairy, I can fend off these two corpses for 10 breaths with my secret treasure. Let us escape together. Li Shinrua exclaimed in alarm, but upon glancing at Lung Yanran, she found that the latter paid her no heed. Instead, striding toward the pile of heavenly materials and treasures, she retrieved a storage pouch and, under the incredulous gazes of many, boldly collected the small mountain of treasures. She then proceeded to a heap of weapons and magical artifacts. Extracting yet another storage pouch, with the treasure secured, there was no cause for concern. After stowing away the 2 pouches, Lung Yanran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her only worry was the potential destruction of these precious items. Yet her actions left everyone present in stunned silence. Did she truly not regard herself as an outsider? Did these dozens of return to ruins and 2 silent extinction corpses merely serve as decorations? Roar! The silent extinction corpse seemed to feel insulted, letting out a roar as it charged at Lung Yanran, exposing its menacing fangs, intent on tearing her apart. Meanwhile, the other Silent Extinction Corps launched an attack on Li Shinrua. Seeing this, Li Shinrua hurriedly activated her protective magical artifact. Although her artifact was of high-grade Earth level, it was sufficient to withstand an assault from the Silent Extinction realm for a brief period. However, her magical power could only sustain it for 10 breaths. After activating the magical barrier, Li Shinrua cast a conflicted glance at Lung Yanran, ultimately choosing not to flee directly. Instead, she darted to Lung Yanran's side. Enveloping her within the barrier, it was not an act of self-sacrifice. The sheer number of returned to ruins corpses in the passageway made it impossible for her to escape alone. Time was running out. Frustrated, Li Shinrua grasped Lung Yanran by the shoulders, preparing to flee. The two Silent Extinction Corpses were temporarily halted by the barrier, unable to inflict harm on the two. Lung Yanran shot Li Shinrua a surprised glance. She hadn't expected the latter to stay behind instead of fleeing outright, but rather to attempt to save her life. Her opinion of Li Shinrua shifted slightly. Humph, do you two youngsters truly regard this place as a lavatory? Coming and going as you please? Very well. It is high time I stretch my limbs and re-emerge into the world. The occupant of the coffin snorted coldly, taken aback that the other party possessed a high-grade, Earth-level magical artifact. Coupled with the fact that Lung Yanran had previously dismissed him entirely, brazenly collecting his accumulated heavenly materials and treasures over thousands of years, he was filled with indignation. With a graceful leap, he emerged from a coffin, one hand behind his back, and with a single stride, he was before the barrier set by Li Shinrua. He raised his hand and swung his fist. Bang! Crack! The barrier, capable of withstanding the Silent Extinction realm for 10 breaths. Shattered like fragile glass, the occupant of the coffin immediately revealed a confident smile. Raising his hand to seize the necks of the two, suddenly, he froze, his pupils contracting sharply as he beheld the array plate in Lung Yanran's hand. Thud! He felt his knees before Lung Yanran. Great aunt, please do not strike. Remain calm, absolutely remain calm. The occupant knelt on the ground, his hands gesticulating in a bid to placate Lung Yanran. The numerous return to ruins and Silent Extinction Corpses, already possessing a modicum of cognitive ability, though not understanding the situation, all prostrated themselves as their master suddenly knelt. This Li Shinrua was rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. What on earth was happening? In her eyes, the occupant of the coffin had intended to stretch his limbs and had subsequently shattered her protective barrier with a single punch, showcasing at least the strength of the infinite realm. She had almost succumbed to despair, believing she would perish here, becoming sustenance for the corpses. Yet unexpectedly, the very being that had incited her despair suddenly knelt. Was this what stretching one's limbs entailed? Turning her stiff neck, she glanced at Lung Yanran. There she saw her maintaining a composed demeanor, casually holding a portable array plate. Was it the effect of this array plate? However, a portable array plate could at most contain profound-level formations. How could it possibly pose a threat to an opponent of the infinite realm? Li Shinrua was filled with confusion. You can discern the power of this array plate. Lung Yanran was somewhat surprised that the corpse would suddenly beg for mercy. After securing the treasures, she had intended to utilize the attack array given by her master to obliterate this place entirely, taking out both the occupant of the coffin and the corpses, as well as the stone cave. My great aunt. Had she mentioned possessing such a treasure, I would not have made things difficult for you. The corners of the occupant's mouth twitched as he glanced at the array plate. Qi Yunzi was a master of formations, and this body possessed a unique talent, being extraordinarily sensitive to the inscriptions of formations. Just from a single glance, he had discerned that the portable array plate contained an astounding 10,000 formation inscriptions. What in the world had transpired in the past few thousand years? Why could a portable array plate now contain heavenly level formations? He simply could not comprehend it, even during Qi Yunzi's lifetime. As a highly esteemed 6th-tier formation master, he could at most inscribe a high-grade, profound-level formation within a portable array plate. Any attempt to inscribe a top-grade, profound-level formation would result in the plate shattering under the pressure of the inscriptions. Yet merely a few thousand years had passed, and a portable array plate could now contain heavenly-level formations. It was known that even in the sacred sites of cultivation, the protective formations were merely heavenly level. To lay down a heavenly level formation, how much effort and resources must be expended? Yet now, that woman held a portable array plate containing a heavenly level formation, which utterly shattered the occupant's worldview. Great Aunt, please do not tremble. Let us negotiate calmly. The occupant's eyes were fixated on the array plate, feeling parched and wide this moment. He harbored no intention of confronting Lung Yanran, setting aside the power of the heavenly level formation. It was simply beyond his capacity to withstand. Moreover, what sort of terrifying background did someone capable of casually carrying a heavenly level portable array plate possess? He could not fathom what kind of influence would allow a mere junior of the profound realm to carry such a treasure. After enduring thousands of years of oppression, he had finally approached the moment of liberation. He would never wish to provoke a force more terrifying than the sacred sites immediately upon his release. Cold Fairy, what exactly is this? Li Shinhua, bewildered, turned to Lung Yanran and inquired stiffly. She simply could not comprehend why this formidable occupant of the coffin had suddenly knelt. It is nothing more than a few life-preserving items casually bestowed by my master. In my master's hands, they are not considered treasures. I simply did not expect that this fellow would recognize the power of this array plate. Lung Yanran casually replied, casting a fleeting glance at the occupant of the coffin kneeling on the ground. Her mind racing with thoughts on how to leverage the occupant and his corpses in this secret realm. Even without the presence of the occupant of the infinite realm, the two silent extinction corpses alone would be more than capable of sweeping away all opposition. Furthermore, having survived in this secret realm for thousands of years, they were undoubtedly more familiar with its terrain, that if they could be enlisted to gather heavenly materials and treasures, it would surely yield far better results than if she were to undertake the task herself. Just a few life-preserving items, not considered treasures? Upon hearing these words, the occupant of the coffin was immediately drenched in cold sweat, instinctively lowering his body, which further accentuated his humility. Although Li Shinhua might not perceive the terrifying nature of this array, he grasped its implications with utter clarity. Such a treasure was beyond the reach of even Qi Yunzi in his lifetime. What of the saints from the sacred lands? Could they ever lay claim to it? Judging by Lung Yanran's words, it was evident that her master had bestowed upon her more than just this singular artifact, even suggesting that this was merely a trifle. How utterly terrifying. Could it be that her master had descended from the celestial realm to experience the mortal world? Yet, in Lung Yanran's heart, this truly amounted to little. She had witnessed her master effortlessly create 10 array discs and 100 jade pendants capable of containing celestial powers in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. If one were to speak of genuine magical artifacts, the first time she encountered her master, she had seen her wield a mysterious yellow ruler, a tool undoubtedly of celestial grade or higher. Very well, I shall not impose upon you unduly. Killing you serves no benefit to me. Lead me to the true Qi Yun Immortal Palace, and also command the corpses here to gather all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures available within this secret realm. In return, I shall not trouble you further. How does that sound? After contemplating for a moment, Lung Yanran ultimately resolved to make good use of this power. With that, she lightly tapped the array disc, producing a series of crisp sounds that made the heart of the coffin's occupant flutter uncontrollably. Your words are most flattering. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon the celestial being, I felt utterly captivated by her ethereal grace, that I would willingly traverse fire and water for her, and even without her prompting, I would diligently gather heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, the occupant of the coffin continued. What you may not realize is that this stone cave was constructed to suppress me. Containing a superior earth-grade formation, I am utterly unable to leave this cave, nor can I escort you to the Immortal Palace. Upon hearing Lung Yanran's statement, the occupant of the coffin earnestly thumped his chest, his face a mask of sincerity. In response, Lung Yanran merely shrugged dismissively, while Li Shinhua stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Was it not this very individual who had been shouting threats at them just moments ago? She had nearly believed him. So close. No matter. I will assist you in breaking this cave. Serve me diligently within this secret realm, and upon our exit, I shall return your freedom. Lung Yanran waved her hand nonchalantly. unwilling to squander the potential of a formidable being at the level of infinite realms. The occupant of the coffin exclaimed, "If the celestial being can assist me in breaking this restriction, then I shall heed her every command." He was momentarily dazed, as his previous words had stemmed from fear of remaining near Lung Yinran, threatened by the Earth-grade attack formation. Yet he truly could not escape this place. And this was no mere fabrication. Consume this, and I shall aid your escape. Lung Yinran remained skeptical of the occupant's claims, her expression unyielding. Instead, she patted her storage pouch at her waist and produced a jade pendant imbued with her master's celestial powers. Surrounding it with her own spiritual energy, she could activate it at any moment with a mere thought. If she were to fall, the spiritual energy would still suffice to trigger the pendant. Only in this manner could she feel secure in keeping this powerful being by her side. "Surely this is unnecessary," the occupant of the coffin protested, his resolve faltering. "That I assure you, I'm a man of my word, and I shall not go back on my promise." He gazed at the jade pendant in Lung Yinran's hand, swallowing hard. The mere aura it emanated instilled a sense of danger within him. The powers contained within were undoubtedly beyond his capacity to withstand. Let alone swallowing it, he feared for his very life should he fall into Lung Yinran's grasp. If she were to renege on her promise, his fate would be sealed. "You make it quite difficult for me to trust you," Lung Yinran retorted, showing no inclination to persuade him otherwise. Without hesitation, she prepared to activate the array disk and reduce this place to rubble. "Since this being of infinite realms cannot be of use to me, it poses a threat merely by existing." "Wait, please. I will consume it. I will." The occupant of the coffin, filled with bitterness, found himself cornered. Throughout the millennia, which celestial genius had not knelt before him in supplication, only to ultimately perish at his hands, becoming his sustenance. Yet this time he was being forced to kneel before a mere junior of the Tongxian realm, compelled to consume her bestowed power pendant, his life now entirely in her control. What choice did he have? The individual held an Earth-grade attack formation. He had no doubt that should he utter a single refusal, she would obliterate this place, and he would be reduced to ash. After thousands of years of scheming, success was so close at hand, yet here he was, thwarted by such an unexpected turn of events. "If only you had cooperated sooner. After you consume this, I shall assist in breaking the restrictions." Upon hearing the occupant's agreement, Lung Yinran relented, leaving a trace of her spiritual energy within the jade pendant before tossing it before him. Under her watchful gaze, the occupant of the coffin obediently consumed the pendant, his expression one of resignation. His fate was now entirely in Lung Yinran's hands. With a mere thought, she could bring about his demise. Should they exit the secret realm and she decided to retract her promise, he would be utterly helpless. Have I truly just subdued a being of infinite realms? Li Shinra stood in disbelief. A being of such caliber could easily sweep away all forces within the northern region. Even in the eastern region, an individual of infinite realms was undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse, capable of establishing their own sect. Yet here was this formidable being, effortlessly subdued by Lung Yinran, who was two minor realms beneath him. For a moment, Li Shinra felt as if she were lost in a dream, unable to comprehend the reality before her. "Now, esteemed lady, might we proceed to dispel the restrictions?" The occupant of the coffin implored with a sense of urgency, his eyes fixated on the array disc in her hand. He surmised that she intended to use the Earth-grade formation to shatter the stone cave. However, Lung Yinran's subsequent actions caused his pupils to dilate in shock. Upon hearing his words, she nodded slightly and reached for her storage pouch once more. Instantly, another array disc appeared in her hand, this one also containing an Earth-grade formation. Hiss! The occupant gasped in astonishment. Such a treasure. And there was another. He was grateful that he had not acted rashly against her. Yet, why was she producing a formation of restrictions? Stunned, he pondered the purpose behind Lung Yinran's actions, questioning whether a restriction could indeed negate another. After all, his life was now firmly within her grasp. She would have no reason to strengthen the restrictions against him. Too many array discs, and they all look alike. I must have picked the wrong one. Lung Yinran muttered under her breath. What? The occupant's worldview was rapidly collapsing. In his mind, such array discs were treasures that even the sacred lands could scarcely produce. Yet from Lung Yinran's words, it seemed there were not merely two. Her next actions confirmed his suspicions as she once again reached into her storage pouch. A whole stack of arrayed discs emerged. 10 in total, piled together. After casually extracting one from the stack, she returned the remaining 9 to the occupant stammered, "May I inquire if the outside world has become this advanced? Are these arrayed discs now mass-produced?" He stood frozen, his lips trembling. Should the outside world indeed be this terrifying, he felt it prudent to remain in this secret realm for the remainder of his life. The Earth-grade formations seemed to be as readily available as if they were produced in bulk. That is not the case. These were all crafted effortlessly by my master. As for the outside world, I doubt anyone besides my master possesses such skill. Lung Yinran casually clarified his confusion, then infused her spiritual energy into the array disc. Instantly, a terrifying wave of power erupted from it. Apart from Lung Yinran, the occupant of the coffin, Li Shenhua, and even the less aware corpse puppets found themselves immobilized by an overwhelming force in their eyes. It seemed as though the entire world had been reduced to mere shades of black and white, devoid of color. Following this, cracks began to gradually emerge in the space surrounding the array plate at its center. Splintering like shattered glass, the expansion ceased only when it enveloped the entire stone cavern, but a sharp sound echoed, and Lung Yinran realized that the seal of the cavern had been broken, prompting her to cease her manipulation of the array plate and casually stow it away. This array plate, designed by her master to prevent her from becoming ensnared in the seal, was a remarkable tool. Remarkably, during the last eradication of the Luo Tian sect, she had only employed the seals and defensive array plates, leaving other capabilities untouched. Is this? Just like that, it was broken. The occupant of the coffin couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. The seal that had eluded his plans for thousands of years had been so effortlessly shattered in an instant, leaving him uncertain whether to feel elated or humiliated. Terrifying. The power exuded by this array plate had to be nearing the realm of heavenly grade formations. To think there existed a premium portable array plate of Earth grade in this world was simply eye-opening. Meanwhile, Li Shenhua snapped back to reality, her pupils filled with astonishment. The might of this portable array plate far exceeded her comprehension. Earth grade. Upon hearing Li Shenhua's astonished words, the occupant of the coffin couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a joke! If it were truly of Earth grade, perhaps he could still contend with it. But to kneel before it was utterly absurd. Why are you laughing, senior? Li Shenhua furrowed her brow, puzzled by the sudden mirth of the coffin's occupant. It's nothing, I just couldn't help but think that the only existing heavenly grade portable array plate would be referred to as Earth grade is truly ludicrous. The occupant of the coffin adjusted his mindset and casually explained. Heavenly grade? What a farce. Even the defensive formation within our sacred mountain is merely of the lower heavenly grade. This portable array plate contains a formation that can rival our sacred mountain's defensive array. Li Shenhua was stunned, unable to fathom the words of the coffin's occupant. Yet, the other party had no reason to deceive her. If what you possess in your sacred mountain is a lower heavenly grade formation, then you have clearly misunderstood. This array plate contains a power close to that of a superior innate grade. Thus, it is not merely comparable. It utterly overwhelms your so-called defensive array. The occupant of the coffin cast a glance at Li Shenhua. Impatiently elucidating, he did not wish to be the only one astonished, appearing as if he had never seen the world. He needed to elevate Li Shenhua's understanding as well. Within the stone cavern, two terrifying corpse puppets emanating an aura of obliteration gradually emerged. With their formidable strength, these two corpse puppets could effortlessly sweep away all participants within this secret realm. Yet curiously, each bore a woman seated upon their backs, namely, Lung Yinran and Li Shenhua. Following closely behind was the occupant of the coffin, gliding through the air in their wake, heading toward the true red cloud Immortal Palace, as for the other corpse puppets. They had been dispatched by the occupant of the coffin to scatter and collect rare treasures, even more powerful than the defensive array of our sacred mountain. Li Shenhua sat atop the obliteration realm corpse puppet, still struggling to fully return from her shock. She muttered repeatedly the words of the coffin's occupant, trying to comprehend how a casually taken portable array plate by Lung Yinran could surpass the defensive array of her sacred mountain. Furthermore, Long Yinran possessed a full 10 array plates containing mid-heavenly grade formations. If given the opportunity to use them, it would surely not be difficult to flatten the sacred mountain. Would it? Unless she could subdue Long Yinran before she could wield the power of the array plates. Even the sacred mountain behind her would be utterly incapable of resisting. Yet, what astonished Li Shinrua the most were Long Yinran's words. These formidable array plates were merely casually crafted by her master. Not even regarded as treasures? What realm of existence was that esteemed elder? Could it be that he was truly an immortal? Otherwise, it was hard to believe that a portable array plate could achieve such unprecedented levels. In a moment, Li Shinrua began to doubt whether refusing the elder's offer to take her as a disciple was a mistake. Initially, she had judged Chen Daoxuan to be above the boundless realm, likely on par with several elders within the sacred mountain, all of whom were in the spirit separation realm. Yet now, it seemed she had been gravely mistaken. The elder's strength was likely far beyond that of the spirit separation realm, surpassing even the elders of the sacred mountain. Throughout their journey, Li Shinrua remained engrossed in her thoughts, while Long Yinran sat with her eyes closed, diligently cultivating, unwilling to waste even a moment of time in her quest to become a being capable of assisting her master. With 2 obliteration realm corpse puppets and the occupant of the coffin safeguarding them, their journey was remarkably smooth, free of any troubles to the Red Cloud Immortal Palace. Thousands of prodigies from the northern region gathered in the plaza before the Grand Hall. Even the eastern region's genius, Wang Yin, was among them, having arrived first at the palace plaza. Strange, how could the demoness and the saintess, Li Shinrua, who had entered the secret realm earlier than him, be nowhere to be seen? Wang Yin scanned the crowd several times but found no trace of them, curiosity stirring within him. Meanwhile, the assessment for the inheritance of the Red Cloud Immortal Palace was ongoing. The first trial required breaking through the outermost array barrier. Considering that those undergoing the assessment were all practitioners of the Enlightenment realm, the array laid down by Red Cloudsy was not particularly formidable. It was merely of the highest earthly grade. However, for those in the Enlightenment realm, it was enough to deter 99% of the prodigies. After all, unless one could unleash a force surpassing that of the 9th layer of the Return to Ruin realm, it would be impossible to forcibly break through. Another method was to seek for vulnerabilities within the operation of the inscriptions and slip through them into the barrier. Naturally, all participants opted for the latter approach. Red Cloudsy had even established rules within the array to prevent anyone from cheating using external forces if one relied on external artifacts containing divine powers. Even if they forcibly breached the array, it would still not count. Wang Yin could only bury himself in observing the trajectory of the array's operation. Suddenly, a cacophony of gasps erupted from the crowd, with many crying out and fleeing in terror. Wang Yin, lost in thought, was startled awake, his brows furrowing in displeasure as he turned to see what was amiss. Upon glancing, he was immediately taken aback, ready to flee in the same manner as the others. 2 monstrous entities, unabashedly exuding an obliteration realm aura, were striding toward them with an imposing presence. What the hell? What was happening? How could there be 2 obliteration realm monsters? Wang Yan's legs trembled, and though he couldn't fathom the sudden appearance of these creatures, he wasted no time in fleeing. As for the other prodigies from the northern region, upon seeing the obliteration realm monsters, they had already gone mad, fleeing for their lives. Some were so frightened that their legs quaked uncontrollably, rendering them utterly powerless to escape. Wait, look! It seems there are 2 people sitting on the backs of those monsters. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes pointed at the creatures' backs and shouted. The crowd paused momentarily, then turned to look in the direction indicated. Sure enough, they could see 2 figures seated upon the backs of the monsters. The obliteration realm beasts must be native to this Red Cloud secret realm. Could they be part of the Immortals' inheritance assessment? However, the crowd soon noticed a peculiar detail. Despite their terrifying strength, the 2 beasts did not seem inclined to attack. They merely continued striding toward the center of the plaza. As the monsters drew nearer, the onlookers finally discerned the 2 figures on their backs. Lung Xinzi? And the other one, is she the saintess from the eastern region? Hiss, why do they get to participate in the secret realm riding obliteration realm outs? Are you foolish? Obliteration realm beings cannot enter the secret realm's teleportation array. These two must have existed within the secret realm. Hiss, that implies they tamed obliteration realm beasts within the secret realm. How much more terrifying is that? In a fleeting moment, all present began to speculate covertly about how the two had managed to subdue the two monstrous creatures of the realm of annihilation. Coupled with the brazen display of their formidable auras by the beasts, the onlookers failed to notice the shadowy figure, cloaked in a deep green hue, trailing behind. With a graceful leap, Long Yinran descended from the back of the beast. Seemingly indifferent to the astonished gazes of the crowd, casting a casual glance at the assessment rules inscribed at the center of the square, she strode directly towards the array of the assessment. Observing this, Li Shunrua hastily followed suit. Leaping down in quick succession, as for the two beasts, they remained obediently in place. The crowd, witnessing this, dared not approach, yet they breathed a sigh of relief as the beast showed no inclination to attack. "What are these two fairies up to?" Wang Yin inquired. Hastily approaching them, while casting a wary glance at the beast, he cautiously asked, "How did you manage to tame those two creatures?" Long Yinran furrowed her brow. Harboring a disdainful sentiment towards all males save her master, and without uttering a word, she continued toward the barrier. Wang Yin could only muster a forced chuckle to mask his embarrassment, directing his curious gaze toward Li Shunrua, hoping that as a fellow inhabitant of the Eastern Domain, she might elucidate the situation. His curiosity was piqued. How had these two managed to subjugate beasts of the realm of annihilation? Should they harbor intentions of turning against the gathered talents? The two beasts alone could easily eradicate all present in such a scenario. If indeed a celestial inheritance were to manifest, it would undoubtedly fall into their hands. Moreover, Wang Yin was not one of those naive talents from the Northern Domain. He discreetly observed the peculiar figure behind the two beasts, whose entire being radiated a verdant hue, emanating a subtle yet undeniable aura of danger, comparable to that of a formidable being at the third level of the boundless realm. Wang Yin silently compared this enigmatic figure to the coachman of Boundless Realm who had accompanied him. Perhaps it would be prudent for young Master Wang to focus on how to pass the assessment. These queries are complex and cannot be swiftly clarified. However, as a fellow inhabitant of the Eastern Domain, I advise you earnestly, do not provoke Fairy Lung L. I noted Wang Yan's persistent gaze. Seeking answers, she merely sighed softly, stating, "Even I cannot fully comprehend the extent of what Long Yinran possesses at this moment. The item she casually retrieves could obliterate the foremost powers of the Eastern Domain." Setting aside the matter of whether Wang Yin would believe her if she divulged this information, what significance would it hold? In truth, the entire secret realm was already under Long Yinran's dominion. At her command, all the gathered talents would meet their demise. That it was perhaps wiser not to delve too deeply into these matters. As all eyes remained fixed upon her, Long Yinran approached the barrier with deliberate calmness. Without hesitation, she pointed decisively at the barrier, uttering, "Heavenly demon finger." Her understanding of the array was limited. Relying on comprehension of the inscriptions to dismantle it was nearly impossible. Thus, she opted for brute force instead. As her finger made contact with the array, ripples cascaded across the barrier, reminiscent of water's surface, yet the inscriptions glimmered and neutralized the force of her strike. It ineffective. Long Yinran mused, her brow knitted. Her concentrated effort should have equated to a power level of the 5th or 6th stage of the returning ruins realm. Despite this, the surrounding talents were visibly impressed. To unleash such power at the 7th stage of the profound understanding realm was no small feat. Were she to reach the 9th stage, might she not truly breach the array through sheer force? My lady, breaching this array through sheer might necessitates the power of the 9th stage of the returning ruins realm. If you grant me some time, I could assist you in identifying its weaknesses, enabling you to pass this trial. The figure in the coffin interjected, stepping forward with a flattering demeanor, eager to assist Long Yinran in overcoming the array. Although he was a newly birthed consciousness formed from the body of Qi Yunzi, he lacked the knowledge of Qi Yunzi's mastery over arrays. However, the eyes of this body possessed a unique ability to perceive inscriptions, making it feasible to uncover the flaws within this grand array. No need. Lung Yanran replied, casting a glance at the figure in the coffin as she declined his offer. With a swift motion, she retrieved 10 arrayed discs from her storage pouch, stacking them together. The figure trembled at this sight, contemplating, is she truly planning to obliterate the Qi-Yun Immortal Palace with overwhelming force? My lady, allow me to clarify, he hastily explained. The array set by Qi Yunzi was designed for assessment. Relying on external artifacts to breach it will not yield a successful outcome. That it would be far more prudent for me to help you identify its vulnerabilities. The figure hurriedly sought to elucidate the rationale behind his argument, believing Lung Yanran intended to forcibly utilize treasures to dismantle the array. Even the surrounding cultivators shook their heads in disbelief. It was evident that the celestial inheritance was not so easily obtained. All present were thwarted by this initial trial. Even the two prodigies from the eastern domain found themselves at an impasse. Lung Yanran appeared intent on leveraging her master's artifacts to force her way through. Yet, Lung Yanran was disinclined to engage in explanations. Selecting one array disc from the stack, she returned the others to her pouch. This array disc, are you planning to? The figure in the coffin gasped, suddenly realizing the function of the array disc through its inscriptions, inhaling sharply in astonishment. Without offering an explanation, Lung Yanran raised the disc in her left hand, channeling her spiritual energy into it to activate it. As the array disc sprang to life, the entire secret realm seemed to undergo a transformation. The spiritual energy within the realm surged uncontrollably towards Lung Yanran, enveloping her in a torrent of energy, all clamoring to enter the array disc's radius. What is happening? The onlookers exclaimed, bewildered. Is the secret realm coming to an early end? Or is the celestial inheritance about to emerge? As the cultivators witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon, they were momentarily rendered speechless. Look, it is that array disc. All the spiritual energy is converging towards Fairy Lung. Realization dawned on some as they pointed at Lung Yanran, their eyes wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, Lung Yanran relished the abundance of spiritual energy, a smile gracing her lips. The enhancement array disc bestowed by her master was indeed effective, by harnessing its power to augment her own capabilities before launching an attack. She could still be deemed to have breached the array through her own strength, thus adhering to the rules. Heavenly Demon Finger. With the array disc held aloft in her left hand, she slowly raised her pristine right hand, delicately pointing her fingers towards the barrier. All eyes were riveted on her every movement, each person filled with curiosity as to whether, under the array disc's enhancement, Lung Yanran could indeed dismantle the array. Even breaching a small opening would suffice for her to pass through in a rapid sequence. Her finger met the barrier, the ripple spread across the entire surface, and as the inscriptions illuminated, the crowd collectively sighed. To their dismay, such a powerful strike had failed to create even a minor breach. Yet, suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed, and to the astonishment of all, the barrier began to sprout a network of fractures. Shatter! Lung Yanran uttered softly, her lips parting as she whispered the command, channeling greater spiritual energy into her fingertip. With a resounding crack, the barrier enveloping the Qi-Yun Immortal Palace shattered into countless fragments. Slowly dissipating, is that all? Lung Yanran mused quietly. The crowd erupted in frenzy. What? The entire array has been obliterated? My goodness, this profound tier array is far superior to our Holy Sect protective array. How could it be shattered so easily? This is terrifying. This single strike must have unleashed the might of the realm of annihilation. With the array barrier utterly destroyed, the gathered crowd erupted in exhilaration. Not only were they astonished that Lung Yanran possessed the strength to shatter a grand array with a mere finger, but they were also thrilled. Originally, 99% of them were incapable of passing this first trial. Now that the grand array had been completely dismantled by Lung Yanran, did it not imply that they too had a chance to participate in the second trial? Moreover, the assessment of the Qi-Yun Immortal Palace granted rewards for each stage successfully traversed, even if they cannot reach the end and obtain the immortal inheritance. The reward for passing the first trial are still a delightful surprise. What? A portable array disc, capable of such a significant enhancement. Wang Yin stood by, utterly bewildered, his fingers stiffly pointing at the array disc in Lung Yanran's hand as he awkwardly turned to Li Shenruo for clarification. As a distinguished genius from the Eastern region, he had seen many portable amplification array discs before. They were hardly rare artifacts. Yet, how could a mere portable amplification array disc enable a cultivator at the 7th level of the profound realm to unleash power equivalent to the desolation realm? Was this even reasonable? Seeing his astonishment, Li Shinruo merely sighed, feeling that Wang Yan was embarrassing the Eastern region in front of so many Northern region cultivators. However, upon recalling her own shock at discovering that this array disc was of heavenly rank, she realized her expression was hardly better than Wang Yan. She chose to feign ignorance of his remarks. Lung Yanran, unfazed by the crowd's astonishment, stowed the array disc away as the grand formation dissipated, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy back into the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to everyone, at the entrance of the secret realm's teleportation array, with a crack, the fissure caused by Chen Daoxuan widened further. As Lung Yanran stepped into the second trial area, a reward promptly appeared in her hand. There's a reward for entering the second trial? Lung Yanran was somewhat taken aback as she examined the reward in her grasp, which was a profound-ranked magical artifact, an exceedingly rare treasure in the northern region. However, she simply tucked it into her storage pouch without much thought, upon witnessing Lung Yanran enter the second trial and receive a reward. The crowd could no longer contain their excitement and began to surge into the second trial area one by one. Each person who landed in the second trial area found a reward in their hands, their smiles stretching wide enough to reach their ears. Initially thinking this endeavor would yield nothing but futility, they now found themselves reaping the rewards of the first trial by merely following Lung Yanran. With over 4,000 individuals, that equated to over 4,000 rewards. Yet for reasons unknown, the initial rewards were all profound ranked items, but gradually they began to dwindle to high-grade yellow-ranked items, and eventually to mid-grade yellow-ranked items. This transformation left those who entered later green with envy, as they gazed hungrily at those who had received profound-ranked treasures. It was evident that the treasure trove of the Human Immortal Palace was nearing depletion. At the very least, the reward pool for the first trial had been completely emptied. As for the rewards in the subsequent trials, they remained a mystery. TSK, these people certainly know how to enjoy the fruits of another's labor. Noticing the jubilant crowd clutching their rewards, Lung Yanran's brows furrowed slightly. The primary reason for her participation in the secret realm was to gather rare materials for her master. Yet now, despite having single-handedly breached the barrier of the first trial, all 4,000 individuals present were receiving rewards. How could she possibly accept this? Snap. Lung Yanran snapped her fingers at the figure within the coffin. The figure promptly bowed and approached her, asking respectfully, "What is your command, my lady?" After swallowing the jade pendant containing divine powers, his life was now firmly within Lung Yanran's grasp. Even with the strength of the infinite realm, he dared not act recklessly. Go, collect all the rewards just received by everyone present, Lung Yanran instructed, her brow still knitted as she surveyed the elated crowd of talented individuals. Understood. The figure in the coffin chuckled and floated above the plaza in the second trial, addressing the gathered crowd. "Everyone, please hand over the rewards you just obtained." His voice, imbued with spiritual power, echoed in the ears of each individual in the plaza. The expressions of those who had just been gleeful over their rewards froze in place. Some hurriedly stowed their treasures in their storage pouches, pretending not to hear, while others glanced around nervously, avoiding the figure hovering above. Why should we? These rewards were granted to us by the secret realm, not taken by force. Why should we give them to you? Exactly. These rewards are from the Human Immortal. Why should we surrender them to you? Who are you? Don't look at me. I didn't receive any rewards. Everything in my storage pouch was brought in from the outside. Whoever wants to hand over their rewards can do so. I certainly want to. I refuse to believe he can kill all 4,000 of us. Aside from those who remained silent, pretending not to hear or see, others began to voice their dissatisfaction towards the figure in the coffin. They felt that there was safety in numbers. After all, they were 4,000 strong, representing the elite of various factions in the northern region. Offending all 4,000 would equate to offending every power in the northern region. Ha, my lady, why not just kill them all? Their flesh and blood could elevate my strength further, allowing me to serve you better, right? Besides, by killing them, you would not only claim the rewards but also their treasures, which would all belong to you. My lady, what do you say? The figure in the coffin found their words amusing rather than infuriating. Threatening him? He, a formidable being of the infinite realm, was hardly intimidated by these insignificant ants from the myriad talented individuals who had participated in the secret realm over the years. He understood the strength of the northern region well. The most powerful among them barely reached the 5th or 6th level of the Desolation realm. Once outside the secret realm, he could single-handedly sweep through the entire northern region. As for threatening that female demon, what nonsense! If one wished to die, they should choose a swift method, not provoke a being like her. Although the figure in the coffin was unaware of the true power backing Lung Yanran, he had no intention of confronting her, not even if he were granted 100 chances. After all, she could summon 10 heavenly ranked array discs at will. Who could afford to provoke her? Kill them all. The initially defiant crowd was left dumbfounded by the figure's words. It seemed he did not regard them, the geniuses of the northern region, as significant at all. The 2 Desolation Realm beasts he had brought along also sensed the figure's intentions and stood up, no longer lying flat on the ground, emitting low growls toward the crowd. The deep rumbling growls caused the very ground to tremble. At this moment, the crowd realized that Lung Yanran had indeed brought along 2 Desolation Realm beasts. Setting aside the figure's own power, the presence of those 2 beasts was sufficient to annihilate them all. Panic spread through the crowd as they turned their gazes towards Lung Yanran. Seeking her guidance, Fairy Lung, we are all from a northern region. There is no need for such hostility that if you insist on this course of action, wouldn't you be offending the entire northern region? At worst, we could offer you some other rare materials as a token of gratitude for entering the second trial. How does that sound? Furthermore, not everyone received profound ranked treasures. Some only obtained yellow ranked artifacts. What are your thoughts, Fairy Lung? Suddenly, a young man among the northern region geniuses stepped forward, voicing his opinion. The crowd turned to him, their spirits lifted. It was Zhang Guangjing, the chief disciple of the Hongguang sect. That makes sense. I am willing to offer some rare materials as a token of gratitude. Indeed, I also agree with Brother Zhang's proposal. In an instant, the crowd seemed to find their resolve, collectively suggesting to Lung Yanran that they offer some rare materials as a gesture of thanks. Lung Yanran, under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, furrowed her brow slightly. TSK, do you people even realize what you are saying? Offending the entire northern region's forces? My lady could simply utter a word, and once the secret realm concludes, I would uproot all the factions in the northern region. The figure in the coffin found their words utterly laughable. Was the northern region truly strong? What of offending every faction in the northern region? Which of them could withstand the bombardment of heavenly ranked array discs? Attempting to use this as leverage against Lung Yanran was truly a revelation. Zhang, was it? Your argument holds some weight. The frown on Lung Yanran's brow suddenly relaxed as she turned to Zhang Guangjing and spoke. Upon hearing her words, everyone involuntarily exhaled in relief. It seemed that Lung Yanran still harbored some reservations. Zhang Shixiang is indeed formidable. Haha, I am profoundly grateful that the esteemed Lung Xianzi is willing to consider my proposal, Zhang Guangjing thought, feeling the weight of the respectful gazes from those around him. Straightening his back slightly, truth be told, when he had stepped forward to speak earlier, he had felt somewhat uncertain, yet he wished to seize this opportunity to showcase his abilities. Now, it appeared that his gamble had paid off. No, you misunderstand. I merely stated that your words possess merit. It does not imply that I intend to accept your proposal. Lung Yanran's remark left those present, who had initially planned to select a few worthless treasures to submit, utterly dumbfounded. What did this mean? Zhang Guangjing's words were sound, yet she refused to accept them. You are correct. Some have only acquired treasures of the yellow grade, which indeed seems unfair to those who possess treasures of the mysterious grade. In light of this, let each person submit according to the value of mid-tier mysterious grade treasures, and those who have rewards that do not meet this standard must compensate with other treasures. Should anyone be unwilling to submit, they are free to do as they please. With your sect accompanying you on a road to the underworld, it is bound to be lively. After speaking, Lung Yanran disregarded the crowd and began to examine the rules of the second challenge. The figure within the coffin slightly bowed towards Lung Yinran's departing silhouette, revealing a sinister grin. This is how it should be. Why waste excessive compassion on this swarm of ants? If it weren't for the presence of this female demon, he would have demanded not only the treasures but also the flesh and blood of these individuals. Following Lung Yinran's declaration, silence enveloped the assembly. They had initially been swept up in the crowd's momentum, eager to resist her. Yet, her words reminded them of a harsh reality. The Luotian sect had perished at the hands of this cold sorceress. What power among them could rival that of the Luotian sect? If Lung Yinran possessed the capability to annihilate one of the four major sects of the Northern Domain, she certainly had the power to extinguish any sect represented here. What leverage did they have to threaten her? Lung Yinran's words fell upon them like a bucket of icy water, awakening their senses. Some, upon reflecting on the implications, broke into a cold sweat. What had they just done? Opposed Lung Yinran, outside the secret realm. Her mysterious master had effortlessly obliterated the avatar of the Eastern Domain's ancestor. Truly, they had allowed their minds to be clouded by the allure of treasures. Damn Zhang Guangjing. Initially, Lung Xianzi had only required them to surrender their acquired rewards. Now, every individual was compelled to meet the standard of mid-tier mysterious grade treasures. Alas, I've only obtained a reward of mid-tier yellow grade. Suddenly, one individual, his eyes crimson and teeth clenched, exclaimed, upon hearing this. The entire assembly reacted in unison, glaring furiously at Zhang Guangjing, attributing all responsibility to him. Had he not suggested it, the cold sorceress would not have raised the standards. Now, nearly everyone had been grievously ensnared by Zhang Guangjing. Aside from a few hundred who had received mid-tier mysterious grade rewards, the rest had not. What? Why is everyone blaming me? Zhang Guangjing stood in shock, unable to comprehend how those who had previously regarded him with admiration now looked at him as if he were their sworn enemy. When they gazed at him, it was as if they beheld the murderer of their kin. What madness was this? Ultimately, the crowd, restrained by Zhang Guangjing's status as the chief disciple of the esteemed Hongguang sect of the Northern Domain, refrained from attacking him. They could only comply with Lung Yinran's standards, each producing a substantial amount of treasures to submit at the feet of the figure in the coffin. Many, whose treasures did not even reach the value of mid-tier mysterious grade, shot Zhang Guangjing a venomous glare before turning away, beginning to scour the secret realm for treasures to submit before its closure. After all, no one dared to gamble against Lung Yinran's words. Failure to meet the standard would lead to the annihilation of their sects upon their return. Who would dare take that risk? TSK, I have truly gained insight today. The figure in the coffin observed the now obedient crowd submitting their treasures. Clicking its tongue in astonishment, IT found itself utterly unable to comprehend the thoughts of these individuals. Initially, the lady had merely requested them to surrender the rewards they had obtained without merit. It posed no loss to them. Moreover, they had relied on Lung Yinran to secure the reward from the first challenge and to qualify for the second. Yet, they had been unwilling. Now, they found themselves compelled to part with a significant number of treasures. Dear lady, I am perplexed. Why not simply eliminate them all and be done with it? I am aware of the strength in the Northern Domain. Not a single immeasurable realm expert among them. Could it be that you harbor some reservations? The figure in the coffin ceased to regard the talented individuals and instead posed its inquiry to Lung Yinran. Your questions are numerous. Lung Yinran arched an eyebrow, revealing no intention to explain herself. The reason she refrained from slaughtering all present was merely due to a single statement from her master. She recalled clearly her master's words. This world is governed by both merit and karmic retribution. If one were to indiscriminately commit excessive acts of slaughter, it would easily result in entanglement with karmic retribution and be detrimental to the future. Her goal was not merely to attain the immeasurable realm or the spirit separation realm, but to achieve the status of an immortal, able to remain by her master's side for eternity. For this purpose, she certainly did not wish to stain her hands with the blood of these insignificant beings over a few careless remarks, as becoming entangled in karmic retribution was no trivial matter. Naturally, should anyone dare to overstep their bounds, she would not hesitate to eradicate one or two sects to set an example. She could dismiss disrespect towards herself with a smile. But if anyone dared to show disrespect towards her master, she would care little for such concerns. All karmic retribution would be shattered to smithereens to quench her wrath. Before long, a small mountain of various treasures had accumulated at the feet of the figure in the coffin, matching the quantity of treasures it had previously stored in the stone cavern. Even Li Shinra and Wang Yin dutifully submitted their rewards without raising any objections. The second challenge, a test of talent. Upon reading the introduction to the second challenge, Long Yin felt enlightened that in the square for the second challenge, there was a formation platform capable of assessing the participants' innate abilities should one meet the standards. They would be allowed to proceed. Long Yin did not rush to test herself, wishing to observe what qualifications were necessary to pass this second challenge. Long Xinzi, why not allow Wang to assist you in exploring the way? Wang Yin, seeing her hesitation, stepped forward enthusiastically. His stated intent was to help, but in truth, he feared the saintly qualifications of Li Shinra. If she were to go first, he would stand no chance. After all, compared to Li Shinra, he may be considered a genius in the Eastern domain, yet he was merely of heavenly grade qualifications. Long Yin offered no verbal response, merely nodding slightly in agreement with the suggestion. She held no interest in the immortal inheritance. Her sole concern lay with the treasured resources. Thank you, Long Xinzi, for your kindness. Wang Yin, upon receiving her consent, was overjoyed. After bowing to Long Yin, he approached the testing platform. He placed his hand upon the spherical device of the formation and channeled his spiritual energy into it. Instantly, characters began to illuminate beneath the formation platform. Yellow, mysterious, earthly, heavenly. These four words lit up in succession, ultimately halting at the heavenly grade qualification. Buzz. Following a wave of energy, the formation platform dispensed a low-tier, earthly grade magical artifact, simultaneously displaying the words "not passed." Wang Yin, though initially elated to receive the earthly grade artifact, stood frozen in disbelief upon seeing the "not passed" inscription that "I possess heavenly grade qualifications. Even in the Eastern domain, I am considered a top-tier genius. How could I not pass? Are only those with saintly grade qualifications eligible for the immortal inheritance?" Wang Yin struggled to suppress the fury bubbling within him, though the thought of being awarded a low-grade, earth-tier magical artifact soothed his spirit somewhat, making this expedition into the secret realm not entirely fruitless. With a resigned sigh, he stepped back from the formation platform, silently collecting the earth-tier artifact. "Young man, do you comprehend the rules?" The figure within the coffin, who had been gathering the heavenly materials and earthly treasures just moments ago, suddenly turned his gaze towards Wang Yin, squinting as he inquired, "You dare to take my esteemed aunt's earth-tier artifact? What do you mean by that?" Wang Yin was momentarily taken aback. While it was true that he had relied on Cold Fairy to pass the first trial, he had dutifully submitted the rewards from that challenge. However, for the second trial, he pondered why he was being compelled to surrender the rewards again, especially since Colderan had contributed nothing to this round. The earth-tier artifact in his possession was a precious treasure, and he had no intention of relinquishing it easily, especially as his success was solely due to his own talent. The figure in the coffin's expression darkened further, his emerald-hued visage now tinged with anger. Without hesitation, he seized Wang Yin by the neck, allowing him to flail helplessly in the air. With a swift motion, he delivered several resounding slaps to Wang Yin's face, each strike echoing ominously in the tense atmosphere, causing the onlookers to shudder with trepidation. "Will you hand it over? Will you? You little rascal, I didn't expect you to be so resilient," the figure in the coffin sneered, appreciating Wang Yin's defiance even as he continued to strike him. "You're almost at death's door, yet you remain silent. I admire your spirit. In that case, I shall grant you a dignified demise." As he contemplated the execution of his plan, the figure's gaze revealed a flicker of respect. He had not anticipated such tenacity from this young man and decided against further humiliation. Just as he prepared to tighten his grip, a voice interrupted him. "Senior, please wait. Have you considered that he is unable to plead for mercy while you are choking him?" Li Shinru, another prodigy from the eastern region, could no longer stand idly by and intervened. She cast a concerned glance at Wang Yin, who was visibly struggling, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple, his eyes bloodshot. This was not the defiance of a hard-headed individual, but rather the desperate plight of one who could hardly breathe. "Oh." The figure in the coffin paused. Taken aback by Li Shenru's words, he cleared his throat, attempting to dispel the awkwardness. While he might have ignored someone else, Li Shenru was different. She had ties to the esteemed aunt, and he dared not offend anyone associated with her. Thus, he reluctantly released Wang Yin, who collapsed to the ground, coughing violently as he clutched his throat. "I thought I was going to die." Wang Yin gasped for air, his head swollen painfully, a far cry from the elegant young master he once appeared to be. After a fit of coughing, he cast a grateful glance towards Li Shenru, knowing full well that had she not intervened, the mysterious figure would have shown no mercy, likely taking his life. "Have you made your decision, young man? Will you surrender my esteemed aunt's artifact, or shall I slay you and reclaim it myself?" The figure in the coffin grinned wickedly, his expression grotesquely contorted, evoking fear. In previous secret realms, he relished in slaughter, but this time he was deprived of that pleasure, forced to watch thousands of prodigies before him without the ability to claim their flesh and blood. "I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." Wang Yin, desperate to avoid further confrontation, staggered to his feet and approached the figure, placing the Earth-tier artifact on the ground before retreating to the sidelines, hoping to evade the attention of others. After all, he was now sporting a swollen visage that was nothing short of humiliating. "Thank you for your cooperation," the figure in the coffin sighed regretfully. Lamenting the missed opportunity to kill, he then turned his gaze to the assembly of prodigies. Upon hearing his words, they all trembled, understanding his implication, and hastily formed a queue at the testing platform, each placing their hands upon it to test their abilities and respectfully offering the rewards they received at the figure's feet. The rewards from this second round were significantly more substantial than the first. Yet aside from Wang Yin, who possessed extraordinary talent, there were few from the northern region who could even claim Earth-tier qualifications, with most receiving only Yellow-tier rewards. Only those with Earth-tier talent from the northern region could obtain profound-tier artifacts. As time passed, a small mountain of rewards accumulated before the figure in the coffin. "Esteemed aunt, I have gathered all the rewards for you." After placing everything into his storage pouch, he approached Colderan with utmost respect. "Very well." Colderan accepted 2 storage pouches with satisfaction. Since entering the secret realm, she had filled 4 pouches with treasures, surpassing the worth of the 4 major sect repositories in the northern region. Additionally, numerous beast corpses were still scouring the realm for more heavenly materials and earthly treasures on her behalf. "Why don't you give it a try as well? The rewards will be yours to keep." Colderan recalled that aside from herself, Li Shenru had not yet tested her abilities. She turned to her and encouraged her to step forward. Upon hearing this, Li Shenru graciously bowed in thanks and approached the testing platform. All eyes turned to her, causing her to feel a surge of nervousness. She placed her hand upon the platform, and the inscriptions beneath began to illuminate in succession. Yellow, profound, earth, and then, to the astonishment of everyone present except Wang Yin, the lights surged further, reaching the sacred tier. A sacred tier genius. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd. Could she be on the verge of passing the assessment and obtaining a celestial inheritance? As the sacred tier inscription glowed, the entire platform radiated a golden brilliance. Shenru felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, especially as the anticipated rewards failed to descend. Typically, rewards would materialize immediately after testing, yet there was no sign of them this time, leading to widespread confusion. Suddenly, the platform began to tremble, the golden light retracting abruptly. Crack. The testing platform slowly began to rotate. Finally, it split open, revealing a tome-like artifact within. My heavens! A heavenly tier artifact. The rewards corresponding to sacred tier qualifications had manifested as a heavenly tier artifact. In the northern region, such artifacts had never before been witnessed. In an instant, the onlookers gaped, their mouths agape. A heavenly tier artifact was a rare treasure even among the great powers of the eastern region. To their astonishment, Li Shenru had managed to acquire one. Even Wang Yin could not suppress his envy upon seeing the heavenly tier artifact. Shenru herself was equally astonished. As the heir of the sacred mountain, she rarely had use for heavenly tier artifacts. typically relying on Earth Tier 1's TO, thinks she would obtain a Heavenly Tier artifact within this secret realm. Is this the aura of a Heavenly Tier artifact? How weak. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Li Shenruo's ear. Turning around, she realized that Long Yanran had quietly appeared behind her, murmuring as she scrutinized the revealed celestial grade artifact. Upon hearing this remark, Li Shenruo's lips twitched. To call a celestial grade artifact weak? This was the first time she had encountered such an opinion. However, Long Yanran was comparing the celestial grade artifact to the Xianhuang ruler that her master had wielded that day, and the disparity between the two was as vast as heaven and earth. This realization led Long Yanran to a conclusion. Her master's Xianhuang ruler must surely be a treasure beyond celestial grade. While everyone was immersed in astonishment at the celestial grade artifact, an ethereal figure emerged from the Qian Immortal Palace. After over 5 millennia, had someone finally qualified to inherit my legacy? There are actually 2 prodigies with saint-level aptitude. The remnant soul of Qianzi floated from the Qian Immortal Palace towards the plaza, capturing everyone's attention. Is this the Qian Immortal? Speaking of which, doesn't this Qian Immortal seem somewhat familiar? Indeed, I can't shake the feeling that I've seen this Qian Immortal somewhere before. Could it be that I share a celestial affinity with him? No, wait. After the remnant soul of Qianzi manifested, the crowd was initially shocked. After all, with Qianzi's appearance, it signified that someone was about to receive the Immortal's inheritance. Yet, they soon found the figure strangely familiar. Finally, someone was the first to react, their gaze darting back and forth between Qianzi's remnant soul and the person in the obsidian green coffin. Why do they resemble each other so closely? Moments later, everyone came to the same realization. In a wonder, it felt familiar. This Qianzi looks exactly like the individual who extorted them from within the coffin. The only distinction was that Qianzi's remnant soul appeared in an immortal demeanor, clad in a flowing Taoist robe, with a benevolent smile. Conversely, the person in the coffin, with skin of an obsidian hue, perpetually wore a cold smirk, occasionally twitching ominously, creating a terrifying impression. Yet, in terms of appearance, they were not merely similar. They were strikingly alike. Before the crowd could inquire of Qianzi's remnant soul, they suddenly saw it stumble mid-air. What? How could my corpse have emerged? It had already been refined into an immeasurable realm corpse puppet. Damn it! This is the end. Utterly finished. Qianzi's remnant soul widened its eyes in despair, fixated on the body that rightfully belonged to it. Realizing that it had already attained the immeasurable realm cultivation, it understood that these prodigies were destined to fall here today. After patiently waiting for over 5 millennia to find a successor with saint-level aptitude capable of breaking the first barrier, everything was about to turn to naught. This remnant soul could only teach techniques, but was utterly powerless against the immeasurable realm corpse puppet. Tisk, witnessing my own body in such a state. How embarrassing. The corpse puppet, observing the scene, couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh, mockingly saying, "Silence." Long Yanran frowned, softly reprimanding the figure in the coffin. "All right, my lady, I shall seal my mouth and remain silent." The person in the coffin obediently closed their mouth and stood aside, much to Qianzi's shock. "What is happening?" Qianzi trembled, pointing at the corpse puppet, and asked Long Yanran. "This gentleman need not know. The successor has already appeared, so please take your leave." Long Yanran replied casually to Qianzi's remnant soul, then turned her gaze to Li Shenruo, who wore an expression of excitement. Internally, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It was merely an immortal inheritance. Was it truly worth such fervor? However, if she chose the immortal inheritance today, it would be a fortuitous outcome, as her master would not take her as a disciple. In that case, her master would remain solely hers. Ahem, regarding my perception, the first barrier was indeed broken by U.AS for the second barrier, testing your talent. Your saint-level aptitude is entirely suitable. I have decided to entrust the inheritance to you. I hope you will not disappoint my lineage. Qianzi's gaze flitted between Long Yanran and Li Shenruo for a moment, deep in thought. Judging by aptitude, Long Yanran surpassed Li Shenruo. In terms of strength, Long Yanran was vastly superior, having forcefully broken the first barrier's formation. Moreover, she had somehow subdued the immeasurable realm corpse puppet. In every aspect, Qianzi deemed Lung Yanran the clear winner over Li Shenrua. Thus, he chose not to grant the inheritance to Li Shenrua, but rather to Lung Yanran. But, yet, Senior, it was clearly my actions that led to your appearance. Upon hearing Qianzi's words, Li Shenrua's expression froze in excitement. She had come to the secret realm for the immortal inheritance and the celestial grade techniques. Now, just as success seemed within reach, why did the immortal suddenly change his mind? This elder had not anticipated that two individuals capable of inheriting would appear simultaneously. Nevertheless, compared to you, this lady beside you is more suitable to receive my legacy. Therefore, I apologize. However, you need not be too disheartened. I shall bestow upon you some rare treasures as compensation. Qianzi felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, especially under the gaze of numerous prodigies, suddenly choosing to pass the inheritance to another. Yet with only this remnant soul remaining, his only pursuit was to find the best disciple. Why should he care for his reputation? In a moment, everyone awaited Lung Yanran's response. Some were so anxious that they wished they could answer on her behalf. After all, this was the immortal inheritance. Although Qianzi had ultimately failed to ascend to the immortal realm, the techniques were genuine celestial treasures, capable of guiding one all the way to transcending tribulations and ascending. Apologies, but I'm not interested in your inheritance. Lung Yanran, noticing Qianzi's remnant soul staring at her, casually rejected his proposal. Very well, I shall impart my sex techniques to you. I hope you will not let me down in the future. What did you just say? Qianzi, upon hearing Lung Yanran speak, nodded to himself, preparing to impart his celestial techniques to her. However, he suddenly paused, caught off guard. Had he misheard? This woman seemed to express disinterest in his celestial techniques. Not only Qianzi was stunned, but even the crowd was left bewildered. How could one refuse celestial techniques? Li Shenrua stared at Lung Yanran with wide eyes, utterly unable to comprehend the reasoning behind such a choice. Could it be that her master also trained in celestial techniques? My lady, you may not realize that although I only attained the consummate state of a spirit division before meeting my demise, the techniques I practiced were indeed celestial in nature. Had I not been schemed against, I could have hoped to transcend tribulations and ascend to become an immortal. Qianzi thought the woman might not understand the value of celestial techniques, and quickly elaborated. I've already stated my disinterest. You might as well ask her if she wishes to learn. Lung Yanran, feeling somewhat vexed by Qianzi's insistence, waved her hand dismissively, pointing to the still dumbfounded Li Shenrua. Well, very well. Since that is the case, I shall not press the matter. Qianzi felt a headache coming on, then glanced at the subdued corpse puppet, deciding not to dwell on the issue any longer. With a renewed mindset, he turned to Li Shenrua and asked, Are you willing to accept my inheritance? Li Shenrua, hearing Qianzi's question, momentarily hesitated, her mind a whirlwind of conflict. Given Lung Yanran's performance, her master was undoubtedly a formidable power. Yet, in comparison to this uncertainty, she had a tangible celestial grade technique right before her. All she had to do was nod to obtain it. Wasn't the pursuit of her life the celestial grade techniques? Once she possessed such techniques, the entire sacred mountain would surely tilt all resources in her favor, positioning her as the most likely candidate to transcend and become an immortal in the eastern region. Standing beside, Qianzi observed as Li Shenrua hesitated to give his consent, his brow furrowed in evident turmoil, leaving Qianzi somewhat bewildered. Has the cultivation of celestial tier techniques fallen from favor in these times? How is it that these two prodigies of saintly caliber he encountered today exhibit such reluctance, one dismissing the offer outright, while the other remains in a state of indecision? What has transpired in this world? Should you accept my legacy, not only will you gain my celestial tier techniques, but I shall also impart to you my profound understanding of the art of formations. In the future, you could potentially rise to become a master of 6-tier formations. Much like myself, fearing Li Shenrua's refusal, Qianzi decided to raise the stakes. The rarity of a 6-tier formation master far exceeds that of even those in the divine realm. As a 6-tier master, one possesses the ability to arrange high-grade, earthly formations. Should you advance further to become a 7th-tier formation master, you would be capable of orchestrating heavenly formations. Even the most esteemed of sacred grounds would regard a 7th-tier formation grandmaster with the utmost respect, treating them as a distinguished guest wherever they go. Hiss. It was unexpected that Qi Yunzi was such an authority on formations. No wonder the first trial involved such assessments, even disregarding the celestial tier techniques. Merely attaining the status of a 6th-tier formation master would earn one universal admiration across the Eastern Domain. At present, the pinnacle of achievement in the entire Eastern Domain is likely the 6th-tier formation masters. What is there to hesitate about? Could it be that Li Shunru has lost her wits? If all else fails, I would gladly accept the legacy myself. All the cultivators were taken aback by Qi Yunzi's words, gasping in astonishment. They had only known that Qi Yunzi was proficient in formations, but never anticipated he possessed the caliber of a 6th-tier formation master. Damn it! In a corner, a pig-headed individual clenched his fists tightly, enviously watching Li Shunru. Previously, he could still dream of surpassing Li Shunru one day, proposing to a sacred ground and becoming her companion. Now, all hope lay shattered. Once Li Shunru acquires celestial tier techniques, she will undoubtedly soar to greatness. Furthermore, with the inheritance of a 6th-tier formation master, her status would elevate exponentially. In the future, she may very well venture into the central domain and join those true sanctuaries of cultivation. TSK, why is she still hesitating over the celestial tier techniques? To be frank, I do not fear revealing that the teachings imparted to me by my master do not include celestial tier techniques. If what you seek are celestial tier techniques, then indeed, my master cannot provide them. Seeing Li Shunru's indecision persist, Lung Yinran discerned her thoughts and casually spoke. However, she did not feel she was being dishonest, as her master had indeed not bestowed celestial tier techniques upon her, but rather a primordial level method, the likes of which may not exist elsewhere in the world. Should Li Shunru choose to become her disciple regardless of the absence of celestial tier techniques, Lung Yinran would willingly set aside her previous judgment and treat her as a fellow junior sister from then on. However, if the only thing occupying her thoughts were celestial tier techniques, then today she would sever this burden on her master's behalf. As expected, upon hearing Lung Yinran's words, the conflict in Li Shunru's brow dissipated. What she sought were celestial tier techniques. Without them, no matter how hard she strived, she could never transcend to become an immortal. What significance would that hold? Li Shunru had met her master, with her doubts resolved. Li Shunru bowed deeply to Qi Yunzi, performing the ceremony of apprenticeship. All present gazed on with envy, their hearts aflame with longing. Only Lung Yinran revealed a cold smirk, contemplating inwardly how Li Shunru, having acquired celestial tier techniques, had missed the true, fortuitous opportunity. She could hardly fathom the regret Li Shunru would feel upon discovering her master's true strength in the future. Yet, none of that mattered now. She had forfeited her chance. From a moment she initially rejected the proposal to be her master's disciple, Lung Yinran had begun to harbor dissatisfaction toward her, and Li Shunru had failed to withstand her test. Ha ha! Splendid! I, Qi Yunzi, shall today impart to you a mid-grade celestial tier technique, the Tian Ling Xianju. Furthermore, I shall use the remaining spiritual energy of this fated soul to convey to you my lifelong insights into the art of formations. In less than 100 years, you will master it and rise to become a 6th-tier formation master like me. Given this foundation, you may well traverse a path further than I have. Qi Yunzi exclaimed, delighted that Li Shunru had finally acquiesced to his mentorship. He expressed his joy thrice, his furrowed brow smoothing out, radiating happiness. Had Li Shunru rejected his intention once more, he would have truly been at a loss. With that, he pressed a finger to Li Shunru's forehead, commencing the transmission of his teachings. Celestial tier techniques cannot be recorded in ordinary jade slips. They are exceedingly arduous to document and disseminate, which account for the current discontinuity of celestial tier techniques in this world. Esteemed individuals, I shall transmit my teachings to my disciple for 5 days. During this time, you may freely gather any desired rare materials within the secret realm. After 5 days, the secret realm will close, returning you all to the entrance. Whatever treasures you obtain here shall be considered a gift from me, and I hope that in the future, should my disciple require assistance, you will lend a hand. Observing the crowd's interest in his teachings, Qi Yunzi took the opportunity to remind them, while also doing Li Shenru a favor, considering his fading soul would dissipate post-transmission. Upon hearing Qi Yunzi's words, the gathered individuals finally reacted, bidding their farewells as they set off to gather rare materials within the secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm, they had first come to the Qi Yunzi Celestial Palace. But all the rewards therein had ended up in Lung Yanran's storage pouch. The crowd had, in essence, left empty-handed, with many having even lost a significant amount of rare materials to Lung Yanran during the initial rewards. By now, it is likely that 90% of the rare materials within the secret realm have already been collected by my corpse puppets and stashed away in the caverns. Lady, shall we return to the caverns? A being within a coffin chuckled disdainfully. Seeing Li Shenru engaged in her teachings with Qi Yunzi, Lung Yanran lost interest. With a graceful leap, she mounted the back of the silent corpse puppet and returned to the cavern along with the two other puppets and the being from the coffin. With nearly 100 formidable corpse puppets tirelessly collecting rare materials in the secret realm, she had no need to lift a finger. She simply awaited her harvest in the caverns. After a brief while, Lung Yanran returned to the entrance of the caverns. Outside, the wolf demon corpse puppets from the Return to Ruins realm guarded the area, accompanied by numerous wolf demons of the Profound realm. Meanwhile, the other corpses were busy gathering rare materials within the secret realm. Observing the scene, Lung Yanran chose to retreat into the cavern, entering a meditative posture to cultivate. The being from the coffin could only wait patiently by. Quietly anticipating the return of the corpse puppets, she found herself at leisure, yet the thousands of prodigies within the secret realm were nearing madness. Damn it, according to the map provided by the sect, there should be a patch of Tianyun herbs here. How come it appears as though it has been turned over hundreds of times, leaving not a single trace? A prodigy, map in hand, confirmed the surroundings repeatedly, before angrily crumpling the map and throwing it to the ground. The soil beneath his feet had been turned over countless times. There were no herbs left, not even a blade of grass. Those scoundrels sold me a map for 10 mid-grade spirit stones, claiming it led to a high-grade, profound treasure. Here, not even a scrap of iron remains. Simultaneously, another prodigy, also holding a map, surveyed the battlefield before him, now littered with mere bones, starkly contrasting with the armor and weaponry expected from such a site. Typically, even if someone ventured to such a place, they would only collect treasures, not some worthless scrap metal. Ah, stop hitting me. Just take all the rare materials. I don't want them anymore. Please stop. I'm going to die. Yet the two above were not the most unfortunate. The truly unfortunate ones were those who encountered the Return to Ruins realm's corpse puppets, suffering a thorough beating. Initially, the being from the coffin had instructed the corpse puppets not to kill humans out of concern for any ties to Lung Yanran, yet he never specified that they couldn't take action. Throughout the secret realm, any prodigy who crossed paths with the corpse puppets found themselves battered beyond recognition. However, even the highest-ranking prodigies of the Profound realm were helpless against the Return to Ruins realm's corpse puppets. Fortunately, they gradually realized that these puppets seemed only interested in rare materials, sparing no lethal intent towards them, prompting them to offer up their entire stock of rare materials for their lives. In an instant, within the entire secret realm, all individuals abandoned their quest for rare treasures, hastily seeking refuge, hoping only to survive these 5 days and escape this perilous place in the Eastern Domain. At the Ren family's council hall, the clan leader and the 4 elder members gathered, their expressions tinged with anxiety and uncertainty. The ancestral figure summoned us here and insisted we bring the 5-element formation flags. Could it be that he intends to take action against other families? Has the ancestral power perhaps grown stronger? This is splendid, for our Ren family is indeed facing a scarcity of cultivation resources. If we could eliminate another family and seize their resources, it would significantly alleviate our current burdens. Several elders speculated about the purpose of the ancestral summons. Silence, the Ren clan leader suddenly admonished with a sharp tone. Prompting everyone to hush immediately, a figure materialized in the center of the hall, his face darkened with evident fury. If Lung Yanran or Chen Daoxuan were present, they would recognize this individual as the ancestral figure of the Ren family, summoned by Ren Chirue. We pay our respects to the ancestral figure. The assembly promptly bowed to the Ren ancestor. Have the five-element formation flags been prepared? The Ren ancestor disregarded the crowd, merely gesturing for them to rise before inquiring. By the way, may I ask which family the ancestor intends to target? The Wang family? Or perhaps the Zhao family? It must be the Zhao family, considering that prodigy from the Wang family has joined the Carefree Palace. If we provoke the Carefree Palace, our Ren family would stand no chance. One elder responded, voicing the question that piqued everyone's curiosity. In a moment, ears perked up throughout the assembly. Who told you we are targeting other families? Ren heir has been slain. This is a quest for vengeance. The Ren ancestor's expression darkened further as he sternly interrogated the assembly. Within the Ren family, core disciples had their life tokens stored in a designated chamber, which was guarded. His previous avatar had been shattered by Chen Daoxuan's mere finger, resulting in a backlash, and he had been recuperating from his injuries in recent days. Yet, judging by the expressions of those present, it appeared they were entirely oblivious to the monumental news of Ren Chirue's demise. What sort of leaders are the clan leader and elders? What? The clan leader gasped, nearly tumbling from his seat. My son has ventured to that desolate place in the northern domain, devoid of even a Wuyang realm expert, and he brought along one of your avatars. How could he possibly be dead? Moreover, there has been no word from the Life Token Hall. Upon hearing the ancestral figure's words, the clan leader was struck dumb, unable to fathom the reality of the news. The entire Ren family had nurtured Ren Chirue as the next clan leader, pouring unlimited resources into his development. Even the ancestral figure, a master of the divine separation realm, had dedicated an avatar to Ren Chirue. How could he possibly perish in that barren northern domain? My avatar was unable to protect Chirue. The assailant must possess at least the strength of the divine separation realm. The Ren ancestor uttered with a severe expression. Who was responsible? Could it be the Wang family or the Zhao family plotting against us? Damn it, if they dare to strike at our Ren family, they chose to attack Chirue first. No matter what, whether it be the Wang family or the Zhao family, even if the Carefree Palace intervenes, I will ensure their annihilation. The clan leader trembled with rage, his blood boiling. By the way, who has been overseeing the Life Token Hall in recent days. Suddenly, he recalled that such a significant event had gone unnoticed, and no one had reported it, prompting him to coldly inquire. The one in charge of the Life Token Hall recently has been my utterly useless third grandson, Ren Jiaxing, an elder stammered as he stepped forward. His third grandson had always preferred drinking and gambling, so he had arranged for him to oversee the Life Token Hall, hoping he would merely drift through. Who would have thought such a critical matter would be neglected? Issue a decree to execute Ren Jiaxing. Elder 2, you have no objections to this decision, do you? The clan leader declared with a fierce tone, casting a cold glance at Elder 2. Alas. Elder 2 sighed. Ren Jiaxing has brought disgrace upon our family. I have no words to say. It is entirely up to the clan leader's judgment. He sighed deeply, naturally reluctant to voice any dissent. The life of Ren Chirue was worth more than 100 Ren Jiaxings, even more precious than that of Elder 2, who was of the Wuyang realm. Since Ren Chirue's birth, all of the Ren family's resources had revolved around him, expending countless rare materials, and Ren Chirue had lived up to expectations, consistently regarded as a top talent in the Eastern domain. By the way, ancestral figure, which family was responsible for this? We must take immediate action to avenge Chirue and bring back his remains for a proper burial. The clan leader's temples throbbed with fury as he directed his inquiry toward the ancestral figure. Witnessing this, everyone present expressed their determination to ensure that the perpetrators pay a heavy price, making them aware of the consequences of provoking the Ren family. After all, the ancestral figure had summoned them and even brought along the five-element formation flags, clearly indicating plans for a significant operation. In the hands of their 5 Wuyang realm experts, the five-element formation flags could each command one aspect, and once the grand formation was laid, it could nearly rival the heavenly tier formations. It could even concentrate power in one individual, causing their strength to surge exponentially. No, the assailants are from the northern domain, not the Wang or Zhao families. The Ren ancestor massaged his temples, suppressing the impulse to strike down these juniors, and spoke patiently. What? The room erupted in disbelief. Was there someone in the northern domain capable of defeating the ancestral figure's avatar? Could it be a hidden powerhouse from the northern domain? Did the ancestral figure discern the opponent's realm? The elder's astonishment was mirrored by the others, all furrowing their brows. They had never anticipated that such formidable experts could exist in that wretched place. I saw clearly. It is the Chi-Si realm. First Heaven, don't inquire further. I saw exactly that. The opponent might possess some hidden cultivation techniques. Regardless, it was that Chi-Si realm, First Heaven individual who shattered my avatar with a mere finger. The Ren ancestor sighed deeply, candidly revealing what he had witnessed. The Chi-Si realm, First Heaven. Now it makes sense. They must have concealed their true strength. The assembly was initially stunned, then quickly concluded that Chen Daoxuan must be hiding his cultivation. Likely at least a powerhouse of the divine separation realm. Let us go. Follow me to the northern domain. That fellow's disciple is still within the secret realm. I shall eliminate his disciple first, then draw him out to annihilate him. The Ren ancestor ceased further discourse, waving his hand as he led the 5 Wuyang realm experts of the Ren family, along with their ancestral treasure, the 5-element formation flags, onward towards the northern domain. Many forces in the eastern domain observed with trepidation as the Ren family made such a grand display. However, upon seeing their direction of departure, confusion arose. What was the Ren family planning? Their trajectory seemed to lead to the northern domain. Could they be intending to sweep through it? Nonsense. Did you not notice that even the Ren ancestor is mobilizing for a mere northern domain? If the Ren family wished to flatten it, they could accomplish it with just one Wuyang realm elder. Well, as long as they do not involve us. The various powers of the eastern domain breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the Ren family's target was not them. Yet 3 factions began to grow anxious. Wasn't Wang Yan the chief participating in the secret realm in the northern domain? Could it be that the Ren family intended to target the chief of our carefree palace? Someone, accompany me to the northern domain. I must ascertain what the Ren family is plotting. In addition, notify the Wang family to send someone to the northern domain. If the Ren family proves obstinate, we shall eradicate them. The master of the Xiaoyao Palace listened intently to the news relayed by the elder. His brow furrowed as he issued a series of directives. Subsequently, he led a few formidable beings from the Wuyang realm to the northern domain. Meanwhile, the Wang family of the eastern domain, upon receiving word from the Xiaoyao Palace, wasted no time in dispatching their own emissaries to the northern realm. Wang Yan, not only the chief of the Xiaoyao Palace, but also a prodigy of the Wang family, must not be allowed to falter. In the eastern domain, at the sacred mountain, the elder addressed his fellow elders. If Shun Ruo is indeed on the verge of acquiring the inheritance of an immortal, do the various factions intend to seize it? We should personally venture forth to ensure nothing befalls Shun Ruo. The elder cast a glance at the 2 other elders, casually remarking, the sacred mountain lacked a sovereign. Governance was shared among 7 elders who collectively nurtured disciples, all of whom were formidable beings in the divine expansion stage. With 4 currently in seclusion, only the 3 of them were available, yet that sufficed. Very well, the other 2 elders did not object. Li Shenruo was the most promising disciple of the sacred mountain, and her safety was paramount. They promptly set out for the northern domain, just as the 3 were about to depart. A lively figure suddenly appeared, bounding towards them. With an innocent and naive expression, her bright eyes radiated a clear, albeit foolish, brilliance. We are not going down the mountain for leisure, the elder began, but reconsidered, realizing there was no time for explanations. Very well, come along with us. Upon seeing Li Yurong approach, the elder intended to clarify, but recalling her limited intellect, he feared that explanations would extend into the night without resolution. Thus, he readily acquiesced, and the 3 brought Li Yurong along as they journeyed towards the northern domain. At the Su Wang Mountain, within the Hall of Heavenly Path, Chen Daoxuan, who had been diligently cultivating in a reclining chair, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his eyes, he awoke, considering that the secret realm his disciple was participating in was nearing its conclusion. He found sleep elusive. Grabbing a handful of tea leaves from the nearby enlightenment tea tree, he rose and made his way to the pavilion to brew tea as he savored the tea. A frown creased Chen Daoxuan's brow. Having previously assisted Yanran in eliminating her adversaries, he had anticipated a substantial reward, only to discover that defeating a clone yielded no compensation. Now, his system points dwindled to just over 3,000. How long would it take to accumulate the requisite 10,000 points to break through to the Skyward Realm? Alas, system points, which kind-hearted soul might bestow upon me some points, I would be most grateful. Chen Daoxuan lamented, recalling his past expenditure of 1,000 points, only to receive a meager 9 in return. An unfortunate loss that left him in anguish. In this day and age, earning system points was indeed a formidable challenge. He hoped Yanran would reap abundant rewards this time, allowing him, as her master, to attain a breakthrough to the Skyward Realm. When would these arduous days finally come to an end? For days swiftly passed, marking the final day of the Secret Realm. The corpses dispatched to gather rare materials ceased their activities and began returning to the cavern one by one. Last, these monsters are departing. Let us seize this last day to uncover any remaining treasures. We cannot leave the secret realm utterly destitute. Wait, what? Is this still the Qian secret realm? Have I been somehow transported out after 4 days of trepidation? Nearly 80 to 90% of the cultivators have been thoroughly plundered by the corpse puppets. Only those skilled in concealing their presence managed to barely evade their grasp. Yet, with the departure of the corpse puppets, the cultivators sought to make the most of their final moments in the secret realm, only to find the landscape utterly desolate. Wherever they looked, not a blade of grass remained, even the low-grade yellow herbs, previously deemed unworthy by many cultivators, had vanished. They sighed, well, at least we have our lives. That is a blessing. The cultivators ultimately found solace in this excuse, grateful that those terrifying creatures had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, which was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Meanwhile, within the cavern, the figure in the coffin reported, "Mistress, all the corpse puppets we dispatched have returned. The 5 storage bags contain herbs. The 3 bags hold magical artifacts. As for the assortment of spirit stones and ores, they are divided among the 2 remaining bags. Additionally, there are 2 more bags filled with spiritual liquid, after categorizing the myriad treasures brought back by the corpse puppets." The figure approached the recently finished cultivating Long Yanran to deliver the report respectfully. "Very well. After today, once the secret realm concludes, I shall return your freedom, fulfilling our agreement." Long Yanran stored away the more than 10 storage bags before her, including the rewards she had acquired from thousands of prodigies. Along with the previous accumulation of the figure in the coffin, her harvest had remarkably filled over 20 storage bags, each possessing a cubic meter of space. Such a bountiful yield was indeed extraordinary. With such an abundance of resources, her master would surely be pleased. The thought of soon concluding her time in the secret realm and returning to her master brought a sweet smile to Lung Yanran's face. This lady can actually smile. The figure in the coffin mused, astonished. Since their first meeting, he had never witnessed her smile, believing her to be a cold-hearted demoness. Who could have anticipated she was capable of such expression? Never mind. After today, he would reclaim his Wuyang realm status, leaving the secret realm to become a force to be reckoned with. The limitless splendor awaited his enjoyment in front of the Qian Immortal Palace. The preaching of Qi Unzi gradually came to a halt. The once solid remnant of his soul now flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of dissipating. "Disciple, I thank you for your teachings. Master, rest assured, should I cultivate successfully in the future, I shall exact vengeance on those who plotted against you." Li Shenrua had already integrated the immortal level cultivation method into her consciousness. All that remained was to return and ponder it. And soon she would commence her practice. "Your determination brings me great comfort," the elder replied. "Since I have found a successor, this remnant of my soul serves no purpose. Let me lend you a final assistance." Without waiting for Li Shenrua to respond, Qianzi placed his palm atop her head, infusing the last remnants of his spiritual power into her body. Ultimately, the remnant dissipated, leaving Li Shenrua alone, seated on the square. "Thank you, Master." Li Shenrua, witnessing the scene, dared not delay. Though her heart was stirred, she quickly began to absorb the spiritual energy Qianzi had imparted. Once assimilated, she would break through to the Guishu realm. Among the treasures acquired in the secret realm, aside from Lung Yinran's impressive haul, her gains were also substantial. Not only had she obtained the immortal level cultivation method and the inheritance of a 6-tier formation master, but she also secured a heavenly grade magical artifact and the final infusion of spiritual energy from Qianzi, enabling her to achieve the Guishu realm. Half an hour later, Li Shenruo's aura began to rise steadily. Break! With a low cry, the bottleneck of the 9th layer of the Tongxian realm shattered completely. Shenruo's aura surged, now unmistakably at the Guishu realm, before she could revel in her achievement. The entire secret realm began to tremble violently. Boom! The ground fractured, revealing deep, bottomless crevices. Even the sky flickered ominously, rendering the secret realm exceedingly unstable. What is happening? Li Shenruo was bewildered. Even if someone were to break through to the Guishu realm within the secret realm, it should not precipitate its collapse. Yet, the crumbling of the secret realm was undeniable. Fortunately, a teleportation array existed within the square of the Human Immortal Palace, ready for use as the secret realm began to crumble. The teleportation array illuminated in response. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed into the array to escape. What is going on? Why is the secret realm collapsing? Even if it is on the verge of closing, it shouldn't disintegrate. Enough of this. We must flee for our lives. The numerous cultivators within the myriad secret realms were suddenly startled by an unexpected scene and began to dash toward the nearest teleportation array in a frenzy. Aside from the central plaza, there were also teleportation arrays located in the other 4 cardinal directions, demonstrating the meticulous planning of Qianzi. Let us go. Lung Yinran sensed the abnormality of the secret realm as well. However, she felt no need to panic, for the teleportation array for this location was not far from the stone cave. Without hesitation, she gathered the 20-odd storage bag from this expedition and called out to the person in the coffin before swiftly departing. Upon witnessing this, the individual in the coffin hastily commanded all the corpse puppets to leave with him. The accumulation of corpse puppets over the years would allow him to establish a considerable force even in the outside world, at the very least. Dominating the northern region would be effortlessly within his grasp. Moments later, the myriad prodigies within the secret realm had all exited through the teleportation array. The secret realm finally succumbed to the overwhelming burden. With a resounding boom, the entire small space collapsed utterly, vanishing from existence. Beams of light flickered. The multitude of individuals from the secret realm found themselves back at the entrance, each gasping for breath as if they had narrowly escaped death. The elders and sect leaders of various factions waiting atop the mountains outside turned their gazes in astonishment. Why did they all appear as if they had fled from a disaster? With the return of the numerous prodigies, the sky above the exit became densely packed with people. However, for reasons unknown, over 90% of them were ragged and battered, bearing wounds that were simply pitiful to behold. All the factions stood dumbfounded at this sight, though casualties were common during expeditions to secret realms. After all, encountering rare treasures and engaging in conflicts was quite normal. Never had they seen over 90% of individuals reduced to such a state. Before the various factions could voice their inquiries, the teleportation array at the entrance erupted with a resounding blast. What on earth is happening? What mischief have you little rascals been up to inside to bring the secret realm to ruin? The leaders of the 3 major sects felt their hearts clench painfully at this scene. The Qian secret realm was the finest among all in the northern region. Every 200 years, they could harvest vast amounts of rare treasures and resources from it. There were even legends of immortal inheritances within, which, though not yet obtained, provided a glimmer of hope, did they not? Yet now, a secret realm that had existed for thousands of years had suddenly collapsed. Moments later, the prodigies of the major sects returned to their respective mountain peaks. Why does everyone look like this? What on earth happened? Yang Shunjinren questioned the disciples of the Jinding sect, his face dark with displeasure. We don't know either. Suddenly, a multitude of Guishu realm monsters appeared in the secret realm, attacking us mercilessly. If they hadn't demanded the treasures, we would have perished within. Wait, sect leader, look, it's those monsters. How did they manage to come out with us? The disciples of the Jinding sect, their heads drooping in despair, began to report their circumstances as they spoke. One disciple's eyes widened in shock as he pointed toward the sky above the secret realm, where a dense mass of corpse puppets hovered. Before long, the accounts from the prodigies of the various factions clarified what had transpired. Not only had they been treated as mere tools by Lung Yinran, compelled to surrender the rewards they obtained, but they had also unwittingly contributed many of their own rare treasures. Just when they finally had a chance to search for rare materials, they were robbed by the Gui Su realm monsters. Why do those monsters seem to be connected to that cold fairy? Yang Chunjin glanced at the corpse puppets and was horrified to discover that among them were even two beasts of the Jimmy realm. Not to mention a formidable figure cloaked in a deep green hue, whose depth was indiscernible. Yet, these monsters displayed an attitude of utmost respect toward Lung Yinran. Only a fool would fail to understand that these creatures were assisting Lung Yinran in gathering rare treasures. Fairy Lung, your actions may be somewhat inappropriate. Though the rare materials in the secret realm are meant for the powerful, we ought to be afforded a share, lest our disciples suffer grievous injuries. An elder from the My sect spoke, his cultivation at the 9th layer of the Gui Su realm. Upon hearing his words, the other sects fell silent, their gazes fixed on Lung Yinran, eager to hear her response. Well, Fairy Lung, my Jinding sect will not partake in this matter. We will take nothing from the spoils within the secret realm. My Buyuan temple has never favored conflict, and like my friend Yang Chun, we shall abstain from involvement. Our Hongguang sect will also refrain from participation. Fairy Lung, do as you please. Yang Chunjinren, fully aware of Lung Yinran's terrifying nature, decisively made his choice as for the monk from Buyuan Temple. Recalling Lung Yinran's master, he couldn't help but shudder, quickly distancing himself from the affair. Naturally, the Hongguang sect, being one of the 3 major sects, had no intention of being the odd one out. Oh, is that so? Very well. I suppose some compensation is indeed warranted. Would a jade pendant containing my master's divine power suffice? Upon hearing this, Lung Yinran's expression remained utterly unchanged. She even slightly raised her hand to halt the coffin dweller, who was ready to act. A jade pendant from that esteemed predecessor is certainly sufficient. In that case, thank you, Fairy Lung. The My sect leader's eyes gleamed at these words. Lung Yinran's master was no ordinary figure. Possessing a jade pendant of his divine powers could very well serve as a treasure for their sect. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Then please accept it. With a casual motion, Lung Yinran retrieved a jade pendant imbued with the divine powers of the heavenly tablet and tossed it lightly toward the My sect's mountain peak. Everyone present was filled with envy, regretting that they hadn't rushed to claim it for themselves. That jade pendant ought to have been theirs. Thank you, Fairy. As the My sect leader excitedly reached out to grasp the jade pendant, a crack suddenly appeared upon its surface, causing his eyes to widen in shock. The pendant shattered, and a towering, pitch-black heavenly tablet, standing 3,000 zhang tall, emanated a menacing aura as it plummeted toward the My sect's mountain peak. After a chorus of gasps, the mountain peak that had previously existed was utterly obliterated, leaving only the fearsome heavenly tablet standing resolutely. Gulp. Everyone stared in disbelief, unable to suppress their gasp as envy morphed into sheer terror. Yang Chunjinren silently lamented that indeed, the advantages of this cold demoness were not so easily seized. If her generosity were so readily available, the Luotian sect would not have faced annihilation. Are there any further claims for compensation? I happen to have plenty of jade pendants. If anyone desires one, I am not a miser. After effortlessly eliminating the My sect, Lung Yinran remained unfazed, her expression calm as she surveyed the experts of the various factions, as if discussing trivial matters. Fairy Lung, you exaggerate. The My sect leader was truly audacious. We have long wished to see him dealt with. Even if you had not acted, we would have banded together to confront him. Your ability to subdue him has spared us trouble. The various factions quickly donned a facade of camaraderie, entirely omitting any mention of compensation. Since you have no objections, you may disperse. Observing this, Lung Yinran decided to return her mountain, her eagerness to see her master palpable. Yet suddenly, All eyes widened as they gazed into the distance. Several figures, exuding an aura so terrifying that it compelled one to prostrate, were rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, 6 figures radiating a terrifying presence appeared before everyone. ISNT that the ancestor summoned by that prodigy from the Eastern Domain. Someone quickly recognized the elder from the Ren family, recalling how his immeasurable strength had nearly incapacitated Long Yanran, only to be saved by her master. Now, this elder had personally descended upon the northern region. It appears that they have brought along a formidable treasure, evidently well prepared. One cannot help but wonder if this time the mysterious master of Long Yanran will withstand the pressure. Ancestor of the Ren family. Even the clan leader and the 4 elders have arrived. It seems that the Ren family is truly enraged this time. After emerging from the secret realm, Li Shinrua and Wang Yin initially intended to leave immediately and return to the eastern region. However, upon witnessing the arrival of the Ren family's ancestor, they could not help but halt their steps. Ancestor, who killed Chi'er? As soon as the clan leader of the Ren family arrived, he unleashed his overwhelming aura of the 9th level of the Infinite Realm, causing everyone present to struggle to stand upright. Since he has come here, he will not merely settle for one life. He intends to make these northern region forces pay dearly. After all, Ren Shrue fell in the northern region, and they must bear the consequences. Humph, little girl, where is your master? Why does he not dare to show himself? The old ancestor of the Ren family ignored his words and fixed his gaze directly upon Long Yanran. Simultaneously, he locked onto Long Yanran's aura to prevent her from utilizing any escape techniques. Damn it! Long Yanran felt as though she bore the weight of a mountain, yet still gritted her teeth and stood firm, refusing to bend her back. Aside from her master, she would not bow to anyone. My dear aunt, quickly think of a way. How on earth did you provoke such an ancient monster standing beside her? The person in the coffin was equally distressed, his forehead bulging with veins as he bore the immense pressure and managed to utter a few words that he had thought that once they exited the secret realm, they would be free to roam as they pleased, yet unexpectedly encountered an ancient being in the divine separation stage. What difference is this from dying directly in the collapse of the secret realm? The only hope for the person in the coffin was that the existence behind Long Yanran could intervene. At that moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the distance, belonging to the sacred mountain and the idol palace. Elder! Upon seeing familiar figures, Li Shinrua's eyes sparkled with excitement. 3 elders from the sacred mountain, accompanied by Li Yorong, approached slowly. Seeing that Li Shinrua was unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing the arrival of the sacred mountain, the old ancestor of the Ren family furrowed his brow, becoming internally vigilant. Fellow Daoxuan, we have come solely to escort Shinrua back to the mountain. As for other matters, you may proceed as you wish. The elder of the sacred mountain, sensing his gaze, casually replied. After speaking, he intended to take Li Shinrua away. Elder, could you intervene to save that girl? Li Shinrua glanced at Long Yanran, who was enduring immense pressure, and hesitated for a moment before softly asking. She knew that she had obtained the celestial level cultivation method largely due to Long Yanran's contributions, even to the extent that it could be said that Long Yanran had proactively offered her the opportunity to obtain the celestial level technique. There is no need for us to create enemies with the sacred mountain regarding the divine separation stage. Be obedient and return with us. The elder of the sacred mountain furrowed his brow slightly, rejecting Li Shinrua's request without hesitation. Only Li Yorong, looking towards Long Yanran, frowned tightly, feeling somewhat reluctant, yet dared not mention it to the elder. Damn it, old Run, what have you done to our idol palace's chief disciple? Wang Yin, quickly return our idol palace's chief disciple. The forces of the idol palace, upon their arrival, were met with the absence of Wang Yan's figure, and they immediately cast furious glares at the old ancestor of the Ren family. I have not laid a hand on anyone from your idol palace. I have come solely to avenge Cher. Do not slander me. If you wish to fight, then let it be. The old ancestor of the Ren family, already irked, grew even more displeased upon hearing their accusations I am here. Wang Yin, with a swollen face resembling that of a pig, stealthily approached and tugged at the Dao robe of the idol palace's leader. What the hell? Where did this pig demon come from? Get lost. The leader turned around, startled by the sudden appearance of the pig-headed figure, and kicked him away. With a loud boom, the ground was left with a deep human-shaped crater. Wait a moment, hiss. Inner, are you all right? The leader suddenly realized, recognizing that the aura of the figure in the pit was extremely familiar. It seemed to be Wang Yin. He hurriedly descended beside the pit and pulled the nearly lifeless Wang Yin out. His body was riddled with multiple compound fractures, rendering him immobile. With a pig-headed visage, crystalline tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, washing away the dust on his face and leaving 2 streaks. At that moment, Wang Yin felt he had reached the most tragic moment of his life, coming to this desolate northern region to participate in the secret realm. Before even entering, he had already tasted the ashes of bones and nearly perished at the hands of Lung Yinran's master. Once inside the secret realm, he was extorted by Lung Yinran and had all his precious resources taken by a monster from the returning ruins, leaving him with nothing but a scrap to cover himself. Now, after all this time, he finally awaited the arrival of the leader for assistance, only to be nearly kicked to death by the leader. Life, in truth, seems rather meaningless. Perhaps dying like this would not be so bad. Wang Yin cast a deep glance at the leader and silently closed his eyes. Yet, as the leader fed him several medicinal pills, his life was restored. Your master, it seems, will not be coming. Very well. Then I shall first kill you and then scour the entire northern region. I refuse to believe I cannot catch him. The old ancestor of the Ren family, witnessing this scene, felt no inclination to mock. With Lung Yinran's master yet to arrive, he had lost all patience. Stepping forward, everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and when they looked again, the old ancestor had already positioned himself before Lung Yinran, his hand reaching towards her delicate neck. Buzz! The jade pendant hanging from Lung Yinran's chest, given by her master, emitted a blinding light, momentarily resisting the grasp of the old ancestor, just as the old ancestor was about to strike again and sever her neck. He found a young man standing before him. It was indeed the young man who had slain Ren Chirue, the master of this woman. He even wore a faint smile as he gazed at him. So you finally dare to reveal yourself. This saves me the trouble of searching the entire northern region. For killing my ruined family's descendant and shattering my avatar, today you and your master shall pay with your lives. The old ancestor of the Ren family growled, yet unable to discern Chen Daoxuan's strength. He chose not to engage directly. Instead, he retreated to his original position and called upon the members of the Ren family to form a formation. Master, I hope I am not late. Chen Daoxuan glanced at the old ancestor of the Ren family and then turned back, gently embracing Lung Yinran in his arms, stroking her hair and softly inquiring. Master. The moment her master appeared, the oppressive force weighing down on Lung Yinran like a mountain dissipated into thin air. Master. Feeling the warmth of her master's embrace and the unique fragrance belonging to him, Lung Yinran's entire being softened, collapsing against his broad chest. With her strength at the 7th level of the profound realm, enduring the pressure from a divine separation stage expert without faltering was no small feat. Merely resisting that pressure had already consumed 9/10 of her spiritual energy. Had Chen Daoxuan arrived any later, she likely would have sustained injuries from the strain. Did I not embarrass my master? Nestled in her master's embrace, Lung Yinran softly asked. Only a brief 3 to 4 months had passed since she joined her master, yet she had already caused him considerable trouble. Each time trouble arose, it necessitated her master's personal intervention to resolve it, leaving her feeling utterly inadequate. She must become stronger still, strong enough to resolve all troubles and eliminate any foes that dare to challenge her master. Naturally, you have not brought shame upon me. Stand unwavering before a divine separation stage expert is a feat unmatched by anyone else in this world aside from my disciple, Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan smiled gently, reassuringly patting Lung Yinran's head. However, I constantly bring trouble to my master. Perhaps I should just remain on the mountain and avoid wandering about. Upon hearing her master's tender words, Lung Yinran felt warmth spreading through her heart. Unable to resist, she nestled her little head closer to her master's embrace, speaking with a pitiful tone that I have said before that there is no trouble in this world that I cannot resolve. You need only to pursue your desires fearlessly and go wherever your heart leads you. I will always have your back." Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan raised an eyebrow slightly. It would not do to allow his disciple to harbor such thoughts. If she were to remain on the mountain in the future, it would indeed be quite agreeable. Yet how would one accumulate system points? Behold, this time my beloved disciple has brought me such a bountiful gift. This is not merely trouble, it is undoubtedly a living embodiment of system points. The Guishu realm begins at 10 points, the Jimmy realm at 100 points, and the Wuyang realm at 1,000 points. As for that ancestor of the Ren family, in the Shenhua realm, he must be worth at least several tens of thousands of system points, especially when considering that he previously expended 1,000 system points to eliminate a clone of the Ren family. Incurring a loss last, I have found an opportunity to recoup my losses. No, this is a substantial profit. How pretentious those individuals are. Humph, even when death is imminent, they still feign composure. Soon, I shall avenge Shi'er by slaying you and subsequently crippling your disciple, relegating him to the brothels of the eastern region. Did you ever contemplate the consequences of laying a hand on my child? The head of the Ren family furrowed his brow and admonished Chen Daoxuan. Although he could only discern that Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was at the first level of the Qihai realm, he could not ascertain his true realm. Yet with the ancestor present, who even brought along the 5 elements array flags, he believed that even if they encountered a formidable being at the 7th level of the Shenhua realm, they could subdue him. In his perspective, no matter how powerful Chen Daoxuan might be, he could not possibly surpass the 7th level of the Shenhua realm. Such strength would be sufficient to dominate a region in the eastern territory. Enough of your prattle. Chen Daoxuan slightly frowned. Initially, he felt indifferent upon hearing the man's words. After all, they were merely mortals on the brink of death, soon to become his system points. However, upon hearing the insults directed at his disciple, he could not deny that he felt a surge of anger. "Palace Master, my disciple suffers so greatly because of that Lung Yinran. I implore you to advocate for my cause." Beside them, Wang Yin, having regained consciousness, observed the confrontation between Lung Yinran's master and the Ren family. Instantly, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes as he lamented to the palace master Do. "It appears so. Rest assured, I shall advocate for you. However, for now, let the Ren family probe the depths of their opponent. If they can inflict mutual destruction, we shall be poised to reap the benefits." The palace master of the Xiaoyao Palace, upon hearing Wang Yan's words, cast a sidelong glance. He had initially intended to withdraw from the fray, but halted his steps. "Elder, I merely wish to seek your assistance," sighed Li Xinruo, who noticed the situation on the field and sought the elder's counsel. Yet, under the elder's gaze, she could only sigh in resignation. Their sacred mountain was regarded as the most powerful force in the eastern region. Yet it had consistently maintained neutrality amidst the conflicts of various factions. That it was precisely for this reason that no alliance had ever formed against the sacred mountain, bestowing it with an exalted status. Should they strike against the Ren family today, violating the tacit agreement among all factions, it could incite wariness and collaboration against the sacred mountain. This is disastrous. The northern region has only just produced a prodigious talent like Lung Yinran, along with her formidable and enigmatic master. Now, however, we have antagonized a major power in the eastern region. The various factions of the northern region could not help but shake their heads and sigh. Resources had always been scarce in the north, with even Wuyang realm experts emerging only once in a millennium. Now that a master from the northern region had finally appeared, if he did not perish, the future of the north would undoubtedly strengthen, allowing them to assert that the north possessed formidable warriors. The thoughts of the crowd naturally fell upon Chen Daoxuan, yet he remained unfazed, as long as they did not take the initiative to attack or speak disrespectfully. He had no intention of forcing anyone to their demise. Humph. No matter how powerful they may be, they remain mere ants of the northern region. My ancestor of the Ren family is present, and with the 5 elements array flags, even if you possess the strength of the Shenhua realm, I shall surely eliminate you. Today, I shall avenge my son." When the head of the Ren family gazed upon Chen Daoxuan, his eyes brimmed with hatred. He had only this one son, laden with the entire family's expectations. "You speak too much," Chen Daoxuan raised an eyebrow and slowly descended to stand beside the elders of the sacred mountain and Li Shenhua. This was his first encounter with a formidable being of the Shenhua realm, and he felt somewhat uncertain. Although he believed that eliminating them should not be difficult, he feared inadvertently harming his disciple in the process. I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on my Yanran. Chen Daoxuan glanced at Li Shenhua and noticed that she had already cultivated an immortal level technique, shaking his head in regret. It seemed they were not destined to be master and disciple. He then unexpectedly cast a glance at the innocent-looking Li Yurong. However, he chose not to dwell on these matters, instead addressing the elders of the sacred mountain. Rest assured, Senior, the 3 elders of the sacred mountain initially intended to decline, unwilling to wade into this murky water. Yet, given that Li Shenhua had received their assistance, she preemptively agreed. Seeing this, the elders of the sacred mountain had no choice but to remain silent. Master, will you be in danger? Lung Yanran asked anxiously, her expression revealing her concern upon seeing her master leave her behind. Danger is hardly the case. However, it may prove somewhat troublesome. My main concern is that their blood might stain my garments, which would be quite bothersome. Chen Daoxuan's initial remark about trouble caused some worry among those present, especially Lung Yanran, who nearly suggested that her master flee. Yet his second statement left everyone bewildered. Clearly, he was not worried about his own safety, but rather concerned for their well-being. How exceedingly arrogant! Proud ants, remember my name. In your next life, do not provoke the Ren family that I am the head of the Ren family. Ren E. The head of the Ren family seethed with rage at Chen Daoxuan's words. Yet before he could finish his retort, he found himself unable to utter a sound. Chen Daoxuan, who had clearly been standing at the sacred mountain merely moments earlier, was now gripping his neck with one hand. Gazing at him coldly, the 4 elders of the Ren family were taken aback, having failed to see how Chen Daoxuan had struck, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. When did this happen? What kind of movement technique is this? The Ren family's ancestors' pupils dilated in shock. With his strength at the 4th level of the Shenhua realm, he could not even discern Chen Daoxuan's movements, only seeing a residual shadow where he had once stood. Turning around, he found Chen Daoxuan already behind him. Among those present, several were at the Shenhua realm, yet none could comprehend Chen Daoxuan's actions, including the elders of the sacred mountain, all of whom stared in disbelief. Release the patriarch. Attack. Once the Ren family regained their composure, they immediately retaliated against Chen Daoxuan, unleashing terrifying powers in their assault, with no room for evasion due to their proximity. However, as 4 attacks clashed, a thunderous roar erupted, and when the light dissipated, the crowd was left even more astonished. Not only had Chen Daoxuan vanished, but the head of the Ren family was also nowhere to be found. When did this happen? What kind of divine movement technique is this? When the crowd finally located Chen Daoxuan, they found him back atop the sacred mountain, wearing a calm smile as he looked at the Ren family's ancestor and the 4 elders, grasping the neck of their patriarch as though he were a mere chick. Despite being a formidable force at the 9th level of the Wuyang realm, the patriarch found himself utterly incapable of resisting. It was as if all his spiritual power had been restricted, rendering him unable even to channel his energy for defense. Your name is Ren E. Correct? Come, for your earlier words, bow to my disciple, and I shall consider this matter settled. Tisk, unwilling, I shall assist you. Ignoring the astonishment of those present, Chen Daoxuan calmly continued to hold the patriarch's neck, his demeanor unruffled. When he noticed the patriarch did not kneel, he simply pressed down with both feet. Crack, crack, with 2 resounding snaps, the legs of the Ren family's patriarch and 9th-level Wuyang realm expert were utterly shattered by Chen Daoxuan. He then pressed the patriarch before Lung Yanran, seizing his head and forcefully slamming it against the ground 3 times. The patriarch, bereft of spiritual energy to resist, was nearly crushed to death by the force of the blows, his vision blurring and blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Well then, let us consider the matter of insulting my disciple settled. You appear exhausted. Do take a rest for a while, and shortly, I shall escort you all on your way. Chen Daoxuan observed the patriarch, who was now on the verge of unconsciousness, only inhaling and not exhaling, and casually tossed him to the ground. Master, Not only were those present stunned, but even Lung Yinran herself was bewildered. How could it be that before the battle had even begun, her master had already rendered someone crippled? He had captured a man right before the eyes of the Run family's ancestor and left him in such a state? Form the array. The venerable ancestor of the Ren family, momentarily taken aback, cast a furious glare at Chen Daoxuan. With a swift motion, he summoned a formation flag from the already prostrated family head of the Ren clan. The other four esteemed elders, witnessing Chen Daoxuan's formidable prowess, dared not remain complacent, fearing they too might be abruptly seized and met with a grim fate. Each retrieved a formation flag, inscribed with the elements of gold: wood, water, fire, and earth, establishing a 5-element formation capable of harnessing elemental forces to confront their adversary, an assault even a Spirit Division realm expert would find challenging to withstand. Once the formation was set, the 5 became as one, rendering Chen Daoxuan incapable of picking them off individually, as any attack would be distributed among them. Fire formation. The ancestor of the Ren family brandished the formation flag, and instantly a fire dragon coalesced from the array, roaring fiercely as it surged toward Chen Daoxuan. Such a powerful assault. Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly, murmuring to himself as he beheld the striking fire dragon. Young man, you now comprehend the consequences of provoking the Ren family, do you not? Alas, it is too late for regret. The Ren family's ancestor revealed a sinister smile upon witnessing this. The 5-element formation of the Ren clan was not something I would dare to oppose single-handedly. It could even lock onto one's aura, and no matter how unique his movement technique, he could not evade indefinitely. It seemed this farce was nearing its conclusion. The Lord of the Carefree Palace could not help but marvel at the might of the Ren family's 5-element formation. Damn it, they're actually going to attack us. The elder from the Holy Mountain furrowed his brow, and the 3 elders joined forces to erect a barrier, wary of being caught in the crossfire. The barrier included Lung Yinran and the Run family head, leaving only Chen Daoxuan outside. Boom! Soon, the fire dragon collided violently with Chen Daoxuan, erupting into a dazzling display of flames that gradually dissipated from head to tail. Master, let me out! Lung Yinran cried out in panic, pounding against the formation barrier. However, the elders of the Holy Mountain would not disperse the shield, though the residual shock waves posed no threat to them. Li Shenruo and Li Yorong could not withstand such a force. Even disregarding Lung Yinran, they could not allow any harm to befall the Holy Mountain's people. Everyone believed that Chen Daoxuan would undoubtedly perish from this direct confrontation. Yet as the flames subsided, a lone figure emerged, one hand resting behind his back and the other pressing forward, exuding a continuous steam. Remarkable, he nearly burned me. Chen Daoxuan murmured in astonishment. It was vital to note that his physique was that of the primordial, innate Tao body. Not only was his cultivation realm incomparably superior to others, but his physical form was also akin to the most formidable weapon in existence. The fact that this fire dragon had nearly scorched him was terrifying indeed. Yet, he failed to reflect that he was still merely at the first level of the Qi-Si realm. Nearly burnt. What the hell? Is this fellow's body akin to a celestial artifact? But these words, when heard by the crowd, sounded like a thunderclap, nearly causing their eyes to pop out in shock. Impossible. You must have utilized some defensive treasure. No one could withstand the 5-element formation of the Ren family. The ancestor of the Ren family was in disbelief, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Hearing the ancestor's words, others began to react. Such a terrifying attack could not possibly be endured. It was more plausible that he had employed a treasure for defense. Even the Lord of the Carefree Palace and the 3 elders from the Holy Mountain would not dare claim they could withstand such a blow alone. Naturally, they could not believe that anyone from the borderlands of the Northern Domain could achieve such a feat. Throughout, the people of the Eastern Domain regarded the Northern Domain as a mere speck of land. Even if there were powerful individuals, they were merely larger ants. However, upon witnessing Chen Daoxuan's display, the Eastern Domain spectators began to reconsider. Regardless of whether he relied on treasures, he undeniably possessed strength that warranted their respect. Young man, that treasure of yours capable of withstanding my Run family's 5-element formation surely cannot be used again, can it? Even if you could withstand one strike, how would you cope with the rest? Humph. In the barren lands of the northern domain, I refuse to believe you can produce another treasure of such caliber. The Ren family's ancestor was resolute in his judgment. Even if Chen Daoxuan possessed a treasure, how many times could he withstand such assaults? Water formation. With another flourish of the formation flag, a water Qilin materialized, radiating an aura no less formidable than that of the previous fire dragon, enveloping the venue in a sudden chill of dampness. As the ancestor of the Ren family waved the formation flag, the water Qilin let out a piercing roar and charged toward Chen Daoxuan. Propelled by a mist of water, all eyes were fixed upon Chen Daoxuan, eager to discern whether he could conjure another treasure to withstand the onslaught of the five-element formation. A treasure, you say? It seems I do have one such artifact. I nearly forgot about it. Thank you for the reminder. Chen Daoxuan remained unperturbed as the water Qilin approached. In fact, his eyes lit up at the thought of the treasure he possessed. Had it not been for the reminder, he might have completely overlooked its existence. This was the perfect opportunity to test its power. With a simple motion, a seemingly ordinary ruler appeared in his hand. Yet the profound yellow aura emanating from it signified that it was anything but mundane. The words primordial were inscribed upon the ruler's surface, a divine treasure he had acquired from his initial gift package. The primordial ruler. Its true power lay not in sheer strength, but in its terrifying attribute, killing without incurring karmic retribution. Just as Chen Daoxuan had explained to his disciples, if one were to unthinkingly commit excessive acts of slaughter, they might become entangled in karmic obstacles, suffering from inner demons in the future, with their fortunes severely affected. However, if one were to use a treasure like the primordial ruler to slay, they would remain untainted by such burdens. At that moment, the water Qilin had already reached him. The terrifying might it exuded caused ripples in the barrier erected by the three elders of the Holy Mountain, a testament to its formidable power. The people of the northern domain had never witnessed such a fearsome attack. Their respective sect elders hastily erected barriers, fearing that the residual shockwaves might inadvertently injure them. Every pair of eyes widened in anticipation, fixed upon Chen Daoxuan. He brandished an inconspicuous ruler, a calm smile gracing his face, left hand resting behind him while his right hand lifted the ruler to gently tap the water Qilin on the head. It was reminiscent of a teacher chastising a student that, this fellow daft. He intends to nonchalantly withstand the attack of the five-element formation's water Qilin. The onlookers collectively shook their heads, bemused. The mere aura emitted by the water Qilin was so formidable. How could its unleashed power be any less? Yet, Chen Daoxuan appeared utterly unconcerned. Was this a tacit admission that he could not withstand it, simply giving up? Only one person, upon seeing Chen Daoxuan produce the primordial ruler, was filled with newfound confidence. That was Lung Yanran, who had witnessed the true might of the primordial ruler. Initially flustered, she now calmed down, realizing how foolish she had been. What sort of being was her master? Could even resurrect the dead for questioning. How could the Ren family hope to contend with such an entity? Provoking her master was truly a death wish for the Ren family. Moreover, her master had now wielded such a divine artifact. The Ren family was doomed, though she wondered if there would still be an opportunity to experience the full extent of the transcendent process like Ren Shui. The primordial ruler gently descended upon the water Qilin's head, and with a subtle splash, the creature exploded like a water balloon. What? How could such a gentle tap obliterate the water Qilin? What on earth is happening? Everyone had anticipated witnessing the water Qilin unleash its devastating power, and how Chen Daoxuan would struggle to withstand it. Yet now, this seemingly trivial tap left them all dumbfounded, even doubting whether the water Qilin possessed any real power at all, merely appearing fearsome. Was the Ren family ancestor holding back, intending to capture it alive? Yet upon observing the Ren ancestor's expression, one a shock akin to their own, it was evident he could not fathom how Chen Daoxuan had accomplished such a feat. You are, the Ren ancestor, trembling in fear, attempted to inquire how Chen Daoxuan had achieved this. However, before he could finish, his eyes widened in horror, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. In his gaze, Chen Daoxuan, wielding the primordial ruler, stood tall and poised, Yet he appeared as a towering giant, akin to a stern master of the heavens, gently waving a ruler in his direction. He yearned to flee, to escape to the eastern domain's ruined family. No. The further away, the better, far enough to never encounter Chen Daoxuan again. Yet in that moment, he could do naught but tremble, paralyzed, much like a student awaiting punishment from a teacher. This ruler, only when faced directly, could one comprehend its true terror to the eyes of the onlookers. Chen Daoxuan merely waved the Hongmeng lightly towards the venerable run. With a sudden puff, Ren spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his aura began to decline at an alarming rate. It was as if all his vitality had been effortlessly swept away by that casual wave of the sacrifice. Let all be sacrificed for me. Struggling to maintain his composure, Ren let out a fierce roar, beginning to absorb the life force of the four elders. No, ancestor. The four elders were instantly engulfed in excruciating pain, their bodies visibly withering to the point of becoming mere husks. With only the faintest breath remaining. Flee. I must escape this place. This person is too terrifying. Finally catching his breath, Ren's mind was consumed by a singular thought, and he desperately attempted to invoke a secret method to flee. However, as he turned around, his eyes widened in terror. Chen Daoxuan had somehow appeared right behind him in an instant. Old man, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have some heartfelt words I wish to share with you. Chen Daoxuan regarded the seemingly ghost-stricken run with a benevolent expression. He himself had not anticipated that such a casual wave of the Hongmeng would unleash such tremendous power. He had merely intended to disrupt the opposing formation, never expecting it to nearly eliminate Run in an instant. Had it not been for Ren's secret technique, utilizing the 5 elements formation flags to absorb the life force of the other 4 elders, he would have surely departed this world by now. Old man, do stay a moment. I have a few heartfelt words I wish to exchange with you. Chen Daoxuan smiled warmly at our Ian as he spoke. He casually directed a burst of energy towards the 4 elders, who had been drained to the brink of death, each now barely clinging to life. Puff, puff, 4 consecutive sounds echoed as blood holes appeared on the foreheads of the elders, completely severing their life force. Seeing the 4 on the verge of death after their vitality was consumed, Chen Daoxuan dared not delay. After all, these were the system points he had long yearned for. Should they perish now, there was no guarantee he would be credited with their demise, and he would suffer a grievous loss. It is worth noting that these 4 elders of the Ren family were all formidable beings of the Wuliang realm. Each one was worth thousands of system points. And then, the system's notification chimed in Chen Daoxuan's mind. Host has killed a Wuliang realm 4-fold. Reward for 1,000 system points. Host has killed a Wuliang realm 6-fold. Reward 6,000 system points. Host has killed a Wuliang realm 7-fold. Reward 7,000 system points. Host has killed a Wuliang realm 8-fold. Reward 8,000 system points. As the notifications rang in his mind, Chen Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. 4,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, goodness. Altogether, that amounted to a staggering 25,000 system points. Up until now, he had been frugal, reluctant to spend his system points to enhance his cultivation, barely managing to save up 4,000. Before entering the secret realm, he had expended 1,000 to take action, and now he had spent another 1,000 just earlier, when Lung Yanran had used a jade pendant to eliminate a minor sect. He had acquired a few hundred system points, but after calculations, he was left with just over 2,000. Yet now, after vanquishing the 4 elders, his system points had soared to over 27,000. That was equivalent to 27,000 years of cultivation, sufficient to elevate him to the Yuku realm, with an excess of 17,000 remaining. Contemplating this, a wider smile spread across Chen Daoxuan's face as he looked at the Ren family ancestor, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. This was no enemy. These are my cherished family members, my benefactors. How much is the Ren ancestor as 4-fold in the divine separation realm worth? 40,000. His Oitman. I truly do not know how to thank your family. All I can do is ensure that your family remains intact, with no one left behind. Chen Daoxuan was exhilarated by the sudden influx of over 10,000 system points. In front of all, he wore a benevolent expression, patting Ren's shoulder. Were one unaware of the situation, they might think the two were long-lost friends. What do you want from me? If you spare me, I shall return and surrender all resources of the Run family. From now on, the entire Ren family will act at your behest. I beg you to let me go." The venerable Run trembled, never having imagined that one day, despite his fourfold in the divine separation realm, he would find himself at such a loss in the North Domain. The young man before him, seemingly at the first heaven of the Qi realm, was beyond what he dared to fathom. Only by facing Chen Daoxuan, and that could he comprehend that this individual was not something mere human strength could contend with. Trembling, Ren began to plead for mercy under the astonished gazes of the crowd. "Madness! This world must be mad. A powerful being of the divine separation realm, exhibiting such vulnerability. Hiss, does that imply that Lung Yenran, his master, is far stronger than a being of the divine separation realm? Henceforth, we in the North Domain may hold our heads high." The various forces in the North Domain were momentarily stunned, struggling to accept this reality. In their understanding, the Jimmy realm was already the pinnacle of power, while the Wuliang realm was only encountered sporadically from other regions. As for the divine separation realm, nearly all present had never before witnessed a living being of such caliber, let alone what lay beyond the divine separation realm. Over 90% of them were utterly ignorant, having never even heard of it. "Yin'er, I wish to ask you one thing. Answer truthfully. Have you provoked that person's disciple? Her bullying aside, have you offended her in any way?" The lord of the Xiaoyao Palace, after a moment of hesitation, turned to the pitiful Wang Yin and asked softly, "No, never." The disciple had no such ability. Wang Yin shook his head vigorously, disregarding his pain as he hastily explained. "Phew, that is good, that is good." Upon hearing this, the lord of the Xiaoyao Palace subtly dispersed the gathering spiritual energy in her palm. The Ren family was like chicks in that person's hands. If it were him, the Xiaoyao Palace would not fare any better. Poor Wang Yin, unaware of the circumstances, had once again narrowly escaped death. A being of the Lianshu realm. The three elders of the sacred mountain gazed at Chen Daoxuan in utter astonishment. To render the venerable Ran, a being of the divine separation realm, powerless even with the aid of the 5 elements formation flags, he had evidently surpassed the threshold of the divine separation realm. The Lianshu realm, even in the eastern domain, was seldom seen unless one encountered some hidden old monster. In that instant, the 3 elders of the sacred mountain regretted not having better courted him upon realizing his status as a being of the Lianshu realm. "I beg you, I am willing to swear a heavenly oath from now on. I shall follow your lead. Whatever you desire, I shall comply." Seeing Chen Daoxuan gaze at him without response, his eyes betraying excitement and eagerness, Ren's heart raced with panic, and he once more pleaded for mercy. "Old man, what are you saying? Did I not mention? I merely wish to have a heartfelt conversation with you." Chen Daoxuan smiled, his joy genuine and heartfelt. All previous displeasure vanished with the arrival of the system points. "Very well, whatever you say goes. I wonder what you wish to discuss." The venerable Run, already grievously injured, trembled and hastily acquiesced to Chen Daoxuan's words. "Oh, what is that in your hand?" But as soon as he agreed, a sharp pain surged in his chest. He widened his eyes in shock, realizing that Chen Daoxuan's hand now held a still throbbing heart. The venerable Run was left in a daze, staring at Chen Daoxuan, who wore a benign smile, now holding a pulsating heart. All present were equally bewildered. Initially, they had been curious as to why Chen Daoxuan had not killed Ren, but instead wished to engage in heartfelt conversation. Could it be an attempt to gain his allegiance? After all, the Ren family was a prominent family in the Eastern Domain, and the venerable Ren possessed formidable strength in the divine separation realm. Capturing him would indeed be a significant boon. After all, any elder from the Wuliang realm was viewed as an unattainable figure in the North Domain. But now, what were they witnessing? Chen Daoxuan, still smiling, had just been met with Ren's agreement to discuss heartfelt matters when he suddenly reached into Ren's chest. And then he was left holding a heart that still faintly pulsed. "So, when you said heartfelt, you meant it literally?" "Ah, truly, a heartfelt revelation. The mindset of the strong is indeed extraordinary, far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us." After the initial shock, Numerous factions resolve within themselves never to offend this individual again. Previously, I had only known that Lung Yinran was a ruthless female demon who could extinguish entire families without a flicker of hesitation. Now, it becomes evident that she is relatively benign in comparison to her. Her master is the true terror. No wonder she has produced such a disciple. It all makes sense now. Are you all right, old man? Chen Daoxuan inquired with genuine concern towards old Ancestor Ren, disregarding the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Witnessing this, the crowd couldn't help but twitch their mouths, wishing to shout, "You've just ripped out his heart. How can he be comfortable?" Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts, and, out of sheer fear, they held their breaths, afraid of attracting Chen Daoxuan's attention. The heart of the old man, old Ancestor Ren's eyes were bloodshot, weakly reaching for his heart, the will to survive keeping him from collapsing. After all, he was a formidable presence. Even with his heart extracted, he managed to cling to life for a while longer, still contemplating retrieving it. "What? Is your heart uncomfortable? Not to worry, old man. I shall remedy that for you." Upon hearing old Ancestor Ren's words, Chen Daoxuan feigned surprise. Then, under the wide eyes of old Ancestor Ren, with a resounding bang, he crushed the heart in his grasp. Ugh! With the heart's explosion, old Ancestor Ren breathed his last, his eyes wide open and crimson at the moment of death. The final thought in his mind was, why on earth did he provoke this devil? Host has slain a fourth-layer spirit separation, rewarding 40,000 system points. Upon receiving this substantial reward, Chen Daoxuan found himself with over 67,000 system points. One could say he had struck it rich overnight. The system's notification chimed in his ears, and unable to contain his elation, he wore a satisfied smile. However, to all witnesses, this scene resembled the emergence of an ancient demonic deity, the most malevolent of them all. To Chen Daoxuan, the spirit separation old ancestor was merely a toy. Look at this fellow, grinning with such satisfaction. How utterly perverse. Tiske, how revolting. Chen Daoxuan's satisfaction stemmed not from slaying old Ancestor Ren, but from the system points. Yet after the thrill, he noticed the residue on his hands, shaking them off with disdain before cleansing them with spiritual energy. Compared to old Ancestor Ren's suggestion of subjugating the entire Ren family, he preferred the tangible rewards of system points. After all, system points could elevate his cultivation level and be exchanged for various treasures in the system marketplace. Ah, and there was another matter. After dealing with old Ancestor Ren and the four elders, Chen Daoxuan did not forget the unconscious Ren Yi. He floated lightly to the mountaintop, where Lung Yinran and the others were situated. I could see this moment. The three elders of the Holy Mountain, facing Chen Daoxuan once more, were exceedingly tense, hastily dispersing the barrier they had jointly erected. They stood there, extremely deferential, bowing deeply to Chen Daoxuan. We did not recognize the true strength of the esteemed elder earlier. Please do not take offense, one elder hastily spoke up. After all, in their eyes, Chen Daoxuan was akin to a capricious, merciless demon, utterly terrifying, who could predict whether this individual would harbor resentment for the earlier events and suddenly turn against them with a smile. They certainly did not wish to engage in a heartfelt discussion with Chen Daoxuan about their innermost thoughts. Master, Lung Yinran was the first to rush to her master upon his arrival at the mountaintop. Diving into his embrace, she had been quite worried when she saw her master struck by the fire dragon earlier. Did my actions frighten you? Chen Daoxuan asked with a light chuckle, noticing his disciple's demeanor. His decisive execution of old Ancestor Ren was fueled by anger over the Ren family's intention to send his disciple to a brothel. Additionally, he wanted everyone present to witness the consequences of striking against his disciple. The third reason, immensely significant, was to instill fear in the people of the Holy Mountain. No, Master, you would never dirty your hands for me. How could I be afraid? Yinran thought her master was the best. Regardless of his actions, she adored him. Nestled in her master's embrace, she murmured softly. Truth be told, it was her first time witnessing such a side of her master. However, knowing it was all for her heart swelled with gratitude, leaving no room for fear. Instead, she pondered how the Ren family dared to soil her master's hands. They were unworthy. In her heart, her master had become a figure of unwavering faith. Always right. Very well. Let me dispose of this individual as well. Otherwise, on the road to the underworld, I fear Ren-Yi might lag behind and not catch up with the others. That would be my fault. After saying this, Chen Daoxuan temporarily released Lung Yinran from his embrace. Under the watchful eyes of all, he casually approached Ren. He lifted his leg and brought it down. Bang! Ren-Yi departed this world quite peacefully. At least without any expression of suffering, of course. If the individual still had a head to display expressions, Host has slain a 9th layer infinite realm, rewarding 9,000 system points. Thank you, nature. Oh no, thank you. Dear Ren family, for your generous gifts. With the last member of the Ren family eliminated, Chen Daoxuan accumulated over 70,000 system points. One could say he was swimming in wealth, if not for other matters at hand. He would have rushed back to Su Wang Mountain to elevate his cultivation to the void ascendancy level. Originally, the 10,000 system points required for this breakthrough felt like a fortune to Chen Daoxuan. But now it seemed, mere pocket change. As long as his disciple puts in a little effort and attracts some benevolent benefactors, would he ever have to worry about insufficient system points? At that time, not only would he elevate his cultivation, but he could even exchange for the Pangu axe from the system. TSK. That was close. Engaging with these formidable beings was indeed no easy feat once Chen Daoxuan processed his joy. He couldn't help but murmur. Instantly, everyone present felt a sudden twitch, as if afflicted by some ailment. Not easy. They could not comprehend where Chen Daoxuan found any difficulty. The patriarch of the Run clan barely had the chance to utter his name before being effortlessly incapacitated, earning the moniker Ren-Yi, while the people of the North Domain remained unaware of his true name. Old Ancestor Ren's 5 elements formation barely allowed him to utter, so hot, from beginning to end. Aside from dealing with the patriarch, Chen Daoxuan merely waved his dark yellow ruler lightly at the members of the Ren family. Old Ancestor Ren, having managed to survive with the help of the 4 elders, was still subjected to having his heart ripped out. Was this what one called a close call? Was this what one termed not easy? Every person felt a herd of alpacas racing through their minds. Yet none dared to speak. After all, the shock Chen Daoxuan instilled was overwhelming. It was 100 times more terrifying than when Lung Yinran annihilated the Luotian sect. Is master exhausted? Lung Yinran asked with concern upon hearing her master speak. Not at all. It was merely that my earlier actions involved a touch of personal sentiment. Moreover, I had to control the blood from splattering onto my clothes. Quite troublesome. Chen Daoxuan replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, the crowd staggered once more. So this was the trouble. It was clear he still didn't regard the Ren family with any seriousness. Chen Daoxuan paid no mind to the reactions of those present, but noted the time since his arrival. Having dealt with the Ren family, 6.5 minutes had already elapsed. With only a few minutes remaining of his 10-minute descent, he approached the people of the Holy Mountain, wearing a friendly smile. Yet, for some reason, the 3 elders felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing Chen Daoxuan's amiable expression, unable to suppress the impulse to protect their hearts with their hands. Do you have any instructions? Esteemed elder, the Grand Elder bowed slightly, his demeanor now markedly different from before. In the presence of Chen Daoxuan, both the denizens of the Sacred Mountain and the Lord of the Carefree Palace bore an unmistakable pride that belonged to the Eastern Domain. They believed that even if Chen Daoxuan were to attain their level, as a formidable spirit separation realm expert, he would still be no match for them, at least in terms of depth, techniques, and even magical artifacts. He was simply incomparable to the denizens of the Eastern Domain. However, upon witnessing the tragic fate of the Ren family, they began to realize just how gravely mistaken their assumptions had been. The might of Chen Daoxuan compelled them to gaze up in awe. Yet what was even more terrifying was his disposition. They had encountered decisiveness and slaughter before, but this was the first time they had seen someone treat killing as mere amusement. Each time Chen Daoxuan vanquished an opponent, a faint expression of satisfaction would flicker across his face, further instilling panic within them. Nevertheless, Chen Daoxuan paid them no heed, casually gesturing for them to rise before turning his attention to Li Shenruo and Li Yuruo. Shenruo had already acquired the celestial level technique inherited from her master, Qianzi. Within the secret realm, it seemed she could not accept the elder's goodwill. Momentarily dazed, Li Shinra, upon noticing Chen Daoxuan's gaze, mistakenly assumed it was related to her prior apprenticeship and hastily replied, "I am aware of this matter. There is no bond of master and disciple between us, which is indeed a pity." Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan chuckled lightly and responded with nonchalance. This matter had never weighed heavily on his mind. The most crucial factor in selecting disciples was simply whether they met his approval. Previously, when Lung Yanran had faced difficulties before entering the secret realm, Li Shinra had shown a willingness to assist her, which had pleased him, hence his proposal to take her as a disciple. Now that she had already obtained a celestial level technique within the secret realm and had declined his apprenticeship offer, Chen Daoxuan naturally would not press the issue. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, Li Shinra inexplicably felt as though she had missed a monumental opportunity, an opportunity that could never be reclaimed in this lifetime. Yet, thinking of the celestial level technique she had acquired, she suppressed the strange feeling welling up within her. "What is your name?" Chen Daoxuan inquired, directing his attention to the girl beside Li Shinra, who bore a resemblance to her. Both were undoubtedly ethereal beauties, though Li Shinra possessed an air of coolness, while the other girl, with her sparkling eyes, gazed at Chen Daoxuan with a somewhat dazed yet adorably innocent expression. Notably, her aptitude was also remarkable, achieving the sacred level, and she even bore a unique constitution. Most strikingly, she was indeed quite large. "I am Li Yurong. What is your name?" she asked, "and what of those who sought to bully that beautiful sister? Were they all slain by you just now? You are truly formidable, perhaps even more so than the elders." Li Yurong blinked her eyes, looking at Chen Daoxuan not with fear, but rather with a hint of admiration. After all, when Lung Yanran was being bullied by the Ren family, she too had wished to offer assistance. Yet, seeing that even her elder sister Li Shinra's plea for help was dismissed, she felt her own words would be futile. "Ah, no, they're quite well. Why would I arbitrarily resort to killing? That elder from the Ren family is simply quite old and dozing off. He is currently sleeping soundly over there, quite peacefully and blissfully." Chen Daoxuan, noticing Li Yurong's innocent demeanor, felt a twinge of guilt as he rubbed his nose, overwhelmed by a sense of deceit directed at a young girl. However, the name of this little girl was indeed fitting, Yurong. "Oh, I see." Li Yurong initially appeared surprised, but then actually nodded in belief of Chen Daoxuan's playful deception. The onlookers could hardly contain their astonishment, their temples throbbing with disbelief. How could the two of them remain blissfully unaware? One was spinning tales, while the other dared to believe them. "Ah, by the way, you still haven't told me your name." Li Yurong suddenly realized something and blinked her eyes inquisitively. "If you wish, you may call me Master, just like that beautiful sister of yours." Chen Daoxuan chuckled lightly and awaited Li Yurong's response. For a moment, aside from Li Yurong's naive demeanor, everyone else was taken aback, especially Lung Yanran, who had thought that by distancing herself from Li Shinra, the title of Master would belong solely to her. Yet, suddenly, another Li Yurong had emerged to compete for the favor of their master. However, upon observing Li Yurong, who, despite her charm, appeared somewhat lacking in intellect, she felt a strange sense of fondness. If Li Yurong were to become her junior sister, it would afford her the opportunity to guide her through trials while remaining by their master's side. How perfect! Moreover, considering her own limitations in revitalizing their sect, she would not obstruct her master from taking on disciples for the sake of both the master and the sect. Chen, esteemed elder, this may not be entirely appropriate. Though the two saintesses of the sacred mountain had no formal apprenticeship, they would eventually venture into the central domain. After a moment of hesitation, the grand elder of the sacred mountain finally spoke. "There is no need for further words. Let her decide for herself. I am a rather affable person and would never impose upon others. What do you say?" Chen Daoxuan interjected, raising his hand slightly to signal for silence, smiling as he addressed the grand elder. The grand elder hesitated, wanting to refuse, but upon encountering Chen Daoxuan's familiar smile, felt an inexplicable ache in his heart, ultimately daring not to voice further objections. After all, this was the very expression Chen Daoxuan had displayed when he had pulled the heart from the elder of the Ren family. All he could do was cast furtive glances at Li Yurong, signaling her with his eyes. "Grand elder, are your eyes all right? Did that fire dragon earlier dazzle you and injure your sight?" Li Yurong, Recalling the immense heat emanating from the fire dragon despite the barrier, innocently inquired, right, with such formidable prowess, if he could effortlessly catch a fire dragon, perhaps he could assist you with your eyes? Master, can you help the Grand Elder heal his eyes? Li Yorong's innocent and pure eyes brimmed with sincerity, and she directly addressed Chen Daoxuan as Master, glancing at the Grand Elder with a pitiful expression, pleading for his assistance. The Grand Elder's face twitched uncontrollably, his eyelids flickering erratically. Indeed, it was a grave mistake to bring Yorong down the mountain. Although Li Yorong and Li Shinra were sisters, the latter was exceptionally astute, wholly dedicated to the pursuit of immortality, while Li Yorong, though possessing even greater innate talent, was simply too naive. The elders of the sacred mountain had tirelessly devoted themselves to Li Yorong's training, and it was only through their relentless efforts that she had attained the level of comprehension she possessed today. Yet, her intellect had not developed in tandem with her cultivation. This was a disaster. The Grand Elder and the other two elders of the sacred mountain were thoroughly disheartened. Well, since you call me master, I shall naturally assist you. Chen Daoxuan had not anticipated that this disciple would be so easily swayed. Although the formal rites of apprenticeship had yet to be performed upon her acceptance of the title of master, the system had already issued rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring your second disciple, Li Yorong. Rewards: Chaos Sacred Dragon Technique, Hongmeng level. A vial of ancient dragon's blood, and 10,000 system points. The reward notification resonated in his mind, further amplifying Chen Daoxuan's satisfaction. Another volume of Hongmeng level technique had been bestowed upon him, and rather than a cleansing elixir, he had received a vial of ancient dragon's blood, more befitting for Li Yorong. Even the system points had multiplied tenfold compared to the first time he took on a disciple, reaching a total of 10,000 points. Is that true? Then thank you, Master. Upon hearing that Chen Daoxuan was willing to assist, Li Yorong's face brightened with joy as she awaited his treatment for the Grand Elder's eyes. Chen Daoxuan, however, was well aware that the Grand Elder had no actual ailment. It was merely a momentary panic. Casually extending his hand towards the Grand Elder, he lightly waved before him, conjuring a sprinkling of shimmering light with his spiritual energy. Yet this gesture caused a sheen of cold sweat to form on the Grand Elder's forehead. The other two elders also grew wary, fearing that this unpredictable individual might deceive Li Yorong and subsequently eliminate them to silence them. After all, they had witnessed Chen Daoxuan's method of treatment. The previous patriarch had merely complained of discomfort in his heart, only to have his heart crushed, which, while effectively resolving the issue, was rather drastic. Is it resolved? Chen Daoxuan inquired. If not, I can provide further assistance. Noting the tension among the three elders, he couldn't help but chuckle, albeit with a hint of confusion. Was he truly so intimidating? Did he resemble a villain in their eyes? Why were they all so fearful of him when he considered himself approachable and amiable? All right, thank you, esteemed senior. The Grand Elder hastily bowed in gratitude, as if genuinely cured of some illness. Witnessing this, Li Yorong's smile grew even brighter. The Grand Elder had been healed. Since the ailment had been addressed, it was time to disperse. And you should all return to where you came from. Chen Daoxuan glanced at the progress bar, indicating he had just over a minute left in this realm, and then surveyed the numerous factions present. No one dared to meet his gaze. Wherever Chen Daoxuan looked, the respective faction would promptly bow and take their leave with hurried words of farewell. However, when his gaze fell upon the members of the Carefree Palace, their leader quickly bowed but did not depart. Senior Chen, I am from the Eastern Domain's Carefree Palace. Might I inquire if you have any interest in developing your endeavors in the East? The Northern Domain is ultimately too small to accommodate an individual of your caliber. Should you choose to come to the East, our Carefree Palace would undoubtedly honor you as our most esteemed guest. Having witnessed Chen Daoxuan's formidable power, the leader of the Carefree Palace had already harbored thoughts of allegiance. Believing that aligning with such a powerful figure would grant them dominance in the Eastern Domain, the Carefree Palace. Is it? I shall consider it if the opportunity arises, Chen Daoxuan replied, scratching his nose. Aware that those who sought his presence rarely came merely as guests, they often sought to reap benefits. Upon hearing Chen Daoxuan's response, the leader of the Carefree Palace wisely took his leave. In a flash, the thousands of individuals who had filled the area were reduced to just the members of the Holy Mountain, along with the figure in the coffin and several corpse puppets. "Aren't you all leaving? Do you require me to escort you?" Chen Daoxuan asked, somewhat taken aback as he looked at the three elders of the Holy Mountain. The Grand Elder cautiously observed Chen Daoxuan's expression and tentatively stated, "Then we shall take our two Holy Maidens and take our leave, without troubling the esteemed senior for an escort." Chen Daoxuan raised an eyebrow. "While I have no objection to you taking your Holy Maidens back, since Li Yurong has called me master, she is now my disciple. Are you intending to abduct my disciple from me?" He raised a brow slightly. Having finally secured a disciple, he could not simply return her. But the Grand Elder appeared frustrated, struggling to articulate a coherent response. "Heed my advice. What you cannot manage with Yurong should be left in my care as her master. Do you understand?" Chen Daoxuan observed his new disciple with growing fondness. She was both obedient and easily led astray, but he resolved to educate her thoroughly upon returning to the mountain, ensuring she would not be deceived when she descended in the future. "All right then, we shall take our leave." Ultimately, the three elders of the Holy Mountain exchanged glances, recognizing the shared resignation in each other's eyes. With their combined strength, should they confront him directly, they might meet the same fate as the Ren family. Thus, they could only retreat for the moment and devise a plan upon returning to the Holy Mountain. The three elders, along with Li Xinru, departed into the air, leaving Li Yurong, bewildered, watching their retreating figures. "Elders, wait!" Li Yurong called out, waving her arms as she realized she had been left behind. However, the three elders did not dare to turn back. Only Li Xinru cast a lingering glance at her foolish sister. Sighing deeply, once the figures of the others vanished, Li Yurong stood frozen in place, her eyes misting over, tears welling up. "It's over. It's really over. I can't go back." Li Yurong's lips quivered, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Logically, given her level of cultivation, traversing the northern domain to return to the eastern domain's Holy Mountain should not pose significant danger. Yet, she had no idea of the way. "Master, could you take me home?" Li Yurong suddenly thought of something and looked expectantly at Chen Daoxuan, standing nearby. "Of course. Shortly, you shall travel back with your senior sister. Oh, this lovely lady beside me. I will return to the mountain first to await your arrival. See you soon. I have prepared a gift for you." Noticing Li Yurong's pitiful demeanor, Chen Daoxuan felt a pang of guilt, as if he were abducting a little girl. However, with their master-disciple relationship now established and the system rewards already granted, he could not simply return Li Yurong to the Holy Mountain. They would not walk back. Instead, he would utilize the teleportation array to bring his junior sister back. As he saw the time dwindling to mere seconds, Chen Daoxuan turned to the cold and elegant Yanran beside him and instructed, "Take care of that." Without waiting for her response, he transformed into a flurry of stars and vanished from the spot. "Yes, master." Cold Yanran respectfully acknowledged the space where her master had disappeared. "What gift?" Li Yurong's attention was instantly captured by the mention of a gift, momentarily forgetting her abandonment by the Holy Mountain as her sobbing ceased. Seeing this, Cold Yanran face-palmed in exasperation. Her junior sister seemed rather dim-witted. "Oh well, this is perhaps for the best, far better than that, Li Xinru." With that, Cold Yanran retrieved the teleportation array crafted by her master from her storage pouch, which could directly transport them back to the Hall of Heavenly Tao. Wait a moment, dear lady. What about me?" Just as Cold Yanran was about to lead Li Yurong away, the figure from the coffin rushed forward, calling out urgently. Recalling the familiar voice, Cold Yanran suddenly remembered the presence of the figure in the coffin. "Since you have diligently assisted me in searching for rare treasures within the secret realm, I shall no longer restrict your freedom. You are free to go. The spiritual energy I left on that jade pendant has dissipated, and you may expel it from your body at will. As for the pendant itself, consider it a reward." Cold Yanran spoke expressionlessly, observing the anxious figure in the coffin. With a flick of her mental energy, she dispersed the spiritual energy she had left on the pendant, rendering it an unclaimed item. Whether the figure from the coffin expelled it from the upper or lower orifice was of no concern to her. She opted to gift it to him as a reward for his service. No. Dear lady, please don't rush away. I am willing to follow you from now on, assisting you in eliminating all your foes." The figure in the coffin fervently gestured, then knelt on one knee, eager to pledge allegiance to cold Yinran. Having just emerged from the secret realm, he had witnessed the formidable powers of the Eastern Domain, leading him to realize that his own strength was inadequate for survival beyond the Northern Domain. Elsewhere, he would remain insignificant. Moreover, if he encountered a master knowledgeable in the ways of corpse puppetry, he could easily become a mere puppet himself. After all, the reason he was able to awaken consciousness in the first place was due to the intricate schemes laid out by those knowledgeable in the art of corpse puppetry among those besieging Qianzi. It is quite possible that those individuals, upon learning of his emergence from the secret realm, will seek him out, if they could orchestrate the demise of the formidable Qianzi at the spirit-severing realm. He, being merely at the infinite realm, would undoubtedly be no match for them, and must rely on a powerful ally. The terrifying master behind Lung Yinran instills unparalleled awe in the one within the coffin. Even the formidable beings of the spirit-severing realm appear as mere chicks in comparison to her master. Truly, this is the most suitable ally to rely upon. Well then, since that is the case, you shall accompany me back to the mountain. If my master consents, you may remain. If not, then so be it. After contemplating for a moment, Lung Yinran deemed that having a being from the infinite realm assist with the trivial matters would alleviate her burden, sparing her the need to descend the mountain to resolve any troubles in the northern region. However, the ultimate decision lies with her master. "Thank you, esteemed lady, for your support. By the way, I have one more request. May I take the corpses of those powerful beings from the eastern region with me to refine and absorb their essences?" Shuang Mountain. Chen Daoxuan, seated in a small pavilion, slowly opened his eyes and picked up the still steaming Dao enlightenment tea. Taking a gentle sip, comforting, "Let me see just how many system points I have gained this time. Having spent 1,000 system points to descend, it has proven to be immensely profitable. Not only did I eliminate numerous experts from the Ren family, but by fortunate coincidence, I also acquired a second disciple." Checking his personal panel, Chen Daoxuan focused his thoughts, and the system panel materialized before him. Host, Chen Daoxuan race, human special physique, primordial innate Dao body cultivation technique, chaos guide demon art, perfection, talent, primordial realm, Qi realm. First layer system points, 86,300 disciples. Lung Yinran, 7th layer of the profound realm. Li Yorong, 5th layer of the profound realm. Observing his system points, which had soared from a mere few thousand to an astonishing 86,000. Chen Daoxuan raised his teacup once more and savored another sip of the Dao enlightenment tea. "That I have truly struck it rich this time. However, I recall that if one annihilates the entire faction of the opponent, there are additional rewards. I shall wait a while and send Yinran and Yorong to the eastern region. If the Ren family members swear to sever ties with their clan, they may live. Otherwise, they shall be sent down to reunite as a family." Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin, remembering the substantial rewards received after annihilating the Luotian sect. The sect leader of the Luotian sect, at the 5th layer of the extinction realm, granted 500 system points upon defeat, and an additional 1,000 as a reward. A family as grand as the Ren family will surely yield even more generous rewards. It seems the future is indeed promising. As Chen Daoxuan pondered, a formation circle slowly materialized before the Hall of Heavenly Dao. After the radiance faded, 3 figures emerged, in addition to Lung Yinran and Li Yorong. There was also a figure clad in an entirely dark green coffin. Chen Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback. Why had Yinran brought back a good luck charm? Yet this charm was hardly adorable. Its green hue had turned nearly black, and its strength was only at the infinite realm. How peculiar. It seems that only he, at the Qi realm's first layer, could look down upon the infinite realm with such disdain. "You must be tired after this journey. Come and take a seat." Chen Daoxuan was exceedingly pleased with the outcome of his disciples' expedition into the secret realm. He waved at Yinran with a smile. Having spent a considerable amount of time with her master, Lung Yinran felt less constrained and obediently nodded. She did not forget to pull Li Yorong, who was curiously surveying the surroundings, to sit opposite her master in the small pavilion. Meanwhile, the being in the coffin stood there, appearing as a bashful newlywed, bowing and wearing a smile of subservience as it gazed at Chen Daoxuan. This truly is a significant ally. If I can secure this connection, not only will I be free from worrying about the schemes of those seeking to harm Qianzi, but I may even have the chance to reach heights never even touched by Qianzi himself. Master, this individual is someone I encountered in the secret realm. Originally, they were the corpse of the realm's master, Qianzi, but later developed its own consciousness. During my time in the realm, it assisted me in gathering numerous heavenly materials and treasures that I believe that if it can help manage the affairs of the northern region, my burdens will be considerably lightened, which is why I brought it back for your judgment. Noticing her master's slightly puzzled gaze towards the being in the coffin, Long Yinran hurriedly explained. Afterward, she took out over 20 storage pouches obtained from the secret realm and placed them on the table before her master. Oh, you raise a valid point. In that case, let us proceed as you suggest. You shall not remain confined to this meager northern region. If it can handle the matters here competently, then it may stay. Initially, Chen Daoxuan had no particular opinion regarding the being in the coffin. However, upon seeing its contribution in helping Yinran collect over 20 storage pouches of invaluable materials, he felt quite satisfied. Regardless of the methods Yinran employed, it ultimately resulted in the being in the coffin exerting effort. Hurry and thank your master. Hearing her master's words, Long Yinran noticed the being in the coffin standing frozen in place, and her brow furrowed as she coldly exclaimed, Hey, I express my deepest gratitude for your patronage. The being in the coffin immediately came to its senses and hurriedly bowed in homage. However, upon hearing the term master, Chen Daoxuan furrowed his brow, feeling an aversion to it. The sect I have established is called the Hall of Heavenly Tao. From now on, you shall refer to me as the sect leader. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxuan stated, I am known as Qi Yun, and I pay my respects to the esteemed sect leader. The being in the coffin promptly bowed again, astonished that someone dared to name their sect after the Heavenly Tao. Lacking a name of its own, it decided to adopt the name Qian. Master, weren't you going to send Yurong home? And what about the gifts you mentioned for Yurong? At that moment, Li Yurong, who had been sitting obediently at the table, timidly raised her hand and softly inquired, Cough, from now on, this will be your home. However, the Holy Mountain is not entirely off limits. After some time, I shall have your senior sister take you to the eastern region, and you may visit the Holy Mountain then. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan noticed the bewildered expression in Li Yurong's clear yet naive eyes, indicating she did not quite understand his words. Yinran, you should explain this to your junior sister. Ultimately, Chen Daoxuan rubbed his temples, opting to leave this complex matter to Yinran an hour and a half later. Long Yinran was nearly parched from her explanations, having consumed several cups of spirit liquid in between. Oh, I understand now. Yurong is now the second disciple of Master, making her the second junior sister to her senior sister. From this point on, Master and senior sister will be Yurong's family. The Hall of Heavenly Tao will also be Yurong's home. Senior sister, is that right? Senior sister. Am I clever? Li Yurong proclaimed with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Long Yinran nearly burst into tears from joy. Finally, she comprehended. It had been such a challenge. Yes, junior sister. You are indeed clever. Long Yinran nodded weakly, glancing at her master, who had fallen asleep in the lounge chair from sheer boredom after an hour of waiting, her lips twitching. This junior sister's cleverness was a bit taxing for her. Truly, senior sister understands me best. Indeed, this is what family is. Unlike the elders who constantly compare me to my sister, claiming I'm not as clever and that I have only a melon on my neck. In truth, Yurong can be quite clever at times. Hearing her senior sister praise her intelligence, Li Yurong felt as if she was floating, beaming with delight. Previously, she had little sense of belonging to the Holy Mountain, as the elders primarily focused on her relentless training and forbade her from descending the mountain to play. She was left on the mountain, occasionally chatting with a couple of geese to pass the time, which had grown utterly tedious. Now, however, she not only gained a senior sister, but also a master. From now on, the elders can no longer control her, forcing her to train endlessly. In an instant, Li Yurong felt as though she had been rescued. And from her senior sister's words, she had come to understand the true significance of her master. Her master's name was Chen Daoxuan, and the title of master represented a presence akin to that of a father. This revelation stirred within the orphan Li Yurong a deeper sense of reliance on her master. Chen Daoxuan, having just awakened from his slumber, yawned and drowsily inquired, "Have you explained everything to your junior sister?" "Yes, it's all been made clear. She's quite intelligent," replied Lung Yanran. Her expression one of utter disillusionment, feeling an urge to return the burden she had placed on Li Shenhua. Had she known it would be this challenging, she would have refrained from testing Li Shenhua so rigorously. Now, with her master having accepted her junior sister as a disciple, retreat was no longer an option. Yurong pays her respects to her master. Upon seeing her master approach, Li Yurong rose with poise and bowed respectfully. Chen Daoxuan nodded approvingly, noting that Yanran had done an admirable job in her guidance. "Excellent. Now that you have joined my sect, it is time to change the cultivation technique you have been practicing. This Chaos Sacred Dragon technique is quite suitable for you. Furthermore, here is a vial of ancient dragon blood, which will further enhance your physique. Consider these as your initiation gifts from your master." With that, Chen Daoxuan seated himself and produced a tome exuding an aura of chaos, along with a translucent jade vial, within which flowed a faintly golden liquid. Upon seeing the technique her master had retrieved, Li Yurong's eyes widened in awe. The allure of this technique was irresistible, igniting an impulse to seize it. However, despite her naivete, she understood that she must not snatch anything from her master's hands. After all, he had explicitly stated that it was a gift. Standing silently to the side, Qi Yun gasped in astonishment at the sight of the technique. "Dare I ask, master, what grade of technique is this? Could it possibly be a supreme celestial technique?" Despite being merely at the boundless realm, Qi Yun possessed an astute eye, having practiced celestial techniques in his previous life. Yet this Chaos Sacred Dragon technique was clearly on a different level altogether. "Celestial technique?" Chen Daoxuan scoffed. "We at the Tiandao Pavilion do not possess such inferior techniques. They're scarcely fit for propping up a table." Before Chen Daoxuan could respond, Lung Yanran interjected disdainfully. She vividly recalled her master's contempt when celestial techniques were mentioned, describing them as mere tools for cooking. Qi Yun stood frozen, his worldview shattered. In the current realm, celestial techniques were exceedingly rare. Only through the inheritance of an immortal could one hope to attain the qualifications for ascension. It was precisely because of celestial techniques that Qi Yunzi had met his demise. How could such coveted techniques, pursued fervently by all-powerful beings, be deemed worthless here? He found it incomprehensible. "Master, is this technique even more formidable than the celestial technique my sister obtained in the secret realm?" Li Yurong inquired curiously. "How can I explain this to you clearly, Perhaps if a celestial technique were akin to an ant, then the technique I am giving you would be comparable to an entire mountain." Knowing his second disciple's limited intellect, Chen Daoxuan opted for a simple analogy, as he suspected her attribute points had been misallocated, leaving no additional points for intelligence. "I understand." Li Yurong's eyes sparkled with realization. "If I cultivate the technique bestowed by my master, I will become like a mountain with a simultaneous facepalm." The three present acknowledged that she grasped part of the concept, albeit not entirely. Chen Daoxuan decided not to correct her further and handed over the technique. Li Yurong eagerly cradled it in her hands, cherishing it as if it were a treasure, mumbling softly about becoming a mountain. "Cough, and here is the vial of ancient dragon blood as well. You may consume it during your cultivation to activate your special physique. Just a tenth of the vial will suffice. Too much may overwhelm you." Chen Daoxuan cleared his throat and passed the ancient dragon blood to her. Li Yurong accepted it cautiously. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the flowing faint golden dragon blood within the translucent vial, licking her lips in anticipation. "Master, may I begin my cultivation now?" Li Yurong asked eagerly, clutching the technique as she looked at her master. Chen Daoxuan nodded in agreement, and without further delay, she gently opened the jade vial under the watchful gaze of the three. As the vial opened, an ancient dragon phantom burst forth, dissipating with a resounding dragon-s roar. Though merely a phantom, it radiated an overwhelming pressure characteristic of the dragon race, causing Qi Yun to stagger back 3 steps to regain his composure. "This is real dragon blood?" Qi Yun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. While dragons indeed existed in this world, their power was immense. Even a newly hatched dragon would likely possess strength at the profound realm, and an adult would undoubtedly be at the void refinement realm. Furthermore, dragons were notoriously brutal and vengeful. He could hardly fathom what kind of existence their master was to possess such pure dragon blood. Master said to drink a small sip. Attentively Yurong licked her lips, and upon catching a whiff of the ancient dragon blood, it seemed to her the most delectable treasure in existence. With a gulp, she took a small sip before swiftly sealing the vial again. Under the gaze of the three, she assumed a meditative stance and began to cultivate the technique her master had given her. However, as Li Yurong opened the technique, before she could even flip through its pages, the Chaos Sacred Dragon technique transformed into a beam of light and directly entered her sea of consciousness. Instantly, Li Yurong closed her eyes and commenced her cultivation. This scene left Lung Yinran bewildered. How could her junior sister's technique possess such an ability? If it could directly enter the sea of consciousness, there would be no need to peruse through the pages or carry it around. The Chaos Sky Demon technique given to her by her master was something she dared not carry outside. Always kept hidden beneath her pillow, that I thought the previous method was somewhat inconvenient. So I made a change. You can now directly absorb the technique into your sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan explained softly. Noticing Yinran's confusion, in truth, this new feature had only been unlocked after accepting his second disciple, but he didn't intend to elaborate further. Now I understand. My master is truly meticulous, Yinran realized, promptly returning to the hall and retrieving her technique from her room. Upon opening the first page, it was indeed just like her junior sister's Chaos Sacred Dragon technique, transforming into a beam of light that directly entered her sea of consciousness. This was far more convenient. Master, while I believe my junior sister possesses decent talent and a kind disposition, I wonder, noting that Li Yurong was engrossed in her cultivation and would likely not finish anytime soon. Lung Yinran hesitated before pointing to her head and inquiring, "It's no concern. The junior sister, like you, possesses a special physique. As she cultivates the Chaos Sacred Dragon technique, she should, hopefully, perhaps, become more intelligent in the future," Chen Daoxuan remarked, scratching his nose with a hint of uncertainty. So Lung Yinran, upon hearing this, ceased her inquiries, hoping merely for her junior sister to become a little smarter. Just a tad would suffice. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan examined the attribute panel of his second disciple, Li Yurong race, human special physique, sacred dragon body cultivation technique, rhythm of heaven, low celestial, innate talent, sacred grade, medium, realm, profound realm, fifth layer. Initially puzzled as to why his second disciple possessed a special physique, even one related to the dragon race, he learned from the system that talents above the sacred grade could potentially give rise to special physiques. Could it be that the dragon race is truly exceptional? Chen Daoxuan inadvertently glanced at Li Yurong, his mind quietly speculating whether this might also be the effect of a special physique, much like Yinran's innate charm, which possessed an extraordinary allure to the male gender with each smile and frown. Merely standing there evoked an irresistible impulse. Roar! Just as Chen Daoxuan was lost in thought, a sudden dragon's roar resonated, and an ethereal golden dragon appeared to envelop Li Yurong in Chen Daoxuan's eyes. Her condition was crystal clear. Her entire aura began to shift continuously, and even her blood showed a faint golden sheen. Before long, the low-tier celestial technique that Yurong had been cultivating was replaced by the chaotic sacred dragon art. Lung Yinran, who was already practicing the technique bestowed by her master, was somewhat surprised by her junior sister's transformation, but not entirely taken aback. However, Qiyun, standing nearby, had his eyes wide open in amazement. He alternated between closing his eyes to sense the aura and opening them to take a look. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed that Li Yurong's aura now bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the dragon clan. Although Qiyun had never encountered an actual dragon, he had been fortunate enough to see a dragon bone. What astonished Qiyun the most was that Li Yurong's realm did not diminish even as she transitioned to a new technique. It is known that switching techniques typically results in a drop of several minor realms, or in some cases, even a major realm, as one must first erase the traces of the original technique to better cultivate the new one. Failing to do so could lead to a catastrophic clash between the two techniques, potentially resulting in death. Yet, being a product of the system, such a risk was certainly non-existent. After a moment's pause, another dragon's roar echoed, and Li Yurong slowly opened her eyes, revealing a faint golden rim around her pupils. The golden dragon's ethereal form then re-entered her body. Phew, I'm so tired. Li Yurong sighed deeply after opening her eyes. Master, why is my realm still at the 5th level of the profound realm and hasn't broken through to the void realm? Also, why haven't I transformed into a mountain? Oh, right, it seems I've learned a divine ability. Although I can't turn into a mountain, I believe I can still shape-shift. After sensing her changes in realm, she cast a puzzled glance at her master and inquired. According to her master, this technique was so powerful. Why hadn't your realm changed? Li Yurong's incessant questioning caused Chen Daoxuan's lips to twitch slightly, leaving him momentarily at a loss for which question to address first. Goodness, let us not forget you have only been cultivating for less than an hour. The very fact that you Haven Tea dropped in realm while switching techniques is already remarkable. Qiyun, witnessing this, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Ahem, cultivation is not something achieved overnight. Later, I shall prepare a special pool of spiritual liquid for both of you, sufficient to facilitate your realm breakthroughs. However, even though you remain at the 5th level of the profound realm, your strength is at least 10-fold or even 100-fold greater than before. If you don't believe me, you can demonstrate the sacred dragon transformation and let your senior sister assist you in testing it. Chen Daoxuan coughed lightly and then elaborated. Moments ago, he had also received a notification in his mind. Host S. second disciple Li Yurong has entered the initial stage of the chaotic sacred dragon art. Reward: chaotic sacred dragon art, perfection. The instant his disciple reached the initial stage of the technique, he had already received the reward of the perfected chaotic sacred dragon art. He was well versed in it, and all its divine abilities were second nature to him. Naturally, he knew what the first divine ability obtained by the newly initiated Li Yurong was. Master, how did you know what my first divine ability was? Do you also practice the chaotic sacred dragon art? Li Yurong blinked her eyes, asking curiously, "Ain't this?" Lung Yanran was momentarily taken aback. She had always thought that her master cultivated the chaotic celestial demon art, as the techniques her master employed were all derived from it. Hearing Yurong's words left her somewhat bewildered. Logically, one could only cultivate one technique, but given her master's unparalleled abilities, it was hard to say. Naturally, I do. Chen Daoxuan smiled slightly, confirming Li Yurong and Lung Yanran's speculation. Hiss. Indeed, the master is all-powerful. Lung Yanran couldn't help but take a sharp breath. It seemed she had previously underestimated her master's capabilities. To simultaneously practice two techniques, both of which were of primordial caliber, was truly terrifying. With her current level in the profound realm, she could easily vanquish beings at the 9th level of the void realm and even contend with those at the extinction realm. She felt confident even against those at the 1st level of the infinite realm, spanning 3 major realms. However, with her master's trump card, she had never had the opportunity to test her limits. Yanran, accompany your junior sister to try her divine ability, Chen Daoxuan said casually, disregarding the astonishment of those around him. Upon hearing their master's words, the two women respectfully acknowledged and then moved aside. Senior sister, my divine ability doesn't seem to be for attacking. Wait a moment, this is my first time using it, so I'm not quite familiar with it.